If you had a dark entity that served your every whim, how would you use it, if it were me? I'd use that dark entity to secretly watch girls. But that's not what I'm talking about. Jang Yu has a special pair of eyes that can see the lifeblood of everything around him. And at the same time, he also has a dark entity that can do anything. He makes the dark entity solve math problems, practice physical fitness, and master the arts to the point where he can merge with it to slip into the shadows and communicate with strange creatures. The story begins at a large hospital in the central city, where many mysterious and interesting things await discovery. The conversation between Jang Yu and the doctor took place in the level 2 meeting area of the hospital. Looking at Jang Yu's expression, the doctor couldn't figure out what had happened to him. Jang Yu's appearance and demeanor couldn't be explained by ordinary fatigue. It seemed there was a deeper cause, possibly a powerful hallucination. Jang Yu said there was a problem with his eyes. Whenever he looked at something, it would be covered by a layer of red. In Jang Yu's vision, a layer of crimson aura enveloped the entire area around the doctor, and it continued to spread relentlessly. And then a statistical chart appeared with a rate of 18%. Back in reality, Jang Yu felt bewildered when the doctor asked for his age. This guy was truly exasperating. What else are you supposed to ask during a checkup if not basic information? This young man must have gone to the wrong clinic. Ignoring those thoughts, Jang Yu focused only on determining if the 18% figure was a health percentage. If so, this doctor's death wasn't far off. Yet he still looked so young and healthy. There were no signs that he was near death. The doctor then asked if Jang Yu drank alcohol. But the young man misunderstood the doctor's intention, thinking he was being invited for a drink, and asked back, "Why the rush? Let's wait a bit. We can go to the hospital gate for some drinks and duck blood pudding." The doctor was at a loss with this patient, not knowing what else to say. As if he understood the problem, Jang Yu gently shook his head, collected himself, and said, "I'm so sorry. I was a bit distracted. Please forgive me." Doctor, with many years of experience, this was the first time the doctor had met a patient this unfocused. He stood up and gently took a small flashlight from his pocket. When the doctor checked his eyes, Jang Yu noticed they were red and his eyelids were slightly droopy, making him suspect he had been affected by certain factors. However, the doctor said his condition was fine, which left Jang Yu feeling a bit disappointed and confused. After leaving the clinic, Jang Yu opened his eyes again and noticed that the entire hospital seemed to be covered in a strange red color. What was even stranger was that he could see health percentage bars above everyone's head in the hospital. An inexplicable phenomenon. Jang Yu felt the doctor had misdiagnosed his condition. The hospital system seemed so modern and advanced, yet it gave an incorrect conclusion about his conjunctivitis. Despite this, Jang Yu was still confused because he could only see the health bars without understanding their function. As he walked out of the hospital gate, the first thing Jang Yu saw was a government notice about the deployment of a night patrol team to ensure public safety. But this didn't directly concern him. This didn't seem to have a major impact on Jang Yu. So he didn't pay much attention and decided to go home first and think about everything later. Jang Yu didn't know how his shoelace had come undone. But as he bent down to tie it, his mind seemed to awaken. He began to hear the thoughts and ideas inside the heads of the people around him on the street. And a mysterious power seemed to be stirring from deep within him. Though he didn't know its origin, Jang Yu, the entire scene around him began to transform as he felt uncertain about himself. A girl suddenly appeared out of nowhere and jumped past Jang Yu, snatching the leg of the monster in front of him. In a flash, Jang Yu saw the girl take the monster's leg. And he also noticed that he was surrounded by monsters and strangers fighting them. Jang Yu thought to himself that this situation was not good and wondered what problem the Great King might have encountered to cause this chaos. Before Jang Yu could understand the situation, a mysterious sphere appeared. Upon closer inspection, he saw its health bar was 999. 999 points, a truly terrifying number. Waking from his daze, Jang Yu began to regain his awareness of reality and everything around him. Everything seemed to return to its original state. But the events that had just occurred continued to fill Jang Yu's thoughts. In this world, after the Great Disaster, 99 years ago, the night patrol divisions were seen as a steadfast pillar and trusted by everyone. But was this world really as safe as people imagined? Or was it just a deception coded in sweet words? An elderly man walked over and gently touched Jang Yu's shoulder, then asked in a friendly voice, "Hey kid, want to buy some medicine? My products are made entirely in Vietnam. Quality and reputation guaranteed." After hearing this, Jang Yu put a hand to his nose and asked, "In a city full of monsters, who needs medicine? Are you okay?" Before I could finish, the man took out his basket to show Jang Yu. Inside were boxes of medicine with strange appearances. Feeling sorry for the old man, Jang Yu asked, "Do you have a pack of soft Thanglong cigarettes to sell me?" Hearing this, the man turned away in anger and cursed. "I sell health supplements. And you're asking for cigarettes? How strange." Jang Yu then asked, "Are you a god? Why are you asking about cigarettes?" The old man replied that he was just joking and asked if he sold divine oil. On the way home, Jiang Yu thought to himself, "A bottle of divine oil for 3,000 dong. That's way too expensive. No wonder I went to the police station to report that old man." In the end, though, they were all just normal people. No ghosts or demons at all. Jiang Yu told himself, "Maybe I've been overthinking things. The world around me is still just ordinary people working and living their daily lives. Nothing special." Just as the bus passed a nearby stop, Jiang Yu felt something strange again. As if something unusual was happening. Something unexpected. He was startled and looked in the mirror, noticing that the space around him had completely changed. At some point, but this feeling only lasted for a moment. And Jiang Yu quickly returned to reality. He looked around and thought to himself, "Was that just a hallucination? I play around a little and end up going crazy like this?" When he got home, while Jiang Yu was taking a shower, he suddenly discovered a tattoo on his body that he didn't know he had. If he remembered correctly, he had seen this tattoo somewhere before. That time, while searching for swimsuit model magazines in the library, he was suddenly hit in the block, face by a book, and that book seemed to appear out of nowhere. The formation of this tattoo was due to a complex chemical reaction. But before Jiang Yu could understand the issue, he had to endure intense pain as a stream of green energy enveloped his entire body. Sensing danger, Jiang Yu quickly grabbed the shower head and sprayed water on himself, which helped alleviate the pain and relieve the discomfort. After overcoming the pain, Jiang Yu looked in the mirror and discovered a health bar had appeared above his head. Just like when he was in the hospital, Jiang Yu had anticipated that this might be the result of some chemical reaction, and he couldn't help but chuckle to himself, saying, "This is amazing, but also really dangerous." At the same time, a black shadow began to emerge from Jiang Yu's body, as if it were escaping from within, and he felt a strange change happening to him. When he turned his head, Jiang Yu realized he had lost his own shadow. A strange occurrence that made him think. This event left Jiang Yu bewildered, and he cried out desperately, as if searching for something he had lost. Jiang Yu began searching frantically all over the bathroom, like a madman, until his shadow reappeared. And only then did he feel relieved. So many strange things had happened today. So losing his shadow wasn't too surprising. Jiang Yu stepped out, but as soon as he opened the bathroom door, a black shadow appeared before him. If you looked closely, you would see something remarkable. For a moment, they both stood still, looking at each other for 5 seconds. Then the man seemed to grasp something. He showed no surprise and said calmly that he understood and there would be no problem. The sharp pain returned to Jiang Yu with great intensity. The good thing was that his shadow hadn't disappeared, but the bad thing was that it had started to move. A moment later, in Jiang Yu's space, he could now successfully control his shadow. This shadow seemed very obedient. As long as Jiang Yu gave a command, it would follow. If he said to raise the left hand, it would raise the right hand. If he asked for the right foot, it would immediately offer the left foot. The man witnessed this scene and couldn't contain his bewilderment. His wrinkled face made even the shadow worry about its future, and he couldn't help but ponder this. Suddenly, Jiang Yu ordered the shadow to buy a fan, and in a short time, the song 999 Roses was playing, along with the fanning motion, easing the intense summer heat. After a while of fanning, Jiang Yu felt that this Vinehouse music was giving him a headache and he couldn't continue. He never expected himself to be so multi-talented. Truly a worthy brother of Anban. Suddenly, a ray of light emanated from Jiang Yu's body. It was a small, circular object spinning endlessly in the space. As soon as the sphere stopped spinning, a chart appeared, displaying key information about an entity related to Jiang Yu's attributes. The system information indicated that this entity would exist and develop based on the host. It contained all the memories and abilities of the host, allowing it to easily perform any task assigned by the host. However, it should be noted that this entity lacks independent thought. So if the host orders it to train itself, it can achieve unexpected success. Reading this, Jiang Yu turned around and saw that the entity had, at some point, turned on music and was dancing, looking very happy. Jiang Yu then reached out to touch the entity, but since it was a non-solid form, his hand passed right through it. Jiang Yu asked about the shadow's ability to communicate, but the only response was complete silence. He then asked the shadow if it possessed all of his memories, and the shadow responded with a clear nod. Immediately after, Jiang Yu returned to his desk and did a few things. After finishing, he presented an exercise and asked the shadow to come closer and try it. This exercise was actually part of Jiang Yu's summer vacation plan. Jiang Yu continued to ask the shadow if it could interact with him. He found it strange that while others, including himself. I couldn't touch the shadow. It could easily hold a pen. This made him feel a little scared and wonder about his destiny. Be careful with the property deed, or it will tell the old man. After sitting and staring at Jang Yu's for a while, the shadow suddenly turned back and seemed to want to convey a message. Jang Yu noticed this and asked, "Why aren't you writing?" It turned out this shadow couldn't do math. Seeing this, Jang Yu felt disappointed and wanted to smack his head. But he couldn't do that to something without a physical form. Feeling helpless, Jang Yu cursed the system and its illogical nature. He recalled the system note stating that the shadow lacked independent thought, making math impossible. Instead, it could only perform simple commands or gain achievements through training commands. After thinking for a moment, Jang Yu decided to order his shadow to copy some things. Indeed, with this simple command, the shadow could perform it easily and even better than Jang Yu had imagined. Jang Yu was surprised and happy to see the shadow's ability. With this power, Jang Yu just needed to read books and let the shadow do the copying, which was fantastic. Currently, things seemed imperfect and lacking. So Jang Yu decided to search for new methods to improve the situation. He increased the shadow's ability points, and the system unexpectedly displayed a new skill, allowing Jang Yu to absorb shadows or shadow points to strengthen himself, as well as decompose dead objects to absorb shadow points. Although he didn't fully understand the mechanism, Jang Yu thought that devouring might be related to the interaction between an object and its shadow, and he decided to test it. Jang Yu followed the procedure exactly as in the comics and reached his hand forward to absorb the shadow. The result was surprising. Jang Yu felt something happening and wondered if he had discovered something new about his abilities. It's time for more specific instructions. At the very least, Jang Yu should have been given time to process things before the system announced the unlocking of a new skill. This time, the skill was called Shadow Eye, allowing the user to see the dark side of the world when activated. One just had to choose to observe and step into that world. Jang Yu remembered the monsters he had seen around him before. And now, stepping into that world seemed like suicide. Jang Yu looked at his hand, seemingly hesitant, unsure of what he was thinking. But, immediately after, Jang Yu ordered the shadow to stop writing and try doing push-ups. The shadow slowly moved from its position, a position identified by sight as very dangerous. It began to bend down and prepare for the next action. But the command had not yet been executed. Everything seemed to have vanished. And Jang Yu was very surprised to see this. Exclaiming loudly, the destination of fate was push-ups. But why did it run off somewhere? Jang Yu was searching all over the room for his dad's shadow. In his frantic search, a portal suddenly appeared, and the shadow finally returned. Jang Yu asked where it had been and why it left without a word. Making him search like that, the shadow wrote on a piece of paper that it had just been to a place called the Dark Side. Jang Yu was surprised and asked why it went there, and received the answer that it went there to do push-ups. Was he underestimating the benefits of training the shadow in the shadow zone? Jang Yu then told the shadow that it should continue to go there to train. After hearing this, the shadow nodded gently and disappeared instantly. Jang Yu sighed and sat down at his desk. It seemed he had come up with a brilliant plan based on his current abilities. Early the next morning, it was baffling how he could have fallen asleep at his desk like that. Not only that, however, people kept saying that this season would have a champion team. And that seemed like a beautiful dream. Just as the team made it to the finals, everything suddenly changed, and he was awakened by a knock on the door from outside. When he opened it, he saw a close friend. And looking at that friend, he felt something was off. He looked back at the calendar on the wall, and then he remembered that a crucial time of the month had arrived. Qingmei was surprised that her friends seemed to know everything, even her menstrual cycle. Jang Yu asked Xiao Xiao why she came to visit so early, and she explained that she had seen Jang Yu's new post on the social media app Dr, where he talked about starting a new chapter and had already decided on the content. Xiao Xiao was very excited and wanted to see it. Suddenly, a loud noise startled Xiao Xiao. It was the sound of Jang Yu slamming the door. She was scared and thought Jang Yu didn't have to slam the door like that just because he didn't want to show her the new chapter. Jang Yu stood still, speechless, and looked back to see a crack in his wall from the door slam. He thought that if his mom saw this, she would be furious. Xiao Xiao was also very surprised to see that Jang Yu's body seemed toned. She asked Jang Yu if he had been working out to get a body like that, but before Jang Yu could answer, she quickly dismissed those thoughts, thinking it was impossible. How could a shut-in who hadn't cared about physical training for years change like that, no matter how hard he trained? One night couldn't bring about such a big change. She said this and tried to check Jang Yu's muscles, asking if he was using steroids. Jang Yu felt embarrassed and quickly replied that he had just been training more recently and wasn't using any stimulants. Jang Yu never expected that just a little training would show such immediate results on his body. But it didn't stop there. Xiao Xiao continued to inspect him and discovered other changes. Xiao Xiao said that Jang Yu was a real liar. How could just a little training result in such big changes? Xiao Xiao continued to tell Jang Yu about some cases her father had recently handled, advising him to be careful and stop if he had touched any illegal substances, as there was still time to turn back. But Jang Yu remained silent. He refused to run or change because he had no reason to stop. Realizing that she couldn't be gentle with this man, Xiao Xiao immediately grabbed Jang Yu's arm and twisted it behind his back. Suddenly attacked. Jang Yu was surprised and shouted, "What are you doing now? You're not going to pull out something hot to threaten me. Are you? I already said nothing happened." But before he could finish, Xiao Xiao pulled something out from somewhere, maybe her skirt or pants. She took out a bracelet and put it on Jang Yu's wrist. This bracelet could check for infection levels. In this world, after killing or taming strange creatures, a certain level of resentment and infection is generated. If not eliminated in time, it will accumulate and lead to changes and mutations in humans. Jiang Yu smiled slyly because his power came from the special tattoo on his body. So there was no way he could be infected. However, the bracelet suddenly started working, and its reading gradually rose to 120, worrying Jiang Yu's. When he turned to explain, he saw the vicious woman had already drawn her gun, making him wonder if she intended to kill him. Jiang Yu decided to close his eyes and concentrate to suppress his power. Surprisingly, the reading on the bracelet began to drop to 0 as Jiang Yu suppressed his power. Zhao Zhao saw nothing suspicious and decided to let Jiang Yu go. Still, Jiang Yu was curious why Zhao Zhao had drawn her gun and wondered if something was wrong. Zhao Zhao explained that her father had taught her to be cautious in all situations and that if she encountered someone suspicious, she should be ready to eliminate them. Hearing this, the man immediately had a strong reaction. He started talking and bragging about the manga characters he had drawn recently, asking Zhao Zhao if she wanted to see them. Zhao Zhao was very excited about the idea and wanted to see his works. When Zhao Zhao left, Jiang Yu finally felt safe. Jiang Yu opened the system log and discovered a notification about his remarkable progress. His strength index and other components like attack and defense points were continuously increasing, creating a significant change. He couldn't believe that his shadow could train on its own without rest, making up for his own laziness during the day. Jiang Yu praised his shadow, saying he had reaped the rewards of last night's training, and suggested increasing the difficulty. The shadow seemed to understand Jiang Yu's intention and nodded in agreement, ready to continue training and improving itself. Just then, the man immediately ordered the shadow to do full-body push-ups, walking and doing push-ups at the same time. In addition, there were one-handed push-ups in a handstand position, then switching to push-ups using only the hands. The next move was a contortionist push-up, which shows that human greed is endless. This man hadn't prepared for this, so he didn't know the feeling of fatigue. Although he was tired, the man still stood on the sidelines and shouted, demanding to increase the difficulty even more. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhao stood outside and heard everything. Luckily, she couldn't see the situation inside, so she just thought to herself and blamed herself for doubting Jiang Yu's, all because she was overly worried about him. With that, Zhao Zhao quickly left. The next scene shifts to the following day. One day after the Shadow's training results came in, Jiang Yu was currently very happy and carefree. Strolling down the street, he thought to himself that his shadow had worked all night, while he did nothing and still got stronger. This method was truly amazing. Some might call this method shameless, but he was very satisfied. The next day, Jiang Yu had also planned more training goals for his shadow. His physique had now reached a level where he could compete in bodybuilding. Moreover, Jiang Yu felt that one of his punches could now defeat the cruel Lu Jiao Jiao, but a little more effort wouldn't hurt. That day, Uncle Li also came to visit Jiang Yu's house. Uncle Li worked at the night patrol division and didn't seem to notice anything unusual about Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu thought that Uncle Li couldn't possibly imagine he had such strength, and he was confident he could defeat two Uncle Lis at once. He blamed himself for being too weak in choosing a peaceful life. Jiang Yu thought that with superpowers, he had to try 10,000 times harder and not let his habit of complaining make him lazy. The next day, there was indeed a change. Jiang Yu no longer directed his shadow's training. Instead, he would sit and play on his phone to enjoy the results. This could be called the shadow trains. I reaped the benefits. Things continued like this until the 5th day. By the 6th day, Jiang Yu had achieved a significant training milestone by doing 10 push-ups. After that, he continued to lie down and bask, waiting for the next achievement. Jiang Yu was surprised when he looked at his shadow's information panel because its point accumulation rate was very slow. Even after many days, it had only accumulated 8 points. At this rate, Jiang Yu didn't know when he would be able to accumulate enough 10 points to unlock a new skill. Since there was no other way, he decided to venture a little deeper to see if he could shorten the growth time. Jiang Yu quickly passed through a portal and gradually sank deeper into the space. When he opened his eyes again, Jiang Yu found himself in a completely different place. And everything had changed. Jiang Yu's body existed in a completely separate space, where everything seemed to be hidden by a layer of invisible dust. Although everything looked exactly like his room, this space was covered in a bleak and gloomy color. After a while, Jiang Yu successfully stepped outside, and only then did he realize how much effort it had taken to open the door to the room. Recalling it, the difficulty of opening the room's door was still etched in his mind, which was why Jiang Yu felt so exhausted when he stepped out. Despite much effort, Jiang Yu finally decided to go outside and step into the darkness once more, which brought him to this place. Looking around, Jiang Yu saw that this space was very similar to the real world, only a bit gloomier. While Jiang Yu was leisurely strolling down the street, a shadow had been following him for some time, and he was completely unaware. Suddenly, a massive shadow attacked Jiang Yu, while our young man felt something rushing towards him. However, he thought it was just a harmless shadow and let his guard down, until he turned his head and discovered a strange object flying towards him. A grotesque creature, looking like a monster, appeared from nowhere and fiercely attacked Jiang Yu, aiming to take his Innova. Just as its scythe-like arm was about to touch Jiang Yu's neck, he managed to jump aside to dodge. The monster, after a failed attempt, let out a roar. It continued to attack Jiang Yu frantically. Fortunately, with the main character's luck, Jiang Yu was able to dodge those attacks. He managed to escape the dangerous situation smoothly, like a nimble ape and a soaring hawk, finally overcoming the challenge and preserving his life. Realizing he wasn't strong enough against the formidable opponent, Jiang Yu immediately summoned a way to protect himself. He opened the portal and quickly escaped. Upon returning to the real world, although he had saved his life, Jiang Yu still had to face some undesirable consequences. His newly bought pants were torn to shreds, especially in sensitive areas. His 2 buns were completely ruined. Jiang Yu sighed and wondered why this had to happen. In the end, Jiang Yu still couldn't understand why that thing had appeared at the community gate and attacked people for no apparent reason. It was so sudden and disrespectful. Looking at the wounds on his body, Jiang Yu felt lucky that his previous days of training had made him faster and more agile, many times over. After saying that, the man immediately started calculating and asked the kid to bring a chair to wash for serving. In the following days, Jiang Yu continued to go to the community and the dark side to fight the monster. On the first day, due to inexperience, he was quickly beaten and injured. On the second day, the situation didn't improve. Jiang Yu was not only beaten but also had a broken rib. However, by the third day, things started to progress. This time, he wasn't beaten black and blue. Instead, he was yelled at and took a blow to the butt, which was quite painful. Fortunately, on this trip, he managed to reduce the monster's health by 6%. The next day, feeling victorious, Jiang Yu decided to stay home to tend to his wounds. Zhao Zhao was helping him apply medicine. Seeing the wounds on his body, she curiously asked how he got injured. Seeing he was beaten so badly, she asked who he fought with to get hurt this much. The man still proudly said that these scars were a symbol of courage. Realizing he wasn't a weakling, Zhao Zhao decided to use a little force to help him feel better. And she asked again, "What symbol of courage is on your body?" With just a little progress, our family's god started complaining about the carelessness of today's youth. Zhao Zhao seriously advised Jiang Yu not to be too confident with his newly improved health and do unnecessary things. Jiang Yu listened and changed the subject, saying there was only a month left until the important day, and he wondered how Zhao Zhao had planned for the event. Zhao Zhao didn't understand and asked Jiang Yu what he was talking about. It turned out that in a month, Zhao Zhao had to participate in the martial arts competition, and Jiang Yu was worried about his friend, so he wanted to check on her. In this era of great change, many professions had become less attractive. In particular, professions related to culture and arts had become disrespected jobs. As a result, those who pursued these careers became the lower class of society. The reason was that people had stopped caring about entertainment. Instead, they were worried about more important national issues. The people fighting on the front lines gradually gained attention and became beloved figures in the public eye. These heroes became the center of attention and were admired by the people, similar to beloved movie stars. The reality is that to become a member of the Night Patrol Division, one must pass a martial arts competition organized by the state. If you pass this challenge, your life will no longer be as ordinary as before. Zhao Zhao also expressed her feelings, telling Jiang Yu that she really didn't want to participate in the martial arts competition. Our man seemed surprised, asking if Zhao Zhao wanted to be a part of them. Zhao Zhao looked sad and continued, saying she really wanted to study music. Jiang Yu was very surprised, but he still said that if Zhao Zhao wanted to study, Uncle Lu would surely agree. An idea sparked in the man's mind. It would be understandable if Uncle Lu didn't agree. He is a high-ranking member of the Night Patrol Division, equivalent to a senior official. If he weren't a public servant, he could have a freelance career. However, the problem didn't seem to lie there. Xiao Xiao continued, sad and sulky, asking Jang Yu not to reveal this information as it was a secret. She said that it seemed the problem wasn't just with her father. Xiao Xiao said it seems the country's policy is going to change. Starting this year, anyone with qualifying aptitude must participate in the martial arts competition and register for a superhuman major. No exceptions. Jiang Yu was very surprised to receive this information, as the regulations had always respected individual choice, allowing anyone who wanted to participate to register. Zhao Zhao continued, saying that the pressure on the Night Patrol Division was increasing. So, unless something unexpected happened, she would definitely have to participate in the martial arts competition this year. Hearing that, Jiang Yu immediately remembered the small device Lu Jiao had given him the other day. He was almost exposed because of it. And if the upcoming aptitude test had many sophisticated devices like that, he would surely not be able to hide. Jiang Yu thought that if it came to that, he might be shot by the Night Patrol Division. So he put his hand on his head, hoping the small tattoo on his body wouldn't push him into a dangerous situation. In this difficult moment, Jiang Yu quickly came up with a plan. He turned to ask Zhao Zhao if the device she gave him before could be used to defend against aberrations. Zhao Zhao replied innocently that it was impossible. The device could only be used to detect aberrations and superhumans. If he really encountered an aberration, he could run away first. If he couldn't run, he would at least know how to call for help. Upon hearing the phrase superhuman, the two of them just stared at each other with wide eyes, as if they were surprised by something. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao dismissed the thought and told Jiang Yu that the wound on his body was treated. If there was nothing else, she would go home first. Jiang Yu then asked if Zhao Zhao's family had any basic books on superhumans and aberrations, and if so, could she bring them for him to see? Zhao Zhao was curious and didn't understand why Jiang Yu was asking about this, since he had previously said he wasn't interested in superhumans and even planned to take the regular exam. Jiang Yu explained that he was participating in the martial arts exam and might have a talent for it, so learning about superhumans was normal. Zhao Zhao moved closer and looked at Jiang Yu with a scrutinizing gaze, making him feel awkward. However, Jiang Yu managed to reply that, more importantly, he was planning to create a comic and build a storyline related to superhumans and aberrations. Hearing Jiang Yu say this, Zhao Zhao let down her guard and became very interested. She even asked Jiang Yu to tell her about his idea. Jiang Yu decided to tell Zhao Zhao about his concept. The main character is a victim of school bullying but still maintains a kind heart. Through the help of friends and a teacher, the main character successfully defends himself and becomes a beloved person. The main character not only succeeds in protecting himself but also becomes a reputable and well-loved person, both in school and in society. Zhao Zhao listened to Jiang Yu's story and was very moved, even shedding tears. Afterwards, they both went to Zhao Zhao's house. For those who don't know, Zhao Zhao's house is in the same building as Jiang Yu's but on a different floor. After bringing our young man into her room, she told Jiang Yu to wait there while she went to her father's room to get the necessary documents. While observing the entire room, Jiang Yu happened to find a book. He picked it up and realized it was a high-quality color photo book on a special topic. He was surprised that Miss Zhao Zhao had such a hobby. And just then, Zhao Zhao ran over to take the book back, telling him she bought it for decoration, not to look at. After warning our man to sit still and not touch any of her things, Zhao Zhao felt at ease and left. Seeing Zhao Zhao like that, Jiang Yu couldn't help but recall old memories. Indeed, even though Zhao Zhao had grown up, she still had her characteristic personality, always very protective of her personal space. He remembered that since she was little, Zhao Zhao had a passion for music and old objects, and she would never throw them away. Since childhood, Zhao Zhao always clung to him and demanded he listen to music with her. While Jiang Yu had no interest in music at all, he didn't know why, but he turned on the old radio and, along with Zhao Zhao, got lost in the melodies and memories. In that moment, Jiang Yu fell asleep. It wasn't until Zhao Zhao returned and called his name that he gradually woke up. She gently reminded him that he wasn't the type of person who easily fell asleep to music before. In fact, even when he heard the sound of various musical instruments, he couldn't recognize them all. However, now he could sleep peacefully to the sound of soothing music, which was very strange. She then gave Jiang Yu a pair of VR glasses. All the information he needed was in there. The moment Jiang Yu put on the glasses, he was suddenly pulled into an incredibly vivid virtual world. Here, space seemed to be erased, and he found it hard to understand the realism that a simple object like glasses could provide. Following that, slowly, all the information began to be revealed. This information stated that the Abyss is an unexplored land, surrounded by taboos and dangers. At the same time, It is also the origin of the Great Catastrophe and the birth of abnormal species in this strange space. These creatures are extremely vicious, constantly killing, devouring, and destroying the human world. After seeing the images of the aberrations, Jang Yu also remembered the creature he had seen when he returned from the hospital. The information also said that between the human world and the abyss, there is a region called the Shadow Layer. This place is also known by another name, the dark side of the world, and it is a replica of the real world. Before the abyss opened, aberrations passed through the Shadow Layer to enter the real world. Although the entrance is tightly controlled, some individuals still manage to get through. Furthermore, the Shadow Layer is reset every month to regenerate the real human world. This period marks a sudden increase in aberrations and requires immediate intervention. Therefore, the government has decided to restrict access for individuals below level 4. An important point to note is that visibility in the Shadow Layer is usually limited to a range of 3 to 5 meters. Corresponding to the visibility, the power of this layer will also increase. But due to the high level of contamination, staying here for too long can easily cause humans to turn into aberrations. Jang Yu suddenly attracted the attention of a curious fan because previously, when he went down to the Shadow Layer, he didn't feel any particular effect on himself. Suddenly, an illusion of an aberration of unknown origin appeared behind Jang Yu's. Just as he turned around to instinctively defend himself, a beam of light from the sphere above shot straight at the monster and destroyed it instantly. Now, Jang Yu also realized that to defeat aberrations, he must possess enough of their power. Or in other words, become a person with extraordinary abilities. The young man couldn't help but feel admiration seeing the image of such a person before him. This body was perfect from top to bottom. Truly the dream of all men in the world. With this body, there's no need for flirting. They would surely be willing to sacrifice themselves for love. Just as Jang Yu thought about how he only needed to pass the martial arts exam to have a chance to become like that, another piece of information was revealed, controlled. But at the same time, consumed by that very power. Over time, the person with extraordinary abilities constantly faces strange changes. Therefore, after a high-level ability check, that person will also transform into an unusual creature. The last sentence the information source provided was, "For these reasons, if any person with extraordinary abilities realizes they can no longer live, they should use all their power to prevent unforeseen circumstances later." Seeing a beautiful person transform into a terrifying, grotesque creature in an instant horrified Jang Yu. He let out a scream, quickly took off the glasses, and returned to the real world. Out of nowhere, Jang Yu screamed as if he were being assaulted, making Zhao Zhao question his sanity. Very quickly, with his sharp wit, Jang Yu successfully diffused the situation. He admitted that absorbing too much knowledge at once had left him feeling a bit overwhelmed. He then asked Zhao Zhao to help him with a massage. But Zhao Zhao reacted angrily and shouted. He knew how to please her and made a suggestion. He offered to let Zhao Zhao read 3 chapters of his original story with light-hearted content of her choosing. As a result, Zhao Zhao was persuaded and became obedient, taking care of Jang Yu. As she touched his neck, she became curious about whether Jang Yu had been working out. Jang Yu wasn't surprised and confidently showed off his body, asking Zhao Zhao if she wanted to touch it. At that moment, Uncle Lu, Zhao Zhao's father, returned and witnessed the scene. Feeling angry at seeing Jang Yu trying to seduce his daughter, upon seeing him, he quickly became uncomfortable, fearing Jang Yu would get into trouble on this trip. Zhao Zhao quickly explained to clarify the situation. She said that what Uncle Lu saw was just a misunderstanding. And in fact, the two of them were just studying the human body for a biology lesson. However, this explanation had no effect. Uncle Lu still didn't believe Zhao Zhao's words because everything was clear before his eyes. Zhao Zhao felt angry and turned to Jang Yu to scold him. Jang Yu felt he was being suspected and decided to explain the situation. With all his courage, he explained that things weren't as they seemed and that he would punish himself with 3 drinks. Then, he said, he was suddenly surprised by the astonishment of Zhao Zhao and her father. And Uncle Lu felt helpless in the face of Jang Yu's mischief. Uncle Lu decided to teach Jang Yu a lesson by scolding him. Jang Yu felt he had been too bold and decided to apologize. He stood up, apologized, and ran off. From this, it's clear that although Jang Yu and Zhao Zhao were childhood friends, their personalities were very different. Since childhood, our young man has always been seen by outsiders as a naughty child. In contrast, Zhao Zhao was known as a well-behaved, educated, and polite little girl. It's hard to understand why these two became friends. Especially Zhao Zhao, who always stuck to Jang Yu everywhere, even demanding to go with him when he went to the bathroom. Perhaps the reason is that in the past, Jang Yu helped Zhao Zhao when she was bullied by other children in the area. It's possible that Xiao Xiao was attracted to Jang Yu's handsome appearance and kind personality. And later, she was even willing to join in his mischievous games to trick money from others. Xiao Xiao's father, not wanting his daughter to pick up bad habits from Xiao Yu, always kept an eye on him. Returning to the present, as he was about to light a cigarette, Xiao Xiao quickly snatched it from him. Xiao Xiao took the cigarette. Uncle Lu asked again what the two of them were doing when he got home. And Jang Yu quickly replied that they were just looking at materials about superhuman aberrations. Uncle Lu looked at Xiao Xiao as if to double-check, but only received a mischievous smile from her. Uncle Lu couldn't say anything more, feeling helpless and blaming himself for spoiling his daughter too much. Then he turned to Jang Yu's. Jang Yu's continued. Xiao Jiang, do you know why the government doesn't allow students to be exposed to these things? He looked blank, as if waiting for an answer. But he actually already knew the answer. Now, Uncle Lu began to explain that human nature can naturally have flaws that lead to darkness. Desperation can also push people into the abyss of things not suitable for public disclosure. To explain more specifically, not everyone has a strong will. Even a slight weakness in the heart can create an opportunity for negative things to grow. Therefore, it is necessary to conduct an ability test before participating in the official competition. Only those who meet the standards in both physical and mental fortitude are qualified to access the supernatural world. The path of the supernatural is truly dangerous. One wrong step can lead to serious consequences. The person at the top of the final rankings is not necessarily the champion. Uncle Lu also added that even with supportive equipment for treatment, people still lose control every year. This is very unfortunate. So he suggested Jang Yu's not to look into these things and hoped he could understand his thoughts. Jang Yu's replied with a gentle smile, saying, Uncle Lu, I understand and thank you. But isn't it a unified martial arts path for everyone this year? In that case, there's no escaping it. Instead of relying on others, it's better to improve oneself. When the sky seems to fall, the noble will protect themselves. And all they need to do is relax their minds. Uncle Lu was very surprised by Jang Yu's answer and was about to say something more. But he suddenly received a phone call. The caller said that Uncle Lu's team had received an urgent mission in the shadow layer. Hearing this, Uncle Lu immediately stood up and left, reminding Jang Yu to stay home and not cause any more trouble, or else he would be brought in for investigation next time. Indeed, Jang Yu still hadn't given up his playful habits. And our man quickly responded, Rest assured, Uncle Lu, Lu Jiao Jiao and I won't continue doing things like eating ice cream in front of the gate anymore. This statement from Jiang Yu made Lu Jiao Jiao beside him so angry she could die. She slapped his cheek and asked loudly, What do you mean, continue? We didn't do anything before. Did we? Are you saying that on purpose, the next day? While Jiang Yu was out shopping, he thought back on what had happened. He realized that he initially just wanted to learn more about some materials. But in the end, he only gained some basic knowledge, and given Uncle Lu's personality, it's likely that he will hide those materials later. And thus, there will be no chance to see them again. While engrossed in his strategic thoughts, Jang Yu suddenly received a call from Xiao Xiao. It turned out she wanted to ask him to help buy some personal items. But it seemed she wanted to say something more when she suddenly fell silent and hung up. Indeed, this childhood friend, Jiang Yu, had guessed the content of the call as soon as he heard the phone ring. It turned out Xiao Xiao wanted to ask Jiang Yu to buy 2 packs of Diana ultra-absorbent overnight sanitary pads. But she was too shy to say it. At this moment, Jiang Yu also realized that there was just over a month until the start of school, and the effectiveness of his training was diminishing. He thought he should find a solution to this problem as soon as possible. But using simple training methods would not be effective. Jiang Yu realized that accumulating combat experience was necessary. And while on the move, he came across a lot of information about resistant aberrations spreading widely. This year, the number of recruits also increased significantly. Looking up at the moonlit night sky, Jiang Yu felt a sense of unease brewing, as if the world was on the verge of a major event. After some contemplation, Jiang Yu decided to find an aberration to engage in a battle to relieve his stress. He looked around to make sure no one was watching. Once he confirmed no one was around, Jiang Yu quickly moved to the division gate. And as soon as he arrived, he suddenly saw a faint health bar. Only 14% remaining. At a distant location, the sudden sight made him quickly step back and shout, asking who was ahead. From the darkness, a man covered in wounds slowly emerged. The face looked as if it had been summoned by a supernatural force, and his features seemed to belong to the Uchiha clan, which frightened Xiao Yu and made him step back a few more paces. Then he realized this man seemed to live in the same building as him. However, the question was why he was here and why he had those wounds. As he said that, the Blagso, Uchiha man collapsed from exhaustion. At that moment, Jiang Yu noticed other presences besides this man, including 2 children and the debtor. Interestingly, the aberration's health bar was only at 24%. After a long time, Jiang Yu's finally met his opponent again, feeling emotional and speaking up. After such a long time, I finally meet this dog again. I'll explain why the Uchiha clan member appeared. He was originally a member of the Night Patrol Division. On his way home one evening, he was complaining about work. While complaining, a cry for help suddenly rang out from somewhere, startling him. When he looked closer, he saw a moving portal sucking two children inside. This was an unexpected event. Aberrations are usually identified by a special sign. But there was a notable difference. Previously, aberrations frequently crossed the border into the human world to cause trouble. But there had never been a case of them pulling humans into the darkness. Witnessing the innocent children looking at him with pleading eyes, he couldn't help but be moved. Brother Uchiha seemed affected by his work. After speaking, he didn't hesitate and immediately rushed in to the rescue. He grabbed the hand of a nearby boy. But unfortunately, not only did he fail to save the person, but he also caused himself to be pulled into the darkness. Upon setting foot in the shadow layer, the two children were terrified and cried incessantly. As for the Uchiha-man, he was currently showing fear, which was understandable as he was just an office worker at the Night Patrol Division and had already finished his shift. Without any support equipment, this situation was truly dangerous. And before the three could understand the problem, an aberration's force field suddenly appeared. Fortunately, thanks to his training, the Uchiha man was still able to use his bare hands to successfully block the attack. The portal that had just sucked them in began to disappear, making it clear that the group could not return the way they came. Observing his surroundings, the Uchiha man felt anxious again because everything around him was an aberration, creating a dangerously charged atmosphere. These creatures could attack at any moment. And since it had been a long time since he had fought, the Uchiha man's skills were not sufficient to handle the situation. He might have been able to manage on his own, but having to protect two helpless children made the situation worse. The Uchiha man decided to send a distress signal first and then consider the next steps, as there was not much time for discussion and quick action was needed. After finishing his task, he turned to comfort the two children and tried to reassure them that they would soon be reunited with their families. He even gave them a watch, hoping the rescue team would find them when they arrived. He did this because he knew he couldn't help much, so he decided to give them this talisman. Whether the two children could survive until the rescue team arrived depended on fate. After being comforted, the little boy stopped crying and asked if he would really take them home safely. He promised to take them home. But first, he asked them to hide somewhere nearby. He had a problem to solve immediately. He smiled and said he could feel the presence of a monster behind him. It was the offspring of an old enemy he had encountered before, and as soon as it sensed the presence of humans, it attacked frantically. Next, we will learn more about the story of another brother, whose name is Hui, and will be referred to as Hui Gai. As for Hui Gai, at the age of 18, he had reached the highest level in martial arts and lottery gambling, thanks to his superior skills. In the same year, Hui Gai passed the entrance exam for the superhuman martial arts department of the university. From then on, he began to work hard to build a foundation to become a combat officer in the future. In his second year, under the guidance of his teacher, he successfully defeated a low-tier warrior. However, this was still not enough. In the world of superhumans, effort is a small thing compared to natural talent. Even though Hui Gai didn't believe in fate and tried his best, he still couldn't surpass his limits. And then, the inevitable happened. Hui Gai had to transfer from the martial arts department to the literature department, becoming an ordinary office worker at the Night Patrol Division. By the time Hui Gai met that debtor, he was ready to confront it. Through observation, it appeared to be a creature with 4 eyes and 4 legs, moving in a semi-bestial form. Thus it could be identified as a mid-level shrimp-like creature. At that moment, a large piece of flesh was suddenly spat out from the monster's mouth, possibly the remains of a previous unlucky victim. Then, without further words, the aberration immediately launched an attack on Hui Gai. With his speed and ability, he dodged the attack. Moreover, he spun around and responded with a powerful punch to its face. The feeling of confronting this aberration after a long time made Hui Gai feel truly refreshed. Suddenly, one of the aberration's arms managed to strike out, sending Hui Gai flying backward. The attack was truly painful, because even though he had anticipated the aberration's move, he still couldn't avoid it. Before Hui could regain his senses, the aberrant creature continued its attack, seemingly more ferocious than ever. This time, the number of attacks it launched was so numerous that Hui had to struggle to dodge them. His body began to feel heavy, as if being attacked by 1,000 needles. The pain unbearable. In this situation, if it continued, Hui would not be able to hold out for long. Therefore, He decided to counterattack directly and threw a decisive punch. The aberrant creature was hit and fell to the ground. However, the problem was, the level of infection of Huigai's condition became more alarming because every time superhumans used their abilities, it caused an accumulation of contamination. Individuals with weak physiques like him should absolutely not overuse their abilities too many times. Mai noticed that after becoming an office worker, the number of times Huigai used his abilities had decreased significantly. As for the aberration, after recovering, it became more ferocious than ever. Huigai thought to himself that it seemed there was no other way but to take a risk. There wasn't much time to talk. He charged in directly and prepared to launch another decisive blow. But this time it was truly unlucky. The aberration was one step ahead of Huigai. In a brief moment, it managed to slash Huigai, severely injuring him and sending him flying. He was very surprised to see that the aberration could adapt so quickly. In a short time, the enemy's offspring had adapted to Huigai's abilities, forcing him to rethink his strategy. Just a mediocre warrior in university, a normal student could defeat it with one hand. However, when facing Huigai, things became more difficult, and he began to realize the importance of talent. Even if he couldn't win today, as a member of Huigai's team, he would not allow himself to retreat. The only thing he could do now was to try to stall for time, waiting for support from the rescue team to save the two children. Returning to the battle, Huigai launched a decisive attack. He lay on the ground, unable to believe that his life could end so suddenly. When he was only 15, he had to witness the death of his relatives at the hands of aberrations. At Obsper's age, I began to explore the world of martial arts. But just 2 years later, I was forced to leave my class, my combat journey. At Doazit Shiuno, I started participating in office worker training programs and have been working in this field for 4 years. This is my life. Huigai. A life full of storms. But to this world, it's just an ordinary life. Throughout the years of fighting aberrations, very few people knew that reality was not as peaceful as what was propagated. Consecutive failures were common, and death was a normal state for a superhuman. This was inevitable. But before I die, I am determined to drag this menace down with me. Before I go, I'm determined to perform one last act. I took a small pill from my pocket and swallowed it. I don't know what it does, but right after taking it, I felt myself become different. After taking the pill, I began to feel a strange change within me, and I became different from before. Abundant energy was coursing through him. Marking the beginning of the fourth battle, the official confrontation began. A strange creature quickly attacked Huigai, but he did not yield. He let out a roar, leapt up to dodge the attack, and at the same time, Huigai kicked the strange creature. The creature suffered heavy injuries. Noticing his opponent's opening, Huigai quickly gathered his strength, rushed forward, and unleashed a series of continuous blows to the strange creature's face. In his heart, he was trying to convince himself to be patient for just a little longer. But Huigai's vision grew darker and darker. It seemed he was exhausted, his limbs powerless. Everything weakened. The aberrant beast seized the opportunity and fought back, launching a powerful attack that knocked Huigai down, sending him rolling back 3 to 4 times. Huigai couldn't believe he was out of strength, but he still heard a voice. Turning, he saw Jang Yu's, who was shouting loudly, "Damn it. You little bastard, you're not supposed to be in the residential area. You ran all the way here." Damn you. Huigai didn't know Jang Yu's identity, but he was sure the person in front of him did not belong to the Night Patrol division. Indeed, there was no one like this person in the Night Patrol. It could be some superhuman who had managed to reach the shadow layer. Jang Yu's had now stood up. This man seemed very kind as he told Huigai to rest and let him handle everything. Come to think of it, the entrance to the dark side was always tightly controlled by the patrol team, so strangers couldn't just enter at will. Huigai considered another theory: the person being beaten in front of him might actually be a mysterious powerhouse existing in the dark side. Though it sounded grand, seeing the man get beaten, Huigai was so surprised his mouth fell open. The confident demeanor of such a weak powerhouse was truly suspicious. In an instant, the aberration suddenly shifted its attack towards Huigai. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's intervened in time to prevent it. In a short time, Huigai quickly grabbed a nearby bottle and immediately used it to attack the aberration. And the more the aberration was hit, the more ferocious it became. When the aberration attacked, Jiang Yu faced a dangerous situation. But he was not fazed. Having overcome many challenges before, with speed and skill, Jiang Yu dodged the attack and found a way to counter. Seizing the opportunity to regain the upper hand, the aberration, having lost its patience, began to unleash a series of continuous blows. But Jiang Yu's had already grasped its movements and anticipated its every move. Jiang Yu's advantage was further enhanced as the aberration was injured. Losing strength and speed, allowing him to easily overwhelm it, although he had no clear strategy. Jang Yu's proved his effectiveness in suppressing the opponent, and he continued to attack, determined to avenge what had happened before. Jang Yu's carelessness led to a difficult situation when he attacked the monster's soft waist, making it even more ferocious. The vicious monster bit Jang Yu's unexpectedly and then charged like a storm, putting Jang Yu's in a desperate situation where he could only withstand 2 more blows. If Jang Yu's wanted to ensure his safety, he could run away and wait a few days to recover, then come back for revenge. But that didn't fit his character, as he couldn't abandon others when they needed help. Jang Yu's decided that today would be the day he fought to the end. Thanks to valuable information from Hui about the monster's weak spot on its right rib, Jang Yu's found an opportunity to attack and charged into battle. Jang Yu's used an unusual tactic, not running straight, but in a roundabout way to approach quickly. While the monster was surprised by Jang Yu's speed and agility, the situation suddenly reversed. It fell into a state of confusion, unable to understand his next plan, and then was attacked directly at its weak point. The great Li Sei, and the first from the fort of Stite, pain was extreme. It cried out and fled. Surprising Jang Yu's, fate had decided. Despite its superior strength and stamina, it fled cowardly after just 1 blow. But it seemed that wasn't the aberration's target. Because it noticed Hui Gai, he realized something was wrong and immediately informed Jang Yu's that the monster's real plan was to recover its strength by eating the 2 children. The children were in despair, only able to hug each other and await their imminent death before the ferocious aberration, just as the monster was about to attack. However, just as the aberration was about to strike, Jang Yu shouted and stopped it, determined to change the fate of this prey. As Jang Yu spoke, he took a can of sugar-free Coca-Cola and threw it straight at the aberration's face, saying that, although he could dodge this attack, Hui Gai behind him had also arrived and was ready to assist. He suddenly leaped high and delivered a powerful blow, using the ultimate technique 18 dragon palms to attack directly. The blow hit its mark, delivering a significant force that sent the monster reeling in pain. It now had only 15% of its health remaining. The aberrant beast roared in pain, then charged forward with great speed, intending to attack him with ferocious pounces, but he refused to back down, using his skills and strength to counter the monster's assault. And then, a strange beast appeared from nowhere, lunged forward, and bit hard into the aberration's neck, causing it to fall and roll onto the floor. Although exhausted, Jang Yu continued to press his enemy, grabbing its hair and punching relentlessly without a second thought. While hitting it, a mysterious red object suddenly appeared on the aberrant creature, causing Jang Yu to pause for about 5 seconds to ponder its nature. However, he quickly regained his composure and continued to unleash a fierce assault on the enemy. With a determined punch, Jang Yu ended the battle. The final punch was delivered by Jang Yu with all his might, and it had a devastating impact. The enemy disintegrated into many small pieces, and Jang Yu was also covered in blood. While he was oblivious to his surroundings, a strange event occurred, and all the objects around him began to float in the air. For some reason, the scene around Jang Yu had completely changed. He saw that Hui Gai's group had fainted from exhaustion, while Jang Yu muttered to himself, in the end, he succeeded in protecting his lower body. As he said that, the man also ran out of energy and passed out. In his dream, Jang Yu witnessed a scene where the gathering place was severely destroyed, with human corpses scattered everywhere, and he himself was, at some point, surrounded by a group of strange creatures. These creatures seemed all very ferocious. They lunged at Jang Yu and tried to tear him apart. This world can be compared to a thin layer of ice, easily broken under the sun, where the existence of superhumans is very fragile. Meanwhile, ordinary people simply enjoy every moment of their lives without thinking too much about other things. The vast majority of people are unaware of the true extent of chaos in this world. At that moment, Hui Gai managed to wake Jang Yu up. He was thankful that what happened before was just a dream. After killing the aberrant creature, Jang Yu remembered nothing, except for gently touching the blade to absorb the monster's shadow. Hui Gai, seeing Jang Yu silent for too long, asked again, suspecting he had lost his tongue from being too surprised to speak, leading to the puzzling silence. When Jang Yu observed Hui Gai's wound, he immediately realized his friend's condition was not optimistic. However, based on the system's standards, there was still hope for a cure. Afterward, Jang Yu asked Hui Gai to help him stand up against a nearby wall. As both were exhausted after the recent battle, Hui Gai faintly asked, "Your brother is not a member of the night patrol, right?" This question greatly surprised Jang Yu, as Hui Gai didn't realize they lived in the same building. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed Hui Gai could no longer see clearly. Jang Yu sighed and confirmed the information. "That's right. I'm not from the night patrol." Hui Gai heard this and chuckled. Of course not. I knew it. Taking so much effort to defeat a level 1 aberration. You're too weak. How could you be from the night patrol? Jang Yu silently thought that this guy really didn't know how to talk. But thanks to the old man's intervention, someone else's life was saved. Later, Hui Gai amended his statement by praising Jiang Yu's courage. Using a bottle to contain an aberration is unprecedented. As Hui Gai spoke, he coughed up blood incessantly, making Jiang Yu's anxious. He couldn't believe Hui Gai could still maintain a joking spirit in this situation. It was truly insane. Returning to the story, Hui Gai asked Jiang Yu's which university he was studying at and what year he was in. To avoid revealing his identity, Jiang Yu's decided to lie, saying he was a sophomore at Fubei II University. However, this made Hui Gai Jiang Yu's subordinate, realizing he shouldn't continue the conversation. Jiang Yu's quickly told Hui Gai to be quiet and rest. However, Hui Gai wouldn't stay still, continuing to say that Jiang Yu's must be studying martial arts, because the literature department couldn't possibly defeat an aberration, no matter how high level. Hui Gai then gestured, asking for a cigarette from Jiang Yu's. However, Jiang Yu's didn't have any cigarettes. Only a candy stick. Hui Gai sighed and nodded in agreement. As the shape of the candy stick resembled a cigarette and might offer some benefit, Jiang Yu's took a stick from his leather pouch, broke it in half, and gave it to him, explaining that he had dropped the rest during the fight. If Hui wanted more, Jiang Yu's could help him pick them up. Hui asked Jiang Yu's if this was his first time hunting an aberration alone, and Jiang Yu's admitted it was the first time he had killed one. Though he had fought them many times before, Hui once again sighed in admiration for the martial arts students, for they were all talented and outstanding. Unlike himself, he felt he was nothing special, neither physically nor mentally. Looking at the sky, he saw no hope at all. At this point, Jiang Yu's reminded Hui Gai to save his energy and wait for help. But Hui Gai just needed someone to talk to. The strength of an office worker like him was like a cotton plant, plentiful but weightless in life. When checking Hui Gai's wound, Jiang Yu saw that the contamination level was too high, and it seemed unstoppable. Jiang Yu's asked Hui Gai his first question: did he have any regrets? When he could have chosen a different, more normal and safer path, Hui Gai clenched his fists and blamed himself. Truly, his decision today was too thoughtless. He should have ignored it and gone home, then reported it as usual, going to work like it's a day out, still getting paid at the end of the month, and watching movies at night. Wouldn't that be happier? Jiang Yu felt sympathy for the man's fate and advised him to consider working with him instead. Now, Hui Gai pointed towards the two children and said that the distress signal had been sent long ago, and rescue should be arriving soon. Hearing this, Jiang Yu felt somewhat relieved and decided to get up and leave. But Hui Gai immediately grabbed his arm and told him it was best not to run around in case he encountered another aberration. Otherwise, with his poor self-defense skills, he wouldn't be able to handle this group of aberrations. They probably wouldn't need to expend much effort to deal with him. Sit down and let's continue the story. Jiang Yu's face fell as he thought to himself, brother, please spare me. There are others more pitiful than me. And so, for several hours, Jiang Yu sat next to Hui, listening to him tell one story after another. In the end, Hui asked Jiang Yu that if he went to the academy, to pass on a message for him. Hui Gai wanted to apologize to Director Zhu of the superhuman major for failing to meet his expectations. Next, if he had the chance, Jiang Yu should also help him apologize to M-san for watching her videos for so long without remembering to hit the like button. Jiang Yu replied that it would be better for Hui Gai to write it down, or he could wait until he recovered and go see them to apologize in person. Hui Gai's face fell, because he had kept these words in his heart for a very long time. If he could only say one last word to one person, he really wanted to. Hui Gai approached the iced tea seller at the end of the street and asked him to write down the number 98 for him, then turned to Jiang Yu to ask if there were any cookies left. If so, could he have 2 more bars? Hui Gai wanted the cookies to be spicy. If possible, Jiang Yu smiled gently, remarking that Hui Gai's taste was truly unique, and that there were no spicy cookies in the world suitable for his brother. Just then, the night patrol rescue team arrived. Jiang Yu felt relieved that Hui Gai was saved and that he could also leave. After saying that, Jiang Yu took his head and left. Seeing Jiang Yu leave, Hui Gai asked why he wasn't going with him. Jiang Yu simply replied that he could go by himself, and there were still 5 hours left, which was enough time. After hearing this, Hui Gai showed a satisfied smile and wished Jiang Yu good luck and success on his path ahead. Then, he said goodbye and left, leaving Hui Gai behind. Jiang Yu turned his head and saw the rescue team had found Hui Gai and were starting to check his condition. Suddenly, Jiang Yu discovered that Hui Gai's health bar was gradually decreasing. This was the first time he had witnessed such a situation. He felt confused. not understanding why this was happening. Because with modern medical technology, they should have been able to save Hui Gai. The final moment before Jang Yu stepped out of the shadow zone was also the moment Hui Gai's body gradually disappeared. It could be seen that in that moment, Hui Gai revealed a smile. With no resentment towards life left, he was ready to leave this world. As for Jiang Yu's, after returning to the real world, he was still trying to believe his eyes. Unable to accept the truth, everyone on the street looked at Jiang Yu's with curiosity and surprise. A large billboard just broadcasted a reminder to everyone that even as a superhuman, at the final moment, one must not give up hope. Furthermore, if you feel your chances of survival are very low, use the Jiao Wang, an item that helps consume all your life force before death. This is a final option. This act is considered the right thing to do when one has reached the superhuman level, to fight to the last breath and sacrifice everything to protect the motherland. This is the oath of the Night Patrol Division. After returning home, Jang Yu couldn't stop thinking about Hui Gai's death. Before, he was smiling so much, and his act of keeping Jang Yu there to talk was just to find someone to confide his last words to. That death was so bleak. With no flowers. No applause. Just like an ordinary person passing away quietly. However, no matter how ordinary, Jiang Yu would always remember him. Back to the main story. After a long and tiring day, Jiang Yu decided to take a shower and go straight to bed. He glanced at his health bar in the mirror. The strange thing was, Jiang Yu never expected himself to be so tough. After fighting for half a day, he thought his health bar would be around 20%. But now he noticed it was still at 55%. Indeed. Compared to Hui Gai, Jiang Yu was still far behind. Hui Gai was down to 10% and still acted as if nothing had happened. Not to mention his willpower, which was even greater than this man's. Daring to take a life-ending pill, he was about to make a cup of noodles with some sausages when a voice from behind made Jiang Yu jump out of his skin. His face pale, it turned out to be Zhao Zhao's voice. He didn't know how long she had been waiting for him at his house, but it seemed that because she couldn't reach him by phone, she decided to come and wait inside. The man quickly made an excuse, saying that since it was almost New Year, many people were out shopping, so the lines were a bit long. Something seemed off. Jiang Yu immediately turned back and asked Zhao Zhao why she had a key to his house. Zhao Zhao, who was sitting on a chair, jumped down and said that it was Uncle Li, Jiang Yu's father, who gave her the key. He was worried that Jiang Yu was too lazy to cook and ate instant noodles all day. So he asked Zhao Zhao to take care of him. As Zhao Zhao approached, she asked Jiang Yu if he had been in a fight. Jiang Yu didn't want to talk about what had just happened and avoided the topic, instead telling Zhao Zhao to go home quickly before Uncle Lu saw them and misunderstood. With her stubborn personality, Zhao Zhao wouldn't let it go. She pulled Jiang Yu back and wouldn't let him leave until he told the truth. When she saw Jiang Yu covered in blood, Zhao Zhao was very surprised. She was very surprised to see Jiang Yu in such a state. The two continued to bicker like cats and dogs. To explain, Jiang Yu said he had encountered a robber on his way home and told Zhao Zhao not to worry, as the blood on him belonged to the robber, and he wasn't injured at all. In fact, when the police arrived, they couldn't even identify the robber's face, thinking it was some strange creature. To make the story more compelling, this man even used body language to illustrate. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao gently placed her hand on Jiang Yu's face and massaged the bruised areas. Looking at her face at this moment, it was truly an adorable and innocent sight. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, I was very surprised and couldn't believe that Zhao Zhao would believe such a ridiculous story. Zhao Zhao asked gently if Jiang Yu felt pain anywhere. Faced with this sincere concern, Jiang Yu quickly replied that his face didn't hurt, but his pants did. He also told her to go home, take a shower, and go to bed, and that he would come to her room later. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Zhao turned back and said she would tell her boyfriend about this at midnight. Since Jiang Yu was still out fighting today, hearing this threat, for some reason, Jiang Yu became weak. He tried to hold her back and begged Zhao Zhao not to tell her boyfriend. After all, it was a noble and meaningful act, not just some street brawl. However, Zhao Zhao was adamant. Left with no other choice, Jiang Yu had to resort to his final measure, playing the victim. He exclaimed that he felt exhausted and drained of all energy, that he was probably about to breathe his last. Seeing this, Zhao Zhao immediately turned back and advised him to go to the hospital. But Jiang Yu refused, saying he had enough medicine at home that was many times more effective than the hospital's. Zhao Zhao looked at the situation and immediately guessed Jiang Yu's intention. He wanted her to help him treat his wounds. After a while, Jiang Yu was indeed being cared for by Zhao Zhao, but the way she did it was a bit surprising. Instead of just applying medicine, she wrapped him in bandages as if she were mummifying a corpse. Xiao Xiao angrily slapped Jang Yu's wound and asked if he would continue doing such reckless things in the future. Jang Yu immediately surrendered and promised not to get involved in such things anymore. But Xiao Xiao still demanded he swear. Because a man's promise couldn't be trusted, Jang Yu refused to swear, which angered Xiao Xiao. She grabbed him and threatened to use force if he didn't comply. Jang Yu still tried to argue, saying that getting involved in reckless things was in his nature. But Xiao Xiao refused to listen and continued to threaten him. Finally, Jang Yu promised he would just watch and not participate in those things anymore. Xiao Xiao decided to let it go and leave. Knowing she couldn't change Jiang Yu's personality, seeing his chance, the guy invited her to stay the night, saying his house was too big for one person to sleep in alone, and he promised he wouldn't do anything bad. Xiao Xiao turned back and replied, "Is there anything you say that I can believe? You traitor now." Jiang Yu was alone, lying down and recalling the last words Hui had said to him, asking him to deliver a message to the academy. As soon as he arrived, Jiang Yu felt that something was not right here. His mood immediately changed, and he felt a momentary sense of fear. Since he had nothing to do, this man decided to check his system panel again and discovered that, after an aberration is eliminated, its information is recorded in this electronic handbook. However, this is just a guess, as it's also possible that it's only added after devouring its shadow, which also makes sense. Although he could leave now, it was still advisable to check the new skill before taking any other action. This time, Jiang Yu successfully unlocked the Shadow Ambush skill, which allows the user to hide in the shadows to prepare for a surprise attack. This skill also deals massive damage when activated and can be compared to some special innate skills. Immediately after, Jiang Yu stood up to test the new skill. But despite calling out loudly, there was no reaction. He felt angry and yelled at the system, claiming it was faulty and not working properly, especially for a beta version like this. After thinking for a moment, the man realized that the new skill might not be working because there was no target for it to affect. If that's the case, why not just skip it and find an opportunity in the future? Let's continue exploring the personal information about the new title bestowed upon me. The Lurker. The system describes you as a natural-born assassin, killing in the shadows. When hidden, you are like a fish in water, lurking in the darkness to hunt. The man read these lines and shook his head in exasperation, not understanding why the system was quoting lines from a game. A figure representing justice should hunt in the light, not in the darkness. The system announced that Jiang Yu's shadow had undergone a metamorphosis. Both the shadow and the host had merged to enter a special state. In addition, Jiang Yu had also unlocked a new skill called Shadow Form. According to the system's description, in this state, his aura would increase significantly, and his physical attributes and recovery ability would also be enhanced. The user can stay in the shadows without consuming shadow points. But in the real world, this would be difficult. Notably, Jiang Yu would no longer have a fatal weakness, meaning a decapitation would only result in a large loss of health, not instant death. Jiang Yu saw a small note below and was surprised. The note said that if he were beheaded, he would only lose 99% of his health. Jiang Yu looked straight at the information panel and shouted, "If you're weakened to 99%, is there any point in saving you? Or should you just give up?" Regardless, ignoring this decline, the system probably didn't notice, and it's better than nothing. So Jiang Yu decided to test it. With that, he summoned the shadow of himself. The two quickly brought their hands forward to begin the dual dragon combination technique. And, in an instant, Goten was officially born. After merging, Jiang Yu's entire body was now as black as the water of the Tu Lich River. Although it sounded quite dirty, Jiang Yu felt very excited about this state. He took a deep breath and then, suddenly, Jiang Yu felt an abundant surge of energy within him and began to run at an astonishing speed in his own space, almost reaching the level of the Flash. At the same time, his strength also increased significantly, demonstrated by how he could easily lift a cumbersome bed with just one hand. Lifting the bed became easier than ever. To test his own durability, Jiang Yu decided to conduct an experiment by using a 100 kilograms clear sky hammer and smacking himself right in the face, which proved a significant change in his physique. With this new form, Jiang Yu had made remarkable progress compared to before. While he was enjoying the feeling of victory with his new technique, a voice suddenly came from the neighbor downstairs, asking if Jiang Yu was throwing a noisy party with some girl. Feeling guilty for disturbing his neighbors, Jiang Yu quickly deactivated his current state. After successfully testing his new technique, Jiang Yu also completed a hidden quest, and the system announced that he could unlock a new title, marking a significant step towards his complete awakening. The problem is that this action carries some risks related to ability mutation. However, according to the story's system script, it often gives warnings while still encouraging the main character to proceed. And indeed, Right below. The system also provided a small note that sometimes danger can turn into a lucky opportunity. This note suggests that alongside the risks, there is also the possibility of achieving something unexpected. After reading these lines, Jang Yu felt that unlocking this new method wasn't such a bad idea after all, although the system used language to indicate there would be risks, and one could choose not to participate to avoid danger. It's also necessary to consider that danger comes with benefits. After careful consideration, Jang Yu decided, in the end, to proceed with unlocking this new method. However, just as his hand was about to touch the button, an unidentified black mass suddenly appeared, and a large amount of black covered Jiang Yu's head, causing him to quickly change his decision. Before Jiang Yu could act, an unexpected event occurred. The black mass quickly enveloped his entire body, not allowing him to change his mind. Not long after, a ray of light suddenly appeared. Jiang Yu had transformed into a completely new form, much stronger than before, thanks to his successful breakthrough. This skill allows each of his attacks to cause enormous damage, unless he uses weapons like guns, bows, or poison. In addition, with this title, becoming mysterious is inevitable, and this will trigger the fame effect. The more people who know about his title, the more unexpected rewards he will receive. The system's final note is that this skill applies to all targets, including incredibly powerful opponents, and no one can escape Jiang Yu's attack. After activating the shadow form, Jiang Yu's combat ability will be significantly enhanced, making him an almost unstoppable warrior. It will lower the health threshold required to execute attacks. And you should remember that this kill shot skill is also a special technique with the ability to inflict massive damage. When the prey is in a critical state, the host will clearly see its fatal weak point. However, the damage level of this skill still depends on the abilities and positions of both sides. Reading this, Jiang Yu remembered the red dot that appeared on the aberration before it died. Suddenly, he thought that with absolute damage and the ability to kill, he would become invincible in this life. But then he felt something was not right. Previously, the system had said that unlocking a new rank could lead to mutation. But so far, Jiang Yu hadn't seen any signs. He noticed that the wounds on his body had healed strangely, which was definitely not due to medicine. Then, Jiang Yu used his hand to peel off the scab on his wound and saw that it was the effect of the recovery ability from his shadow form. A wonderful ability. The next day, while having fun with friends, a girl next to her asked Zhao if she had read Jiang Yu's post from the day before. This girl said that the previous night, the two had talked, and Jiang Yu had admitted to encountering human traffickers. In that dangerous situation, he had bravely taken a knife and chased them from one end of the street to the other. However, the traffickers were not easy to deal with and decided to fight back, resulting in Jiang Yu being injured all over. Another friend heard this story and suggested visiting Jiang Yu to check on him, but Zhao dismissed it, saying those wounds were just from being chased by a dog and falling down. She couldn't believe Jiang Yu would spread such rumors everywhere. In the end, the group decided to visit him, partly to verify the reason for his injuries. The purpose of visiting Jiang Yu was to clarify the cause of his injuries. When they saw Zhao had a key to his house, the other two friends were surprised and asked her how she got a key to Jiang Yu's house. This question surprised Zhao, but she remained calm and replied that it was Jiang Yu's uncle who gave her the key to take care of him. After entering the house, Zhao called out loudly, "Xiao Yu, are you home? Everyone's here to see if you're dead yet." Suddenly, a loud scream came from inside the house. When everyone entered, they saw Jiang Yu sitting and peeling the scabs off his skin for some reason. Just then, blood started to flow profusely, and Zhao quickly ran over to check if he was okay. But why did he take off the bandage? As for the second friend, after witnessing Jiang Yu's wounds, they began to believe that his social media post was true. Both of them were very surprised and rushed over to Jiang Yu to get a closer look. They were truly surprised to see how much Jiang Yu had changed in such a short time. Zhao, who was once Jiang Yu's best friend, was not pleased to see this scene. She walked over and asked the other two to go to the living room so she could handle the situation. As soon as they left the room, a scream was heard from Jiang Yu. As expected, this pair was like cats and dogs, always fighting. When she returned to Jiang Yu, Miss Zhao was helping him rebandage his wound. Seeing Jiang Yu constantly crying out in pain, Miss Zhao got angry and scolded him. She said this medicine doesn't hurt. So why was he complaining so much? Ignoring her words, Jiang Yu was currently focused on Zhao's legs. Witnessing the actions of this scoundrel, Zhao's friends suggested letting Fatty help him by using medicine. They couldn't accept someone so young acting so lecherously. Hearing this, Jiang Yu quickly approached and worriedly said that Fatty's method could harm this person. What if this person died? Zhao had no other choice. So she forcefully pinched Jiang Yu's cheek and threatened to tell Uncle Li so he could deal with him. However, Xiao Xiao didn't know that even if Uncle Li tried to deal with him 800 times, it would be fruitless, because this person had the ability to transfer and connect. Then, Xiao Xiao asked Jang Yu where he had gone yesterday. But everyone had a different story, making it impossible for her to believe. Jang Yu still didn't tell the truth, only saying that he had done something meaningful. Jang Yu explained that he had performed a brave act for the country and its people. But his mouth was only good at talking, with no real action. Honestly, if there was nothing else, Jiang Yu wouldn't be able to speak. Finally, Jiang Yu asked Xiao Xiao what time Uncle Lu came home yesterday. The fact is, after the passing of a team member, Uncle Lu did not return home the previous day. Xiao Xiao asked Jiang Yu about this, and Jiang Yu sighed before replying that the work at the Night Patrol Division was truly challenging. 3 days of working through the night and facing danger made him feel exhausted. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but feel sad thinking about this. And Jiang Yu understood that Lu Jiao must be very worried about Uncle Lu. Very few people who work at the Night Patrol Division can live their whole lives without encountering any misfortune. Uncle Li had lost an arm, and that Uchiha brother had also encountered health problems very early on. When he was just over 20, even strong people, like Uncle Lu, had faced serious injuries that deeply affected their bodies, making it impossible for them to achieve greater heights in this lifetime. Now, Xiao Xiao also asked Jiang Yu that if he passed the martial arts exam, he would also have to work at the Night Patrol Division. Right. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before answering that he had no information. Suddenly, the man's attitude changed, and he said that if there were girls born in the Night Patrol Division, he would be very willing to serve the country. At this, Xiao Xiao became aggressive again and delivered a painful blow to Jiang Yu. The two friends standing outside heard the screams and could only wonder what the couple was doing in there to make him scream so desperately. Afterward, Jiang Yu finally came out with injuries on his body. This man had bruises that had turned dark. He smiled and asked why his two dear friends had come today. Fatty quickly said that since they knew Jiang Yu was injured, they both came to check on his health. Looking at those wounds, both of them somehow thought they were signs of love expressed by Xiao Xiao. Moreover, deep down, she had to admit that Jiang Yu's courage was truly impressive. Now, Jiang Yu sat down and called the other two over, beginning to recount the story of how he single-handedly fought against 5 people with just 1 knife, and defeated them even though they had 10 guns. Not only that, he also saved a very beautiful girl. Faced with the girl's stunning beauty, she voluntarily offered her body to repay his help, but he refused in order to preserve himself. Xiao Xiao heard Jiang Yu say this and found it unbelievable. So she told everyone to continue talking while she went to the supermarket. She also intended to take Jiang Yu's jacket and throw it away. Since Jiang Yu was talking so much, he didn't notice and agreed. However, as she said those words, she was surprised to see Jiang Yu quickly run over. Xiao Xiao tried to stop him. She calmly told Jiang Yu to stop, because there was something important in her jacket pocket. When Xiao Xiao turned her head, a pack of sanitary pads suddenly fell out of Jiang Yu's pocket. The sight before her shocked the girl. No one knew why she was carrying that strange object with her. Jiang Yu quickly explained that he had bought it the day before because she had a stomachache, and he wanted to surprise her. The people around them blushed upon hearing this story. This clearly showed that only close couples would do this. Sharing this with the whole group would cause a negative reaction. Jiang Yu continued to hand the package to the girl. Keep it. And if you need anything, just let me know anytime. The girl, feeling embarrassed and angry, hastily refused and reacted by throwing the package back in Jiang Yu's face. Despite his good intentions, Jiang Yu was still rejected and felt that these girls were really hard to please. The 2 uninvited guests also quickly left. They encouraged Jiang Yu to keep trying, and they would always be there to support him. After that, everyone left, and Jiang Yu was left alone. He decided to return to the darkness and use a camouflage method to infiltrate the shadow world. Today was the most important day for Jiang Yu to train harder than ever. After a successful transformation, Jiang Yu was utterly surprised, because this place was supposed to be a heavily polluted area, and Jiang Yu should have felt uncomfortable. However, he felt incredibly at ease. This feeling was like when a person living in a noisy city gets to visit a vast, open grassland. Currently, the wound in Jiang Yu's stomach no longer hurt. His health had also recovered to an acceptable level. With that, the young man immediately began his training with a challenge. The first challenge was the push-up exercise. But from the very beginning, Jiang Yu's body was stuck to the surrounding space. His whole body felt full of abundant, relentless energy. Just like that, he started doing push-ups continuously without stopping. Jiang Yu had anticipated this, because as soon as he summoned the shadow and used it to enter this place, he had received a warning from the system that when in shadow form and entering the shadow layer, the body would feel completely free. Moreover, If he trained in the shadow layer in this form and used the shadow devouring skill, the results would increase significantly. After completing 1,000 push-ups, Jang Yu decided to go outside to continue training because this space was too cramped. It was better to go outside to continue. An unexpected journey led me to stand before the pull-up bar, facing the image of the god. I thought to myself, if this were the outside world, the old men from my neighborhood would surely have to acknowledge me as their teacher. With that, Jang Yu jumped onto the bar, flipping around as if showing off a favorite skill. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Night Patrol Division, an important meeting was taking place. According to the blonde man, an unusual activity had been detected in the shadow layer, causing the pollution index to rise sharply and exceed the permissible limit. Nearby teams had detected suspicious traces in the north, south, and east districts, which could be rifts. This alert, viewed from the battlefront distribution map, showed that the scope was systematically focused on residential areas. Unlike the random distribution before, Uncle Lu's presence in the meeting became noticeable. After listening to the report, he showed an indescribable expression, heavy with worry. He then held a private meeting with his team. He expressed deep concern about the current situation, as aberration activity had become more frequent, with 4 unusual events occurring in the past 2 days, bringing danger and instability. Although this number might not seem very large, no one could guarantee that the next events wouldn't be more serious, or whether these aberrations would become stronger. Compared to the abnormality of the shadow layer, the abyss rift is far more dangerous, and this situation is becoming alarming. If the aberrations in the shadow layer can be compared to ferocious wild beasts, then what crawls out of the rift would be on a completely different level. Like Godzilla, Uncle Lee was sitting in a corner, contemplating the current situation. Then, a voice spoke up, advising everyone to calm down and not to panic. As the current information was still unconfirmed, there was no need to overreact as if the world were ending. These words seemed to inspire all the team members, helping them feel more confident and optimistic than ever. Next, the leader asked everyone to continue presenting their work reports. Meanwhile, someone had snuck into a corner to find a cigarette, trying to make himself feel better, and temporarily forget the worries as the new year approached with these difficult events. The nonsensical stories just kept pouring out like water. Uncle Lee was suddenly startled when he saw a strange knife replacing his pack of cigarettes with a cookie at some unknown point. Just then, a pack of cigarettes suddenly appeared from nowhere. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he easily caught it. Uncle Lu glanced over and realized it was Uncle Lee, his sworn enemy. Uncle Lee spoke up, telling his in-law to stop frowning and have a smoke to relax. However, Uncle Lu brought the cookie to his mouth and chewed slowly, saying, "Don't munch a cigarette. I'm too afraid of getting lung cancer." Hearing Uncle Lee's words made him burst out laughing, as this was the first time in their many years of acquaintance that he had seen his close friend so scared. Turning back, Uncle Lu advised Uncle Lee to be direct and quick, as they only had an hour to work and earn 20. Ling, ling, ling. Uncle Lee also said that only new announcements from above were passed down. Uncle Lu was very surprised and asked what the announcement was and why it was announced so early. Uncle Lee put his hand on his head, sat down, and continued, "This is not good. It's too rushed. This contract is not clear." Uncle Lee then pointed to the computer and said, "You should turn on the computer and look. There must be a notification already. And think about which direction you'll register your daughter for. The literature or martial arts department of the superhumans." When Uncle Lu turned on his computer, he saw an urgent notice that superhumans from level 2 and above, except in special cases, must take the superhuman major exam after the aptitude test. As for Uncle Lee's question, Uncle Lu hadn't thought about it yet and thought he should wait until after the aptitude test to assess the situation. Not stopping there, Uncle Lu also asked about Jiang Yu's. As he saw it, this person was not honest. The little rascal was cunning, and he was suspicious about this, similar to M-San. Uncle Lee took a drag from his cigarette and sighed, before replying that all wishes were heard by Uncle Lu. This surprised Uncle Lu, who wondered if this was an opportunity for Jiang Yu's to study superhuman literature. According to Uncle Lee's decision, he would not allow Jiang Yu's to study regular science. But this matter was not so simple. This year, all those with suitable aptitude must register for the martial arts exam. And with someone as stubborn as Uncle Lee, these things could not change his mind. He stood up and said a short sentence before leaving. As the conversation was ongoing, Uncle Lee suddenly left, making Uncle Lu very curious and wanting to invite his friend to sit back down and continue talking. But Uncle Lee replied coldly and asked the female staff member to bring a stack of documents. This was the latest information, just sent from a secret source. Uncle Lee glanced through the documents and saw a report about a new type of special creature that had been discovered, from the name given to it. One can imagine an entity that is constantly moving and training. Based on the description, it seems to be a completely black shadow. It was first discovered in the central garden of Yu community, and it is speculated that it may have entered this area unintentionally, according to further information. This subject seems tireless and has a great interest in physical training. Although it knows how to use tools for training, its attack capability is not very high. When the inspection staff got close, it stopped training and turned around. The final result showed that although it looked dangerous, it seemed a bit goofy. So it was decided not to eliminate it for the time being. For this reason, the red-haired girl came to ask for Uncle Lu's opinion on how to handle this matter. After consideration, Uncle Lu could only frown, not understanding what kind of aberration this was. Meanwhile, in the shadow layer, our man was hiding in a corner, taking a picture of a nearby spider aberration. As far as he knew, this spider's body contained a lot of protein, with a content many times higher than the same amount of rice. When he put a piece in his mouth, its taste was nothing like beef or pork, nor was it like goat, but it was exactly like spider meat. However, Jang Yu's purpose here was not to study special animal species. From his observation, people seemed to be very interested in the pictures taken in the shadow zone. The photos he posted had attracted a lot of likes in a short time. If this continued, he would soon become a social media influencer. After browsing some websites, Jang Yu noticed that, besides him, many others were also creating videos about this supernatural world. Although the government had issued a ban on disseminating such information, many people continued to do so. While he was engrossed, the system suddenly popped up, startling Jang Yu's. The information stated that Jang Yu's current position was that of a hunter, so he must constantly hunt to extend his lifespan and become a fearsome hunter until he reaches the next level. These notifications were like a provocation to Jang Yu's. He punched the notification board and said, "Just for this little thing, a notification pops up to threaten me. What if I don't hunt?" Suddenly, his smile vanished when he saw the notification about his remaining hours to live. Only 100 hours left. The words kept swirling in Jang Yu's mind. And now he remembered the warning. Before that, activating something would lead to unavoidable consequences. Jang Yu began to realize the seriousness of the problem. He believed he could still find a solution. Based on the previous introduction, being a hunter means having to hunt to prolong one's existence, and this could help extend his lifespan. The system also noted that life and death are the hunter's prerogative. You can achieve immortality through constant battle, meaning that through hunting, you can achieve longevity. The second note was that these hunters have a special characteristic. Although Jang Yu was wondering about the meaning of a different form of existence, realizing this brought him immense joy. Jang Yu told himself he could only enjoy life for a few days, so he should be happy and not worry about asking others for help when needed. If he couldn't kill an aberration, he would have to ask for Uncle Lee's help. Meanwhile, he looked at the sleeping spider and decided to deal with this creature to gain a little more lifespan. With this unique opportunity, Jang Yu decided to go back and post it online. Since his account was a secret, one that Uncle Lee had helped him create before, he wasn't afraid of his identity being discovered. Soon after, Jang Yu went online and started streaming. Jang Yu's stream unexpectedly attracted a lot of curious and inquisitive viewers. The man held a baseball bat, turned, and said to everyone, "Hello, my 500 brothers. If you don't know about aberrations, I'll introduce you today. This is a huge spider aberration, and I'll fight it alone. Are you all ready first? Everyone be quiet and slowly approach it. Then I'll attack it with the bat." Jang Yu was preparing to attack with the bat when the spider suddenly sensed danger and began to react. The dangerous situation demanded alertness. It turned to observe its surroundings, and after confirming it was safe, it proceeded to move to another location. Jang Yu's entire body was now experiencing a gloomy feeling with a rapidly beating heart. This shadow form was truly formidable, as the aberration couldn't detect him even at such a close distance. From here, he just needed to use his combat skills to find its weak point to finish it. After Jang Yu activated his skill, he quickly spotted the prominent weak point on the monster's body. Feeling the time was right, Jang Yu was ready to strike. But since this spider was also a living being, we will continue to monitor the mood of this mysterious creature. If we go back half an hour, the spider was enjoying its life in the darkness. It felt comfortable with its surroundings because there was no pressure like in the abyss, nor were there powerful beings to fear like elsewhere. Therefore, with a little caution, a small creature like it could live longer. Previously, this spider had fought with an ugly peer. Although it was injured, the amount of prey was enough to fill it up. So, now it just needed a few more naps to recover. But as it was about to fall into a deep sleep, it felt its spider sense tingling, realizing there was danger around, as if someone was watching it. However, looking around, It still saw no one, even though its intuition told it the enemy was very close. With that thought, it decided to leave and find another place to sleep. But suddenly, it felt pain all over its body and collapsed. As for Jang Yu's, after successfully connecting with the pitiful aberration, his shadow points also increased significantly. It turned out that only when Jang Yu's found the key point to attack could he unleash his full potential. And seeing the aberration's health bar at only 40%, he felt satisfied. Jang Yu's decided to strike 2 more times to end its life. But just then, he was discovered by the beast, which retaliated with a Trinity, powerful attack. The blow sent Jang Yu's flying backward into a wall. After managing to sit up, he tried to control the throbbing pain from the bat still stuck deep in its rear, causing the aberration to endure indescribable agony. Seeing the monster in such a state, Jang Yu's felt somewhat relieved, as it would soon die from excessive blood loss. So, Jang Yu's quickly got up, activated his shadow ambush technique, and then slowly sank into a state of concentration. The gateway. From this position, Jang Yu's could clearly observe the single entrance of the prey's lair above, as if he were visiting an aquarium. In short, there was no need to confront the aberration directly. Just like a patient hunter waiting for the right opportunity, Jang Yu's felt successful and smiled. The hunt officially began now. But she still hadn't found any noteworthy videos. Scrolling around, it was still just ways to earn up to 50 million a month, or full of seductive dance scenes from some famous stars. Just as she was about to turn off her device and go to sleep, she scrolled past Jang Yu's stream page. Seeing the cute scenery around, she felt curious and wondered where Jang Yu's was standing. And naturally, she scrolled past an image of animals chasing each other on a rooftop. This image intrigued the girl, and she couldn't help but exclaim, this surely wasn't a special effect, but something truly special. She felt this guy was really brave and daring. Then, Jang Yu's introduced the aberration behind him to everyone. Its name was the Patterned Shadow Spider, a mid-tier level 1, ancient demon. This aberration came from the famous abyss that everyone had heard of. More specifically, the patterns on its body can emit a neurocontaminant, making it impossible for low-level individuals to look at it directly for a long time. With this content, Jang Yu's attracted many followers. Although his face couldn't be seen, some people praised Jang Yu's for being very handsome. Others even wanted to ask him to buy them a portion of stir-fried bell peppers. Without the meat, and without the bell peppers, the white-haired girl read these comments and felt annoyed. She always looked down on people who spoke without thinking online. She also thought for a moment and decided to comment something. But before she could send it, Jang Yu's had disappeared into the shadows. Seeing this, she became even more excited and couldn't believe that this streamer was actually a superhuman. Back to Jang Yu's. At this moment, he had unleashed his full power on the monster's weak point. But surprisingly, the aberration realized the danger and turned back, thrusting its sharp leg out to attack directly towards Jang Yu's. The attack was as destructive as before. But when the monster looked back, there was no trace of any enemy. When the monster turned its head back, it didn't see any sign of the enemy. Suddenly, Jang Yu's called out gently from behind, asking the monster to turn around. The aberration started to turn and saw him standing there. Gesturing that he was there, it felt angry and started attacking continuously, but kept missing. This led everyone in the comments to unanimously agree that an 8-legged monster that still couldn't hit its target was just too weak. The silver-haired girl felt tears welling up. She couldn't believe that a streamer who was both fast and handsome, even without seeing his face, would appear like this. The spider switched tactics, spewing a stream of thick acid from its mouth, which sizzled as the slime passed over the ground. This showed how strong its corrosive power was. The aberration thought it was safe because no one could get close. However, it had underestimated our young man, as Jang Yu's had appeared on the roof of a nearby building. Ready for action, Jang Yu shouted. You fool. You useless thing, don't you know darkness is everywhere, and I can move freely in the darkness? And then he launched himself from the rooftop. With great speed, he continued to use his strength to break through Jang Yu's maze wall, demonstrating his extraordinary ability. At the Song Shui Jang Yu's building, he held his staff, ready to face the next challenges. He quickly moved downwards, weaving through narrow spaces to get close to the aberration. With a decisive move, he pierced through the spider's body from bottom to top, defeating it decisively before it could react. Before the spider completely stopped moving, he reminded it to remember his name, calling himself the Great Jang Yu's, who had achieved godhood and would not change his name. His next step would be to carry out the plan to devour this spider's shadow. The strange creature's internal energy quickly escaped and entered his body. Thus, Jang Yu's was unexpectedly promoted. He was given an additional white cloak, which astonished the livestream viewers. Oh my god. Is this a superhero movie? This Jang Yu's is so cool and magical. Back to the white-haired girl. She had been waiting for a long time to see such an exciting video. In addition, she would also write a review. And perhaps this would be the second channel she would have to subscribe to. Because these two content creators were truly dedicated. After that, she also didn't. With a sense of apprehension, Jang Yu received a friend request from a stranger. Hoping to start an interesting conversation with them, this woman wanted to apologize and hoped Jang Yu would reconsider his decision. However, after reading the stranger's information, Jang Yu felt a bit disappointed because their strength was not as great as he had imagined. Jang Yu realized that today's victory was just luck, as his opponent was not fully prepared. He also discovered that his livestream had reached 1.5 million viewers and decided to stop to maintain the excitement for the next time. Suddenly, black threads appeared on Jang Yu's hand, and he suspected they might be shadow silk. He pointed his hand towards a nearby building, and the threads flew in that direction. The thread stuck directly to the building wall. And from that moment on, Jang Yu officially became a Spider-Man. He started climbing the wall and howling like a madman, creating a bizarre scene. Surprisingly, Jang Yu felt satisfied and laughed loudly. His destiny, it turned out, was to be a Spider-Man. But all games must come to an end. And even the most delicious meal will eventually be finished. While swinging around, the young man crash-landed straight into a nearby wall. Luckily, there was a utility pole at his feet, which he could cling to and escape death. Otherwise, disaster would have struck right there. Indeed, this skill requires long-term practice to master. Now, Jang Yu opened the system again to check his remaining lifespan. Fortunately, the 100 hours had been converted to 7 days. However, this was still too short, because not every day in the next 7 days would be lucky. If he found nothing, it would be a terrible thing. But after eliminating that aberration, Jang Yu's reputation began to spread. At the same time, he also unlocked a new skill called Hunter's Authority. With this skill, the owner can mark their prey, increasing the ability to find weak points to attack. And the marked prey will experience a fear effect. However, the effectiveness of this skill depends on the power difference between the two sides. And for a single target, the mark only lasts for 1 second. Increasing one's rank will strengthen this ability. But it should be noted that it can also reveal the user's position, so it should be used carefully to avoid alerting the target. In addition, this skill has a side effect of pursuit. When the target is marked, the user will receive a boost in some attributes like agility or strength. This skill costs nothing and will last until the mark's effect ends. If the user kills the target during this time, they will receive a greater increase in fame than usual. Rank will also affect this ability. Despite waiting for a while, Jang Yu still didn't understand why his fame had grown so much. Perhaps it was due to the recent livestream. An idea began to form in his mind. He just needed to hunt and edit videos to increase his viewership, then unlock new abilities. If this continued, both his regular and super abilities would increase rapidly. To celebrate this event, Jang Yu decided to work an extra day today. After activating the strange scent detection function, Jang Yu quickly located a bizarre creature nearby. Without further ado, Jang Yu immediately activated his scent tracking ability and jumped down to investigate. At this moment, Jang Yu was being cared for by Xiao Xiao, who was treating his wounds from the previous day. But she suddenly pressed hard, making him cry out in pain. Xiao Xiao asked why he couldn't stay home quietly instead of going out to fight someone. Jang Yu replied that he was performing a heroic act. Xiao Xiao couldn't understand Jang Yu's heroic act and looked skeptical, saying, "What kind of hero gets injured all the time? You'd better just shut up. This person has the courage to tease disaster. He's truly not afraid of losing his life." Jang Yu hinted that he could use his special state to heal this wound instantly. He was just leaving a few scratches for Xiao Xiao to have something to do. Seeing the man muttering something, she asked if Jang Yu had been injured somewhere that made him go crazy. The man immediately retorted, asking if there were any good movies in the city recently. If so, he wanted to see one to relax. As far as Xiao Xiao knew, there were no good movies recently. Most were of poor quality. However, there was a rather interesting topic lately. Jang Yu was surprised, not knowing what topic she wanted to talk about. Xiao Xiao quickly took out her phone and showed it to Jang Yu. As soon as he saw it, he choked on his water when he realized it was a clip from his own livestream. Seeing Jang Yu so excited, "Xiao Xiao, I felt quite confused about it." Not understanding why, the man smiled and said it was nothing. But lately Xiao Xiao seemed very interested in this topic. This video had gone viral in 2 days. And Xiao Xiao replied cheerfully. She also added that the main character in the video had become a very famous superhuman streamer. Jang Yu scratched his head and asked Xiao Xiao why this kind of superhuman content wasn't banned, since it used to be considered illegal. In his mind, Jang Yu hoped that becoming famous too quickly wouldn't attract the attention of the Night Patrol division. Xiao Xiao explained that the unpublished information was important knowledge, while what people could see was basic information with no major impact. So the government didn't pay much attention. Xiao Xiao showed Jang Yu's his own combat videos, and said that if Jang Yu was interested in superhumans, he could follow this guy to learn more. It seemed Xiao Xiao was very interested in creating content like this. After a moment, she turned to Jang Yu and asked if she could make videos and post them online. Maybe through that, she could become a major online influencer. Jang Yu was surprised and asked her about this intention. Was she planning to film a video wearing that revealing white outfit she bought in the shadow layer? And then talk about superhuman aberrations? Xiao Xiao heard this and shouted back, "You bastard. What are you thinking?" and told Jang Yu to answer the question directly. Xiao Xiao thought she was too inexperienced and lacked the knowledge to talk about this issue. Moreover, if she continued like this, she would be wasting the natural talents she was gifted with. Jiang Yu also reminded her to be careful when going out and to avoid dressing too provocatively, as it could attract unwanted attention. Last time, Jiang Yu also lost a friend for a similar reason, and he put on a serious face to warn her about it. She always had a peculiar taste in shoes, and as soon as it was mentioned, Xiao Xiao immediately pulled out an item he always carried with him. The object was pressed against Jiang Yu's, and she asked if he got injured chasing after a beautiful girl and getting attacked. The cowardly man quickly surrendered. He then confessed that he was just joking and had no intention of doing such wicked things. However, Xiao Xiao didn't easily believe her words and decided to punish Jiang Yu by making him cook for her. After some time, Jiang Yu successfully sent Xiao Xiao home, and now he had time to read the messages people had sent him. Most people were asking if the incident was staged or wanted to know more information about him. With such a large number, answering each question one by one would take a lot of time. So Jiang Yu decided to deal with it later. After reviewing the comments, he noticed many people were arguing that his video was just a setup and had no basis in reality. To clarify the issue, Jiang Yu clicked on an attached link. The first thing he saw was a man analyzing images from his recent video. This person claimed there were too many signs of editing and asserted that it was an unreliable hoax. Jiang Yu was displeased that a food reviewer was being compared to a superhuman action star. This person even spent time looking for minor flaws and using them to prove that Jiang Yu's video was fake. The reason this person gave was that he was a contract employee of the Night Patrol Division. This person said that when they were young, they had to face many difficult situations, and therefore, Jiang Yu's making such a video made them feel very indignant. When looking at the comments section, Jiang Yu saw that people were divided into two opposing groups, one supporting and one opposing. Actually, Jiang Yu has no real ability. This is just a cheap trick to attract attention. Moreover, these images are clearly not fake, and someone has spoken up to defend him. Despite the criticism, Jiang Yu wasn't too bothered. In the past, when he engaged in controversial topics, he was once fiercely attacked and criticized by a group of unreasonable people. In the end, the truth will be revealed. Just as when the tide recedes, the hidden things will be exposed. Time is also running out. So Jiang Yu decided to go hunting and eliminate some aberrations to increase his lifespan. But first, he had to deal with this fabrication issue. In fact, in the face of those criticisms, Jiang Yu was determined to hunt even more, thus creating more videos and enhancing his own reputation. Upon reaching the shadow layer, Jiang Yu took out a small camera and attached it to his shirt. It felt like the number of aberrations today was less than yesterday. This could be explained because after a certain period, the space would be reset and become more perfect. Then, more aberrations would appear, making them easier to hunt. Just then, Jiang Yu was lucky enough to pick up the signal of a nearby aberration. It seemed to be hiding to ambush other aberrations, like a golden opportunity. Jiang Yu decided to show that little demon what true wisdom and talent in hunting really was. Faced with such a lucky chance, Jiang Yu decided to show that little demon what a real ambush hunter was like. With an enthusiastic and excited spirit, Jiang Yu began his hunt. But as soon as he lifted his foot, he realized an unexpected problem. The fact was that Jiang Yu was standing on the roof of a tall building, and jumping down would be a suicidal decision. It turned out Jiang Yu couldn't jump down due to fear and risk. So, the young man decided to take the stairs down. Because as the elders say, there's nothing wrong with doing what you can. No matter how superhuman you are. If you can't fly, you have to walk. And in this case, taking the stairs was the most logical choice. As soon as the aberration revealed itself, Jiang Yu immediately took action. A special symbol on its body made the monster feel scared and panicked. Demonstrating the effect of this mark, this monster bore a resemblance to the previous scythe wielder, making one wonder if they were capable of evolution. However, Jiang Yu was also capable of evolving and proved it immediately by launching a powerful attack. It was a new technique named the Old Six Ascending Dragon Staff Arts, and it reduced the aberration's health to just 45% with a single blow. The grotesque creature was so heavily injured that it immediately tried to escape to recover. However, Jiang Yu's quickly gave chase. In just a moment, his speed and strength increased significantly. This effect would last for 1 minute. So Jiang Yu's needed to eliminate it within this time to get the surprise reward. Back to the battle. As Jiang Yu's leaped up to attack the monster, it quickly dodged and continued to flee. Just as they were chasing each other into a small alley, the grotesque creature began to sense an opportunity. This monster decided to turn back and fight. From the darkness, it began to launch attacks with its sharp, terrifying-looking fangs. Not stopping there, it also launched a direct psychological attack on Jiang Yu's. The lack of preparation for the unexpected situation threw Jiang Yu's into a state of complete confusion. Noticing his opponent's mistake, the aberration seized the opportunity and launched an attack. The sharp scythes on its hands dealt 2 painful blows to Jiang Yu's, forcing him to retreat quickly. Jiang Yu's head was spinning. Unable to focus, he had to fall back to have time to react to the situation. This aberration was too strong. In just a moment, it had cost Jiang Yu's 34% of his health. Without giving him time to rest, the aberration continued to charge and attack. Through analysis, Jiang Yu's realized this opponent had strong attack power and high agility, but its health was too low. Clearly, this opponent needed to be handled with a special tactic. As soon as the aberration attacked, Jiang Yu's quickly hid himself to dodge, preparing for his next plan. Immediately after, he increased his speed and ran forward quickly. By inertia, the strange creature also pursued immediately. Upon reaching the end of the road, Jiang Yu's decided to counterattack by popping up. The fact that the prey he was just chasing now dared to turn back and challenge him surprised the strange creature. In the moment, it raised its scythe to kill Jiang Yu's. A sudden realization struck. It turned out Jiang Yu's had deliberately led it into this narrow alley because its 2 hands and 2 scythes would surely make it difficult to move in the confined space. The time had come. Jiang Yu's immediately struck, punching the monster straight in the stomach. This time, "You're going down. Kid. This is my playground. You have no chance of escape." After being attacked and injured, the aberration couldn't take it anymore and used. In a flash, Jiang Yu suddenly sprang up and tried to escape. This surprised Jiang Yu's, as he didn't expect the monster to still have enough strength to fight back like that. Nevertheless, there was no chance of winning. The aberration was knocked to the ground and continuously received blows to the face, making it difficult for it to defend itself. As Jiang Yu's found the monster's weak point and prepared to deliver the final blow to end the fight, something unexpected happened. Before Jiang Yu's could finish off the monster, it began to speak, causing great surprise to Jiang Yu's, who couldn't understand how an aberration could talk like a human. At that moment, the monster's face began to be revealed, and Jiang Yu's realized a startling truth. Jiang Yu's stood still for a moment, unable to believe his eyes, because the monster's face was identical to the brother Jiang Yu's thought had died and been taken away by the Night Patrol Division. How did things turn out like this? And why did it happen here? At that very moment, the aberration erupted once more. Caught off guard, Jiang Yu's was thrown aside, allowing the monster to escape. With so many unanswered mysteries, Jiang Yu's had changed. "Stop, I have something to tell you, stop right there." Despite his best efforts, Jiang Yu's still lost track of the Uchiha brother. And then the system continuously announced Jiang Yu's failure. It also said that if he continued to fail in his hunts like this, his strength would weaken, and this would also cause Jiang Yu's lifespan to decrease. The system relentlessly encouraged Jiang Yu's to fight, as if it wanted him to become a non-stop, crazed killing machine. He would be weakened, which would also cause Jiang Yu's lifespan to decrease accordingly. The system relentlessly spurred Jiang Yu's will to fight, as if it wanted him to become a non-stop, frenzied killing machine. With a headache and being bothered by the noise, Jiang Yu's angrily punched the display panel and shouted, "Shut up." He couldn't understand why a hero who sacrificed himself to save others would end up in such a state. This truth seemed a bit unfair. As Jiang Yu's looked at himself in the mirror, he began to think about what would happen if he died. Would he also turn into such a terrifying creature? Just thinking about it was enough to feel unacceptable. Currently, Jiang Yu's had no choice but to follow the system's words, forced to continue hunting and killing to escape this miserable situation. The nearby wasteland, especially the eastern area belonging to Wenhai's territory, according to the information Jiang Yu's had, was a place where strange aberrations frequently appeared. Here, the worry wasn't finding prey, but finding it and not being strong enough to fight it. Due to time constraints, Jiang Yu's quickly began his hunt. He summoned his shadow eye and moved to the roof of a nearby building. Although this place had more aberrations than the area where Jiang Yu's lived, their sizes were quite small, and they all hid inside buildings, not daring to step out. Suddenly, Jiang Yu spotted such a creature freely roaming on the opposite rooftop. The fact that it wasn't hiding meant only one thing: it was too powerful. Upon closer observation, it seemed its leg was severely injured, with significant blood loss, and its body was also considerably weakened. This was a good opportunity. Jang Yu decided not to let this chance slip away again. With that, Jang Yu stealthily moved closer to the aberration, approaching from behind through the shadow tunnel. Sensing danger, the monster turned to check. It was clear that this aberration had more than one weak point on its body, with all 4 weak points located at the joints of its legs and arms. Jang Yu was lucky to have ducked down in time to avoid being spotted. Unexpectedly, this aberration was so sharp, and it was trying to detect the enemy's trail by constantly sniffing the ground. Due to its alert state, the number of weak points on the aberration had been reduced to just 2. At this point, Jang Yu's plan was to eliminate its defenses first, and he decided to retreat to a distance to wait for an opportunity. Jang Yu waited quietly behind, waiting for the aberration to let down its guard. After a period of waiting, the aberration lowered its guard due to the lack of any enemy signals. When the time was right, Jang Yu quickly used his marking skill on the aberration and moved it to his house. At this time, both Uncle Lee and Uncle Six had returned. Xiao Xiao was in the kitchen cooking and thought it was Jang Yu's. She asked why he was late and where he had been, then asked for help with the cooking. When she returned and discovered the truth, the girl was flustered and surprised to see her father and Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee began to ask her about cooking for Jang Yu's. The girl was cooking for Jang Yu's, while Uncle Lu wasn't surprised to see her there. However, he felt a sense of loss as his child grew up and changed for another man. The girl felt annoyed that her father was badmouthing her and asked why the two of them came back early. Uncle Lu explained that they decided to come back early because there was nothing to do, and they wanted to get together for a meal with the 2 kids. The girl had already cooked half the meal and didn't want to waste it, so she stopped them from going out to eat. Uncle Lee agreed and wanted to try her cooking, seeing it as a chance to enjoy Xiao Yu's meal. The girl didn't know where Jiang Yu's was, so she just replied that he was probably out playing. Uncle Lee was disappointed and scolded his son for leaving his girlfriend at home to cook alone. Jiang Yu's had just returned, and his uncle was ready to scold him. "Where's the food? I'm starving." "What did Jiao Jiao cook today? Let me try some. I'm in a great mood today. So I bought the lollipop you love. You eat this, and then I'll give you something much tastier." But I got too caught up in my stories and lost track of time. Uncle Lee also felt helpless and frustrated, wanting to say he had just been on a long trip. Jiang Yu could only swallow his saliva and hope to live a few more years. Considering his youth over, he quickly put away the lollipop and made an excuse that he had just been chased by a dog. So his mind wasn't clear. He said he had just been chased by a dog and fell. So his mind was a bit fuzzy, and he hoped the 2 seniors could forgive him. Uncle Lee seemed easygoing and also wanted to push the young couple's relationship forward. So he said nothing more and called Jiang Yu over to eat. He patted Jiang Yu's shoulder and said that all young people have to go through battles, having to throw guys off motorcycles. But that was a joke. Not a joke. Uncle Lee also recounted that when he was young, he loved a girl named Qing Luan, and to win her over, he got all scratched up. But in the end, she left him for someone else. At the same time, he also mentioned that just the other day he saw Jiang Yu's with some girl in a short skirt at the hospital. He didn't know if they were classmates, but they looked good together. Before Jiang Yu could say anything, Zhao Zhao blurted out her name, Yu Zhou, a classmate of both of them. Uncle Lu heard this and added that he thought her friend wasn't bad either. At this point, Jiang Yu was quite surprised by his attitude. It seemed he was pushing him into a difficult situation in front of Zhao Zhao. She was getting quite angry, and Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel uneasy. Seeing Jiang Yu still dazed, Uncle Lee spoke up and reminded him to drink his water. Jiang Yu was quite surprised that these 2 men could team up to manipulate him. Uncle Lu thought to himself that Jiang Yu was truly commendable for daring to play tricks on an elder like that. Next, Jiang Yu told Uncle Lu that he should eat some more, as he might have been working all day without much time to eat. Jiang Yu said this was a rare occurrence, and Uncle Lee responded. Jiang Yu asked Uncle Lu if he often cooked for others at home, because his skills were excellent. He looked over and saw his daughter eating, but she was avoiding her father's gaze. Jiang Yu felt quite pleased to have won a round in this game. Naturally, the 2 elders and the young boy engaged in a drinking contest, downing cup after cup without any sign of stopping. They continued to eat and drink, until everyone started saying their goodbyes and heading home. At that point, Jiang Yu asked Uncle Lee if he wanted some soda. However, he refused and sat down on the chair coldly. Suddenly, Uncle Lee was silent for a few seconds, and then began to talk about an issue he wanted to discuss with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was surprised, as it was rare for Uncle Lee to want to ask him about anything. When he brought it up, he was serious and asked if Jiang Yu had discovered his special ability yet. At that moment, Jiang Yu was drinking water and felt awkward. He tried to feign innocence and asked back about the special ability Uncle Lee was talking about. Saying he didn't understand, Uncle Lee explained that with over 20 years of experience as a night patroller, he could recognize the wound on Jiang Yu's body with just a glance. Then he started demanding that Jiang Yu tell him the whole story, starting from a specific point in time. Jiang Yu realized he couldn't hide it anymore and decided to tell the truth. He sat down on the chair and calmly replied that it all started more than half a month ago. Uncle Lee continued to ask about Jiang Yu's awakening process. Hearing this question, Jiang Yu turned and asked if he was being investigated. Uncle Lee lowered his voice and told Jiang Yu not to worry. Just to tell the truth, Jiang Yu continued his story. But he wasn't clear about the exact awakening process because it happened suddenly. Uncle Lee was surprised because this case was very rare. On average, only a few people awakened each year. After hearing this, Jiang Yu also didn't understand clearly and just answered vaguely, suggesting it might be due to himself. When Jiang Yu looked at Uncle Lee, he saw a huge, oppressive energy emanating from him. After a moment, Uncle Lee finally relaxed and leaned back. Although the cause was unclear, Jiang Yu was certain that Uncle Lee had just used his ability. Afterward, Uncle Lee informed Jiang Yu that this year, after the superhuman ability test, regardless of the result, as long as it wasn't too poor, he would be forced to take the martial arts exam. Since Xiao Xiao had mentioned this before, Jiang Yu wasn't too surprised. Uncle Lee continued, saying that due to the immense pressure on the Night Patrol Division and the number of casualties in recent years, he was willing to help Jiang Yu through the back door. This meant Jiang Yu wouldn't have to take the martial arts exam in the future. He just needed to study hard and complete his university program. Hearing about going through the back door, Jiang Yu was extremely surprised, never expecting Uncle Lee to talk about it so casually. Uncle Lee advised Jiang Yu to choose a large academy, and if he liked art, he could study in the art department, or choose other majors if he wished. Jiang Yu thought to himself that he never expected his uncle to have such influence. He didn't hesitate to ask if he could get a degree without studying. Uncle Lee replied that it was impossible, and Jiang Yu was scolded for that question. Uncle Lee told Jiang Yu to focus on his studies. Uncle Lee didn't want to argue with Jiang Yu anymore and advised him to go to Lindong Academy, which had fresh air and many female students. After graduation, Uncle Lee would arrange a stable job for Jiang Yu, and he could live a peaceful life with Xiao Xiao. It seemed Jiang Yu was finally serious in the discussion. He bowed his head and said he would consider Uncle Lee's advice. Uncle Lee realized that he still wanted to take on the challenge, but his nephew's voice was full of resistance, not allowing this to happen. Realizing his overreaction, Jiang Yu continued, warning that if Uncle Lee still tried to force him, he would report him for using the back door to avoid the martial arts exam. Uncle Lee was bewildered. Uncle Lee was surprised, not understanding why his nephew would dare to threaten to report him. The two stood there, staring at each other in bewilderment. Uncle Lee said seriously that he wasn't joking with Jiang Yu. He needed to understand that the superhuman world was full of dangers. He hoped Jiang Yu would accept going to school and let him handle the rest. Jiang Yu also made his stance clear in response to those words. He wasn't afraid of the dangers Uncle Lee mentioned, because danger exists everywhere, and Uncle Lee couldn't protect him forever. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Jiang Yu, Uncle Lee decided to remain silent, giving him time to think. But he still left a promise that if Jiang Yu regretted it, he could find him any time before the 12th grade. As Uncle Lee turned to leave, Jiang Yu also shouted, advising him not to continue his misguided actions and demanding to protect him. If you step onto the wrong path, you won't have time for regrets. Although Jiang Yu wanted to say more, Uncle Lee quickly stopped him, saying he didn't need a newly grown-up kid to lecture him. Jiang Yu still had one more question. He asked if Uncle Lee had ever heard of a superhuman running out of energy. Uncle Lee thought for a moment and confirmed that this did happen. Special abilities, or the appearance of external objects could occur in the situation Jiang Yu described. However, he asked Jiang Yu why he wanted to know these things. Jiang Yu scratched his head and said he was just curious and wanted to ask. Anyway, if he decided to take the martial arts exam, he should know these things. This time, Uncle Lee decided to really leave. He told Jiang Yu to stay home and rest and not go out causing trouble. This year's martial arts competition would be held earlier than expected. Once the new year passed, the ability assessment phase began. In short, if Jiang Yu had decided to take the martial arts exam, she should prepare thoroughly. In another situation, the silver-haired girl received a notification that Jiang Yu had posted a new video on his page and eagerly watched it. Instead of the negative comments left by a group of people, it made her unable to hold back her indignation and speak out against them. These trolls are so hateful. They're clearly jealous of Jiang Yu's talent, which is why they act like this. She said this and also left a comment on the page, telling the ignorant people to shut up and that they were just a bunch of nobodies. After writing her mood, uncontrollably fell into a state of contemplation. She hoped she had believed in the right person and that Jang Yu's couldn't be a fraud. Just as she started watching Jang Yu's new video, she told herself she hoped it wasn't a fake, edited product. Not disappointing her this time, Jang Yu's used a first-person camera angle, giving her a real and direct feeling. It was as if she was on an adventure with her idol. When Jang Yu's jumped from the rooftop, she couldn't help but close her eyes along with him. After opening her eyes, again, she felt as if she were sharing an adventurous experience with her idol. This was truly a wonderful experience. Her idol, Jang Yu's, was a person of special talent. Not only that, the scene of Jang Yu's confronting that aberration was also very impressive. When this girl witnessed someone else being attacked, she felt as if her own body was shattering into pieces. Fortunately, she could observe the monster up close from this unique perspective. Suddenly, Jang Yu shot out his silk and quickly swung up to dodge the monster's attack. It's unbelievable. Brother Jang Yu's is so strong, I'm trembling with fear and excitement. With his skills, the monster was quickly put on the defensive by Jang Yu's continuous attacks. Although it tried to counterattack, it couldn't avoid his powerful kicks and blows. It's unimaginable that the fight between one person and a monster could be so fierce. This girl became even more convinced that this was a real event and not a fake. When she returned to the battle, she saw the monster charging to deliver a finishing blow to Jang Yu's. As time passed, our side executed a quick, evasive maneuver. The aberration realized its mistake and tried to correct it. But it was too late. That brief moment was enough for Jang Yu's to identify and find its weak point. The cool guy delivered a powerful and precise punch to the monster's heart, ending its life. The next thing to do was to absorb the aberration's shadow. The white-haired girl also understood that by absorbing this shadow, Jang Yu's could learn the skills of the deceased. That's why he had the ability to shoot so much silk everywhere. After absorbing the aberration, Jang Yu's will gain a new skill. Upon returning home, he took off his shirt and checked his wounds in the mirror. The aberrations from that area were indeed very strong. If it hadn't been severely injured, he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat it. While bandaging his wound, Jang Yu's phone suddenly received a notification. The old troll had commented on his video, saying that although the video looked very real, it couldn't fool an experienced person like him. He began to analyze and showed an image of the aberration's wound, explaining that because it was severely injured, it would become weaker than ever. Defeating it at this point would be so simple that even ordinary people who had practiced martial arts could do it. If Jang Yu's were a real superhuman, why would he choose such weak opponents? Jang Yu's couldn't take it anymore and turned off his phone. He couldn't believe how persistent this old troll was. Why did the old man have to make people so angry? However, he was right that Jang Yu's current strength was still too weak. Fighting a level 1 aberration and an injured one had been such a struggle for him. It was clear that a change was necessary. After making his promises, he is determined to find a way to become stronger. His goal was to achieve a level of strength that no one could doubt. When reviewing his skill information, Jang Yu's felt angry. He didn't understand why the system rated him as so weak. He felt disappointed that the system couldn't understand his true power. The power that had helped him defeat 200 Jiao Jiaos and 20 Uncle Lis. Jang Yu sat down and criticized the system. However, Jang Yu's goal remained unchanged to become stronger. Through the recent battles, he had accumulated new combat skills, especially related to shadow points. Initially, Jang Yu's thought it was just an experience bar, but it was actually more like an energy bar. Using Shadow Silk costs 3 points to activate, while Shadow Eye costs 1 point. Other skills like Kill Shot, Marking, and Pursuit also have different consumption rates. The consumption of skills that maintain a state, like Shadow Form, depends on the environment. For example, in the Shadow Layer, there is no consumption. But in dark places in the real world, there is less consumption. Conversely, under the sun, energy consumption is rapid, like a creature that eats non-stop. The countdown to the aptitude test is running out, and a person with special talent in this world can be compared to Jang Yu's level of only 1 or 3 shadow points. Therefore, even if he can't get stronger before the test, he still has enough ability to intimidate other opponents. Jang Yu thought to himself that if he showed too much ability, he would be noticed by others. Therefore, his decision was not to be modest but to directly show himself. With Li Baoji's help, he had nothing to fear. And so, in the middle of the night, the young man stood on the balcony, laughing freely. However, this wasn't the first time. The neighbor downstairs seemed to be used to this scene. They said, "Damn it. The kid upstairs is having another episode. Where did he buy that stuff? It must be good." The next day, Jang Yu's looked like a lost soul. And the reason was that he had been dragged out shopping with his friends. The hateful thing was that She-Devil said she would only take an hour to pick out clothes. But the whole morning had passed and there was still no progress. Jiang Yu leaned against his fat friend and whined. I don't have many days left to live. Don't waste life like this. His fat friend replied. Don't say such unlucky things on the first day of the new year. Jiang Yu wasn't joking. If he didn't go hunting, he would really be in danger. His fat friend heard this and looked worried, asking Jang Yu to clarify his meaning. Fortunately, at that moment, the other two women came out, so the issue was resolved. Next, everyone decided to find some food. When food was mentioned, Jang Yu's eyes lit up, and he said he would take everyone to a delicious and affordable restaurant for students. As soon as they sat down, Zhao Zhao opened the menu and saw it was full of nutritious seafood dishes. This made Zhao Zhao feel like it was a joke, wondering if this restaurant was really suitable for a student's budget. The friend next to her also felt this was reasonable, especially for male students. Jiang Yu heard this and replied calmly, saying that he had been getting injured a lot lately and needed to supplement his nutrition. Then, he ordered many dishes, from toasted bread, soy sauce, fried rice, egg drop soup, to stir-fried vegetables. Zhao Zhao seemed to want to take the menu from Jiang Yu's hand, as she didn't understand why he was ordering such ordinary dishes. While looking at the menu, Jiang Yu suddenly closed the book and shouted that ordinary dishes were no longer necessary. Instead, he wanted to order all the remaining items on the menu, especially the large and fresh live seafood. This left the waiter and Zhao Zhao frozen in place, lost in space. After a while of waiting, the food finally arrived, and most of it was seafood, especially oysters. Jiang Yu immediately gave an oyster to Zhao Zhao, trying to appease her anger. However, Zhao Zhao still wanted to refuse. And just then, Jiang Yu's phone received a message. The message was about the surgical examination being moved up, starting from February 17th and divided into several groups. The examination was expected to end on February 20th, and the special training camp would officially open on February 25th. Upon receiving this message, the green-haired girl also felt uneasy about the early and compulsory surgical examination. Fatty couldn't help but worry either, as in the latter half of the year, the aptitude test would become more complicated. Seeing this, Jiang Yu comforted Fatty, believing that his aptitude wouldn't pass the screening. And at that moment, Fatty revealed that he had been attacked by a demon when he was a child, between the ages of 5 and 7. When surrounded by aberrations, until they are eliminated, the survivors will have to face illness and psychological trauma. Jiang Yu wondered if he would have the courage to face aberrations if he were in that situation. Zhao Zhao wondered if she was the only one with an unstable mentality, as she felt everyone had a tendency to avoid and be timid. Despite their confident appearance, the psychological trauma caused by the aberrations still lingered in everyone's hearts, even if they appeared unaffected on the outside. At this point, the meal on the table had gone cold, and everyone was silent. Worried about the upcoming test, the atmosphere became heavy, and those present all looked worried, as if they were waiting for something bad to happen. The meal was forgotten, and no one was in the mood to continue eating. Jiang Yu tried to break the heavy atmosphere by cheering everyone up, urging them not to be sad and to continue enjoying the meal. However, it seemed no one was in the mood to eat, and everyone looked disinterested. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense as a loud alarm siren blared, causing everyone to stand up in panic. When the alarm siren blared, Zhao Zhao's face filled with worry as she realized it was the sound of a contamination detector, and Jiang Yu and the others also figured it out. That alarm siren signaled the intrusion of an aberration into the shopping mall, and the people inside the mall all stood still, not yet realizing the danger approaching. Those people still didn't understand the danger. But soon after, someone in the crowd shouted a warning and urged everyone to flee. Chaos erupted as everyone fell into a state of anxiety and fear. They pushed and shoved each other to get out of the center, slowing down the escape. Fortunately, someone guided them to line up and exit slowly. Get out of here immediately. Meanwhile, up ahead, Fatty felt the space was too crowded with countless people, and the room became suffocating. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Zhao immediately calmed everyone down, advising them to stay calm to find an exit. At the same time, Jiang Yu suddenly appeared and moved towards the wall, reminding everyone, create a safe distance immediately. In a sudden move, he rushed towards the wall and punched it hard, causing the surrounding space to begin to dissolve in smoke and fire. This action also made Zhao Zhao reevaluate Jiang Yu's strength, as she saw him display an extraordinary ability she had never seen before. At this moment, Jiang Yu called for everyone to leave quickly, without hesitation. After he spoke, the other three were helped out through the wall he had just created. Next, Jiang Yu was the first to run out, scanning the surroundings for any sign of the aberration. Just then, a young man was running towards him, repeatedly screaming the two words aberration with a blood-chilling face. At a point in the space between the streets, A strange, bright red creature suddenly appeared, with a large body occupying a vast space, yet displaying a ferocious and savage attitude. It emitted strange sounds, causing everyone to panic and flee. While Jang Yu saw this creature but faced a difficult situation, afraid of being seen by everyone if he took action. At that very moment, Jang Yu pulled Xiao Xiao closer, making her wonder, and he pulled her and everyone nearby forward. Meanwhile, both of them took the opportunity to observe and discovered that although the shopping center had protective measures, aberrations could still infiltrate. After hearing this, Jiang Yu felt it was time to act quickly. Otherwise, everyone in the shopping center would be in danger. Fortunately, this creature needed a little more time to move, and they had found a nearby hiding place following Jiang Yu's instructions. But then everyone stopped, as they seemed to sense a strange change under the ground. Jiang Yu realized the dangerous situation and reminded everyone to be careful as this place might collapse. He shouted, "Grab my hand." His voice was like a warning. And immediately after, the ground suddenly cracked, causing everyone to fall, directly without any time to prepare. A moment later, a corner of the city was engulfed in dust, and desperate cries for help echoed from that building. Fortunately, Yu had recovered and was holding me, as the fall seemed quite severe, but then he asked about everyone else's condition. In front of me, Zhao Zhao, it was still okay, despite the shock. But what was noteworthy was that Fatty had swallowed a huge rock, and it was crushing his leg, forcing the other three to rush over to check on him immediately. Jiang Yu tried to comfort Fatty, telling him not to be scared, and at the same time prepared to lift the rock to rescue him. With a little effort, the rock was easily lifted. Fatty could only close his eyes and endure. But when he opened them and faced reality, he saw that his leg was broken and blood was seeping through his clothes. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu had carried the rock far away and thrown it down. While Zhao Zhao had taken out some painkillers she had prepared, Fatty was given the painkiller and had to chew it. But he was currently sweating profusely, his face flushed, and his limbs trembling. He wondered where he was and why the sky had suddenly turned dark. After hearing this, Zhao Zhao showed her confusion as she had never experienced a similar situation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu knelt down and placed his hand on the ground. After a moment of observation, Jiang Yu concluded that the floor still belonged to the shopping mall, and they might still be on the previous level. Suddenly, an invisible black aura appeared and began to spread, touching Jiang Yu's palm. Jiang Yu was stunned by the all-too-familiar and intimate feeling. This made Jiang Yu wonder if the entire floor had been pulled into the shadow layer. Nearby, someone was trapped under a rock, their legs crushed, screaming in agony. A father and son ran with others, reassuring each other to stay calm. Jiang Yu also felt anxious being in this situation. With many people trapped here, the shadow layer has no exit, and it would take a night patroller a very long time to get out. If they stayed here too long, even if they weren't attacked by aberrations, the situation would still be very serious. The contamination level here has reached a life-threatening point, so he decided he must act quickly to get everyone out of here. At this moment, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered something important and asked Zhao Zhao if she remembered that she had been given a watch by Uncle Lu. But Zhao Zhao was so worried that she had almost forgotten about its existence. Afterward, she pressed a button on the watch, which could emit a signal to request assistance. The night patrollers will arrive very quickly if they receive this signal. After hearing this, the green-haired girl said, "Luckily, we're saved this time." But at the same time, she warned that despite its beauty, the danger still remained. And we need to be extremely vigilant because the watch can only provide temporary protection and cannot guarantee absolute safety. At that moment, he activated his internal energy, ready to face any unexpected situation. At the same time, from the east, a stream of yin energy began to invade. During that time, in the east, a dark power had begun to invade the area. Everyone realized the presence of a strange force, which made them panic and scream about the presence of a monster. This gave Jiang Yu an expression as if he were standing on the edge of a cliff, with the risk of falling into a desperate situation. But the contamination and toxic yin energy also began to spread to Jiang Yu's position. And suddenly, the floor surface cracked again and, in a very short time, everyone fell once more. After a while, when things started to settle down, they continued to gasp and scream because of the thick dust after the floor collapsed. Then, she started searching around for her three best friends. Just then, the green-haired girl heard a call and ran over immediately. At the position right behind, Fatty was using his hand to shield against the thick white smoke in front, trying to find everyone. Suddenly, the green-haired girl cried out, seemingly having discovered something. Behind them, the city ground had been split in two, and a deep pit had appeared. This situation made the green-haired girl worry that Jang Yu's might have fallen into it. Nearby, the white-haired girl was also injured by the shockwave from the city center. As she struggled to sit up, she felt pain all over her body. Her clothes were torn. Looking at the rubble before her, she wondered what had happened. After a moment, she remembered that she was walking with a friend at the shopping mall. And then an alarm sounded, the horn blared, and the two of them followed the crowd. Recalling her own erratic personality, the white-haired girl suddenly called out her friend's name in surprise, but at that moment, a hand accidentally touched a pool of fresh blood right beside her. The white-haired girl slowly turned her head and realized that it was her companion, who had not been as lucky as she was. That feeling seemed to be forever etched in the white-haired girl's mind, creating a fear that enveloped her entire body, filling her eyes with tears and making her body tremble with every beat. But before she could speak, from behind, a brave person had appeared at a very close distance. The girl with snow-white hair seemed to sense the approaching danger. When she turned her head and saw two streams of tears running down her cheeks, she saw the enemy's cruelty, which made her suspect she might die here, a situation she often thought only happened in movies. In this desperate situation, the white-haired girl couldn't even make a move to defend herself, except to think about her long, eventful life. If she were the main character in a movie, a hero would surely appear to save her now. However, facing this situation, the white-haired girl closed her eyes and thought it was impossible. No one would come to save her. Because in the real world, there are no heroes like in the movies. And just then, an enemy's attack was launched. A few small drops of blood fell onto the pavement of the bustling city. But, when the white-haired girl heard that sound, she felt no pain or injury. When she opened her eyes, she saw someone had appeared right in front of her. She wiped away her tears and stared at that person. It turned out Jang Yu's had arrived, and he had blocked an enemy's attack, saving the white-haired girl from a dangerous situation. The silver-haired girl's mood had calmed down somewhat. But right now, she only saw Jang Yu's as the hero she had just been thinking of. When Jang Yu's used just one hand to grab a part of the aberration and throw it, causing it to fall flat on its face. It seemed the girl with silver hair also recognized Jang Yu's, who had used the shadow form with the ability he gained after devouring a carnivorous beast. Jang Yu's damage was significantly enhanced. Combined with his rapid movement, he instantly vanished from his original position, startling the silver-haired girl. In just a few seconds, Jang Yu's body appeared and disappeared repeatedly, and he quickly closed in on the aberration. The aberration was at a disadvantage because it hadn't prepared a counterattack, and it was immediately attacked again, causing it to fall to the ground. The aberration's two sharp blades, after being knocked away, stuck straight into the ground to keep its body from being thrown further. At this point, the aberration seemed to have targeted Jang Yu's, and it began to emit unpleasant sounds. As for the silver-haired girl, her eyes were filled with admiration, wondering if this was all a dream, or if he was truly an infiltrating assassin. At this moment, a white-haired girl ran towards Jang Yu's from a distance with an extremely enthusiastic attitude, which made him start to feel more confused and scared than when facing a strange object. Suddenly, the white-haired girl took out her camera and snapped pictures continuously, then wanted to leave a kiss on his cheek. Soon after, she grabbed Jang Yu's hand and said, "I'm your biggest fan. I've watched all your videos and you're so handsome. I really like you." But at this moment, he only noticed the white-haired girl's disheveled appearance and reminded her about her torn white pants and skirt. Hearing this, the white-haired girl became embarrassed and asked Jang Yu's if he saw anything. He was in an awkward and embarrassing situation, and also expressed that he was just being kind. Suddenly, the white-haired girl shyly suggested that if Jang Yu's liked, she could run home and change into another outfit for him to see. Hearing these words and seeing her shy demeanor, Jang Yu's couldn't escape the feeling of discomfort and blushed. Immediately after, he eagerly asked if she could wear black stockings too. The white-haired girl immediately affirmed that not just black stockings, even spicy shredded chicken stockings would be fine. This conversation made a strange creature wonder if its existence was truly invisible. Soon after, it felt the situation was too difficult to handle, let out a roar, and charged straight at the two of them. Witnessing that scene, Jang Yu's decided to wait a bit before making a statement. In the meantime, he immediately ran straight towards the aberration that had interrupted the gentle conversation between him and the girl, with the intention of teaching it a lesson in manners. Thus, at this moment, Jang Yu's began his hunt. While the aberration was searching for its opponent with a ferocious expression, Jang Yu's quietly approached from behind with a rather innocent expression. Suddenly, Jang Yu's used his rope to take advantage of its distraction and quickly wrapped it around the back of its neck. Just like that, the aberration was pulled directly off the ground by Jang Yu's, like catching a big fish. When the distance and opportunity were right, Jiang Yu's immediately turned and delivered a fatal blow. But unfortunately, it only hit the aberration's leg. When he landed safely on the ground, Jiang Yu's heard it scream. After that move, Jiang Yu's realized that his strength and accuracy were still not up to par. Otherwise, the aberration would have been defeated instantly. Not stopping there, Jiang Yu still felt unsatisfied. So he immediately continued to advance towards the aberration. But suddenly, it seemed some kind of power ran through him, stunning Jiang Yu's. During his lapse in concentration, the aberration quickly slashed at Jiang Yu's with 2 very decisive blows. In just a moment, the surrounding space became hazy with dust, and the opponent seemed to disappear. But in reality, they were right in front. At this moment, 2 new aberrations suddenly appeared, making Jiang Yu's feel concerned because the sudden increase in opponents might be difficult to deal with. At the same time, from behind, the girl appeared and shouted, "If you win, I'll let you see my black stockings." This enthusiastic encouragement made him excited. His breathing quickened, and he declared that he must save the world for black stockings. Without a plan, he immediately charged forward, straight at the 3 enemies. But as he got close, one of them slashed at him, forcing him to dodge. As his body flew into the air, Jiang Yu's realized he couldn't escape because another one had blocked his path, putting him in a difficult situation. In this desperate situation, he was forced to resort to throwing a steel wire at the enemy. Fortunately, this attack was very accurate and successfully wrapped around the aberration's 2 legs, giving Jiang Yu's a chance to attack it without resistance. Taking advantage of the surprise, Jiang Yu's rushed in and attacked its face, gaining an advantage. By controlling one, Jiang Yu's could damage the other 2, which made him more confident in fighting the enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the 3 aberrations broke free and attacked Jiang Yu's with a surprise blow, leaving him unable to defend or counter. In this unexpected situation, Jiang Yu's couldn't dodge or resist and was hit. However, with a single attack, Jiang Yu's was still not defeated. Immediately after, Jiang Yu's ran out of the dangerous area the aberration was heading towards. He never expected that the aberrations could cooperate, with 2 holding one down while another attacked. If the fight continued like this, Jiang Yu's would have no chance of winning. So he needed to find a way to eliminate one first. With that, Jiang Yu's used his special technique, firing a beam of energy at one of the aberrations. But no one expected it to be able to easily dodge by tilting its head, which greatly surprised Jiang Yu's, as he had been unexpectedly tricked. In front of him, the 3 aberrations suddenly attacked in unison, throwing their opponent into a panic. One confronted him head-on, while the other 2 closed in from the sides. As if they had planned it beforehand, the continuous attacks gave Jiang Yu's no chance to counter, causing his health to gradually decrease. In just a moment, Jiang Yu's felt as if he was about to die here. Without a break, Jiang Yu's felt he couldn't survive if this continued. The 3 aberrations attacked from all directions, relentlessly circling him without giving him a moment's rest. Just then, Jiang Yu's had another bold idea to create an opening to make the opponent lose their guard and relax their defense. When the aberration attacked his back, he made no move to defend himself, causing his health to continue to drop. At the same time, it was also the signal to start the hunt. After the previous video was released, his fame spread, and his ability to mark a target could last up to 3 seconds. During this time, the target would temporarily lose the ability to think due to fear. Now, the battle began to be counted down by the second. In front of Jiang Yu's, a clock-like circle appeared and aimed at the target before him. In just a few short seconds, he had located the target. The target's position was identified by Jiang Yu's, and he immediately rushed towards him. With a powerful leap, Jiang Yu's executed a swift move and launched an attack on one of the 3 closest aberrations. At this moment, Jiang Yu's had successfully used the target's energy, and in just a moment, he was able to control it. Finally, everything was resolved, and the city returned to a state of peace. At the same time, the system also announced the success of the hunt, and his resistance to trauma was enhanced. This ability not only helps to minimize the negative impact of trauma, but also allows for the absorption and transformation of trauma into energy. In addition, it helps to speed up the body's recovery. Upon activating this ability, Jiang Yu's also received a boost in experience and fear. He then began to use his power, and when he looked up, he saw the creatures before him trembling and bewildered in his presence. At the same time, Jiang Yu's health increased, and he asked the creatures why they didn't dare to advance anymore. Before they could answer, Jiang Yu's rushed forward with a declaration that they shouldn't be afraid. However, between Jiang Yu's and the creatures, a strange and dazzling light appeared. This made Jiang Yu's pause and wonder what was happening. Could there be light in the shadow layer? But at that moment, he began to question his strange feeling. But just then, The two aberrations in front of him seemed to be drawn to a powerful light. As they got closer, their bodies became weaker, and the blood in their bodies began to flow out uncontrollably. Chingan, the leader of the Night Watch team, appeared with an eternally burning torch in his hand, emitting a gentle and comforting light. He was accompanied by two different night watchmen armed with cold weapons. He used his ability to emit a green light towards Jang Yu's, then pointed directly at him. Jang Yu felt his body gradually heating up, and suddenly, behind Chingan, an aberration appeared, hovering, but with just a point of his finger. The green energy was able to capture the aberration for a few short seconds, leaving Jang Yu's wide-eyed at Chingan's processing speed. Is this a manifestation of the hidden power within the night patrollers? If that last move had been aimed at me, I would have been seriously injured. At this moment, Jang Yu approached and took the hand of the bespectacled night patroller, showing his concern. If you guys had arrived a little later, this fight might have been over. The bespectacled night patroller apologized to Jang Yu and explained that he didn't think his identity was very important. But the girl on the other side was slightly injured and needed care. Hearing these words, the white-haired girl was surprised and bewildered, wondering if he intended to take her home. Although reluctant, Jang Yu still had to explain that it was just a joke, as he always prioritized his work. Before leaving, he gave a message to the girl and everyone, then slowly disappeared before the surprised eyes of the bespectacled night patroller and the regretful gaze of the white-haired girl. Hearing the girl call him Brother Yu, Chingan felt curious and wondered, in our organization, is there anyone with that name? The bespectacled night patroller also felt suspicious and realized it might be a very popular streamer recently. Perhaps that person's ability is a branch of the shadow people, with not so strong power. But hearing that he was first tier made Chingan suspicious. He wondered how the flame in his hand was still burning, while there was a shadow here. Moreover, he disappeared in front of so many people like that. Was that something a first tier could do? Meanwhile, the white-haired girl was lying on the ground and throwing a tantrum, demanding to see Jang Yu by any means necessary, which annoyed everyone. Before parting, Chingan asked everyone to ensure the white-haired girl's safety and to thoroughly investigate the person named Yu. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao had also begun her search for Jang Yu, and the bleak scene of dead bodies covering the ground made her feel anxious. Xiao Xiao was now using the flashlight on her watch and calling for Jang Yu to be careful. Just then, it's unclear when, Jun appeared and signaled Xiao Xiao his location, displaying an incredible level of acting. Jang Yu begged Xiao Xiao to help him and said he was having trouble breathing. Immediately, Xiao Xiao ran over and tried to convince Jang Yu to try to lift the rock. Jang Yu wanted Xiao Xiao to pull him out, but she refused, saying it was impossible to do so while being crushed like that. However, Xiao Xiao gently pulled Jang Yu, and he was able to strangely free himself from the rocks. At the same time, Xiao Xiao also realized that the rocks weren't crushing Jang Yu at all, and he could only come up with a reason to justify his inability to move. Perhaps due to fear, Jiang Yu's body couldn't move. But Xiao Xiao discovered a strange wound on his back, possibly from hitting a brick. When Jiang Yu answered perfunctorily, he didn't notice the questioner's anxiety, but he also didn't consider it a big deal. At this point, Jiang Yu asked about the condition of the two friends who were with Xiao Xiao, and the night patroller said they had been taken out because they were injured. From this, Jiang Yu also realized that Xiao Xiao had tried to stay behind to find him. She was a bit flustered, and her face turned red, saying that if anything happened to Jiang Yu, she wouldn't know how to face the adults. However, these words made Jiang Yu pause and look at Xiao Xiao with surprise. Xiao Xiao didn't understand why Jiang Yu's eyes filled with tears when he called her name, and he rushed towards her, hugging her tightly. This action left Xiao Xiao in a state of confusion. On the outside, she seemed stunned, but on the inside, she wanted to scream from the surprise. But soon after, she punched Jiang Yu on the head to bring him to his senses and pushed him away. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu still had a satisfied look on his face, but he also had to be cautious because he had seen many ugly aberrations before. It turned out that hug wasn't just a normal hug, but an unusual event in the eyes of the beholder. Suddenly, a beam of light from an unknown source caught the attention of the two, making them feel a bit uneasy. It turned out another female night patroller heard the cries for help and wanted to inquire. But when she witnessed the scene before her, she felt embarrassed and blushed. Seeing this, the two of them quickly separated, but it made the green-haired girl misunderstand and want to lead them out safely. Just then, Jiang Yu cried out, confusing the two girls walking ahead. When they turned back, they saw two streams of tears running down Jiang's cheeks. He said it was nothing, but his heart was in pain, all because he forgot to press the warning button. My adorable image is gone. Early the next morning, the Night Patrol organization summoned Jiang Yu for an investigation. In the interrogation room, There was only one light shining directly on the person being questioned. On the table was a sturdy pair of handcuffs. And the questions were asked in a cold and emotionless manner. They asked Jang Yu for his name and age, and learned he had just turned 18. Besides that, there was a large tape recorder to record all the information of the person being interrogated. The girl in charge of this task was one of the night patrollers. She believed this incident would have a significant impact. According to standard procedure, those who experienced this incident would need to participate in the Night Patrol Organization's psychological counseling program. This program would last for about a month. And during this time, if a martial arts test were conducted, the results for mental and willpower assessment would be significantly reduced. After hearing this, Jang Yu asserted that his mentality was very strong and asked if he could skip the psychological counseling process. On the contrary, Li Ai insisted that the toxic nature of the aberration's brain and its danger were hidden. If they waited until it erupted, it would be too late. Therefore, participating in the psychological counseling program was mandatory and necessary. Jang Yu heard this and looked worried because the martial arts test was in more than 10 days. Such timing would cause a conflict. Seeing this, Li Ai comforted Jang Yu, telling him not to worry as this situation had occurred many times last year. The Night Patrol Organization also had a corresponding policy that those involved could apply for an early test. Hearing this, Jang Yu seemed quite curious. Seeing this, Li Ai handed him a piece of paper and told him to contact his family to sign the commitment letter for the early test. The early test in the Night Patrol Organization will be entered into the system, just like the regular testing process. The testing equipment is all the same. Furthermore, the Night Patrol Organization can guarantee fairness in the testing process and all aspects of safety. Hearing this, Jang Yu seemed satisfied. When asked about his guardian, Jang Yu revealed that it was his paternal uncle, who currently works at the Night Patrol Organization. Li Ai then asked Jang Yu to provide more information about his uncle, including his position and name. Jang Yu recalled and said it might be the commander of the Eastern region, and his uncle's name was Li Shun Guang, which made Li Ai seem uncomfortable and anxious. Immediately after, Li Ai couldn't hide her excitement and asked Jang Yu again for confirmation. The intense pressure made Jang Yu uncomfortable, but luckily he managed to dodge in time. Suddenly, Jang Yu remembered that Uncle Li had been dismissed and was under investigation, and he still hadn't reported his uncle, which made Jang Yu feel confused. Li Ai quickly denied it and asked Jang Yu again about wanting to report Uncle Li. She then offered to take Jang Yu to see Uncle Li and invited him to follow her with all the books and papers. After some time, the two of them arrived at a large room with light surrounding them from every angle. Everything around was modern machinery, from robots holding books to heavy weaponry and other combat weapons. Everything broadened Jang Yu's horizons and made him realize this was the headquarters of the Night Patrol Organization, a place that was anything but ordinary. The scene before him made Jang Yu realize this was a place worth exploring. At that moment, they passed by two night patrollers they had met before, who were discussing how the person they met that night was not a member of the Night Patrol Organization. Jang Yu heard these words and was startled, standing frozen for a few seconds before Li Ai turned back and asked why he looked so dazed. Jang Yu quickly scratched his head and explained that he felt nervous because it was his first time at the Night Patrol Organization. But in his heart, he began to feel that something was wrong, as if they were investigating him. Even though Li Ai had reassured him not to worry before entering the room, as Jang Yu stepped inside, he happened to discover an incident. The green-haired girl and Fatty were also there. Before Jang Yu could say anything, Zhao Zhao slammed her hand on the table and asked the white-haired girl if she had met the special guest named Yu. After hearing the white-haired girl's answer, Jang Yu began to feel worried because the coincidence was too great. Zhao Zhao saw Jang Yu appear and told him to sit aside, then turned back to the white-haired girl and asked her to continue her story about the person named Yu. The white-haired girl began to tell her story, her eyes shining like headlights, saying she had seen Brother Yu fight 10 aberrations. Even in the fierce situation, Brother Yu remained calm and quickly eliminated one aberration. When the aberrations could no longer resist, the night patrollers arrived, and Brother Yu disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Jang Yu couldn't take his eyes off the white-haired girl's eyes, a craving surging within him. In Jang Yu's mind, the white-haired girl seemed to be wearing a very special pair of stockings, while Zhao Zhao seemed very interested in the person named Yu and wanted to know more about him. She heard the white-haired girl say that Yu didn't seem to be a member of the Night Patrol Organization, and she believed he was 80% like a normal student. The white-haired girl based her conclusion on Jang Yu's way of speaking, actions, gestures, and her own intuition, especially his tendency to look at girls' legs. This made her point directly at Jang Yu's, while he tried to hide the truth about himself but ultimately couldn't avoid being discovered. Zhao Zhao immediately stood up and grabbed Jang Yu's head, preparing a punch. He still maintained his personality, even at the risk of danger. At that moment, Lu ran in from outside, asking about the condition of his daughter and Jiang Yu's. As he had heard, they were pulled into an area near the shadow layer. Xiao Xiao, while dealing with Jiang Yu's, confirmed that both were safe. Just with a small issue. When Lu knew they were okay, he breathed a sigh of relief and told them to follow him. The three of them were then in a private room, where Xiao Xiao wondered if this trip was very important. Uncle Lu revealed that this was the first time in history that so many people had been pulled into the shadow layer on such a large scale. The specific number of casualties was still being tallied. But these matters did not concern the students. Due to the impact of this event, an aptitude test needs to be conducted in a short period of time. As he spoke, Uncle Lu unconsciously put a cigarette to his lips. But when he saw his daughter, he saw her sharp gaze as a warning. Seeing this, Uncle Lu understood and put the cigarette down, continuing to talk about the aptitude test, which was divided into two parts, a power test and a willpower test. The power test, also known as the first step of awakening, would help students discover their abilities and posed no danger. After that, a willpower test will be conducted, which is more important as it determines whether a person can become a superhuman. Hearing Uncle Lu's explanation, Jiang Yu was curious about the willpower test. Jiang Yu asked if the more resilient a person is, the stronger they are. But Uncle Lu said that wasn't entirely true. As some people could endure pain but had mediocre aptitude, there are people who appear cheerful but actually possess superior intellect. Mental strength is not just the ability to endure suffering but also includes faith in goodness, opposition to evil, and patience with injustice. It is a very complex index. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu asked a question that puzzled everyone: does one's worldview affect their willpower? From the side, Xiao Xiao gave an example, such as how some people's minds are filled with nothing but thoughts of women's legs. Seeing this, Jiang Yu felt embarrassed and scratched his head, showing he was still resentful about the matter. Seeing this, Uncle Lu also explained the impact of one's worldview, saying that although it has an influence, an upright worldview doesn't significantly affect the test results. However, if one's worldview is distorted, there will always be negative emotions in their heart, causing their test scores to be very low. This is also because a wicked soul will drag a person into the abyss. Extreme negative emotions have become a type of pollution. If accumulated over a long period, they can even hide and embed themselves deeper than the pollution brought by evil things. Therefore, when you have negative emotions, you should release them so they don't get suppressed in your heart, which only adds to your burden. In this moment, Jiang Yu's mind was dominated by the image of the silver-haired girl, and he felt himself being drawn into a state of chaos. To dispel these negative emotions, he decided to find a way to relax and clear his mind. At the same time, his curious expression made Xiao Xiao suspicious. Uncle Lu reminded the two of them to go back because someone was about to arrive to conduct the testing procedure. Before leaving, he also informed them that Jiang Yu's guardian was working outside and might not be back in time. Uncle Lu would sign the necessary papers on his behalf and told them to stay calm and let things happen naturally. After hearing this, both of them agreed. But they showed completely different attitudes, each reacting in their own way. When they returned, they ran into the silver-haired girl who was still there. At this point, the two of them approached the table and prepared to sit down and wait for someone to come and test their abilities. As soon as they sat down, Xiao Xiao asked the others what the silver-haired girl was doing here. And the silver-haired girl revealed that they were with their family to complete the procedures. When Xiao Xiao heard the story, she asked why the white-haired girl's family hadn't arrived yet. The white-haired girl revealed that her parents were business people and had left Yunhai 2 days ago, so they couldn't be present. But they had spoken on the phone and had given remote approval. At that moment, the sound of a door opening caught the attention of Jiang Yu and Xiao Xiao. It turned out Fatty's leg had been carefully bandaged, and he had to use a wheelchair. When the green-haired girl pushed him in, Fatty seemed more comfortable and said that after taking the medicine, the pain in his leg had significantly reduced. Jiang Yu was surprised that Fatty was still injured but was participating in the test. The green-haired girl explained that such injuries didn't affect the test results, so they could still participate. Although he seemed calm, he had actually just been hiding and crying his eyes out. Just then, Jiang Yu looked towards the door and saw a group of young people returning. Everyone's face clearly showed negativity. Some had cried so much their faces were distorted. Jiang Yu wondered why their mood was so gloomy. And Xiao Xiao explained, they just wanted to live a peaceful life. But from now on, the second half of their lives would no longer be peaceful. Just then, Li Ai appeared and, seeing that everyone had arrived, announced that they would get to the main point. The test would be divided into 2 parts, a power test and a willpower test. Each individual's ability is assessed by synthesizing aspects of strength, development, and potential, using a hierarchical system from low to high. Meanwhile, willpower is assessed based on mental resilience, divided into levels from 1 to 6. corresponding to different colors. Since last year, the regulations have changed, requiring all individuals with level 1 talent to participate in the assessment. To determine superhuman ability, both ability and willpower must be considered. Individuals with strong willpower can overcome difficulties even if their abilities are limited, while those with high abilities but lacking willpower will face difficulties in their development. Afterward, Li Ai announced that if there were no more questions, everyone should follow him. In the waiting room, all the students had gathered. Jang Yu arrived and observed through the glass door, while on the other side, a blond man stood next to a mysterious object covered by a patterned cloth. At this moment, the system announced over the loudspeaker, requesting the individuals whose names were called to follow the teacher's instructions. The first name called was a girl with blue hair. This girl seemed very confused when the door in front of her suddenly opened, but the teacher spoke up to comfort her, helping her feel more at ease. The blue-haired girl was still worried. She turned to look at her friends, then nodded confidently and walked forward with her newfound confidence. After a while, the blue-haired girl approached a mysterious, hidden object. Behind the door, everyone watched her every move intently. And right at this moment, the blond man in the room began to pull back the golden curtain, revealing a stone that emitted a brilliant white light. Next, the examiner announced that everything had begun. And just like that, the entire room that everyone was observing lit up brightly, capturing everyone's attention. In just a moment, the room plunged into darkness, leaving only a faint red light outside, which surprised and puzzled everyone, who wondered if the lights had been turned off. It seemed this was a test of patience. At that moment, Jang Yu realized that this level of darkness had become familiar to her after her time in the lower level. At the same time, the blue-haired girl had been equipped with electronic devices to connect to the stone in front of her. On the blue-haired girl's thigh was a spherical stone that was still glowing, and it seemed to be hindered by some powerful force. Jiang Yu began to suspect that this power might be emanating from the black crystal in front of the blue-haired girl. But suddenly, the room lit up again, stunning those standing outside. At this point, the two blue-haired girls had finished their test and walked out with an indifferent attitude. When asked, the blue-haired girl revealed that she had no talent for willpower, even though she had trained a lot before. Immediately, Fatty noticed and accused the blue-haired girl of signing up for the superhuman program very early. The blue-haired girl retorted that she had also undergone professional training, which made her feel quite awkward. But the result was a slap in the face, and Fatty was happy about it. And just then, the next person was none other than Fatty entered the examination room with an anxious heart, constantly telling himself that he didn't want to become a superhuman. Hearing these unnecessary prayers, he was certain he wouldn't become one. After Fatty entered the exam room, the lights automatically turned off as required. When the lights came back on, he had finished the test and walked out of the room with a gloomy face. However, the test results surprised him and astonished everyone. This result seemed to leave the green-haired girl feeling confused and bewildered. Not understanding what was happening, these two seemed to share the same fate. One didn't want to pass but did, while the other wanted to pass but failed at the first step. Zhao Zhao felt they were a fated pair. Just then, Zhao Zhao also had to enter the examination room. Before entering, she took a deep breath to compose herself. Before stepping up, she turned back and said something. "I'm going now. See you in a bit." After the equipment was installed, Zhao Zhao's body immediately radiated countless bright red blood auras. The stone on her leg also had the exact same color. Observing from the outside, Jiang Yu noticed that Zhao Zhao's stone glowed red. Previously, Fatty's stone glowed green. I remember willpower is graded from level 1 to 6, corresponding to different colors, and red is level 5. At this moment, as the room lit up, she walked out with a flushed face, just 2 steps away. Seeing this, the green-haired girl ran over to ask about the situation. Jiang Yu joked, wondering why she was so out of breath. Zhao Zhao just reminded him, "You'll know when you go in there." Jiang Yu immediately rushed towards her, expressing, "The way you say that, I'm a little scared. Give me a kiss." And the two of them went in next, with Jiang Yu following. Before receiving a punch from Zhao Zhao, Jiang Yu ran straight into the room for his test, much to her anger. Just like that. But at this moment, outside, Zhao Zhao placed a hand on her chest and sent him a wish for good luck. Hearing that, Jiang Yu also blushed and turned back to thank her. A moment later, he finally stepped through that examination door. As soon as the teacher entered, he asked for Jiang Yu's name. Then he handed him a piece of paper and looked surprised. "Have you ever awakened your powers before?" After receiving an affirmative answer, the teacher told Jiang Yu to drink the medicine in his hand. But just as he drank it, the teacher was startled to realize Jiang Yu had already awakened. He also admitted he awakened naturally. Immediately, The teacher announced that there would be no more questions regarding his abilities. They would now begin the willpower test and told Jang Yu to put on the stone. After, all the equipment was on him. For the first few minutes, he still showed no signs of anything. However, soon after, he was affected by the stone's energy, causing Jang Yu to feel a bit of pressure and start breathing deeply. Seeing this, the teacher came up behind him and placed a hand on Jang Yu's shoulder, helping him to calm down and not be tense. Just to follow his feelings. The teacher advised that Jang Yu's ability had been awakened, and as he progressed, his body would undergo many changes. But he didn't need to worry about them. Just keep moving forward. Immediately after, the teacher gently pushed Jang Yu's back, urging him to move forward. In this state, Jang Yu felt confused and disoriented about his goal. The chaotic and complex feeling made sweat run down his face. It felt as if he were drifting on the ground and falling into an endless void. Just like that, Jang Yu's will completely let go, allowing things to happen as they may. And his body seemed to be falling into a deep and mysterious black hole. In the end, Jang Yu's feet touched the ground. Looking at his glowing palms, he felt a sense of wonder and, at the same time, a loss of sensation of his body's existence. However, he quickly realized that he could still feel a connection to his body. He then began to explore and adapt to his will, easily jumping from one position to another. Jang Yu began to experiment and test his perceptions and actions within his will. However, in the examination room, the teacher saw Jang Yu's actions and felt confused. Not knowing if the student was taking a test or playing around, the teacher reminded Jang Yu to focus on the test and complete it. But Jang Yu had already begun to explore and learn about his abilities. At this point, he finally started to focus on the task and charged straight ahead. Jang Yu wondered if he should just follow the simple path. But suddenly, the brilliant light in front of him began to intensify and envelop him. As he continued forward, the light grew deeper, making it hard for him to breathe. Jang Yu felt as if he were falling into a state similar to being deep under the sea. And something was affecting his emotions. States like despair, sadness, and anger began to envelop Jang Yu's entire body. But then, he quickly regained his senses and controlled himself. Once again, his state returned to normal after shaking his head a few times and deciding not to let these emotions control him. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind and called Jang Yu's name, making him turn around in surprise at this person's presence. But this person only offered a brief reminder. Your personality is not suitable to be a superhuman. This could harm others, including yourself. However, as soon as he heard this, Jang Yu dismissed it as a hallucination and asserted that this person was not someone he knew. But suddenly, another identical person appeared beside him. This person continued to insist that Jang Yu should understand that he was not capable in this regard. Just like that, countless identical people appeared, continuously claiming that the world was on the brink of collapse and that dangers were threatening. You know all this in your heart. You don't need to follow the path of superhumans, because these people have never been symbols of strength, but of strong spiritual will. And so, all the identical people called out Jang Yu's name in unison, causing his mind to waver slightly. Then, Jang Yu spoke up, asking if he could inherit something like these people. At the same time, in front of Jang Yu, a giant aberration had also appeared. Upon entering the city, everything became clearer, and the Night Watchers began their duties with the eternal flame. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. An aberrant creature began to wreak havoc across the city, and visions of the city's collapse appeared before Jang Yu's eyes. He witnessed people losing their lives one by one in a catastrophic scene that unfolded right before him. This threw Jang Yu's will into turmoil, making him more furious than ever. The mangled remains of innocent citizens and red blood rained down like a hellish storm. The sound of explosions jolted Jang Yu's awake, as Uncle Lee prepared to light a cigarette and spoke. In reality, becoming a superhuman is the ultimate outcome. Do you truly desire to be like them? Stop deceiving yourself. You just want to show off. Those words began to invade Jang Yu's will and thoughts, and Uncle Lee continued to press him. Li Hao continued his assault. Just like other ordinary teenagers, you fantasize about being a superhero. He cackled as he spoke, irritating Jang Yu's. Then, Uncle Lee started pointing out the flaws of such youth staying up late, disliking studies, loving to play, chasing pretty members of the opposite sex, and hating to listen to adults. You act independently, thinking you have your own way of thinking. You always believe you're different, that you're not like others, and you love to show off. You crave attention but lack real substance. Yet you're convinced you can surpass everyone. The truth is, you know you're not special. Just like most people your age, you understand the dark side of this world clearly. It's not just a place of terrifying images. And no matter how bright the sun shines, there will always be parts shrouded in darkness. You're stepping into a world filled with gloomy miasma. Nothing like the beautiful fantasies and fairy tales. Once you reach the extraordinary level, you will have to face unimaginable disasters. Now, let's return to the original question. Can a person truly become a superhuman? Jang Yu's current state became precarious. He lost his direction and couldn't find his purpose, wandering aimlessly without being able to approach the stone in front of him. At this moment, the female night watcher appeared and asked about Jang Yu's situation. The examiner shook his head, saying that nothing had changed. He was just going in circles with no progress. The female night watcher said this was normal, as he was immersed in the depths of his soul, and not everyone could withstand that pressure. The examiner agreed, but noted that only those with good character could overcome the difficulties and move forward. But just then, the female night watcher noticed a new and unexpected development. She called the examiner over and showed them that the stone had turned red. This surprised the examiner as well. It seemed to be the first time such a thing had ever happened. Surprisingly, the stone at Jang Yu's feet had turned a brilliant red, while the test stone, far from her position, showed an unusual change. The examiner behind them hadn't expected him to reach level 5 from such a distance. They wondered if getting closer would increase the level. At this point, the female officer stepped forward again and asked the examiner if Jang Yu's could reach level 6. The examiner admitted he wasn't sure, as only 15 people in all of Dazhou had reached level 6 inches the past 10 years. Meanwhile, Jang Yu's continued to push forward, persistent and struggling, but the examiner noticed that the light was gradually weakening. Several night watchers came to check Jang Yu's wristwatch to see if there was a problem. However, when they checked, the data was normal, with nothing unusual. This confused the examiner. Normally, as Jang Yu's got closer to the crystal, his willpower should have grown stronger. But that wasn't the case. His spiritual energy was continuously decreasing. What could be the cause? Jang Yu's side was wondering. Du was almost ready to touch the spirit stone right in front of him. As he reached out his hand, only a few cm away, his action stunned the examiner and the night watcher behind him. Is this for real? Does Jang Yu's intend to touch it? Even those with level 6 spiritual power couldn't do this. But Jang Yu's arm seemed to merge with the light emanating from the spirit stone. Soon, his palm calmly made direct contact with the spirit stone. The moment before, in the whirlwind of his mind, there were still manipulative influences at play, urging Jang Yu's to leave quickly, to stop thinking about supernatural things, and to think of his family and friends, standing beside him. The image of the person he cherished most appeared in his mind. Before him, Zhao Zhao smiled and extended her hand toward him, her face blushing. Jang Yu's responded by taking her hand. At the same time, Uncle Li Hao's advice made him feel that this was where he truly belonged. But suddenly, Jang Yu's seemed to realize something. He immediately shouted, "Enough!" All the images of his loved ones, friends, and everything around him shattered after those two words. Jang Yu's berated the illusion of Li Hao for only knowing how to exploit him. Is this little bit of greed all you've got? You should at least give me a whole new world. With that, he advanced, causing the illusory Li Hao to stumble backward in confusion. As he walked, he expressed, "To be honest, you really scared me at first. I even hesitated a little. In fact, from the very beginning, I wanted to be a true hero, not just in appearance. But reality shows that there are no heroes falling from the sky in this world. Only ordinary people who bravely rise up. It is their silent dedication that has brought about the peace and stability of today. I have enjoyed that peace once. And this time, I don't want to hide behind the protection of others. I choose a different path." Jang Yu's reached for the Night Watcher's eternal flame in the illusion, decisively grasping the handle of the torch and raising it high above his head to dispel the darkness and negativity. The light from the eternal flame shone brilliantly, along with a declaration of becoming an undying flame to illuminate the night. The faint rays of positivity seemed to blur the image of the illusory Uncle Li. It wasn't just the light from the flame, but also Jang Yu's sharp gaze and fiery will within it. Currently, the incident at the Shadow Plane is escalating in severity, with significant impact from the second floor to the shopping center. The number of affected people has reached 850, with over 700 trapped in the Shadow Plane. The rescue team has saved over 650 people, but the rescue operation is ongoing. Meanwhile, 30 students participating in the martial arts exam will be divided into groups for testing. Afterward, they will begin treatment and decontamination for minor exposure. At the same time, Uncle Lu asked his subordinate about the contamination assessment and was informed that the results were in. The subordinate sent the file to Uncle Lu, and a few seconds later, he received a new message with images of a shadow species nicknamed Phantom. The test results showed a contamination level of 1 and above. The three phantoms had extremely similar forms, skeletons, and tissues. Furthermore, they bore heavy phantom traces, resembling products of human aberration. Uncle Lu seemed a bit more bewildered by this complexity, but his subordinate in the white coat strongly refuted it. According to him, such similarity between individuals is impossible, as the level of contamination and the direction of mutation during aberration are never the same. The aberration into three identical creatures like this is almost impossible. After a moment, Uncle Lu lit a cigarette and made a judgment about the one outside the window, seemingly searching for a new clue. After some investigation, something was discovered in Beidou. Those hiding in the shadows could no longer contain their curiosity. But, just then, the building opposite Uncle Lu began to emit strange and abnormal lights. Uncle Lu realized it was the superhuman testing room. But before he could think, the room suddenly exploded in a cloud of smoke and fire. A moment later, Uncle Lu had to rush to the testing room to find out what had happened. The students all looked terrified, and other students also came to see the situation. When he reached the door of the room, Uncle Lu saw a light emanating from within that he couldn't comprehend. The highest willpower test result was orange, but this yellow color was unprecedented. Uncle Lu wondered what had happened. Then, he immediately entered the testing room. When the door opened, all the students were stunned, their eyes fixed ahead with expressions of astonishment. At that moment, two examiners ran up to report that a person named Jang Yu was testing inside. Hearing his nephew's name, Uncle Lu grew even more anxious and confused. When he looked inside, he saw Jang Yu touching the spirit stone, which was emitting a yellow light. Slowly, Jang Yu opened his eyes and looked deep into the spirit stone. But then he turned his head to look at everyone around him. Outside, all his classmates and even Uncle Lu were standing there, staring at Jang Yu, leaving him confused about what had happened. A while later, in the waiting room, Jang Yu was still bewildered by the recent events. While Uncle Lu was also present, Lu handed Jang Yu a bottle of water to help him calm down. At that moment, Jang Yu asked about Xiao Xiao's whereabouts, and Uncle Lu revealed the information. While you were testing, they were taken to the rest area. They probably don't know what happened earlier. Then, Uncle Lu himself had to exclaim how much Jang Yu had surprised him. Level 5 is one thing, but level 6 is much harder. And Jang Yu's result produced an unprecedented yellow color. Jang Yu, whose nose was almost as long as the water bottle, felt proud of himself and asked if he was the legendary yellow, even higher than level 6. Uncle Lu felt it might be so, but there was no precedent, and it was hard to say for sure. He might even be dissected for experiments. This statement made Jang Yu feel like he was on cloud 9 and had been dropped straight to the bottom of society. But he still didn't believe Uncle Lu's threat. And Uncle Lu also seemed skeptical, wondering why he was trying to scare him. Jang Yu asked again, and Uncle Lu said they wouldn't use him for experiments, but someone would come to collect his data. Jang Yu's data would be sent to the major Night Watcher organizations, and he would be listed as a key observation target. Jang Yu found this troublesome, but Uncle Lu comforted him, saying he would teach him how to handle the situation. Just follow the proper procedures. Jang Yu had been waiting for this moment for a long time, thinking his chance to shine had come. After some time, he was led into a private room for information gathering. Here, an examiner and a female night watcher, along with the man named Lu, asked him about his personal information and hobbies. Meanwhile, the interview was recorded by a camera and broadcast throughout the city. They also realized he was the teenager who had emitted the yellow light during the test. He seemed very ordinary. No one would have guessed he was such a special talent, though some speculated the yellow light might have been a machine error. At this point, the examiner asked him what he had seen during the willpower test. He shared that he had seen many night watchers carrying torches. Moving forward, the examiner wanted to know more about what he had experienced. This scene was also being broadcast on the laptop of a mysterious organization. He had to try to recall and recreate his feelings, but he still felt scared by the experience. In his mind, he silently wondered why he had to follow this procedure and why he had to say the pre-prepared lines. Suddenly, the man named Lu asked him about his thoughts when he saw those things. He began to answer, but suddenly stopped for no apparent reason, as if he had been obstructed by something. Witnessing this, Uncle Lu urged him to continue speaking. Suddenly, Jiang Yu smiled mysteriously, then stood up and asked Uncle Lu if there was a map hanging on the wall in his room. Hearing this, Uncle Lu quickly thought about it. Jiang Yu stepped onto a chair, pounded his chest, and began to point out the 10 surviving lands on the map in the textbook. But now there were only a little over 5. Our situation is not easy at all. Not like what is imagined. Sometimes, knowing the truth becomes a form of suffering. Seeing this, Uncle Lu seemed displeased. wondering what Jang Yu was saying and what he wanted to achieve. Despite this, Jang Yu continued to speak, expressing his excitement and desire. He declared his hope that the youth of Dazhou could step forward with passion and light. Even if it was just a small spark. Jiang Yu jumped to the ground and pledged to be the only light if there was no flame. This made Uncle Lu so embarrassed that he even covered his face. The two people sitting next to him were also surprised and confused. Uncle Lu tried to explain that this boy, Jiang Yu, often joked around. But contrary to his thoughts, the examiner and the female night watcher expressed their surprise and emotion at the boy's profound thinking. In the future, he will surely become one of the top talents in our organization. Their words made Uncle Lu doubt his understanding of today's youth. While the other students had to admit that it was no surprise this boy could emit a yellow light, and that it might be the sign of a genius. After I'm done showing off, can you let me go? I need to go to the massage parlor. Uncle Lu stood up and told Jiang Yu to go back and wait for the next announcement. But Jiang Yu felt discouraged, knowing there would be another announcement. Uncle Lu placed his hand on the laptop and revealed that the announcement was about a special training camp. In the evening, Jiang Yu seemed melancholic as he sat on the rooftop using his superpowers, apparently planning something. He sighed, recalling his conversation with Uncle Lu, who had asked if he was being humble after becoming so famous in the night patrol. Jiang Yu just apologized for causing him trouble. Uncle Lu sighed, not knowing how to react to Old Li. Old Li had always been against letting Jiang Yu get involved with the supernatural, and this time it would probably make him very angry. In the end, what's done is done. And Uncle Lu told Jiang Yu to go home, but to remember March 25th for the special training camp. As Uncle Lu explained, those with qualifying aptitudes would be gathered for several months of special training. And after the training ended, there would be an entrance exam. Before leaving, he took a phone call but turned back to remind Jiang Yu about today's events. After returning home, it was best not to tell anyone, including Zhao Zhao. At this point, Jiang Yu remembered the system check and saw that he only had 20 days of lifespan left. And the training started next month. With this lifespan, and the training lasting several months, Jiang Yu felt it wasn't enough. So, he decided to go hunting again, hoping to earn enough lifespan points. Just then, he heard a noise from below the city. And looking down, he spotted a fleeing aberrant creature with only 27% of its life remaining. Jiang Yu immediately leaped down from the rooftop at an incredible speed, simultaneously activating Shadow Walk, which allowed him to move across any terrain. The aberrant creature was running when it heard the sound of mud splattering against it, and it instinctively turned its head. As soon as it saw Jiang Yu, it was immediately hit with a marking blow right in the face. Before it could understand what was happening, it suffered a vicious claw attack from Jiang Yu. After Jiang Yu caught it, the system made a judgment. This was a creature in a severely injured state, pitiful and only wanting to escape to survive. Even though it was such a simple act, its life had clearly come to an end. It would not see the morning sun or hear the wind rustling in its ears. Hunting such a heavily wounded prey was not a proud act. Jiang Yu's lifespan increased to 22 days, and his combat skills improved slightly. Although Jiang Yu still felt lucky to have taken down the prey, just then, a new person appeared, seemingly the one who had been chasing that aberrant creature. Jiang Yu turned to look at the person but still couldn't see their face clearly, only sensing the presence of someone new. As the situation became difficult, character stepped forward and asked about the aberrant creature's location. In this situation, Jiang Yu couldn't prepare his words and was forced to tell the truth. Then, he used his special power to bring the aberrant creature's skeleton to the ground. Seeing this, Deng began to raise his weapon and accused Jiang Yu of being a thief who just wanted to take his loot. Jiang Yu still couldn't believe he had become a thief. This enraged Deng, who charged straight at him with his weapon. Fortunately, he maintained a calm demeanor. Deng attacked Jiang Yu, who was still feigning ignorance, causing Jiang Yu to panic and raise his hands in self-defense. At that moment, Deng felt astonished and couldn't make any other move. He immediately stopped. To Jiang Yu's bewilderment, Deng took off the red hat on his head and brought his face close to Jiang Yu's. Seemingly having recognized someone familiar, this action made Jiang Yu feel shy and blush. It turned out Deng had recognized that Jiang Yu was a famous person online. He was an absolute fan of Jiang Yu's. So he showed his admiration by taking a selfie and speaking his mind. However, the talk of splitting the profits and the old rules made Jiang Yu curious about what a scavenger and those rules were. Hearing this question, Deng was also shocked and began to react strongly. He started shouting and accusing Jiang Yu, a famous online personality, of trying to bully a small-time scavenger. However, when accused, Jiang Yu tried to explain clearly but seemed unable to find clarity. Immediately, Jiang Yuzes used his special ability to pull Deng Ke closer to him. Deng Ke was pulled back and fell. While Jiang Yuzes directly grabbed Deng Ke's head and demanded a clear explanation, Deng Ke began to explain that scavenger was a term used by people in his organization, and their official title was non-staff personnel of the Night Watcher organization. As long as you reach a certain level, you can apply to join. When Jiang Yuzes asked about the benefits for non-staff personnel, Deng Ke explained that the salary wasn't high, so not many people wanted to join. One creature is worth about 6 to 7,000. Hearing this number, Jiang Yuzes was stunned and wondered how 6 to 7,000 could be considered not much. The spirit stones created from the aberrant creature's energy continued to appear before Jiang Yuzes, making him even angrier. He wondered why this amount of money was called little. This time, I got a little less than 7. Ling, ling, ling. Almost my monthly salary. Yet Deng Ke thinks this amount is insignificant. This is truly strange, as there's no insurance, no benefits, and workers rely solely on luck to survive. Jiang Yuzes found this hard to understand. The pale and broken man from the shadow plane continued to argue with Jiang Yuzes. Both of them stared at the spirit stones on the ground. Then, Jiang Yuzes asked the stranger what was happening with the spirit stones and who they would be sold to. The stranger revealed that the spirit stones would be sold to the Night Watcher organization, universities, or some companies that purchase aptitude materials. They'll assign tasks to acquire special creatures and provide their locations to hunters. Immediately, Jiang Yuzes asked the guy to send him the locations of these special creatures. Then, he scanned a QR code to add him as a friend and transferred 7,000 units for the creature. Hearing this, Deng Ke was shocked, then became a bit embarrassed. If we split the profit 30 to 70, you'd get 900. Seeing this, Jiang Yuzes walked over and put a hand on Deng Ke's shoulder, making him nervous. Jiang Yuzes said it was a fair deal, as he never takes advantage of others. Also, he wanted to discuss a partnership with Deng Ke. As he spoke, Jiang Yuzes smiled mysteriously and calculatingly. This made the other person feel a bit uneasy about this partnership. Meanwhile, where Jiang Yuzes was standing, just recently, a strange insect had appeared with sharp claws, causing destruction. This species is known in the Jianghu world as the blood shadow Miyu. It possesses the ability to combine insect and shadow. At the same time, Yuan had arrived and used a previously unknown technique called Shadow Devour. Instantly, one hand was used to lift this strange insect off the ground. The decision was made to try and bite the essence core of its body, with the aim of keeping the entire body intact. Because otherwise, it would be worthless to sell, and everything would become futile in Jiang's flow. When Deng Ke collected and brought back the aberrant creatures, it seemed he had put in some effort, but he was still willing to share everything equally. However, he thought that it wasn't easy for Deng Ke to find and classify the aberrant species, as well as transport their corpses to the Night Watcher organization. But he figured these tasks could be handled easily with support staff, and he still kept his identity a secret, just wanting to maintain a bit of mystery because he had decided that if the Night Watcher organization found out his identity, it would be all over for him. Seeing this, Deng Ke praised Jiang Yuzes even more for his strength. In just one day, Jiang Yuzes had continuously eliminated many aberrant creatures without rest. Hearing this, he blushed, proud that it wasn't just a few. If he had the time, he could eliminate 100. But then, Jiang Yuzes thought to himself that just eliminating the recent ones wasn't enough to make him stronger. Continuing to hunt level 1. Common-grade aberrant creatures no longer had any meaning. With that thought, Jiang Yuzes asked Deng Ke to help him find a high-level aberrant creature on the first floor tomorrow. Hearing high level, Deng Ke couldn't believe it and thought Jiang Yuzes might not understand, as the power of a high-level creature compared to a common-grade one was extremely dangerous. But contrary to that, Jiang Yuzes admitted that he understood the issue well and just smiled mysteriously. Furthermore, there was a declaration that all experience and money were being accumulated steadily. In the middle of the night, Jiang Yuzes finally returned to his warm home. He entered and turned on the light, then wandered to the middle of the house, feeling completely drained of energy. Just as he was about to open the refrigerator, Zhao Zhao's voice rang out, checking on Jiang Yuzes for returning late. When he turned around, he saw her lying on the sofa, with cookies she had made herself on the table. Seeing this, Jiang Yuzes went over and tried a cookie, then asked, "Where's Uncle Lu?" But his eyes were glued to her Japanese sword-like legs. Zhao Zhao said her father had gone on a mission, and Jiang Yuzes just wanted to know if he would be back tonight. Hearing this, Zhao Zhao revealed that he wouldn't be back and asked him what was up. Just after hearing that, Jiang Yuzes' expression turned as gloomy as the southern sky at present, while his excitement grew like the northern weather, suggesting that Zhao Zhao might stay here overnight. Just then, A punch as swift as the wind shot straight at Jang Yu's head, causing him discomfort. Xiao Xiao wanted to test Jang Yu's abilities, and he wanted to know the result. Jang Yu clutched his aching head and confirmed he had passed, making Xiao Xiao curious about his rank. Jang Yu said he was a grandmaster, but in reality, he possessed the legendary golden aptitude, though he wasn't allowed to say it. Xiao Xiao continued to ask about Jang Yu's awakened ability, but he only gave a vague answer, shadow pupil. Xiao Xiao felt relieved to know this ability was a branch of the shadow type, and that Jang Yu's potential wasn't too special, leaning towards support and not the front lines. However, Jang Yu thought Xiao Xiao was concerned about him and asked about her ability. As it turned out, Xiao Xiao possessed a branch of the soul spirit type ability, which was considered to have the highest potential, although her current strategy might be weak. In the long run, this ability would surely become powerful. According to her reasoning, he seemed stronger than her. He appeared to have grasped the issue and was just trying to show off in front of her. Then, he was warned by Jang Yu and told not to be too confident. He was immediately punched by Jang Yu and received a silent warning. Then, the two of them looked at each other with shy glances. They continued like this for a few seconds before being startled and pulling apart. Jang Yu wondered about the nature of the soul spirit type and the shadow type. Xiao Xiao didn't understand it well either, but knew that these terms were related to aberrant creatures. Xiao Xiao's soul spirit type corresponds to spirit creatures, while Jang Yu's shadow type corresponds to shadow creatures. Hunting aberrant creatures and absorbing their contamination is one way for superhumans to become stronger. If you hunt the corresponding aberrant creature, it will be more effective in developing your power. Jang Yu was intrigued to learn about Xiao Xiao's soul shock ability and wanted her to try using it. But Xiao Xiao didn't know how because there were no aberrant creatures to test it on. Hearing this, Jang Yu immediately expressed his agreement and confidence in his physical condition, assuring her that he wouldn't be too seriously injured. However, Xiao Xiao couldn't remain calm and lost her composure, directly demonstrating her special superpower from the aberrant creature. She held her hand out in front, her eyes fixed on her opponent as if controlling their mind. Suddenly, she snapped her fingers and began to use her ability. Immediately after, Jang Yu's eyes began to change color, turning a bright white as if an electric current was running through his brain. Jang Yu instantly fell to the ground, in agony and misery. Xiao Xiao, worried, approached to check on him. Jang Yu continued to take advantage of the opportunity and buried his head between the two eyes below Xiao Xiao's neck, wanting to check if they were working well. As expected, Xiao Xiao complied with Jang Yu's request. However, Jang Yu then requested that she press from the skin behind, then from the top of the head to the sides, and to press gently. Jang Yu seemed to be actively enjoying it. Not only that, but Jang Yu also had to act innocently and praise Xiao Xiao for being amazing. Clearly, Jang Yu was well prepared but still hadn't found any trace of the superpower. After hearing this, Xiao Xiao still didn't realize she had been tricked and thought that their special abilities were due to racial differences. Strange phenomena were normal, and mental attacks were not unusual. However, when Jang Yu heard this, he felt that if he had such power, he would become the center of attention at the special training camp. However, Xiao Xiao thought she was not like Jang Yu's. Moreover, she heard that strong students from other training centers would also be coming. Jiang Yu felt worried because there would be many people there. Xiao Xiao saw his concern and immediately reassured him. All those coming to the special training camp were students from the martial arts department. But as she said this, Xiao Xiao suddenly asked Jiang Yu a question that surprised him. How much money have you spent at the Tinnungyet shop at the entrance of the neighborhood? Before Jiang Yu could answer, Xiao Xiao was startled and her face turned pale. It seemed she had realized the problem. But with her current expression, she couldn't let the matter drop. Xiao Xiao once again used her soul shock technique, hitting Jiang Yu a few more times. The whole room suddenly lit up, and only the sound of pained cries for help could be heard. The next day, as night fell, an aberrant creature appeared on the street, biting another one. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Jiang Yu wondered if this was the high-level, first-floor aberrant creature he was looking for. Deng stood beside her and thought she had chosen one he had already defeated to play it safe, taking it slow. But when he asked Jiang Yu if he needed help, he witnessed something unexpected. He was surprised to see Jiang Yu jump off the balcony. And immediately, Deng also looked down to observe the situation. Below, the aberrant creature was distracted and was hit by a strong electric blast. Like a decisive attack, the blast transformed into Jiang Yu with a powerful strike. And as he released his hand, the hunt was successful. Then, the system announced that Jiang Yu's shadow had been enhanced, unlocking a new ability called Shadow Orb. The Shadow Orb effectively enhances shadow control, reduces shadow presence, and can be fired. When the shadow orb explodes, it shoots out numerous shadow threads with strong piercing power. Deng couldn't believe his eyes and felt like asking what was going on. He didn't expect Jang Yu to use just one move to switch to the fighting style of a reputable war general with a massive muscular build. He stood on high and charged straight towards the aberrant creatures gathered below, as if challenging them that he could take them all on. In that manner, his movement speed transformed into protective circles that enveloped the entire enemy force and covered a large area where they stood. That video was saved on the laptop that Uncle Lu brought back for Jiao. After watching it, she also realized that this was the warrior who possessed extraordinary power. Among superhumans, the awakening rate of the soul is not high, but Jiao's awakening ability was considered top tier among them. The previous warrior had awakened a similar power. This storage device contains his cultivation experience over many years. Take your time to study it carefully, but do not reveal it to anyone. After hearing this, Jiao felt puzzled because, given Uncle Lu's rank, he shouldn't have been able to obtain these things. It turned out the video was obtained by Uncle Li because he was very close with some warriors. But hearing this, Jiao thought to herself that it was strange. Giving these materials to Jang Yu to see wouldn't do any good. Why help me? At the same time, where was Uncle Li living for work convenience? He stood at the window near the balcony, lost in deep thought, his eyes gazing towards the distant horizon. Meanwhile, on the table behind him, a secret letter was left. It mentioned the special species B15256. A powerful entity appeared 200 kilometers northwest of Beidou, its body radiating a white light. When it flew high, its shape was indeterminable, and it seemed to be on the verge of destruction. Short-term exposure to it would lead to severe contamination and turn one into a fanatical follower. This species possesses immense power and an extremely strong self-healing ability. With no trace of ordinary blood, it also has superhuman immunity. Unaffected by mental attacks, 2 organization leaders died in battle. 3 generals were seriously injured, and 300 night watchers sacrificed themselves to capture it. Baser has collected and stored the records of this species as top secret. After a long period of research, they discovered its characteristics, including the inability to look at it directly, and decided to name it God. Meanwhile, at Jiang Yu's location, a confrontation with another aberrant species was also taking place. He had jumped from his position and shot a web-like thread towards his opponent. At that moment, Jiang Yu's chest was enveloped by a powerful electric current, but he seemed unaware of the approaching danger. Suddenly, the aberrant creature charged straight at Jiang Yu's, and this time he couldn't avoid it. Meanwhile, Deng was filming this scene from a distance, showing deep concern and constantly encouraging Jiang Yu to try harder. Currently, Jiang Yu's health had dropped to 66%, a significant loss of strength. But his opponent did not stop attacking, rushing forward with the ferocity of a flying arrow. In this situation, Jiang Yu brought a piece of wood to his mouth, seemingly contemplating a new strategy. When the aberrant creature reached a certain position, he decisively broke the piece of wood. However, this action caused the opponent to hesitate slightly. While the opponent had not yet seized the initiative, Jiang Yu activated his preset plan, causing the opponent to explode. The plan involved creating a mid-air explosion or making the opponent stick to him and then explode, dealing a certain amount of damage. If it luckily develops inside the enemy's body, it will immediately unleash terrifying power. Deng couldn't help but praise Jiang Yu's ultimate skill, saying it was cooler than a toilet. Then, he quickly shared the footage, predicting that this episode would be very popular. He quickly took out a sack to collect the entire corpse of the just destroyed aberrant creature. Behind him, Jiang Yu opened the system check and saw that his remaining lifespan was 47. With this many days left, he believed he could hold out until the special training camp opened. Then, he asked Deng to send him the location of the next target. But suddenly, a purple aberrant creature appeared, seemingly having watched the two for a long time, just waiting for the right moment to attack. It fired a projectile at Deng position. Jiang Yu sensed the immense power approaching and quickly pulled Deng to safety, helping him dodge the attack. The bullet's trajectory was followed by Jiang Yu's question about the opponent's identity. And from within the thick cloud of dust, a ray of light appeared. Searching for it, the object became clearer and clearer. It was a giant and terrifying body hovering in the sky. Upon seeing it, Jiang Yu immediately recognized it as the demon eye of the level 2 spirit species. He recalled Xiao Xiao's words about her soul spirit corresponding to the spirit species among the aberrant creatures. Immediately, Jiang Yu charged forward because he couldn't let it activate its ability. The opponent was also preparing to unleash its ability from the other side. But suddenly, an arrow filled with divine lightning flew from afar and shot straight towards the aberrant creature. Just then, the arrow flew straight into the middle of the spirit creature's eye. As an inevitable result, This creature lost its ability to fight and fell right in front of Jang Yu's. However, within seconds, the owner of the arrow appeared and directly pulled the arrow out of the spirit creature. This stranger wore an outfit like a Disney superhero and had a playful demeanor. Seeing this, Jang Yu's asked the person for their identity. But what he received was silence. The other person even seemed angry and immediately left. He left immediately, leaving Jang Yu's in a state of shock. At that moment, a yellow piece of paper with a unique pattern suddenly fell. Jang Yu's quickly picked it up and read the contents, feeling confused about his future and abilities. Was he worried about not being talented enough or wanting to become part of the upper class? What path of self-development should he choose? The Xiao Group, located in Yunhai, is known as a reputable organization. However, reality shows that this is a multi-level marketing scam. Nevertheless, Jang Yu still felt curious and right. The next morning, he arrived at the entrance of the Xiao Group. The place had a solemn atmosphere, with a statue in front of the entrance that looked exactly like the person Jang Yu had met before. He carried the letter and stood amidst the bustling crowd outside the group's lobby. According to what Deng revealed, the Xiao Group is the leading pharmaceutical company in Yunhai. If one could become a high-level employee there, they wouldn't have to worry about their future. After hearing this, Jiang Yu asked Deng if the person he just met was from the Xiao Group. Deng confirmed this because he recognized the uniform the person was wearing was definitely from the group. Jiang Yu found it hard to understand because Deng had once claimed that the weak only had a primary level, but the person just now had defeated a level 2 demon. This led Deng to reveal a special medicine produced by the Xiao Group, which enhances the combat abilities of those who train diligently. These people have collaborated with the Night Watcher organization and have opened up a new path. If you want to increase your strength quickly, Xiao is not a bad choice. Jiang Yu asked Deng if he wanted to try, but he refused, believing it was better to train on his own. Later, Deng went to a company forum and was introduced to a medicine with the code T1928, named Sweet Dew. This medicine was researched and developed by 20 top doctors from Beidou over 10 years, with the ability to enhance the brain's sensitivity and thus improve the reaction speed of superpowers. Jiang Yu heard it sounded like a smart drug, and he began to wonder if there really was a medicine that could enhance one's strength. Just then, a company representative appeared on stage and invited a guest to participate in testing the new product. Before they could finish their sentence, Deng shouted and volunteered, making Jiang Yu recognize his voice immediately. Deng showed great excitement and anticipation for the product in his hand, causing Jiang Yu's expression to change. Remembering Deng words from last night about self-control, his eyes suddenly lit up and showed much more clarity. Seeing this, the company representative quickly offered a special deal for one. Bye-bye Bashaba. But it was limited to the first comers. Meanwhile, the people below the stage all yearned to own this product after witnessing the impressive multi-level marketing performance. Only Jiang Yu still didn't understand the product and felt confused, urging himself to understand it better. Afterward, Jiang Yu decided to ignore the presentation and moved on to tour other areas of the company, as he felt these people were too infatuated and had lost their reason. Jiang Yu left the presentation area and began exploring other parts of the company to learn more about the place. Precious artifacts such as weapons, uniforms, and banners of fallen warriors were carefully preserved in glass cases. At this moment, Jiang Yu stood before a large and solemn space, with a huge painting hanging on the wall, depicting the story of Xiao. This painting was dedicated to the founder of the Xiao Group, a person named Hero Xiao. Reading this, Jiang Yu realized that the founder of the Xiao Group was a Night Watcher. Just as he uttered a word of surprise, the person standing next to him replied, he was one of the pioneering Night Watchers. But unfortunately, very few people remember him now. When he turned to see the red-haired young man, Jiang Yu also recognized him as the captain of the Night Watchers, the one who was always investigating his identity. According to the Night Watcher captain's account, in the 50th year of the Aberrant Era, the invading species had spread throughout Dazhou. Hero Xiao alone led people to escape from the invaded territory, and to protect everyone, he sacrificed himself, burning himself without hesitation. A tragic end befell the aberrant species as Xiao completely destroyed his own life, leaving nothing but ashes. Fortunately, the founder's descendants were able to develop this group into a powerful and contributing force. The captain felt that Jiang Yu's and Xiao had many similarities. Just hearing this, Jiang Yu felt confused, not understanding the captain's intention. At this moment, the captain asked Jiang Yu if he remembered his words back at the Night Watcher organization, that he wanted to be the only light in the darkness. Upon hearing this question, Jiang Yu had to admit it. But in reality, he had just said it casually, and the other person had believed him. After hearing this, the captain praised him. It's not surprising that you are the nephew of War General Li, with a clear mind and high cognitive ability. However, hearing the name War General Li, Jang Yu felt puzzled, and the captain explained that it was, of course, War General Li Shengguang. Hearing the title War General, along with the achievements and recognition, made the other person feel proud. Something about Uncle Li's previous actions that Jiang Yu's witnessed didn't seem to match the image he had of him. Furthermore, Jiang Yu's couldn't believe Uncle Li's expression changed completely because this war general was the strongest. This surprised and intrigued the captain. Uncle Li had never shared any of this with Jiang Yu's, who always thought he was just an ordinary official. In reality, Uncle Li was not just an official, but a person of great power. It was then that Jiang Yu's realized why they could let him follow his own path and arrange his schooling. He thought Uncle Li just knew high-ranking people, but it turned out he was the one with the real power. The captain remarked that War General Li had hidden things from Jiang Yu's, but perhaps it was only to protect him. Afterward, the captain introduced a person named Chingan, who was an instructor at this special training camp. Not only that, but Chingan also approached and lowered his voice to encourage Jiang Yu's, advising him to do his best. He said that he highly valued Jiang Yu's and would train him diligently. After he finished speaking, he left, leaving Jiang Yu's in a state of uncertainty. But Chingan's words about diligent training gave Jiang Yu's a bad feeling. Just then, strange energy emanated from the painting on the stone tablet. As if someone was watching Jiang Yu's, he even felt it and immediately turned his head, puzzled. But when he looked at the painting, everything seemed normal again. Suddenly, a deformed insect with natural energy emerged from the stone tablet, leaving Jiang Yu's utterly astonished. Jiang Yu's decided not to pursue it immediately. Not expecting the phantom to appear in this place, the insect ran straight down the emergency exit, pursued by Jiang Yu's, who wondered how it could have infiltrated this place with so many guards around. Currently, the system has revealed information about the low-grade abyss insect, AU type, capable of generating great power in dark environments. If it targets you, be careful of those behind you. This insect seemed not to be simple, and the phantom suddenly turned its head, staring intently at Jiang Yu's as if it had calculated something. Jiang Yu's also realized that this warning was not simple. The first time he killed another phantom, there was a similar reminder, and he had noticed something unusual early on. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, the phantom suddenly turned and ran quickly to the left, as if trying to cut him off. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's followed, suspecting that the recent appearance of aberrant creatures might be related to it. As soon as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he couldn't believe what he was seeing, because nothing was there. The entire corridor was completely empty, without a single trace. Jiang Yu's discovered he was in the basement of the Shuyang group. But the strange thing was that everything was deserted. At that moment, an announcement was made, saying that number 9 had returned and entered. Jiang Yu's immediately turned to find the source of the sound, but the air became too quiet. This made him wonder, were they hiding in the shadow plane? What was the Shuyang group up to? It seemed, wanting to investigate this place. Jiang Yu's decided to use his shadow pupil to pass through the floor and uncover the mysteries. In a short time, Jiang Yu's unexpectedly found himself in another space within the company. His surprise grew as he saw strange items stored ahead. On both sides were strange creatures locked in glass boxes, while in front was a complex system of machinery. Jiang Yu's was curious about the purpose of these things. Observing the glass boxes around him, Jiang Yu's saw that they were filled with strange and bizarre creatures. This made him even more curious about the company's purpose. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's heard footsteps and quickly hid to watch. The person who entered was Dr. Wu, along with his assistant. They were discussing a plan to raise a phantom and another creature. Dr. Wu and his assistant were discussing a plan to tame a strange creature. However, Dr. Wu was worried that this could cause great losses if not done carefully, as the creature's wild instincts were difficult to control. At this point, the two individuals stopped, and the senior researcher stated that their ultimate goal was to understand the skin of other species and how to control them completely. To achieve this, they needed to start with the soul species. For example, by using this phantom that has been transformed from a soul species, the two stood before a giant phantom, while behind them, Jiang Yu, lying on the floor, had overheard their entire plan, though he didn't seem to understand everything they said. At that moment, the doctor approached the aberrant creature. The doctor said, "Hello, number 9. And the aberrant creature suddenly opened its mouth with a furious expression, causing the assistant to pull Dr. Wu back, fearing it would do something to him. Seeing this, Dr. Wu told his assistant, "Don't worry. Just do a good job of taking notes." Then, Dr. Wu gently tapped the glass and asked, How is your body feeling? Was the eye transplant successful? Suddenly, the aberrant creature's hand began to shake up and down with a certain rhythm. Immediately, it turned and slammed against the glass in front of it. While Dr. Wu assessed that its emotions were gradually stabilizing, the next task was to create more. Number 9. To deal with the aberrant creatures. After speaking, he asked his assistant to bring the soul calming stone for number 9 to use. Meanwhile, on Jiang Yu's side, he seemed to have realized that the aberrant creature could see him. This phantom was completely different from the previous ones. It wasn't aggressive and could communicate simply, as if it had its own consciousness. A moment later, the assistant returned and saw the doctor still staring at the phantom, making him wonder if this would make it even harder to control. However, Dr. Wu believed this was the future of development and was confident they would find a solution. After hearing this, the doctor revealed a new idea, that they could try swapping souls between humans and aberrant creatures. But immediately, Dr. Wu objected to this idea, considering it too reckless and something that should not be done. This truly tests the limits of humanity and conscience. I advise you to avoid such thoughts if possible. But just then, Dr. Wu's anger made it impossible for anyone to remain calm, and he suddenly coughed violently. Seeing this, someone quickly reassured him, saying it was just a casual remark and shouldn't be taken seriously. Dr. Wu advised him not to speak so casually, as it was a taboo subject. But suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a stream of red mist. It turned out the assistant had directly struck him in the chest. Only then did Dr. Wu realize his true face. But it was too late. At that moment, he adjusted his glasses and declared the diversity of humanity and the Night Watcher organizations. I'm sorry. Doctor, come on up and let's finish this. Then, after dealing with him, this Tianming began to use his dark energy superpower. He focused all his energy into the palm of his hand. His next move would be to clench his hand, seemingly controlling the objects before him. Currently, all the devices are under the control of a mysterious energy, causing them to levitate in the air. Furthermore, this energy has destroyed all the containers holding the aberrant creatures, setting them free. When the containers were destroyed, the aberrant creatures escaped and began to move freely. At that moment, the public address system also broadcasted an announcement that the aberrant creatures in room 035 had escaped and were threatening everyone's safety, including a special creature the doctor had just mentioned. Along with that, several other special creatures were also released and were gathering with other creatures in the surrounding area. The announcement on the speaker requested all research staff to evacuate the area immediately. Red and green lights also flashed continuously to warn everyone to prepare to leave the corporation. In the hallway, everyone was anxious and panicked because room 035 contained more than 10 aberrant creatures, and they were constantly calling for security and leaving the area. Meanwhile, up above, Tianming was watching everything unfold with great interest. As he carried out his will, a wonderful sense of satisfaction spread through him. Even his previous facial expression was just a fake mask he had been wearing. In this situation, Tianming felt excited as he brought the person out to feel the satisfaction creeping through his body. However, immediately after, he suddenly collapsed, and his body began to grow cold, losing all vitality. At that moment, Jiang Yu appeared from behind, slowly revealing himself. He looked at Tianming with surprise, wondering why a student would harm himself like that. But at that moment, he also discovered that the phantom had taken advantage of the chaos to escape. From the rubble behind, Dr. Wu's cries for help were heard. He was coughing up blood and pleading for help with an urgent tone. He immediately ran over and told Zhenan, "Don't move. I'll call a doctor right away." However, Dr. Wu kept mentioning the fire sparrow species. And before he could say anything more, Dr. Wu suddenly stopped talking. His mouth closed tightly, and not another sound came out. His eyes closed, and he was gone forever. This made Jiang Yu feel extremely anxious because Dr. Wu wanted to tell him what the fire sparrow species was, but passed away suddenly before he could finish. Don't play this game with me every time it gets to a critical moment. But suddenly, Jiang Yu was startled and turned around because he heard a strange sound. It turned out that the key soul creature had apparently discovered him. Seeing this, Jiang Yu had to put Dr. Wu down and hide. At this moment, he once again faced the monster. He immediately stood up and summoned his own power. Ready to fight, he advanced towards the monster decisively, as if ready to destroy it. However, two other monsters unexpectedly appeared from a distance and rushed towards him. He quickly changed his target and eliminated these two new monsters, which only existed for a moment before he destroyed them. Then, he stepped into a large pool of blood, drawing attention. When he looked up, he saw all the people in the company seemed to have been killed by those monsters. This also made him realize that the monsters had invaded the real world, which terrified him. At that moment, on the first floor of the corporation's grand hall, people were still unaware that an extremely dangerous situation was approaching. The host continued to enthusiastically introduce the corporation's new program and products, capturing everyone's attention. Suddenly, from the ceiling, hissing sounds were heard, and the legs of some strange creatures began to appear. They charged straight at the host, taking advantage of her inattention. As a result, the host was directly attacked and fainted, while everyone around ran in panic at the appearance of these creatures. In that situation, Deng shouted for everyone to gather together and not to run around randomly, because these creatures were blood species, specializing in catching those who strayed from the group. However, the more he called out, the more people fled in directions they felt were safe. At this point, only Deng was left, and he had no idea that just a few cm behind him, he was about to be attacked by an aberrant creature. But before that could happen, an extremely powerful punch from Jang Yu's arrived, sending the aberrant creature flying and saving Deng from the dangerous situation. A strange shadow appeared in the wind, and Deng began to think about why he had come here. Meanwhile, Jang Yu advised him to focus on helping people instead of figuring out why he was here. However, Deng seemed not to know what to do because everyone was only thinking about escaping and no one was listening. A desperate cry for help caught Jang Yu's attention, and he immediately rushed to help the person with a powerful kick that even made the person being chased feel scared. The young man being chased was also stunned to see Jang Yu standing over him and attacking the other aberrant creature. Everyone shifted into a state of shock, seeing Jang Yu standing over the person and attacking the aberrant creature. He suggested that everyone should stop running and come to him if they didn't want to be in danger, while also warning them to be careful of the aberrant creature's schemes. However, when people realized Jang Yu was the famous amnesiac assassin, they began to feel relieved and believed they had been saved. At that point, they decided to move together towards Jang Yu's, while staying vigilant of the dangers around them and ready to raise an alarm if there was a problem. They also prioritized letting women and children go first. Seeing this, he felt a little relieved. But suddenly, he heard cries for help from the upper floor, where someone was trapped in the rubble and couldn't escape. Knowing this, Jang Yu observed his surroundings and saw that everyone was safe, so he decided to go upstairs to investigate. Before leaving, he instructed Deng to lead everyone to a safe place. When he reached the upper floor, he discovered a mother and child trapped in a room filled with rubble. At the same time, at the entrance, a giant human-like silhouette was approaching. The mother thought it was someone coming to help, so she called out to them to pinpoint her location. But immediately after, she became terrified when she realized the creature before her was not human. It was a giant aberrant creature with a glowing body and multiple eyes. It charged forward like a god, causing both mother and child to scream in terror, hugging each other and desperately hoping someone would come to save them in time. But at that moment, the aberrant creature stopped as if it had realized something. It started from the ground and suddenly leaped up, finally falling backward. Next, it flew into the air and continued to move aggressively. When the aberrant creature fell, he was still standing in the same spot and immediately delivered a powerful punch to the middle of its body. Jang Yu used one hand like a sharp sword, stabbing straight into the aberrant creature and causing it to fall. Only after confirming it was dead did Jang Yu withdraw his hand. The aberrant creature was then knocked down and fell to the ground. At this moment, the mother, with tears in her eyes, hurriedly thanked Jang Yu. However, for some reason, at this critical moment, weakness was clearly visible on the mother's face, with an expression of anxiety and fear. At that moment, the mother felt terrified because half of the aberrant creature's body had attacked. He didn't understand why his body was so damaged. But when he saw the mother and child, Jang Yu regained his confidence and gave a warm smile, saying, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to save everyone." However, the child jumped onto her mother and cried in fear, thinking Jang Yu was even scarier than the monster just now. Witnessing that scene, the mother immediately encouraged her daughter not to be afraid. "That guy may look a bit unfortunate, but he's a hero who came to save us." These words were like a second arrow to Jang Yu's heart, causing him pain. Then, the young man approached and hugged the child's mother, while also using one hand to hold the girl if possible, but still had to keep the child safe in his arms. Next, Jang Yu used his special ability to jump off the building by swinging down on a line. As he swung out, he saw a group of rescuers waiting in front. As soon as Jang Yu and the mother and child landed safely, the fire department also began to spray water on the building. The frightened child ran to her mother, surprising Jang Yu. Afterward, the child seemed to understand the situation and thanked the monster guy. Behind them, people also recognized Jang Yu and began to cheer and praise him endlessly. Therefore, The young man quickly turned and left to avoid drawing more attention, then continued to swing back to the building to check if anyone else needed help. In that moment, Jang Yu warned himself to control his energy consumption in the real world because it was depleting very quickly. At the same time, he was unsure of the other Night Watchers' locations and realized it was time to seek support. When he reached the required height, he saw a vast yellow light emanating from the opposite building. Jang Yu observed carefully and realized that the other Night Watchers were also being held back. This made him suspect that everything might have been part of a pre-existing plan. A young man with blonde hair appeared, summoning his superpower with a green light directed towards the sky, attracting the attention of all the aberrant creatures in the area. The blonde young man's actions seemed to have attracted the attention of the aberrant creatures, causing them to gradually move towards him. It was as if he was deliberately luring them, which made Jiang Yu's ponder the young man's true intentions. Next, the blonde young man used his light source as a shield in front of him, waiting for the monsters to approach a certain distance. When they were within range, he prepared for a powerful attack. The blonde young man then launched his green power source straight at the aberrant creatures, causing them to scatter and confront him. In a short time, 3 aberrant creatures had separated and were ready to fight. Along with 3 other members of the Night Guard team, the loud explosions created a series of fires in every corner of the room. From a distance, many other aberrant creatures with diverse shapes but aggressive and terrifying attitudes appeared. Before long, the entire building seemed to be engulfed in a sea of fire and thunderous explosions. Observing from the opposite side, Jiang Yu realized that this was the industrial area of the Shuyang group, seemingly the main target of the attack by the aberrant creatures. He understood the situation and decided to rush into a room. But when he arrived, he found the situation was worse than expected. With no night guards, he could only rely on himself. Afterward, Jiang Yu activated the system to analyze and assess his body's capabilities. After a while, Jiang Yu had gone through all the floors and saved many people, from the elderly to children, receiving everyone's praise. Not only did he bring them down, but he also used his energy to pull down 2 more people, slowing down safely. The number of people brought down by the energy threads continued to increase. Jiang Yu could even save weakened animals from high places. At that moment, the person in the house opposite Chingan seemed to have noticed the presence of Jiang Yu, whom he thought was the mysterious assassin he had met before. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's legs were no longer as steady as when he brought down the first people. It seemed this last person was the only one he saved, and also the only one who was unconscious. The people standing around noticed that this last person had inhaled a large amount of smoke and had thus fallen unconscious. Meanwhile, beside Jiang Yu, he was breathing heavily, feeling that he had overexerted himself, and now he didn't have enough strength to stand up. But then, as he looked up and took a breath, something unexpected happened. Looking at the people before him with tears and a gentle smile on his face, Jiang Yu felt even more tired. But it was a well-deserved feeling. Suddenly, an elderly woman appeared in the crowd, crying and searching for her grandson, whom she described as being of average height with a distinctive hairstyle. In addition, many others, including sons, daughters, and grandchildren of some residents, were also missing. At that moment, Jiang Yu stood nearby and noticed that all the people mentioned were children. After thinking, he decided to go to the nearby building to help people and discovered thick black smoke emitting from it. Jiang Yu tried to look inside the house, and suddenly, several strange creatures appeared with crying children. Jiang Yu saw them each holding a child, but he still didn't understand what they were doing or why they were taking children. These creatures each held a child, but Jiang Yu still didn't understand their purpose or why they were taking children. At this moment, Jiang Yu received a call from Xiao Xiao, who asked him seriously if he was at the Shuyang building. He was very confused and didn't know how Xiao Xiao knew this. She told him not to worry about the reason and to come back immediately. Jiang Yu replied that he wouldn't be back right away because he had to wait for the cook to finish, mentioning cold beef, eggs, and tomatoes. Jiang Yu immediately hung up and chased after the group of aberrant creatures. Meanwhile, on Xiao Xiao's end, she couldn't understand why he was in such a hurry. A moment later, Jiang Yu noticed his health and stamina had dropped significantly. If he continued saving people without a plan, his own life could be in danger. Just then, the speaker opposite began to make a sound. It was Uncle Lu and 2 others, pointing their guns at Jiang Yu and issuing a warning. The superhuman ahead. Please take note. According to Article 113 of the Superhuman Act, non-professionals are not permitted to use their abilities in public without authorization. Cease using your abilities immediately and submit to an inspection. However, Jiang Yu continued to walk forward, forcing Uncle Lu to issue a final warning. Dispel your ability now, or we will take forceful measures. The barrel of the gun was aimed straight at Jiang Yu by the Night Watcher. But then, He suddenly dropped his hands and surrendered, thinking it would be better to let the night watchers handle it. They are professionals, they can save the children. But unexpectedly, the woman who was looking for her grandson suddenly fell to the ground. Still talking about her grandson, Jang Yu couldn't bear this situation and had to make a quick decision. Then, looking quite annoyed, he suggested that Uncle Lu and the two night watchers follow him. Uncle Lu didn't recognize Jang Yu's and was puzzled by the suggestion. Jang Yu's suddenly flew up from his standing position, leaving the three of them unable to hide their surprise. The two night watchers still had their guns pointed at Jang Yu's, and one of them called Captain Lu for his opinion. He seemed very curious about this person and told them to follow Jang Yu's to see what was going on. Meanwhile, in the houses near the crime scene, a dark, gloomy aura emerged from a person's body. The aberrant creatures seemed to have started acting more sophisticatedly. They captured the children and quickly disappeared. Meanwhile, Jang Yu searched on the ground but couldn't locate the aberrant creatures. They seemed to have vanished into thin air. Just then, by a random coincidence, the group of monsters appeared right behind Jang Yu's. They dragged the children down into the shadow plane, and Jang Yu's quickly followed. Observing from a distance, Jang Yu still couldn't understand the strange behavior of the blood creatures. They were inherently vicious and brutal, yet they were capturing and dragging away children. Furthermore, their actions seemed to have a clear division of labor and organization. Jang Yu remembered the Shuyang group and realized he had been drawn into a terrible conspiracy. Finally, he decided to dive in like a god to resolve the situation. An effort was made. A few seconds later, from the direction of the strange creatures, the cries of a child could still be heard not far away. Suddenly, a stone was thrown against the wall and fell to the ground. The aberrant creature followed the stone's trajectory, then frowned, unable to find any clues. It began to feel confused and observed every corner. It also glanced at the incessantly crying children. Suddenly, another stone was thrown very close to the aberrant creature. Startling it, the aberrant creature turned its head, looked at the children, and imagined a ghost was playing tricks. But then it was startled a second time, as if something had happened over by the children. It pointed towards the group of children who were all sitting there just a moment ago and wondered if their numbers had decreased. But it didn't stop there. The number of stones continued to increase, focusing their attack on the remaining aberrant creatures, causing one of them to notice Jiang's presence. Looking around, it spotted Jiang running away with 3 children. Hearing the aberrant creatures cry, Jiang also realized he had been discovered and decided to stop running and face them. These creatures were not weak opponents. They all swarmed towards Jiang, wanting to reclaim the children. But at a certain point, a net was dropped, covering the entire area and trapping them. At this point, these creatures revealed their fury, constantly screaming and trying to break the net that was holding them back. After some time, Jiang had escaped and was leading the children, who followed closely behind him. He also called the Night Watcher organization to report the presence of several dozen children there. His position. But suddenly, a hot, explosive projectile hit the phone in Jiang Yu's hand. Stunned, he quickly covered his face to avoid the fragments and tried to see who had caused this. Suddenly, a footstep appeared. A person with a snake-like body began to speak. I didn't expect it to be a member of the Night Watcher organization. Turns out it's our famous online personality, Brother Yuzi. This event terrified the children, who cried loudly. Meanwhile, Jang Yu quickly got into a fighting stance, shielding them and asking the person who he was. But the person still wanted Jang Yu to guess. As he flicked his tongue and tapped his hand, an invisible wave of energy was released, attacking through the air. Jang Yu's appearance was heavily impacted as the entire wall beside him was destroyed. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he dodged the dangerous attack and realized that his opponent was also a superhuman. To avoid affecting the children, Jang Yu quickly moved to the opposite building by shooting a webline. He rushed to the rooftop of the building to prevent contact between the enemy and the children. But as soon as Jang Yu landed safely, a barrage of sharp wooden stakes flew towards him at terrifying speed, and he quickly bent backward to avoid them. In just a few seconds, the Snake Man appeared and praised Jang Yu's dodging skills. Though he didn't stop attacking, he believed Jang Yu's overall strength was still at a basic and insignificant level. His aura exuded a murderous intent that surrounded his body, and the wooden stakes realigned themselves to face Jang Yu's. He began to question the stranger's identity, wondering if this person was related to the Shuyang group. But the person replied cryptically, asking Jang Yu if he recognized anything, forcing him to continue speculating about the relationship between this person and the Harmony species group. But the stranger had already prepared a move. Before he could react, the person launched a green air sphere, simultaneously declaring that the dead don't need to know too much. This forced Jang Yu to react quickly. Jang Yu quickly guessed the air sphere's intent and dodged to the side. But the sphere didn't stop, it continued to circle him, and as it got close, it exploded, leaving Jang Yu's unable to predict the stranger's next move. A massive explosion occurred on the street, throwing Jang Yu's far away. Meanwhile, the stranger continued his assault, controlling the air sphere to approach Jang Yu's and explode again. At a very close range, and while Jang Yu's was defenseless, the stranger sighed, seemingly thinking Jang Yu's was not a worthy opponent, and that he could continue to play with him. Meanwhile, the children were still watching the fight. Some cried, wanting to go home, while others placed their hopes in Jang Yu's. They hoped he wouldn't end here. But their wishes were contrary to reality, as the enemy sought to approach and end the battle decisively. He stepped closer to Jang Yu's, but then had a surprised expression when he found no one in the area of the recent explosion. The thick black smoke obscured Jang Yu's location, making the enemy even more frustrated. He stood still, carefully observing every corner, hoping to find Jang Yu's. But unexpectedly, Jang Yu's slowly rose, ready to attack. While the enemy was distracted, he immediately leaped high, passing over the enemy's head. Seeing that he hadn't reacted, he quickly launched an attack. Unexpectedly, the enemy had hearing as sharp as a dog's and easily dodged the attack, leaving only a small cut on his cheek. Seeing the opportunity was still there, Jang Yu's continued to attack the enemy's weak spot, between the neck and back. After 2 consecutive attacks, Jang Yu's opponent began to lose focus. But at the same time, it helped him regain his confidence in the battle. Jang Yu's charged in to attack again. But his opponent had a plan ready and quickly created a protective green air barrier. This protective layer moved quickly towards Jang Yu's. Meanwhile, his opponent had hidden and was waiting for an opportunity. Before Jang Yu's left, the opponent uttered provocative words, calling him a coward. But Jang Yu's was not affected by those words. He slowly became invisible, leaving only a hand on the ground, and quickly counterattacked with another air sphere. Jang Yu's opponent followed the sphere's trajectory and saw it break apart, but still didn't understand the true result of that sphere. Staring intently at the sphere for a few seconds, he saw no reaction. Suddenly, when the Snake Man was unprepared, the energy sphere exploded, revealing countless blue threads shooting out. These threads wrapped tightly around the Snake Man, injuring him. Although he tried to shield his chest, other parts of his body were still heavily affected. The Snake Man was injured in the arm and abdomen, bleeding profusely. It seemed that hiding in the shadows could be difficult, but there were still ways to deal with him. Another green gas sphere appeared, much larger than before. When he felt the power in the sphere was strong enough, this guy flicked it up with his hand like a basketball shot. The energy sphere was flicked back, like a sports move, but its purpose was to attack and injure the opponent. This time, the gas sphere was not aimed at the opponent, but focused on the group of children standing on the building. A little girl was directly targeted and kept backing away in fear. The little girl closed her eyes, and in a flash, Jang Yu's energy appeared right under her feet. Jang Yu's emerged like a savior, using his body to block the toxic energy from the sphere his enemy had launched. His arm was severely injured by this attack, which was clearly intended to force him to reveal himself. The enemy immediately appeared behind Jang Yu's and whispered in his ear, "You sure are lucky when it comes to saving people." Huh. When Jang Yu's turned around, the enemy grabbed his back with great force. The screams of agony intensified, and in an instant, he had drained all of Jang Yu's energy. All of Jang Yu's strength was crushed. The attack was too much for him to bear, causing him to spit up fresh blood and fall to the ground, creating a powerful impact. As the dust gradually settled, only a faint bit of strength remained in Jang Yu's body. At the same time, Jang Yu's enemy also appeared. Sensing that Jang Yu's was trying to escape into the darkness, he summoned another air sphere to continue his attack on Jang Yu's. A blow from above continued to rain down on Jang Yu's, and the ring on the enemy's hand began to glow, seemingly the source of his main power. The ring caused Jang Yu's form to weaken, and the shadow points in his body were also disrupted, preventing him from using his skills. At the critical moment, the enemy directly grabbed Jang Yu's head, slamming him straight into the wall behind, like a curtain being torn apart, revealing the true face of the person behind the outer shell. This snake continued to display its viciousness and brutality, with a face full of arrogance, as if to challenge Jang Yu's for his entire life. As the ice gradually disappeared, this snake man took the opportunity to store a secret source of power in his palm, preparing for a powerful attack. Immediately, countless large and small rocks rained down, nearly injuring him. And in that moment, he faced a dangerous situation. Meanwhile, the kids had regained their courage and tried to stop the snake man. But this action seemed to anger him. He responded with an air sphere and a defiant declaration. "How naive to think I wouldn't dare to destroy you." Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's struggled to get up, the wound on his face beginning to heal. At the same time, Jang Yu's grabbed his enemy, the snake character. And in his heart, he thanked his little friends. Jang Yu's used his superpower and leaped from his position. All of Jang Yu's clones were summoned, surrounding the snake enemy and Jang Yu's himself. When Jang Yu's realized something was wrong, he used his 2 legs for momentum and kicked the enemy hard in the back, sending him flying. The snake enemy was thrown several meters away but seemed unharmed. He then turned back to look at Jang Yu's with a cold gaze. At this moment, mysterious and incomprehensible streams of energy suddenly appeared on Jang Yu's body. This event made Jang Yu's enemies more confident. They pointed at Jang Yu's and said they would send him to a dark world. They thought this would stop Jang Yu's. But in reality, Jang Yu's would continue on his path after defeating them. At the same time, Jang Yu's had also identified the origin of the red-blooded creatures and realized they were all created by this enemy. But he still didn't understand why they only targeted children. This enemy decided not to hide it anymore and revealed the reason. They believed that children's souls were pure and more malleable. They also mentioned a technique called soul species that Jang Yu's might have heard of. Hearing this name, Jang Yu's remembered the aberrant creatures in Shu Yang's lab earlier. At this moment, the enemy summoned other soul species to stand behind Jang Yu's. These soul species appeared from nowhere, and all of them were as brightly colored as a rainbow. At this moment, the enemy ordered the soul species to attack Jang Yu's. The enemy made a small gesture and declared he would deal with Jang Yu's using the power of the soul species. After those words, the first soul appeared, glowing a brilliant red and letting out a low growl. Following that, several vanguards rushed forward, and the other souls also began to move towards Jang Yu's without waiting. But then he smiled strangely and said, "Did you know I've been waiting for you for a long time?" And on Jang Yu's body, thick and strange black auras continued to emanate, in incredibly large and dense quantities. He placed his hand on his chest as if trying to expand the range of his power's influence. And immediately, once again, a barrage of threads was unleashed, beginning to wrap around and tightly bind all the surrounding soul species. Not only that, but it also sent its thanks during a grand ceremony of this snake man, and the captured soul species couldn't escape, only able to stand still, trembling like pigs about to be slaughtered. Seeing this, Jang Yu's raised an index finger to begin dealing with one of these soul species. When the distance was close enough, Jang Yu's pointed at the mark and fired, at its position, reaching the final stage, ending with a killing blow. Thus, in just 3 stages, that soul species was destroyed, and Jang Yu's earned countless shadow points. This utterly stunned the snake man, so much so that he even dropped his gynecology textbook. He never expected Jang Yu's to have the ability to absorb other species. At this moment, Jang Yu's continued to spin. A powerful vortex was created for the remaining soul species, giving them a few chances to show off. The rays of light began to swirl like a tornado, seemingly allowing Jang Yu's to use his power effectively, affecting all the soul masters with minimal effort. As a result, Jang Yu's shadow points in the system increased more and more. Meanwhile, the snake man felt he was on the verge of defeat. Therefore, he quickly rushed forward to intervene. He wanted to use a direct punch into the vortex created by Jang Yu's by using the green energy from the ring on his hand. But he underestimated its power and was thrown far away. The snake man was startled when he realized Jang Yu's had used the blood species he had nurtured to absorb it. In front of him, a large, brilliant purple sphere appeared, emitting countless different rays of light. Darkness enveloped everything. The man with the mysterious name paused and slowly became aware of Jang Yu's advancement, all stemming from terror. Driven by fear, Jang Yu's enemy retreated, turned, and fled, but still couldn't hold back a taunt. It seems Jang Yu's is truly outstanding. And even while fleeing, the enemy couldn't help but wonder about this. Because Jang Yu's was the first to level up by devouring an aberrant creature, something never seen before. But as soon as he thought of that, the enemy was suddenly startled and wondered if aberrant creatures could also have such an ability. That question made the enemy stop and stand still, for he saw something terrifying before his eyes. A strange phenomenon occurred right before my eyes. A swirling vortex appeared, emanating a mysterious aura. From it, a familiar figure began to emerge. It was Jang Yu, with a body made of electric leaves and a cold expression. Seemed to have been resurrected. His eyes lit up with a wide grin. Now, it's my turn to hunt. With cold weapons in hand, he began a new adventure after his revival. Not one hand, but two swords. Jang Yu stepped forward. From there, he walked toward the one who had beaten him so badly he had to level up. Suddenly, he stopped and took a deep breath, absorbing the power that enveloped him. Jang Yu's, now at level 2, felt as if he had broken free from the shackles of level 1. Feeling a sense of liberation, invisible energy began to stir on his blades. As if waiting for the right moment, the world before him became clearer and more vibrant, and the breath of everything felt more alive. Even the enemy's fear was palpable. Now, Jang Yu's was even more eager to face him again, but on different terms. Before leaving, he offered only a mysterious smile, then vanished without a trace, leaving behind just faint wisps of his power. This baffled his enemy, who sensed an intruder in his domain but realized that this time, he had vanished completely. The snake man couldn't hide his fear for long. He summoned a few soul species and ordered them to stop Jang Yu's, but just as the soul species flew a few millimeters, they were met with several invisible slashes at an unimaginable speed. The soul species were struck down, waiting only a moment before collapsing, causing the snake man to grow increasingly panicked. Just then, Jang Yu suddenly appeared and launched a lightning-fast attack, putting him at a disadvantage. The man clutched the wound on his body, his mind racing. Jang Yu's attack was too fast for anyone to see. What kind of monster was he? Are all level 2 superhumans this strong? Jang Yu stood invisibly right in front of the man, thoroughly enjoying the thrill. He could hide in the shadows, another tool at his disposal, and the man couldn't see him. At this moment, the man could only stand there and endure Jang Yu's countless attacks. He quickly grew weak. The man now felt like a mouse being toyed with by a cat, and his anger surged. He roared, "If you're going to kill me, then just do it. Stop making me suffer like this." The man couldn't bear the torment any longer. He urged his opponent to end the fight, like someone begging for death. As Jang Yu faced the snake man, another person suddenly appeared behind him, holding a knife and declaring he would grant the snake man's request. The blade slowly approached his neck, causing the snake man's body to tremble. Just then, a brick suddenly flew toward Jang Yu's face, forcing him to step back to dodge. However, the brick seemed to pursue him, forcing him to use his sword to defend himself. As Jang Yu was trying to evade the brick, a new person appeared from the shadows. This man was muscular and called out, asking Jang Yu what he was doing. He looked more human than the snake man. This newcomer looked different from the snake man. With a handsome face and a muscular build, he introduced himself as Yong Cheng and immediately recognized the snake man. He told the snake man to go back and let him handle the situation. Yong Cheng instructed the snake man on the plan, telling him to take the children while he took care of everything. Jang Yu observed the situation, trying to understand Yong Cheng's plan. The villain quickly tried to escape the dangerous situation, his attitude immediately turning aggressive. Meanwhile, the madman had given his orders. But just as the villain escaped, Jiang Yu appeared and warned him not to touch the children. However, before Jiang Yu could react, another rock flew at him with lightning speed, and a mysterious aura appeared. In the blink of an eye after the rock was thrown, Yong Cheng was there, pushing Jiang Yu aside and preventing him from interfering with the villain. At that moment, the villain remained focused on his goal, and Yong Cheng unleashed a powerful force from both hands. However, these punches were not aimed at his opponent, but directly at the ground, throwing Jiang Yu's battle into chaos. Seeing this, Jiang Yu thought of a way to escape into the shadow plane. This time, a transition point appeared in mid-air, and it was spotted by the villain. At the same time, Yong Cheng and Jiang Yu's opponent simultaneously used their special powers to bind him. The opponent took out his ring and used it to create a binding on the ropes, showing his contempt and wanting to test Jiang Yu's. Meanwhile, Yong Cheng also attacked Jiang Yu with a powerful punch to the middle of his back, making the situation even worse and further enraging the opponent. However, as soon as he made that move, he was hit by 2 consecutive attacks and was injured. The opponent barely had time to react before falling to the ground and breathing his last in a pool of blood. After a few seconds, Jiang Yu finally reappeared, panting and unable to speak. While Yong Cheng was impressed by Jiang Yu's fighting skills, he suspected Jiang Yu wasn't a member of the Night Watch, but wondered why he would interfere in their affairs. As Jiang Yu finished speaking, he revealed their intention was to use the children as test subjects to create a species of aberrations. Hearing this, Yong Cheng deduced that this was Jiang Yu's personal decision and began to question him. "Do you think you're some kind of hero seeing this?" Jiang Yu began to draw his sword and said, I'm not a hero, and I never wanted to be one. I'm just trying to do what I think is right. That's all." However, these words couldn't predict Yong Cheng's reaction. Not only that, Yong Cheng added, "But if saving these children causes the destruction of all humanity, do you still think it's the right thing to do?" Hearing this, Jiang Yu asked back, "Are you saying kidnapping these children is to save the world? Are you kidding me?" At that moment, Yong Cheng raised an arm and said, "For centuries, the conflict between humans and other species has been ceaseless. Despite facing a bleak future, Humanity has managed to survive on faint glimmers of hope, but the chasm between humans and aberrations seems limitless. Human strength is like the dim light of a weak lamp. Not enough to fight against the deep darkness. Instead of accepting a painful fate in vague hope, we must find another path. If we cannot defeat the darkness, then why not proactively accept and adapt to it? Hiding hope in the depths and waiting for the right moment. Until we become the final symbol of hope for all of humanity. Even so, Jang Yu felt they had clearly chosen the path of betrayal, but were pretending to be heroic and majestic. If those people are a dangerous species, I will have to eliminate them. As he finished speaking, he prepared for a major battle to face his enemy. Seeing this, Yongcheng agreed with Jang Yu, thinking that talking to people like him was useless. And so, he stepped forward with flames blazing and declared defiantly, "Now, I will show you the power of the fire seed." As he approached, Jiang Yu immediately leaped from his position. But Yongcheng was even more cautious than in their previous fight. In just a few seconds, he managed to block the sword attack with his bare hands. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Yu was focused on the slash, he quickly attacked from below, kicking him straight in the lower body. Jiang Yu was sent flying, his head spinning. But Yongcheng didn't stop there. He began to dance and spin, creating streaks of arrows that flew around his body. The amount of energy from the fire seed in his hand grew larger and larger, and his fist tightened. As Yongcheng rushed towards Jiang Yu with a slash from outside midair, a different kind of light appeared before him, revealing the clear presence of divine power. Though he charged in with the ferocity of a beast, he had to stop before the battlefield in front of him because Yongcheng had created a massive explosion, shaking the entire city alley, with the rumbling sound growing louder and the affected area expanding even more. After using that powerful move, Yongcheng had also lost nearly half of his strength and was exhausted. On the other side, Jiang Yu was no luckier. Having been thrown to the ground, he was severely injured in the back and felt that this guy was too strong. Jiang Yu quickly used his ability to heal the wound, but realized it couldn't be healed, leaving him confused and wondering what that last attack was. As he raised his eyes, Jiang Yu saw Yongcheng slowly approaching, his body strengthened by his superhuman technique called the Flame Prison Annihilation Slash. Beside him, Jiang Yu could only mumble a few words due to the severe injury and pain racking his body, while Yongcheng took this opportunity to channel a source of energy into his palm, challenging Jiang Yu. If you can't even withstand this, then don't even mention the so-called abyss. Against overwhelming power, all resistance is futile, and it all can only end here, Yongcheng said as he created a sword of air and pointed it towards Jiang Yu's head. The thought of ending everything here also crossed Jiang Yu's mind. But then he suddenly smiled strangely and let out a loud laugh. His next move was to place a hunting mark on Yongcheng's chest from an extremely close distance. With only a very short distance between them, Jiang Yu faced Yongcheng. Gradually, this man's face began to show confusion, as if he was being possessed by shadows from deep within his mind. The space around him began to change, plunging him into a world of illusion. Fear enveloped him, causing him to repeatedly ask why he was here and beg to be saved from death. Suddenly, from behind, Jiang Yu's familiar voice rang out, reminding him of the fear that had taken root deep in his heart. Jiang Yu continued, raising his sword in front of him, saying that saving humanity was not the main reason. Fear of the abyss is the real reason you betrayed everyone. The others are not a real threat. At that moment, Jiang Yu's two swords began to merge, and soon, they formed a giant, extremely solid and sharp sword. Jiang Yu said they were a bunch of cowards who only knew how to hide. Upon hearing this, Yongcheng became enraged, shouting for Jiang Yu to shut up. He leaped from his position and charged straight at Jiang Yu as if for revenge. At that moment, he used his hunting skill to hold Yongcheng in place. Jiang Yu's next move was to stab Yongcheng in the chest. Fresh blood flowed endlessly from his mouth, but he still seemed unable to accept the truth. When Yongcheng saw Jiang Yu's true face, he realized that Jiang Yu was just a kid, which made him even angrier. But it was too late. Yongcheng had paid the price for his actions and could not close his eyes. Before leaving this world, Yongcheng realized that his opponent might not be as fearless as he appeared. I was once as full of passion and ambition as you, but that fearlessness was soon crushed under the pressure of life. And you will be the same. Because in the end, everything will be swallowed by that pressure, as the end was still far off. These thoughts occupied Yongcheng's mind and gradually vanished like smoke, leaving Jiang Yu still without an answer as to the true identity of that group. Now, only a small spark, the fire seed, remained, floating up and gradually disappearing. A while later, in front of the Shuyang Group building, a crowd had gathered, and there were even reporters present to record and report on the recent chaotic event. The reporters reported that an hour ago, A fire had suddenly broken out at the Shuyang group, and many aberrations had appeared. Currently, the building has been completely burned down, with traces of a battle between superhumans and aberrations. According to information at the time, many people were trapped in the fire, and all were rescued by a famous figure named Hero Uz. When he learned that many children were missing, Hero Uz quickly searched for and rescued them. Currently, there is no exact information on his whereabouts. Let's all pray for his safety. Just then, a nearby resident shouted that Hero Uz had returned. Everyone, including the reporters, looked on with admiration as their eyes focused on Jang Yu's. Jang Yu's led the group of kidnapped minors back to their families. And at that moment, some of the children looked up at him with gratitude. Seeing this, Jang Yu's knelt down and reminded the children to go back to their parents. After he had rescued them from the dangerous situation, he had only brought them this far. And after his words, all the children hugged Jang Yu's as a way of showing their gratitude. Before parting, all the members of the Night Watch raised their hands in a gesture of thanks and farewell to Jang Yu's. Finally, after some time, Jang Yu's returned home, his body covered in wounds and feeling exhausted. As he stepped into his familiar home, he felt a sense of relief. But that was immediately followed by surprise when he saw Xiao Xiao still awake, her face full of worry, curled up in the corner of a chair, her eyes red from crying. Dinner was still on the tray, untouched, creating an awkward situation for Jiang Yu's, and he began to realize the impact of his actions. Seeing this, he took out a carton of eggs from his backpack and apologized to Xiao Xiao for being late. He explained that he was late because he had stopped by the supermarket to buy eggs. But on the way back, he encountered an unexpected incident, and by the time he arrived, most of the eggs in the carton were broken, making the atmosphere between them even more tense. Xiao Xiao's cheeks were wet with tears, but she tried to hide it by covering her face with her hands. Thinking that Jiang Yu's was trying to deceive her, the silence continued. Jiang Yu's asked Xiao Xiao if she thought he was dead, and Xiao Xiao prepared a fist to answer him, but he stopped her. Instead, Xiao Xiao pulled her hand back and asked Jiang Yu's to leave. Contrary to the current situation, he immediately pulled her towards him, recreating a romantic scene like in a Korean drama. At that moment, he didn't just stop there. He placed his hand on Xiao Xiao's cheek and asked curiously, "Are you still a virgin?" These words made her believe he was about to do something special. But Jiang Yu's continued, "I want you to know that if we try it, we won't be kids anymore." Jiang Yu's pulled Xiao Xiao closer and closer to the wall behind her, causing her round face to blush like melting ice cream, and he asked her if she wanted to try it. When he saw her hesitate, Jiang Yu's also said that he had never tried it either, and he wanted to try it with her, with a very serious and natural expression. But Xiao Xiao still tried to ask Jiang Yu's what he was talking about and told him to sober up. However, Jiang Yu's completely ignored her and continued to approach her with a quick step, and then, for a brief moment, the air between them heated up, like when a vacuum cleaner is turned on. And that touch made Xiao Xiao startle and come to her senses, her eyes wide open. As soon as the girl appeared, Jiang Yu's was immediately pushed away by her. Losing his balance and falling from his nearby position, he had to step back and pretend to wipe his hands to hide his embarrassment, while trying to find a reason to drink more and find some water. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao still didn't understand why Jiang Yu's was acting like that. Jiang Yu's hands and feet began to tremble. He started to clear the dishes and asked Xiao Xiao if she wanted to eat with him. But before she could answer, Jiang Yu's ran straight to his room. As he put the food in the microwave, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself that he was lucky to have gotten through that difficult situation. But then, the image of Xiao Xiao appeared in Jiang Yu's mind again. He felt his head heat up and thought about the missed opportunity, thinking that Xiao Xiao would kill him. But her lips were surprisingly soft. Jiang Yu's was enjoying the lively atmosphere with dancing and singing, considering it a well-deserved reward after the recent battle. It was truly amazing. At that moment, Xiao Xiao was standing outside the door, peeking in and observing. Who knows for how long? Seeing Jiang Yu's actions, a thought crossed her mind. A moment later, the food was heated, and the two of them sat down at the table. They ate in a rather awkward atmosphere. Xiao Xiao kept frowning at Jiang Yu's, while Jiang Yu's ate as if he were starving, getting food all over his mouth. While eating, Jiang Yu's thought about how much he had grown after the battle. Then, he checked his status panel and saw 3 power functions, including Shadow Sneak, the ability to hide in the shadow plane and move quickly, and Great Saber Arms, which could transform into sharp sabers with extremely high damage. But it should be noted that in this state, flexibility would be affected. The second power function was Continuous Kill, with relentless attacks, creating a sense of oppression. Jiang Yu's attacks would accumulate damage, and the stronger the attack intensity, the better. But if an attack missed or stopped, the the damage would reset to 0. Finally, Jiang Yu's realized that Shadow Sneak was definitely a skill for free movement in the shadow plane. Very useful. And Continuous Kill helped enhance his hunting ability, and Health Bar Perception is also very powerful. But only by attacking them can another special effect be activated. Red represents the enemy, while blue represents his allies. And finally, white represents outsiders. At that moment, Jiang Yu was thinking and looked up, accidentally meeting Jiao Jiao's gaze. As if the two of them looked at each other in surprise. Jiang Yu was checking her out, while Jiao Jiao thought that Jiang Yu had bad intentions and immediately shouted a warning for him not to think strange things anymore. At this moment, curious thoughts about that color appeared in Jiang Yu's mind, and he wondered why it was pink. But then, he found the answer for himself, thinking that pink meant like, and his face brightened, making Jiao Jiao wonder why he was thinking such wicked things. Suddenly, outside the window, the sound of fireworks exploded continuously, attracting the attention of the two. Jiao Jiao quickly turned around, and Jiang Yu's followed behind. The atmosphere around them seemed to be dominated by the brilliant colors of the fireworks. The scene before them was like a beautiful light show, with brilliant purple fireworks in the night sky. At that moment, the two seemed to have understood their feelings for each other, but had never confessed. Suddenly, Jiang Yu asked Jiao Jiao about the Fireseed organization, and she also showed curiosity, asking him where he had heard of it. Afterward, he revealed that Uncle Lu's documents contained some basic information about the Fireseed, describing it as a crazy, contradictory organization, possibly subject to aberration, and classified as an aberrant species and an extremist organization against humanity. Their ability to manipulate minds is significant. And along with the disclosed information, there was also a warning not to have any contact with them. If a strange specimen is captured, turning it over to the Night Watcher organization will be rewarded with 500 inches cash. Hearing this huge number made him unable to hide the surprise on his face. Everything seemed fine on the surface, but inside, he was feeling the pain of losing $1 million. Something completely unexpected. Jiang Yu was curious if, besides strange specimens, there were any other organizations that offered such large rewards. After confirming, he asked again, wondering if he could find a lucky opportunity through this. And he also admitted that he wanted to explore this possibility. Suddenly, she remembered a strange organization. Although there was no reward, it existed. Like the case of the Dawn, it was an opposing organization, with a faction that supported war. But it was different from our mainstream pro-war faction. Another group of people believes that humanity will surely fail and is always looking for a way to escape their fate. For example, they want to escape this planet to find a new place. Hearing this makes one feel that the idea is absurd. Producing a spaceship is not an easy task, even in the realm of science fiction. One cannot be created at will. Hearing this, one can sense that it is not necessary to rely on science and technology to achieve this. In the abyss, there is no technology or technique. Yet the creatures there can still move back and forth between the abyss and the real world through special rifts. If this method of movement can be understood and mastered, then the goal of the Dawn faction could also become a reality. And so, time would pass day by day. The holidays would come and go, and everyone would return to their daily lives. Those who work will continue their jobs, and students will prepare to return to school. However, after entering level 2, hunting and eliminating level 1 aberrant creatures will become meaningless. It can be said that increasing one's lifespan will become extremely difficult. Like a drop in the ocean. There are days when one has to work hard all day but can only increase their lifespan by 3 days. At the end of the level 3 test, everything began to be divided into specific stages to start the special training. And the list was announced. While Fatty had gone ahead, Jiang Yu's son was the last to arrive tomorrow. But on the night before departure, Uncle Li unexpectedly returned from Beidou. He also heard that Jiang Yu's test result showed a yellow light, but it was also related to an incident with the Night Watcher organization. And this kid seemed very capable. Hearing the familiar voice, he immediately turned his head in surprise, not expecting Uncle Li to be in Beidou. After sitting down, Uncle Li explained that this year, the early Night Watchers were very busy, with many strange videos appearing, including Jiang Yu's aptitude test showing a yellow light and a misty movement. Immediately after hearing this, he began to wonder about the meaning of misty movement. But Uncle Li said that no one really understood it. As he finished speaking, Uncle Li began to think about the strange events, especially how he had once seen traces of contamination on Jiang Yu's and predicted he wouldn't pass the physical exam. But in reality, he had achieved a result surpassing level 6. Uncle Li looked Jiang Yu's up and down, not missing a single part of his body, and wondered if there could have been a mistake in the test, as Jiang Yu's didn't seem to be a superhuman. Then, Uncle Lee found a chair and began to recount the story of meeting someone named Chingan. That man claimed to be a war general. But was it believable? Hearing this, Uncle Lee's attitude began to change, his facial expression tensing up. But in the end, he still nodded in confirmation. Immediately, Jang Yu showed his surprise and stood up, repeatedly asking if Uncle Lee was really a war general, and if he was one of the 5 strongest in the legends of Dazhou. After hearing this, Uncle Lee sighed and revealed, to be more precise, I used to be a war general. But now I'm over 40 and have retired from the front lines. Back then, I was just like you now, full of enthusiasm and eager to learn. As a war general of Dazhou, he had fought countless powerful enemies. At that time, Uncle Lee's thinking was very simple, just eliminate all the enemies, and Dazhou would be safe. However, the number of enemies was endless. After more than 20 years, Uncle Lee had lost his wife to contamination, and he himself had grown old and lost an arm. The once invincible war general had become a useless, disabled person. Furthermore, this time an aberrant creature appeared in Beidou. But just as he said this, Jang Yu reminded Uncle Lee to stop. He guessed that Uncle Lee wanted to advise him not to continue being a superhuman, but he affirmed that he would not give up, and would even become a war general of Dazhou. Just like Uncle Lee, in Uncle Lee's eyes, his gaze seemed to be trying to convey a deep message to Jang Yu's, but it was limited by his confidence in his own decision. In the end, he gave up expressing his feelings. Now, someone up there is paying attention to you. If they have intentions, Uncle Lee felt he was not capable enough to stop them. As he spoke, he took out a jade pendant on a string with a strange pattern and asked Du to wear it. Uncle Lee revealed that it was a forbidden item, granting the ability to hear whispers from deep within the mind, helping the wearer to sharpen their will and assist in basic training. But it could also amplify negative emotions. Therefore, it should be worn for a period of time and then taken off, putting it back on every 3 days. In addition, it has the ability to activate special energy, release contaminated energy, and enhance the user's combat power. As soon as he heard about contaminated energy, Jiang Yu realized that this item originated from the abyss. Seeing Du's sharp judgment, Uncle Lee also gave him some praise. He said that this item was indeed a part of the abyss, but it was a collection of contamination. Using it would require a great price. But it was very special because that price was only related to aptitude and willpower. As long as one's willpower reaches level 5 or above, they can wear it. This shows that this item is very selective of its user, and not everyone can utilize its abilities. The standout feature of this pendant is its ability to interact with people. Hearing the description, Jiang Yu felt curious and wanted to try it. Soon after, Uncle Lee asked about Jiang Yu's feelings, whether he felt anything unusual. Jiang Yu said he felt quite strange, but there were no unusual sounds. This result made Uncle Lee quite satisfied, as he believed Jiang Yu's will could completely control the pendant's influence. This helped Uncle Lee feel more at ease. Afterward, Uncle Lee promised to provide detailed documents about the pendant for Jiang Yu to read. After a while, Jiang Yu fell asleep in his warm bed. The sound from the pendant was even louder than the whispers produced by the jade. Suddenly, countless strange blue-green streams of energy appeared on the surface of the jade, emitting a strange sound. This sound was even louder than the whispers coming from the other jade piece. These streams of energy grew denser and spread over a larger area, transporting Jiang Yu to a completely different, hazy space. He walked on the path, both surprised and curious, not knowing where he was, and saw the dark blue atmosphere before him. It was still hard to tell, but in front of him appeared a series of gas spheres, prominently featuring a girl wearing the necklace that Uncle Lee had given him. With a strange, grayish-blue face, she screamed, telling someone to stop talking next to her. It wasn't just her, there were others inside the floating gas spheres. These spheres flew around him. Inside one, a young man was engulfed in flames, screaming incessantly. Slowly, he seemed to lose his energy, crying out in agony. Notably, he also wore the exact same necklace. The pleas for help from these people grew clearer, but they all had the same content. I don't want to wear this necklace anymore. This is a curse. I don't want to be its master. Jiang Yu began to suspect that this might be the memory of the strange pendant. Suddenly, a voice calling master rang out, startling him, but in the sky, there were only gloomy gray clouds with shades of black and dark blue. As dawn broke, the bus arrived to pick up Zhao Zhao and Jiang Yu. She seemed to have had a rough night, constantly chewing and spitting on the seat opposite Jiang. Jiang Yu showed curiosity and admitted that on the first day of the special training camp, she felt nervous and couldn't sleep. After saying that, she asked him back, and it turned out Jiang Yu had slept very well. But no one knew, not even himself. because last night's dream made him unable to remember everything that had happened. This made Jang Yu suspicious about the necklace's influence, and he seemed to even hear it talking. At that moment, he placed his hand on Xiao Xiao's shoulder and reminded her that if she felt tired, she could lean on his shoulder and sleep. But suddenly, Xiao Xiao became angry and reminded Jang Yu not to think about it. Seeing this, he had to swear that he wouldn't touch her, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Seeing this, Uncle Lu suddenly shouted a few times and reminded his daughter about the people in the special training camp, where there were many with bad intentions, and that she needed to be careful and stay away from them. How unexpected. Those words startled Jang Yu, and he wondered if the other person was referring to him. Uncle Lu continued his instructions, emphasizing that upon arriving at the camp, everyone must follow the instructor's arrangements, and if there were any problems, they should find an instructor first to resolve them. With no other choice, Jang Yu said that, if necessary, he could call his father. Jang Yu also tried to reassure him, saying that with his presence, no one could bully her. However, in his heart, Uncle Lu thought that it was precisely Jang Yu's presence that made him uneasy. Finally, the three of them arrived at the central subway station. Jang Yu said goodbye to Uncle Lu here, accepting his final words of advice. With the words of advice still echoing, the two of them held hands and entered the subway station. Meanwhile, Uncle Lu stood behind, watching them with a displeased expression. He felt annoyed and looked at Jiang Yu's with a sharp gaze, thinking to himself that this young brat would face the consequences when he got to the camp. At that moment, Xiao Xiao reached out her hand and asked Jiang Yu if he remembered the smell of dirt. My dad would be furious if he saw that. But you're not afraid. The next time we meet will be in half a year, and by then we'll be at the same university, so there won't be a chance to see each other. In the area near the train station, a large crowd had gathered, creating a noisy clamor that echoed throughout the station. The two of them bought tickets and boarded the train. Jiang Yu saw that everyone here was in a different state of mind. Meanwhile, he smiled to himself and thought, this is the special train to the training camp. An announcement over the loudspeaker informed the students about the schedule of the iron train to the Yunhai Special Training Camp, departing from Beidou at 1030 a.m., with no stops in between, and an expected travel time of 20 minutes. At that point, Jiang Yu heard the announcement and sighed because many people here felt uncomfortable. Zhao Zhao revealed that the people in this train car were all those with the best aptitudes from the last test, either with high willpower or special superhuman abilities. Just by participating in the initial training, they could already handle level 1 aberrant creatures. Hearing that, Jiang Yu couldn't believe they were that strong. But he wondered, if they encounter aberrant creatures in the future, will they not need to be afraid anymore? He thought so. But in his mind, he was sure that with his current strength, even a level 2 aberrant creature would be no problem. After listening, Xiao Xiao put on her headphones and reminded Jiang Yu not to think so simply, because even with good aptitude, it's useless without training. Then, Xiao Xiao told him to rest first, as they would have to endure a lot once they reached the camp. In contrast, Jiang Yu seemed quite calm and said there was no need to worry. He was sure there would be no problem. After some time, the strange smoke began to emit from under the train's wheels, along with sparkling particles floating up into the air. While the train maintained its normal speed, Anne appeared flustered and asked if there was a problem that was making everything so rushed. She looked out the window and wondered why their train, which was supposed to take only 20 minutes, had been running for 50 minutes and still hadn't stopped. Jiang Yu also looked out the window and saw that it was already dark, unlike the sunny weather when they started. Then, he looked out the window behind him and saw the atmosphere was covered in a thick layer of fog. The two's conversation woke everyone on the train. When they looked outside, they felt something was wrong with the mist in the air, and one of them reached out to touch it to check. At that moment, he stood frozen, realizing it was moving as if it had a will of its own. The people around all turned to each other, looking at one another with surprise and confusion, seemingly not understanding the current situation. All the passengers on the train showed anxiety and confusion. Suddenly, the train stopped, which bewildered everyone on board. Everyone on the train fell to one side as the train braked sharply. At that moment, the train doors opened, and the loudspeaker announced their arrival at the Yunhai Special Training Camp. Passengers were instructed to disembark from the left door, and everyone stepped off with curiosity and questions about what was happening. Zhao Zhao followed behind, wondering why no one had come to pick them up. Jiang Yu moved through the crowd towards the front of the train. While everyone else was still trying to understand the situation, only one man stepped out of the train door, and that image made Zhao Zhao seem worried. She shouted loudly, asking Jiang Yu what he was doing and to come back immediately. But it seemed Jiang Yu's attention was drawn by something else, causing him not to react. Looking into Jiang Yu's eyes, it seemed he was attracted by something. and his mouth began to stammer, unable to speak. Meanwhile, his feet had already stepped off the train and onto the bloodstains scattered on the ground. This made Xiao Xiao, who was behind him, cover her mouth in horror. While Jang Yu's continued to stand still, Jang Yu's bent down and used his hand to take a bit of blood to examine. After careful observation, he discovered that the blood was still fresh. This made the students standing behind him confused and wonder what was happening. Could it be that the members of the special training base were attacked with the presence of officials? It seems no one could have gotten to them. However, Jang Yu's revealed a terrifying truth, making the atmosphere around them silent and everyone worried. Jang Yu's quickly asked everyone to report the situation to the Night Watcher organization and suggested that those who knew how to operate the train should return immediately. Xiao Xiao asked what Jang Yu's would do, but he calmly replied that he needed to use the restroom for a bit. Xiao Xiao felt a little worried seeing Jang Yu's unstable attitude and actions. Going up and down constantly, she felt very uneasy but still decided to follow Jang Yu's, leaving the train and running after him. As the two gradually disappeared from sight, the remaining people felt confused and didn't know what to do. Their phones had no signal, so they couldn't make contact. And staying put wasn't the best solution either. So some decided to follow. This situation led to a clear division between those who stayed on the train and those who left to seek help. Suddenly, a small aircraft appeared in the sky, seemingly flying straight towards the group of students. After a period of waiting, Jang Yu's finally found relief from his sorrow. He felt relieved and lamented his addiction. But immediately, a brilliant purple light appeared, bringing a new color to the situation. When Jang Yu's turned around, he couldn't believe his eyes when he saw a giant, aberrant creature charging towards him. But before it could attack, it was hit on the snout by a small brick, knocking it unconscious. When he turned back, Jang Yu's saw Xiao Xiao holding a small brick, which left him stunned and puzzled. The girl seemed very upset, her voice loud and stern. Why didn't you realize the danger of going alone if you were attacked by those strange creatures? What would happen? How would I explain it to others? Witnessing this scene, Jang Yu's stepped closer and gently placed his hand on Xiao Xiao's shoulder, asking her to calm down and listen to him. The girl also bowed her head, ready to hear his explanation and find a way to clarify the situation. At this point, Jang Yu's revealed that the special training program had already begun. As soon as the girl heard this, her expression changed because even she didn't know when it had started. Jang Yu's revealed that it had started the moment they boarded this train. Contrary to expectations, the girl seemed not to believe him and asked Jang Yu's for proof. Seeing this, he pointed at the strange creatures she had just hit and asked her about their combat strength. After a moment of thought, the girl concluded that their combat strength was very weak. At that level, they were only slightly stronger than a large dog. Logically, such creatures shouldn't be able to attack a special training area. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's also acknowledged that the girl's judgment wasn't bad and repeatedly patted her on the shoulder, showing his satisfaction. However, Xiao Xiao seemed displeased and reminded him that they might not have encountered the stronger aberrant creatures yet. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's became even more certain that if a real aberrant creature were to attack the camp, it would be impossible for the Night Watcher organization not to know. Would they really not inform us before the situation occurred? She created a delay in the train's arrival time, causing anxiety, and used a thick, eerie fog to create a sense of fear. She used fresh blood to instill fear, with the main purpose of creating heavy psychological pressure. In this situation, a person's profession is to create psychological pressure for others. When faced with such pressure, a person's strengths, weaknesses, good, and bad can all be clearly seen through their intuitive reactions. Jiang Yu's said this while waving his hand, expressing his boredom and declaring that he himself was the strongest. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao felt that Jiang Yu's attitude was like someone who talks big, but doesn't act. But suddenly, some aberrant creatures with vengeful bloodlines appeared, attacking us. They attacked with unimaginable ferocity and speed, as if they wanted to devour their opponents. Jiang Yu's immediately reacted cowardly and pushed Xiao Xiao forward for her to use a powerful attack. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao was confused and asked Jiang Yu's back. Why are you hiding behind me when you're so strong? Jiang Yu's continued to tease, saying that if he made a move, she wouldn't have a chance. Xiao Xiao heard this and challenged Jiang Yu's to make a move. However, Jiang Yu's used his strength and pushed her towards the monsters, encouraging her to show her abilities. Jiang Yu's even stood behind and cheered for Xiao Xiao's fighting spirit. All of these situations seem to have been fully recorded by the training camp's cameras. After a while, when Xiao Xiao had dealt with the monsters, Jiang Yu's ran over and congratulated her on her victory. Xiao Xiao seemed to have suppressed her anger and unleashed it on Jiang Yu's. But it wasn't enough. She turned back and continued to scold him. The pitiful family name of the long-faced one truly has compassion and tolerance. On the other hand, Jang Yu's thought that he simply trusted her completely and told Jen An to stay calm. Suddenly, the young man grabbed her strong arm and whispered a reminder. Now is not the time for jokes. Look over there. Jang Yu's revealed that it was a map and they needed to find a way out. At this point, Zhao Zhao asked Jiang Yu's which way they should go. According to the young man's prediction, he thought that the car door led to the dark field. However, Zhao Zhao was a bit skeptical and asked him if he was sure. Because it felt like the door to the shadow plane simulation device. Isn't the shadow plane the most dangerous place? On the contrary, Jiang Yu's thought that the place called the most dangerous is actually the safest. After saying that, he pulled Zhao Zhao along with him. And if there was real danger, he would protect her. Suddenly, from behind, some students from the same train, with pale and frightened faces, cried loudly and ran over, repeatedly calling for help, although Jiang Yu's had stepped up to stop them. Those people still fled as fast as the wind, making him wonder about their level of danger. This made him wonder if the situation was so serious that everyone had to flee. But just then, Zhao Zhao's attitude and expression changed abruptly. She warned Jiang Yu's about the presence of a giant snake behind him, with a massive body and smaller snakes growing from its back, creating a formidable opponent that could attack Jiang Yu's at any moment. The snake lunged towards Jiang Yu's, but luckily he managed to jump up in time and avoid the attack. Nevertheless, the situation was still very dangerous. In that short period, Jiang Yu's attitude changed. He realized that this aberration's strength was close to reaching level 1, and if it were allowed to continue its rampage, it could cause a catastrophe. Therefore, Zhao Zhao decided to deal with it herself. 2 sources of mystical energy from her palms shone brightly, illuminating the sky and attracting the monster's attention. It turned its head to look at her with curiosity, as if it had identified its target, and then charged with terrifying power. Its sudden appearance caught Zhao Zhao by surprise. But right after, the hero Jiang Yu's quickly rushed in. He directly landed a punch in the middle of the monster's face, then quickly grabbed Zhao Zhao's hand and fled from the danger zone. But the monster refused to give up. It became even more enraged by the surprise attack and continued to chase the 2 of them from behind. As the 3 snake spirits began to chase them with fast, winding movements, the students here saw them and couldn't suppress the screams of fear that escaped their lips. In Jiang Yu's area, Zhao Zhao was brought to the exit of Gate C. He then ran in the intended direction. But unexpectedly, his hand slipped from Zhao Zhao's. At that moment, Jiang Yu stopped abruptly, but the door had already closed, and Zhao Zhao was nowhere to be seen, leaving him feeling confused and worried. At the same time, in the observation room, those present also felt anxious, as they saw the snake spirit seem to be out of control. Despite having used blood essence to suppress it, the white-haired black guard was unsure of the situation. But the red-haired one believed that the snake spirit had clearly lost control and decided to eliminate it if necessary. Student safety comes first. Just as they were about to start, Chingan stepped forward and suggested everyone wait a little longer. He said there was no need to worry about it right now, and instead, they could test his strength. He suggested everyone wait a bit longer. At the same time, he also wanted to see how strong he was. At that moment, Jiang Yu stood in front of the door and also noticed that there was something wrong with it. The glass on the door was made from abyss material, and it might have a function similar to teleportation. Although it was the same door, the location it led to was different. At this moment, Jiang Yu reached for the door handle and pulled it open. He speculated that if he just opened it a few more times, he might be able to find a way out. Jiang Yu decided to open the door multiple times to find a way out. He thought that if he opened it a few more times, he might find an intersection or an exit. But at that moment, when the nearest door was opened, something unexpected happened. The nearest door had just been opened when a copper snake suddenly rushed in. It charged straight in and bit Jiang Yu's limbs, putting him in danger. In this moment, it seemed he experienced the aching pain in every muscle as its tongue continuously flickered in front of his face. Jiang Yu reached out and grabbed the edge of the copper snake's upper jaw, and immediately, he delivered a powerful punch to its body. In just a moment, the copper snake was beaten to a pulp, its body sent flying far away. Jiang Yu also seemed to have been injured quite a bit, feeling as if he had just escaped a dangerous situation. It seemed he was unaffected before, but suddenly, a terrifying image slowly appeared, and his entire body sank into a state of being possessed. This made Jiang Yu extremely surprised, wondering why he couldn't control this form, and why it had appeared on its own like this. Nearby, a creature suddenly appeared from the sky and fell, breaking the curiosity and doubt that Jiang Yu was exploring. He turned his head to observe the object and realized that it was another aberration with many eyes. Jiang Yu determined that this creature was a high-tier level 1. and the situation was getting worse. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the camera was still recording every action and situation happening to him. And Chingan and everyone else witnessed the scene with unconcealed worry on their faces. No one knew what this situation was. Not even Chingan had any knowledge of it. And at that moment, no one knew what would happen next. At that moment, the eyes on the aberration's body began to bulge out abnormally. All the eyes began to move and look towards Jang Yu's. Then, the aberration pointed towards him as a signal. And immediately those bulging eyes received the signal, spun around, and shot straight towards Jang Yu's like sharp arrows. They combined into a characteristic liquid stream and shot straight at him. But luckily, Jiang Yu's managed to jump out of the way and escape with his life. However, Jiang Yu's didn't notice that the spot where he landed was a giant eye created by the aberration. At this moment, the internal damage to his body seemed to have formed. And Jiang Yu's also realized it was a psychological attack. In the current situation, as Jiang Yu's mental state became unbalanced, the aberration took the opportunity and charged straight at him to attack. Just then, he smiled cryptically and immediately reached out to grab his opponent's neck, as if he had anticipated its plan all along. Not only that, but Jiang Yu's also revealed that he had intentionally lured it here. And for the aberration, with its throat squeezed and bleeding, it had become small and weak. In just a moment, Jiang Yu's had dealt with this aberration easily and quickly. After that, the dark energies from Jiang Yu's body seemed to be retracting all the shadow guards from the aberration's body. When he opened the system, Jiang Yu's learned information about the copper snake named Tong Yi, a common level 1. A weak abyss aberration. Note, low-level copper pupils are rumored to be low-level familiars of the shadow. Their attacks are poisonous, and this value has been exempted. Harvested shadow devourers. Quantity increased. And foreign type acquired. The second one that just attacked Jiang Yu's was a mysterious entity. A mid-tier level-it. For these extraterrestrial creatures, these entities use their pupils as their main energy source. And the number of pupils does not reflect their true strength. They have the ability to launch psychological attacks, and their pupils help them recognize subtle details and grasp weaknesses to attack. It is rumored that these entities are related to a low-class race, and the price to defeat them is temporary loss of vision in both eyes. And their numbers will increase. When this race was mentioned, Jiang Yu's remembered that he was an undercover agent. Are they targeting me? Initially, Jiang Yu's thought this was a test, and only a few weak creatures would be sent. However, the result was that they sent someone with enough strength to kill. The most dangerous thing was that Jiang Yu's current form had been seen by the instructor in the training camp. He thought the mark was not insignificant, so he had to dispel the form. But no matter how the wind blew and the clouds dispersed, the form on Jiang Yu's body remained intact. After waiting for nearly a minute, Jiang Yu's looked up at his body in shock and felt confused. Immediately after, Jiang Yu's repeatedly tried to dispel the shadow form, but there was no reaction. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's heard a loud roar again, as if the enemy was about to appear again. It turned out, from the high sky, countless strangely colored eye orbs were pressing down on Jiang Yu's. With a feeling of both anger and concern, Jiang Yu's looked up at the sky, suspecting that he had accidentally invaded the territory of another species. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the Night Watch staff were all startled and quickly informed each other because of what they saw on the screen. They suggested immediately contacting the equipment department. Only Chingan remained, who seemed to be thinking about something, but still couldn't hide the worry on his face. Suddenly, a member of the Night Watch team burst into the room, wanting to report that all communication systems had suddenly failed. In addition, they had also lost contact with Instructor Liu and Instructor Luo. This made everyone feel tense, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Suddenly, another famous figure appeared, making the situation even more complicated. He slammed his cane hard on the floor, causing the Night Watch members in the room to start panicking. And the old Night Watchman scolded them for being so easily flustered. It was true that they had been specially trained, but they still couldn't avoid the chaos. He even angrily questioned whether people like them were worthy of being instructors. Chingan spoke up, apologizing to Mr. Chen for laughing, and then asked him how to resolve the situation. Mr. Chen slammed his cane on the floor again, showing his growing anger, and ordered Xiao Qin to compile information on the students who had entered the shadow field. Mr. Chen stopped the white bone check and sent the instructors to maintain order, while also summoning all remaining Level 2 and Level 3 instructors to the shadow field. Xiao Qin immediately left the room to carry out his task, and Chingan was also preparing to leave, but was called back by Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen believed that Chingan always thought calmly, so he wanted to know what he thought about the Yunhai shadow field. He also felt that Mr. Chen had discovered something long ago, and had only just sent the Level 2 and Level 3 instructors. Mr. Chen had realized that an abnormality had occurred when the new students entered the shadow field. A smart person could see the problem from the beginning. Chingan also decided not to hide it anymore, and revealed that the shadow field was a forbidden object. A pupil nest originating from the abyss. If one touched this forbidden object directly, an eye would grow on their body, and it would not disappear until they became a pupil kin. This forbidden object also had the ability to transform the surrounding environment after being placed on the ground. Its presence made the surrounding environment gloomy and terrifying. Under normal conditions, the pupil nests only produced level 1 aberrations for students to practice on. Rare mid-tier aberrations that were born would be controlled with bloodstones, while high-tier ones would be eliminated immediately. Old Mr. Chen wondered if this one was a moon rank mid-tier when he heard about this forbidden object. Old Mr. Chen also realized that the power of a moon rank mid-tier was enough to rival a level 4 superhuman. Chingan agreed, but said that as long as it wasn't provoked, there would be no problem. Superhumans below level 3 entering the shadow field would not stimulate it, but superhumans of level 4 or higher entering its territory would trigger its defense mechanism. It would continuously create strong species and concentrate its power to destroy the intruder in its territory. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chen seemed to have guessed Chingan's intention that among the students was a superhuman. He felt this possibility was very low, but he couldn't rule it out. Whether it was level 4 or not, the person in the shadow field at this moment was probably the loneliest person alive. At the same time, where Jang Yu was, he was also fleeing from the enemy's attack. All the aberrations had joined forces to chase him. And at one point, he was forced to turn back and deal with one of them, although it only took a few strong attacks to control it. He lost a lot of energy in the process. At this moment, Jang Yu felt he couldn't take it anymore. And finally, he decided to run away and complain. He called out to the stupid birds to stop chasing him. And while running, he quickly jumped from one position to another like a monkey climbing a tree. While some other aberrations continued to chase him, as Jang Yu ran, some aberrations used their superpowers from their eyes to create an endless source of energy. But at the same time, some other aberrations chased without paying attention to the path, causing them to fall and sprawl on the ground. Indeed, that energy began to invade and affect Jang Yu's body. It converged and vibrated, blending together like a large sword, directly stabbing down into the ground. After a few minutes to reorient himself, Jiang Yu realized that he was not only being attacked physically, but also being affected by a restraining mental attack. Suddenly, some of those aberrations began to float above the ground, creating a new situation. Jiang Yu hid, thinking that level 1 was already more than enough. But in that hole, there were also some level 2 aberrations. Immediately after, unable to bear it, he shouted loudly and declared that they were forcing his hand. He told them that he was also level 2. Immediately after, Jang Yu quickly activated his shadow perception. But after a few seconds of waiting, there seemed to be no reaction from his body. A new problem arose that made him feel confused because he couldn't activate his special skill, and worry began to show clearly on his face. Then, he seemed to realize that he had been sealed by something. Suddenly, in front of him, those strange aberrations began to discuss a plan in hushed tones, which made Jang Yu curious because it was unusual that they were no longer moving. He wondered if they were afraid of his overwhelming presence. After a while, Jang Yu still stood in place, but the crowd of aberrations gradually moved to the sides, as if they were waiting for a large aberration to arrive. Indeed, as predicted by him, a giant creature appeared, slamming a terrifying sword into the ground as if to announce its presence. This one had a giant belly, but it was by no means a small creature. The entire body of this creature emitted a gloomy and dense energy. And from Jiang Yu's observation and perception, he did not expect that this aberration was a level 3 aberration. A formidable opponent. At that moment, he faced the opponent directly and stood before its powerful attack. This put Jiang Yu in a difficult and passive situation. Even though he jumped out of his original position, the impact from the attack still pushed him back several meters and into the houses behind, creating a large path of destruction. After a while, Jiang Yu woke up in a state of near exhaustion, his mind thinking about not being able to use his dual blades and losing his positional advantage. In his current state, fighting a level 2 opponent was already a challenge, let alone a level 3. Seeing the opponent slowly approaching, Jiang Yu quickly used 2 fingers to point at the enemy and released a few threads to try to capture it. He realized that if he continued to fight this way, he couldn't win. Therefore, Jiang Yu made the risky decision to use the flee plan as the best option. The opponent, seeing this, he became frantic and tried to wave its arms and legs to escape the restraint of the threads. Thanks to its destructive power, these threads were just a helpful aid. As he was running ahead, he turned his head and saw it was close on his heels, not expecting it to be able to escape so quickly. The pursuer didn't want to continue the chase, so it immediately jumped from its position and shortened the distance to Jang Yu's area. But just as the blade was about to swing down, he quickly jumped into the air. The blade seemed to have gotten stuck in a crack in the ground. Jang Yu saw this as a good opportunity, so he used his continuous damage ability, and at the same time gained a lot of advantages when killing. After so much effort, he finally had a chance. Although each attack was like scratching the wind, continuous killing could accumulate power. And once enough was accumulated. But while Jang Yu was continuously trying to kill the opponent, he was unfortunately directly turned on by the pursuer and given a punch straight to the jaw. With such extremely strong destructive force, it sent him flying from his position without him even realizing it. Not only that, but he was also slammed hard into the wall of a house behind him. Not yet. Stopping there, the opponent continued to advance with a fierce attitude and a terrifying sword in hand. But at this moment, it seemed to be shocked when it saw something. Its fast-running feet also stopped abruptly. At such a close distance, it didn't continue to attack, which made Jang Yu constantly wonder why it suddenly stopped. The incident made Jang Yu wonder even more about this person's unusual behavior. An invisible aura from behind suddenly spread and caught Jang Yu's attention. When Jang Yu turned back and saw everything starting to change rapidly, he didn't know what was happening because this place was almost identical to the shadow plane. The design of this shadow field was also too similar. Moreover, this place had a more special atmosphere than the layer of fragments, as if something was attracting Jang Yu himself. In a state of confusion, suddenly an aberration at the other end unexpectedly rushed over without a word, just charging with a blade in hand. In a flash, Jang Yu made a reckless decision, defying fate and continuing to run, even though his breathing became rapid and his legs gradually grew tired. Jang Yu began to feel confused about the length of the alley and the lack of light, making him feel like he was floating in space. When Jang Yu opened his eyes, he found himself in a completely different space. Without the familiar tall buildings, he tried to find a foothold, but everything seemed to have disappeared, and his right arm automatically lifted as if an invisible force was controlling it. Jang Yu's arm continued to lift him higher at a terrifying speed, causing him to cry out in fear. Jang Yu felt his body was out of control and tried to remind himself to regain control. I am my own master, he told himself. And immediately, the speed stopped, and his body also stopped moving. In just a moment, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in front of Jang Yu, as a mysterious sphere shot straight into his chest, making it hard for him to breathe as if he had been punched in the stomach. The intense pain spread throughout his body, causing Jang Yu to lose consciousness. And from the sphere embedded in his chest, black, poisonous gases began to be emitted. These strange substances continued to invade Jang Yu's body, and as he slowly opened his eyes, he heard a strange voice in his ear, saying, I've finally found you, the heir of the noble blood. When he was fully awake, Jang Yu began to move in this strange space, wondering where he was and what was strange about this place. On the misty glass panels behind him, Jang Yu's image appeared, and the previous voice spoke again, revealing that this was the boundary between the real world and the mystical world, causing Jang Yu to lose his composure and want to know the identity of that voice. And the voice replied, Can't you feel my presence? A familiar feeling emerged, bringing with it darkness, mystery, coldness, and strangeness. Suddenly, Jang Yu felt something trying to get his attention from behind. When he turned around, he saw a large hand stuck in the glass, constantly banging on it. It turned out to be Jang Yu's virtual image, and he spoke up, declaring that he and I have similarities. We both have similar characteristics. But as soon as he said this, Jang Yu's virtual image was attacked by a wind punch from the real Jang Yu's position. Jang Yu's virtual image screamed but felt more angry, and repeatedly asked his opponent what he was doing. The real Jang Yu's remained very calm, thinking that destroying his virtual image was a natural thing to do. Hearing this, Jang Yu's virtual image ran to the glass and repeatedly cursed. You're crazy, I haven't finished speaking. And you've already attacked. You'll miss important details like martial arts secrets and profound masters if you continue like this. Hearing this, Jang Yu urged his virtual image to speak quickly and end the conversation, as he still had to go out and save Xiao Xiao. Witnessing that scene, Jang Yu immediately advised Jang Yu to look up. At that moment, he also slowly raised his head and saw a strange sight, a large eye surrounded by transparent snakeskin. At the same time, he also noticed the virtual Jang Yu appearing everywhere around the eye. And he began to think about this. Could it be that my power was locked at that time because of it? Jang Yu nodded in acknowledgement upon hearing this. To be precise, it is a pupil species nest belonging to a forbidden object of the abyss. And this pupil species is the enemy of the shadow species. Although you are a superhuman human, You share the same origin as the shadow species. Now, you have been deemed an enemy by the pupil species nest. So if I hadn't intervened in time and helped you avoid that level 3 pupil species, you would be dead by now. Hearing this, Jang Yu became very curious about his motive for saving him. Because he had been waiting for an individual with a similar physique and power source, Jang Yu had always been searching for someone with whom he could share a similar source of power. Hearing this, Jang Yu became even more curious about why he had saved him. As he was originally a high-ranking figure in the Abyss, with great power and noble status. In the past, he was a high-ranking figure in the Abyss, a hegemon of a region. But due to a certain event, everything changed, against my will. My essence was scattered into many different fragments and fell into this world. A guardian of my own race was lucky enough to find me. And I adopted and sheltered it. Furthermore, that lowly creature took advantage of my weakness and betrayed me, imprisoning me and constantly absorbing my energy to increase its own strength. Therefore, I have always been waiting for the appearance of another race. As soon as he finished speaking, the virtual Jang Yu reached his hand out of the screen in front of him and then went to Jang Yu to urge him, "Come here and try my great power. Help me complete my revenge. Then become my contractor and be perfectly arranged by me." As soon as he finished speaking, the virtual Jang Yu was attacked directly in the mouth. A blow even more powerful and unexpected than the previous one, sending him tumbling to the ground. Jang Yu trembled and asked the person if he intended to break his contract, having previously promised to help deal with the pupil species nest. But now it seemed someone had agreed with him. One of his subordinates had come and taken his clothes, no longer having the right to cooperate. This made Jang Yu feel ashamed, and the person wanted to control him even more. No longer a partner, but a dominator, Jang Yu moved even closer, making the virtual Jang Yu feel uncomfortable for having endured so much tyranny from him. He admitted it and declared that he couldn't escape this situation. Suddenly, Jang Yu was startled as the person stood up like a god, full of confidence and laughing loudly. He said, "Becoming my host is your honor, Jang Yu," and urged Jang Yu to submit to him. Jang Yu slowly reached his hand through the glass and grabbed the virtual Jang Yu's neck, pulling him out and saying that, although he was very strong before, he was now weakened and had lost the power of the pupil species nest. Therefore, it was currently unknown who would subdue whom. Hearing this, Jang Yu felt indignant. But his opponent argued that he was part of the Abyss bloodline and could not be controlled by a weakling like him. However, as soon as he said that, all the divine energy in his opponent's body was unexpectedly sucked into Jang Yu's. This made the opponent find it hard to believe that a weakling like Jang Yu's could control him. At this moment, Jang Yu's also didn't understand what was happening and just let go of his opponent's neck. The opponent had now lost his original form and was no longer screaming as before. Instead, the opponent had transformed into wisps of purple smoke floating in the air. Suddenly, a pupil shadow eye appeared on Jang Yu's chest after the fusion. At this moment, he felt something new inside him and began to feel it deeply. Jang Yu placed his hand on the eye, felt its disappearance, and realized it was a shadow insect. At the same time, outside the city, countless large and small, even giant, aberrant creatures had appeared and surrounded everything. A high-ranking member of the training team ordered everyone to gather in one place. The instructors would form a defensive perimeter on the outside, keeping the students safe inside. All students were instructed to immediately take their anti-pollution medication and not leave the protective circle. Meanwhile, they finally managed to reach the students inside that train. Xiao Xiao was extremely anxious at this moment, wondering where on earth Jang Yu had disappeared to. Meanwhile, right next to her was a mutant bug with countless eyes, but only one was wide open, glaring brightly at Xiao Xiao. It slowly separated from the swarm of mutant bugs and levitated into the air in a noticeably bizarre manner. It turned out that it flew into the air because this mutant bug had planned to split into separate individuals, each possessing a single eye. It lunged straight at her as if wanting to devour her alive, taking advantage of Xiao Xiao's distraction. However, her ability alerted her, allowing Xiao Xiao to mentally prepare and gather her combat energy. She unleashed a terrifying wave of power directly at the mutant bugs in close range. Seizing the opportunity, one of the instructors quickly stepped in to deal with them directly. Once it was settled, another instructor turned around to thank Xiao Xiao, saying that without her help, it wouldn't have been so easy. He then asked if Xiao Xiao could still hold on, panting heavily from both fear and the massive exertion of power. She said she was fine. At this moment, one of the instructors told everyone to follow him closely and prepare to leave. But he failed to notice the mutant bug from behind. Its eye only needed to lock onto him to unconsciously take control of his mind. Caught completely off guard by its terrifying speed, the night watchman was instantly knocked unconscious. collapsing to the ground, to Xiao Xiao's sheer panic. Not only that, but the mutant bug was also charging forward to attack her. At the exact moment, Xiao Xiao realized she was about to lose her life here. But right then, Chingan suddenly appeared, and with just a single strike, it was able to completely subdue this hideous monster. At that point, he became aware of the appearance of a level 3 aberrant creature, and the actual situation was worse than he had imagined. Soon after, he turned to the remaining trainees and asked a serious question. Why hadn't they warned everyone about the danger of this situation? When everyone had almost been attacked unexpectedly, the trainees could only bow their heads and apologize to Chingan. Then, he looked at the students and thought to himself, however, among the many students, only their group encountered the attack of the level 3 aberrant creature. Could it be that someone in their group possessed superhuman abilities? Thinking of this, Chingan decided to call everyone to follow him. But at that moment, a voice rang out. The girl announced that she had come with Jang Yu's, but now she couldn't find him anywhere. As soon as he heard Jang Yu's name, Chingan began to feel suspicious. Could the person the pupil species nest was targeting be him and this girl, who came with Jang Yu's? Was she close to him? But just as Chingan was distracted, from behind, an aberrant creature appeared with a blade bearing its mark. At that point, Chingan only needed a glance to identify the enemy. At this moment, he focused on dealing with the dangerous situation. Afterward, Chingan used his superpower to control the aberrant creature. A beam of blue light shot out from his palm, turning into a piercing arrow and destroying the body of that aberrant creature. Following that direction, everything began to unfold in a new scenario. Like Fan Y, Chingan was also convinced that Xiao Xiao had become the target of the pupil species nest. Immediately after, he used all his energy to deal with this final aberrant creature, and at the same time, warned the other instructors to take the students ahead. The aberrant creature in front was not an easy opponent either. It let out a cry and prepared a slashing posture aimed at the weakest point. At the same time, in Chingan's palm was the key to unleashing his extraordinary power. It formed a solid protective layer so that when the distance between Chingan and the aberrant creature was very close, he used the superhuman technique, Wind Seal, creating green waves that enveloped the entire body of the aberrant creature in front, causing it to panic. But the creature only stood still for a few seconds before staring intently in another direction. In a short time, it had escaped his green storm and discovered that the aberrant creature intended to flee from Chingan. Chingan quickly prepared to seal it. But unexpectedly, the opponent vanished in an instant without a trace. At the same time, Chingan also realized that he couldn't use his ability as his arm became stiff. Behind them, the instructors were leading the students away when they encountered another aberrant creature. This one still had the common feature of being all eyes, but its human form was hard to describe. The transformation of this aberrant creature happened very quickly, as its entire body merged into 2 giant eyes. The light and energy emanating from the aberrant creature's body terrified those who confronted it. Even Chingan, standing at the farthest position, was affected, seemingly under its control. He became, as a result, Chingan completely lost his ability to fight and fell near L. While the other students and instructors also lost their morale. They were all affected and became lifeless. In particular, Xiao Xiao was among them. When she realized she couldn't move or control her body, and her consciousness began to blur, she was about to lose hope of fighting. Despite being mentally prepared, she still felt helpless and desperate when facing the aberrant creature. But Xiao Xiao couldn't see the danger coming from behind. Xiao Xiao still didn't notice and silently prayed for Jang Yu's to survive. Before she fell unconscious, she witnessed the scene of the suicidal sword. That sword had plunged straight into the aberrant creature. And in a few seconds, Jiang Yu's appeared like a savior, reaching out to grasp his sword. His other hand, he gently caught Xiao Xiao, like a hero saving a damsel in distress. Jiang Yu's appeared at the most crucial moment. Just as Xiao Xiao was thinking of him, seeing Xiao Xiao and everyone else in this state only fueled the rage growing inside Jiang Yu's. He looked up, observing all the aberrant creatures that had caused this with an incredibly cold demeanor. Just like that, the other creatures began to swarm him. Jiang Yu's coldly declared, "Although this is the territory of the aberrant hive, you've all forgotten that this is the shadow domain, and I am the king here." With that, he no longer stood still, but slowly advanced as streams of blood chi swirled around his body. Jiang Yu's raised his hand, pointing 2 fingers to the sky, as if commanding the summoning of his inherent power. A torrent of blood chi from the shadow domain appeared, swirling in the sky, and began to wrap around the bodies of the aberrant creatures attacking him. It was as if this was his way of welcoming them to his domain. All the aberrant creatures stared intently at the vortex, showing no reaction whatsoever. But from the middle of the vortex, when did a giant air sphere appear? Their eyes began to In the midst of those spinning dunes, Jiang Yu suddenly stepped out of the sphere. Wherever he went, the aberrant creatures in his path were destroyed. When he moved to another location, another batch of weak opponents had to appear. Finally, he stood before the last creature and realized it had been chasing him all over the street. Jiang Yu declared that it was now his turn and drew the two swords he had prepared. Jiang Yu leaned in and pierced through the last creature's body, weakening it to the point that it couldn't see where its opponent was attacking from. At this moment, the last creature was only startled for a moment, but its body was hacked to pieces, leaving nothing intact. Next up was the multi-eyed mutant bug that had recently appeared. Jiang Yu charged forward like a god of war, sword in hand, and thrust it directly into its main eye. Not only that, but he simultaneously activated his continuous kill superpower. The sword gouged deeper and deeper into its main eye as the beast roared endlessly. Soon, the system sent a notification that its HP had dropped to 0. The moment had come. Jiang Yu lunged forward again, delivering a fatal strike to completely send it straight to hell. With all the mutants completely annihilated by his hands, he stood tall, proudly admiring the carnage he had just created. Just at that moment, a large amount of blood began to fall from the sky like raindrops. In Jiang Yu's heart, he also silently realized that this was the manifestation of extraordinary power from another species. He stepped on a member of another species he had just eliminated and thought, indeed, this species is suppressed by the power of another species. Even at level 2, I can easily eliminate level 3 species. It's no wonder they are so afraid. But I must also express my gratitude because they have given me a lot of experience, thanks to which I was able to achieve this. Then, Jiang Yu immediately absorbed all the experience points from his opponent. At the same time, in the sky, the instructors who had been watching the battle noticed the signal was interrupted and immediately went to that location. At Jiang Yu's feet, he had just looked up when he saw them standing there. Next, Jia Lu showed a lack of sensitivity. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was forced to hide to avoid his true identity being discovered. One of the instructors suggested that everyone should take the injured away as soon as possible. A girl from the medical team asked the others if they had any anti-contamination medicine because the injured might not survive. Meanwhile, another team was cordoning off the area of the aberrant species. After some time, at the hospital, all the injured students had been brought here for treatment. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu recounted his story in detail, from when the big-eyed monster attacked until he directly fought and defeated it with a decisive blow. These words made the other students feel respectful. Then, Jiang Yu continued to talk about how a beast attacked him unexpectedly. But luckily, someone helped him by giving him a bottle of medicine for the wound on his jaw. It turned out, Xiao Xiao came to check on Jiang Yu and saw that he was seriously injured, but still talking normally. She then reminded Jiang Yu to use the medicine for treatment. At that moment, Jiang Yu also wanted to take the opportunity to ask her to help him with something. Xiao Xiao showed her cooperation and agreed cheerfully. She took out a small bottle and poured the solution directly onto the wound on Jiang Yu's hand. At this moment, he still hadn't realized the pain that was about to come and maintained a relaxed attitude. However, just a few seconds later, he began to feel pain and discomfort, leading to a strong reaction. And he danced around due to the stinging and pain. Jiang Yu realized that she had used the wrong kind of medicine and asked her why she did that. Xiao Xiao also felt dissatisfied because he had asked her to do it. When she saw him ask about her anger, Xiao Xiao realized that he had no intention of playing around and was just trying to apologize. But suddenly Xiao Xiao turned back, placed her hand on Jiang Yu's cheek, and said, "No need to apologize." Then she put a bandage on his cheek, her eyes welling up with tears. Her eyes wanted him to promise not to bear it alone next time. Seeing her at this moment also made Jiang Yu's heart soften, and he immediately agreed. Not only that, but with such a close distance, he couldn't help but stare at those familiar lips. Just then, Xiao Xiao spoke up, breaking Jiang Yu's lack of focus. She remembered something very strange when she was attacked by the aberrant creature and fell into a coma. She woke up to find she had been saved. Seeing this, he thought it was not strange at all, as it was obviously the instructor who had saved her. But suddenly, Xiao Xiao loudly refuted, insisting that the person who saved her was Brother Yu Zi. This discovery made Jiang Yu feel like he was about to choke on her unexpected thought. He then quickly put on a puzzled expression, suggesting that Xiao Xiao must have been mistaken. Because how could that Brother Yu Zi come to the special training camp? On the contrary, she insisted with great certainty because she felt that when she lost consciousness, it was Brother Yu Zi who held her. Furthermore, the strange thing was that I clearly called someone else's name softly at that time. But Brother Yu Zi responded, "That feeling was very familiar to me." As she said this, Xiao Xiao immediately glanced over at Jiang Yu's and gave him a suspicious look. Hearing this, he also began to worry, wondering You don't suspect me, do you? But Xiao Xiao looked at Jiang Yu's appearance at this moment and the form brother Yu Zi was using in the shadow, and they were completely opposite. Then she coldly made a decision, thinking that brother Yu Zi couldn't possibly be as shallow as Jiang Yu's. He also replied to her words, but in his heart, he seemed to be breathing a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao approached Jiang Yu's strangely, then asked for his opinion on whether brother Yu Zi was one of the students. As soon as the question was asked, he immediately objected, saying that he was sure it wasn't. When Xiao Xiao asked for the reason, Jiang Yu's said that brother Yu Zi's strength was immense. His IQ was outstanding. He was brave, had a righteous spirit, and was especially handsome. How could such a perfect person be a kid who just entered college? Hearing this, Xiao Xiao seemed completely mind-controlled, which was understandable. But she wondered how Jiang Yu's could see that he was handsome. At this point, Jiang Yu's continuously shook his index finger and said, whether he's handsome or not doesn't matter. Maybe he's one of the instructors at the camp. As soon as Xiao Xiao agreed with that idea, Chingan immediately called Jiang Yu's name sternly, startling him to his core. Then he stood up to greet the instructor, saying, "We meet again." Xiao, who was beside him, asked about his injury, but it was just a small wound and didn't affect him much. Seeing this, she also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was lucky the instructor and others were there this time, so the new students could be safe. But Chingan felt that, in the end, this incident was due to their negligence, and it was fortunate that there were no casualties. At the same time, he asked Jiang Yu's about the situation at that time. Among the rescued students, you were not there. Did you escape on your own? Jiang Yu's remained very calm and admitted that he had slaughtered his way out. Hearing this, Chingan, half believing and half doubting, expressed that he was looking forward to Duyan's next performance. But meanwhile, he thought to himself, under such harsh circumstances, it was no simple feat for Jiang Yu's to escape on his own. Afterward, Chingan announced that the examination room was overloaded and asked him to help check the contamination levels of the two. As he spoke, he pointed the scanner at Jiang Yu's and Xiao Xiao, and the results showed their contamination levels were within an acceptable range. They just needed to take some medicine to recover. After speaking, Chingan bid them farewell and went to check on the other students, reminding them to rest well. As Chingan neared the exit, he glanced back at Jiang Yu's with curiosity. Then, he looked down at the contamination scanner, and it startled him when he saw the result showed a level 2 superhuman contamination level. Something completely unbelievable. At the same time, Chingan also realized that Jiang Yu's had hidden his true strength. But this level was not enough to cause the aberration of the pupil species nest. Could the person the nest was targeting be him? But the strange thing was that his contamination index was 0, even though he had said he had killed his way out. And killing these species would definitely cause contamination. Before Chingan left, Jiang Yu's turned back to ask about Chingan's condition when she was in a coma, and if she had called his name. After hearing this, Xiao Xiao also admitted that Chingan had called her father's name, which disappointed Jiang Yu's a little. As for Chingan, based on all his recent speculations, he felt that Jiang Yu's had many secrets about him, making him a very interesting person. At Yunhai University, where the training course was held, the 12th grade students had already taken their seats. Jiang Yu's was also there, admiring his classmates in their short skirts, unable to hide his surprise and curiosity. However, he didn't notice Xiao Xiao's presence behind him, which made her feel annoyed. She decided to go ahead, announcing that she would register for the dormitory first. Jiang Yu's chased after her, saying he would go with her. But Xiao Xiao thought he just wanted to check out the girls at the female dormitory. When Xiao Xiao asked about Jiang Yu's actions, he admitted it and asked how she knew. As expected, her next action was to storm off in anger. She pulled her suitcase and walked in, shouting at Jiang Yu's, telling him not to talk to her anymore. Sensing the argument, Fatty appeared and guessed that Jiang Yu's had made Xiao Xiao angry again. Fatty ate and said that Jiang Yu's was still the same, while Jiang Yu's was startled by the slab of meat in front of him, shocked at how fat Fatty had become. At this moment, he suddenly stuffed all the cake into his mouth, and Jiang Yu's gradually understood. Fatty admitted that his awakened ability was to eat a lot, and the more he ate, the stronger he became. Furthermore, if not digested well, the food would be wasted, and if he didn't eat, he couldn't use his ability. His talent was not originally good enough to join the Yunhai Special Training Camp, but thanks to his rapid progress, he made a breakthrough. After talking, the two continued to building number 1 to register. As soon as they arrived, Fatty pointed to a tall building in front and introduced it to Jiang Yu's as Dormitory No. E, which had a special atmosphere. As soon as he looked at it, Jang Yu's felt it looked like a large hotel. Then, the two entered the main lobby. While walking, Fatty revealed that this dormitory was rebuilt to welcome the elite talents of the special training camp. With modern infrastructure and the best environment, the school's facilities are amazing. Not only are there dormitories, but also a rooftop garden, a gym, and a free study room. After chatting for a while, the two friends opened the door and were surprised. They couldn't believe it wasn't a single room. Nevertheless, they decided to go in and were surprised to see that 3 other friends had already arrived. They were all very impressed with the large bed and the excellent lighting. The space was airy and comfortable. A purple-haired young man lamented. Brother Mu asked if there were any particularly strong new students, so they could avoid being overturned. Another brother laughed at the purple-haired youth's worry and wondered why he was afraid of new students. At this moment, the purple-haired young man saw Jang Yu's and Fatty and reminded them that someone had already arrived. The person sitting on the chair also stood up and shook his head, as if ordering Jang Yu's and Fatty to go to another dormitory. This scar-faced guy even declared that this place belonged to him. Fatty seemed unafraid and pointed straight at them, shouting that there was no such rule in the training camp. The buzz-cut guy approached and asked back with a disdainful attitude. Fatty was a bit flustered as he suggested leaving this place. But another person seemed displeased and tried to hide his feelings. This person immediately reacted by shouting right in the hallway. A new student arrived and claimed this was his place. But the loud noises and the closed door created a tense atmosphere. Suddenly, all the rooms in the building opened simultaneously, and other students quickly gathered in front of the room where the incident was happening. Everyone had a serious expression and a strong physique. Their leader warned that to stay here, one needed to prove themselves with strength. They also claimed to be the elite students of the school. Fatty began to realize that this building had been occupied by this group of students, and one of his friends advised leaving to avoid conflict. Fatty agreed and suggested finding another place to stay to avoid further confrontation with this group. Before leaving, Jang Yu's left a remark that made the atmosphere tense. Anyway, it's not good for this to get out. As soon as he heard it, Fatty's face changed because he couldn't have expected his friend's reaction. The other students also showed clear anger and confusion on their faces upon hearing the new student's words. Immediately, they charged straight at the opponent and declared that the one being beaten was their friend. As they approached, Jang Yu summoned the shadow energy in his heart, ready to face them, his hand just waiting for the right moment. But he didn't realize that a stronger person had appeared behind him, with a huge surge of power standing there as a warning to these aggressive students. When they saw him, they immediately stopped, their faces pale and unable to move. The burning gaze of this scar-faced man was also not simple. The deeper one looked into his eyes, the more one could feel the hidden power within. Jang Yu also sensed it and turned to look this stranger up and down, realizing his ability was related to pupils. And he seemed to understand the situation. As soon as he finished introducing his name, the young man immediately thought that Jang Yu was a heavyweight opponent. Then, he asked Jang Yu if he wanted to choose this room as the place for their duel. To comply with Yunhai's regulations, they would conduct a battle in the room. Immediately after, he showed no fear and agreed decisively. Not only that, but he also suggested that just one fight was not enough. After speaking, he directly pointed at the other students and declared that no one was allowed to run away. At the same time, this incident spread throughout the entire male dormitory of the training camp. People were saying that someone unafraid of death dared to challenge Shimu's group. It turned out, according to what everyone said, this Shimu guy really liked to bully others. Meanwhile, the new students also received information that someone wanted to reclaim the dormitory for them. However, some people were still worried that Jang Yu alone wouldn't be able to do it. Therefore, all the old and new students gathered to watch Jang Yu's event. Soon, the arena was filled with students from the dormitory. A female teacher received their registration information and reminded them that they could now choose their weapons and protective gear. At this moment, Jang Yu and Fatty went to the weapon rack and saw that there were many types of hot and shiny weapons, some even with scopes. The instructor had reminded all the students about proper conduct, and a young man standing behind seemed confident that the new students would be treated well. However, a seemingly worried friend warned Jang Yu that something was not right, and the opponent seemed to have planned ahead. Afterward, Jang Yu picked up a sword but felt uncomfortable using it. His friend suggested choosing a larger weapon. His opponent had chosen a long pig sticker, while Jang Yu was still undecided among many other weapon choices. Another friend advised him to quickly choose a weapon and start. If you're scared, just admit defeat and kneel. However, instead, Jang Yu chose a weapon and declared that he would not be affected by the threats. Jang Yu chose a rebar and declared that he would take his time to choose a suitable weapon. His opponents became angry and gritted their teeth, thinking Jang Yu was looking down on them by choosing an old weapon and no protective gear. Jang Yu admitted that he was looking down on them. which made them even angrier. Jang Yu's opponent was ready for battle and charged towards him, warning that he would be defeated. The opponent challenged Jang Yu's, declaring that they would prove their strength in this battle. When Jang Yu saw the intense energy streams emanating from his opponent, he also found this person quite interesting because they shared the same shadow element. The battle began to heat up, causing all the students watching to cheer non-stop. It turned out this guy was Brother Chang, also known as the Shadow Serpent, and was the fastest in their first year. In contrast to the students cheering for Brother Chang, Fatty shouted loudly, reminding Jang Yu to dodge and not just stand there like a fool. In a flash, Chang had already charged from his starting position, and in an instant, he appeared right behind Jang Yu with a sharp pig sticker. Almost as soon as this guy jumped off the ground, he caught Jang Yu's eye. He just needed to glance at the ground and he vanished like a god. At this moment, the arena was filled with nothing but thick gray smoke. As for Chang and the other students, when they saw Jang Yu's recent action, they couldn't help but express their surprise and astonishment. This sense of confusion spread to all the students in the school. It turned out the scene before them was too hard to watch, as the rebar was stuck straight into Chang's rear end. Not only that, but Jang Yu's also loudly declared. Next, at this moment, Jang Yu's suddenly pulled the rebar out of his opponent's tail, creating an incredibly bizarre image and a pain that went straight to the navel. Immediately, a classmate rushed up, leaving only Jang Yu's with the rebar, twirling it like a fan and challenging everyone. Is no one else brave enough to come up? Seeing the silence, Jang Yu's continued to taunt and challenge. What a bunch of cowards. Come on. All of you at once. Hearing this challenge, all the other students felt that Jang Yu's was too arrogant and became very angry. They thought a third-year student dared to look down on them like this on the field. Immediately, a host of students with different abilities appeared, surrounding Jang Yu. As soon as they stepped up, they lost their composure and displayed their special talents. Not only that, but in the area below the fighting stage, there were also other students who couldn't bear this loss and wanted to join the fight. As for Jang Yu, he smiled mysteriously because in his heart, he was just waiting for this moment. With the attributes of shadow and the persona of a shadow dweller, a hunter, among them, the effect of the shadow dweller is to hide in the darkness, not letting others know of one's existence. One can easily hide in the darkness and be difficult to detect. Every shadow is your stage. The second effect is a reminder to be careful. When you reveal your identity, the power of this persona will be reduced. Only by existing in the darkness can you be supreme. At this moment, Jang Yu remembered the last time after absorbing the shadow species persona, his own abilities were successfully upgraded. The shadow dweller's ability was tested when killing the pupil species, so for now, he won't use it again. The hunter is a combination of the two combat powers of marking and 100 battles. Among them, 100 battles is the true hunter, extremely good at learning from combat and making it his own. Through combat, his strength can grow rapidly, and he has the opportunity to comprehend new abilities or strengthen existing ones. And 100 battles is the ability specialized for direct combat. The more intense the battle, the faster the growth rate. At this moment, it just so happened that all the other students all attacked Jang Yu simultaneously with the intent to destroy him. But he was agile and moved quickly between positions, confiscating all their weapons at the same time. Meanwhile, Fatty ran up and tried to stop everyone from attacking. But the teacher thought this didn't violate the rules because Jang Yu was a super warrior. The teacher even advised Fatty not to worry because his friend was too strong. Jang Yu breathed a sigh of relief after surviving the wave of attacks. But the other students were lying all over the field, some even unconscious. When Jang Yu spoke, everyone felt their doom had come. And he wasn't even out of breath yet. In a hidden corner, Shimu was eating an apple and walking forward. He felt quite surprised and disdainful. A second-year student who could display strength beyond that of a normal person was truly astonishing. Shimeng ate his apple as he walked, thinking that in a fight, it's not just about strength, but also about skill and proficiency. As soon as that name was mentioned, a sharp blade was drawn from somewhere and sliced through the apple, causing it to burst into smoke and fire. His eyes began to light up with small, flashing sparks. A sword strike was delivered with power and precision, catching the apple before it fell. I could have expected that the apple had been transformed into an exquisite rose with delicate petals in just a few short seconds. The atmosphere became lively as this timeless figure sent a challenge to Jang Yu's. The ones who had just been defeated, lingering behind, regained their spirits and cheered for him, not wanting Jang Yu's to continue winning. They even boasted about their combat level, claiming that this master was one of the top 3 in the course. When he saw the apple blossom fall, Jang Yu's also realized in his thoughts, this opponent's fighting style is so precise, like a grandmaster in a legend. The previous ones were too weak, with not much real combat experience. So, let me test your skills. Jiang Yu's charged straight at the opponent directly, while the opponent remained calm. But this opponent still had no reaction. As Jiang Yu's approached, the opponent still didn't move, his hands and feet remaining still. Suddenly, the opponent's eyes flared with a challenge, as if saying, "You don't know your own strength. I am of the highest ancient demon-type branch of abilities. After I activate my special ability, your actions will be like they're frozen." The opponent not only easily dodged Jiang Yu's attack, but was also able to observe and find his openings. Then launch an attack. The opponent threw Jiang Yu's sword into the air, because Jiang Yu's actions were like a crawling turtle. Not only that, but the opponent continued to taunt. "In front of me. You are just a fish on the chopping block. The blade is only a few cm from your head, and your actions cannot resist it." Suddenly, Jiang Yu's regained his agility and reacted in time when faced with a critical situation. After escaping the near-fatal attack, he felt relieved to have avoided death. Shimu also had to admit that Jiang Yu's reaction was quite fast. But it was just the beginning. Then, he declared he would begin his serious attack. At this moment, his person emitted a strange signal, and with a glance, he had already taken the position in front of Jiang Yu's long before. Immediately, Jiang Yu's had to simultaneously activate 100 battles and analyze the opponent's actions, as well as the angle of the blade. He had to quickly figure out how to deal with this attack. The opponent's arm used even force. The wrist slightly bent, and the way of exerting force could be more advantageous. The distance between the legs cannot be too wide, and it's not easy to exert force. This blow should not be blocked directly, but one should try to dodge to the right, like a person avoiding an attack and then counterattacking. The opponent's opening is at the shoulder, and Jiang Yu's applied all the advice of 100 battles to dodge nimbly. As soon as he dodged out of the range Shimu was aiming for, Jiang Yu's marked the attack position right on his right shoulder. Immediately, the rebar hammer struck straight into the shoulder. To the opponent's surprise, in just a flash, a terrified scream from Shinshimu echoed throughout the hall. He dropped his sword and clutched his arm, in too much pain to answer the question in his head. How could this be? That last move was mine. But why was my special ability overcome by its previous effects? Shinshimu continued to stare at Jiang Yu's, holding the club in his hand, full of doubt. After a few minutes of chaos, he suddenly came to his senses and was surprised by his own suspicion. Could it be that Jiang Yu's is an experienced veteran? But what scared Shinshimu was that his ability would be completely different from his own. What scared Shimu even more was that if Jiang Yu's activated his special ability, he would suffer heavy losses. Thinking this, Shinshimu slowly raised the sword in his hand. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's continued to provoke him with a challenging attitude, asking if he was scared and backing down. Suddenly, the enemy's blushing face declared that being scared was absurd. Just like that, he began his attack again with fury, wanting to charge forward and take down his opponent. On Jiang Yu's side, he had also prepared to use psychological tactics to gain an advantage over his opponent's skills. At the same time, he used the 100 battles tactic to grasp the opponent's attack angles, most of which were feints. Pay attention to the shoulder, as the force is generated from the abdomen and leads to the shoulder. When the opponent's shoulder exerts force, that's when the real move is made. It is suggested that when his shoulder exerts force, you should strike first. Just like that, when Shimu charged, as 100 battles suggested, Jiang Yu's aimed straight for his shoulder. Luckily, the opponent managed to dodge in time, but still had to endure the impact of the nail on the club and was injured in the cheek. One of his moves ended up being useless, which made the opponent unable to understand why he, without any training, could grasp the skill in such a short time. Not only that, but the opponent also fluently transformed his swordsmanship into a staff technique, making him even more doubtful about life. But suddenly, both of them stopped, and no one continued to attack. This made Shimu feel confused, not knowing what Jiang Yu's plan to do next. Something was wrong. In front of him, a mysterious, meaningful smile appeared. Soon after, Jiang Yu's coolly shouldered his weapon and turned to leave. He walked a distance away, then turned back to remind his opponent that there wasn't much time left, so he should quickly use all his abilities and leave. Those last words drove him crazy with anger, and he suddenly declared, "Wu Yi has decided to teach his opponent a lesson, but it's because the opponent forced me to." The sharp words rang out as he thrust his sword, causing an explosion and a burst of fire, falling to the ground. Jiang Yu's eyes remained focused on his opponent's actions, analyzing and predicting his next move. Therefore, Jiang Yu's had started to move, creating a first illusion to dodge the opponent's attack, aiming to throw the opponent into a state of confusion. Instantly, Jiang Yu's enemy attacked him with a decisive slash, thinking he had won. However, Jiang Yu's was like a special stream of air, rendering the enemy's attack ineffective. And the enemy couldn't hide the fear on his face. In a very short time, those streams of air had passed through the enemy's body and appeared behind him. Jiang Yu's took advantage of the enemy's unguarded moment and launched a powerful attack on his weak point, creating a sensation like a chrysanthemum being crushed. All of this guy's senses were affected, as if he were on the verge of an explosion. Jiang Yu's witnessed this scene and couldn't help but tremble. Yet he still thanked his enemy for teaching him a new move. He felt scared, seeing the brutality of the fight. At the same time, the system sent a notification to Jiang Yu's that he had acquired a new skill called sharp intuition, making him a natural hunter. With this skill, Jiang Yu's could sense potential dangers and make more accurate decisions. He felt very satisfied with this achievement and wanted to continue training immediately. Afterward, Jiang Yu's began to challenge all the first-year students of Nanyi, summoning all his acquaintances to witness. Is this all Nanyi has got? He wanted everyone to know that Jiang Yu's was ready to fight his way through all of Yunhai University. This declaration seemed to make all the Nanyi students of the university feel extremely uncomfortable, which was evident on their faces. A while after the match, Jiang Yu's played the victim again, lying in a hospital bed completely bandaged, faking it to the point where it seemed like blood was rushing to his brain. Seeing this, Zhao immediately retorted. Zhao replied that if Jiang Yu's challenged the entire first year again, he probably had no brain. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's fat friend told her about Jiang Yu's majestic demeanor, how he had hung those students up, and how all the 12th graders there watched intently, with some girls even screaming their hearts out. Jiang Yu's, lying in his hospital bed, smiled contentedly as he recalled the final scene with over 100 people taking turns to fight. But his stamina couldn't hold up, and he collapsed. It turned out, in his mind, he was thinking it was a pity he couldn't activate his shadow form at that time. Otherwise, Jiang Yu's might have caused a huge explosion at Yunhai. But before he could finish speaking, Zhao Zhao directly covered his mouth and told him to stop talking. She said that if the teacher hadn't taken him away in the end, he would have at least been beaten into a cripple. At this point, Jiang Yu's remembered something and asked Zhao Zhao about the situation in her dormitory. Was it also occupied by first-year students? Hearing this, Zhao Zhao informed him that it wasn't and asked Jiang Yu's why he was wondering about that. While Jiang Yu's just felt, that's a real shame. My mind started dreaming about the future, about a warm life living with you. If you had nowhere to stay, I'd gladly take you in, and we could start a new, happy life together. As he mentioned this, along with the dreamlike images, Jiang Yu's felt surprisingly youthful. Although he knew he'd face a fierce reaction, he couldn't deny Zhao Zhao's declaration. I'd rather sleep on the street than live with you. It was just a pity for their chubby friend on the side, who kept reminding them to stop their public displays of affection. Suddenly, Chingan's voice rang out, along with a cheerful smile. He seemed very excited. Looking at your condition, it seems you'll recover very quickly. Immediately, Jiang Yu sat up, believing he was fully healed, and asked him when he could start training. However, the person next to him quickly reminded Jiang Yu's to lie down, as his injuries were still serious. Chingan also advised Jiang Yu's not to rush, as his training program was different from the others and would be scheduled a bit later. He, on the other hand, was curious and wanted to know more about Chingan's plan. According to Chingan, they had discovered that Jiang Yu's had reached level 2 superhuman. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's felt a jolt run through his head. Unable to believe that Chingan knew this secret, he recalled the previous match and felt he hadn't revealed any weaknesses. The person next to him, Fatty, also couldn't hide his surprise at Jiang Yu's powerful abilities. Although he was at level 2, he didn't share it with others. And when communicating, he felt shy. At this moment, Chingan announced the history and basic knowledge of superhumans, and Jiang Yu's would learn like the others. However, practical combat skills would be arranged for separate training for second-year students. Hearing this news, he looked expectant, thinking he would get to face the second-year students. Chingan didn't understand why this person was so full of violence and immediately revealed the information. This might be true, and Jiang Yu's would be able to participate in combat training, as he had hoped. Before leaving, Chingan noticed that Jiang Yu's had a tendency to be aggressive with strong opponents, and he liked that. Not only that, but Chingan also said that when the time was right, he would train with Jiang Yu's. A few days passed quickly, and now we are at the teaching building of Yunhai. When the bell for class rang, the teacher was already in front of the students. Everyone placed their books on their desks, except for Fatty, who was always eating to maintain his ability. Jiang Yu's asked Fatty for a piece, but Zhao Zhao was a little displeased. It's the first day of school. Can't you be serious? Jang Yu still seemed very confident, claiming that he had already looked through the history of superhumans at Zhao Zhao's house. However, she didn't want to interfere further, only warning that if he couldn't pass the exam, he shouldn't even think about getting into the superhuman department. This surprised Jang Yu, as they still had to go through a challenging exam. Suddenly, a strong light shone directly on the two of them, and they saw the teacher preparing the lesson for the day. On the main screen, an image of the globe appeared with a brilliant blue light, reminding Jang Yu of the map in Uncle Lu's room. Jiang Yu wondered if this person was preparing to reveal the whole truth. Meanwhile, the teacher began to introduce himself as Su Jianyang, the teacher of superhuman history. He explained that this subject recorded important events from the time of the catastrophe to the present, and it was a new subject for everyone. The teacher warned that during the course of study, there might be events that would weaken their confidence, but everyone should not despair. He pressed a button on his tablet, and the projector in front of them was adjusted to project onto the ceiling. A powerful light illuminated the entire room, and the teacher began the history lesson from the era of the five heavens aberrant species descent, when our world was invaded. Initially, no one knew the origin of these creatures. They were only seen as mysterious species that appeared suddenly. Their unique composition and the contamination they created opened a new door, throwing the world into chaos. Half a month later, 36 large rifts continuously appeared around the world, and a large number of level 2 aberrant creatures poured out from these rifts, causing widespread slaughter. The aberrant creatures were not too strong, and conventional artillery could easily destroy them. Under the counterattack of the army, the aberrant creatures were quickly defeated, but the terrifying thing about them was not their strength, but the consequence of killing them, the special contamination hidden in their bodies. Every time an aberrant creature was killed, it meant paying a price with a life. Fortunately, the price for killing low-level aberrant creatures had a limited range of effect, so we tried to attack them from a distance. This action seemed insane, but it temporarily brought peace to the human world. However, as the number of rifts gradually increased, the contamination in this world also gradually increased. When a major catastrophic event impacted the world, humans and animals had to face the potential dangers in nature. At the beginning of the 2nd century's new year, the two major cities of Beidou and Nandu decided to cooperate in building large-scale concentration zones and implementing a plan to relocate residents from neighboring provinces and cities to safe areas. By the 5th year of the new century, the aberrant creatures began to attack the concentration zones. In an effort to find a way to counter their movements, humans conducted a dangerous experiment by entering the abyss, but the results showed a mortality rate of up to 97%. From then on, humans had to find a way to adapt. Humans learned how to harness the power of the abyss to fight against the abyss. And from then on, we officially entered a new era of superhuman power. Although there are still limitations, we have made some progress. However, in the process of researching superhuman power, we have not yet been able to break through the limit of superhuman level 1 and are still unable to resist the abyss. This shows the difficulty and challenge in fighting against these mysterious forces. In the same year, 15 small countries declared their destruction due to the threat from the aberrant creatures. After that, a forbidden object from the abyss was discovered, and a new wave of superhuman power appeared in Dazhou. Some people used extreme methods to reach superhuman level 2 and established the Dawn organization, which played a crucial role in the early stages of the war against the aberrant creatures. When this organization was mentioned, Jiang Yu remembered that this was the organization that, in year 10, found a way to enter level 2 normally. The superhuman strategy helped us make a great leap forward, allowing for direct confrontation with the aberrant species on the battlefield. In this year, the 2 concentration zones, Baidu Shouwang and Nandu Liming, were completed, along with 8 other level 1 concentration zones: Qingyang, Mayi, Atai, Xinghua, Lindong, Linan, Tianfu, and Changyang. A nearby student turned to ask his friend why we had so many level 1 concentration zones, and his friend also felt that this was not like what had been publicized. The teacher heard their conversation and spoke up to explain that it might be difficult for everyone to accept the truth, but what he wanted to say had already happened in the past. In the 20th era, a level 3 aberrant species appeared, and conventional artillery could not defeat it. After the Nandu concentration zone paid a heavy price, they were finally able to destroy it. In the 30th year of the new era, the first special species appeared, with power far exceeding other aberrant creatures. It led a large army of aberrant creatures to attack the Mayi concentration zone, and due to the close proximity, nuclear weapons could not be used. Hearing this, all the students seemed to be drawn into the history and wanted to know what would happen next. At this point, the teacher stopped talking and looked sad. Then, he revealed the result: Ma Yi was destroyed. No, after those words were spoken, The room fell silent. Everyone held their breath. And only a heavy silence filled the auditorium. Even the teacher was no exception whenever this topic was brought up. During the lecture, although most people had a serious attitude, Xiao Xiao and Jang Yu were still listening attentively, showing the same level of interest as the others. Next, the history of the new era witnessed the appearance of the first level 4 aberrant creature. The explosion of a nuclear weapon caused a mutation, leading to the destruction of the A-Tai concentration zone. In the 50th year of the new era, Tianfu and the surrounding areas had to face the danger from aberrant creatures and the Abyss Rift. The next major event was the first Great Migration in history. In the 53-63 years of the new era, the southwest and northwest regions of Dazhou witnessed the movement of the 70th new era aberrant species to the north. If the Linen concentration zone were lost, the aberrant species would directly threaten the north, leading to a Great Migration. The second Great Migration occurred. But this time, the superhumans did not retreat. EBAT 000. Young people were determined to sacrifice themselves to protect the thousands of mountains and rivers of Dazhou, demonstrating a brave and resilient spirit. That year, the attack of the retreating species caused the distance between the north and south to widen, and the city of Nandu became a desolate place after everyone left the school. The morning sun had illuminated the entire schoolyard, but suddenly dark clouds obscured the sunlight, making everyone feel anxious and confused. In the school hall, Jiang Yu's and Zhao Zhao expressed their concerns, and Jiang Yu's admitted that reality was even more brutal than they had imagined. They realized they were not strong enough to fight the abyss. Jiang Yu's felt confused and helpless, and he asked himself how long he could hold on. But when he turned to look at Zhao Zhao, she was silent and didn't answer. Jiang Yu's suddenly hugged Zhao Zhao, making her feel nervous and surprised. She shifted from a state of anxiety to a new emotion. At that moment, he looked at her with eyes full of affection and said that, if that day came, he would risk his life to protect her. Hearing these words, Zhao Zhao couldn't help but be moved and showed her emotion, calling Jiang Yu's name with a tearful voice. But then, he showed a dazed expression, suggesting they take a picture while there was still time. Of course. Zhao Zhao reacted immediately, scolding Jiang Yu's for being shameless. Just then, the teacher from before appeared, laughing loudly and saying that the two of them had a very good mentality. The teacher asked specifically about Jiang Yu's and expressed that he had recognized him from the first glance. And in his many years of teaching, only Jiang Yu's mentality was the best. After hearing this, Jiang Yu's was also stunned and asked the teacher why he knew him. The teacher smiled kindly and revealed that he knew because the story of Jiang Yu's beating up a group of first-year students upon arriving at Yunhai had spread throughout the entire place. At this point, Jiang Yu's expressed his confusion as to why the first lesson taught such heavy content. After hearing that question, the teacher seemed to pause for a few seconds and asked whether it was better for everyone to know the truth sooner. Jiang Yu's felt it wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but the only issue was that condensing the information in one go would make the meaning shallow. Everyone feels desperate, but the teacher asserted that only in desperation can a good mentality be born, and only those who survive can overcome the cold winter. Like the plum blossom, the teacher continued, saying that only in desperation can a person grow. Just as a plum blossom can only survive the winter if it is ready to face the challenge. The teacher turned to Jiang Yu's and said that although he had reached level 2, he was not yet a true superhuman. The teacher did not hesitate to point this out, which made Jiang Yu's feel confused and asked the teacher about the meaning of these words. The more Jiang Yu's listened to the teacher, the more confused he felt, getting caught in a loop of thought with no way out. Not knowing how to escape his bewilderment, the teacher finally revealed the secret level 1 is the beginning of the path. Level 2 is the most dangerous level, where contamination and challenges will wrap around the body, and only those strong enough can overcome it, not belonging to an individual. Falling into an abyss with towering cliffs. The path along the cliff juts out like walking on thin glass. At this point, the teacher pointed at Jiang Yu's and asked a question. You've experienced level 2. So have you ever seen the abyss in your heart, and have you ever seen the path along the cliff, jutting out like that before your eyes? As he spoke, the teacher left a highly assertive statement. You are clearly not yet fully prepared to become a superhuman. But the teacher still wanted to ask Jiang Yu's one last question before entering the important teaching phase. Is history really interesting hearing? Those questions and words made him show a different attitude, as if his perspective had been broadened. He slowly placed his hand on his chest. At this moment, Zhao Zhao came over, poked Jiang Yu's in the back, and asked, What are you thinking about for so long? Still not fully grasping the teacher's advice, Zhao Zhao prepared to enter the next lesson on the basics of superhumans, where the teacher introduced powers derived from aberrant creatures like Vien Trung, Kat Trung, Dong Trung, Huiyat Trung, Vu Trung, and many others, with relatively low search costs and the ability to absorb toxins after the aberrant species die. Helping one become stronger, the tall and muscular teacher stood before the class, repeatedly shouting for the students to concentrate their minds and utilize their inner strength. While the other students were displaying their abilities, Jang Yu's seemed to be deliberately hiding his. Finally, everyone got a lunch break and enjoyed braised pork at the cafeteria. But before Jang Yu's could relax comfortably, the bell rang, signaling the start of the afternoon classes. The afternoon class was for special combat training, and Jang Yu's still couldn't believe that Xiao Xiao would be assigned to Class 3. While he thought she deserved to be in Class 1 with him, Jang Yu's began to doubt the class placement decision, wondering if there was a hidden reason why Xiao Xiao was placed in Class 3. Even though he believed she was capable enough to be in Class 1 with him, Uncle Lu had proactively created distance with Xiao Xiao by using his connections. At the same time, 2 teachers also came to the class to welcome the students and announce some information. Starting today, the practical combat course will begin and will be conducted by the teachers in charge of each class. The results of this course will be counted towards the college entrance exam scores. And for now, there is no need to discuss other matters. As soon as the teachers received the order, they performed a synchronized movement and shouted, "Yes, sir." Afterward, the commander ordered them to proceed to their respective classrooms to begin the training course. As soon as he saw the teacher of his class, although Uncle Lu felt this teacher looked a bit frail, the teacher immediately shouted loudly, ordering all students to stand at attention. With a strong and clear voice and a stern expression, Jang Yu's and everyone else stood at attention, their chests filled with confidence. It seemed they could also feel the power of this voice. Seeing everyone being serious, the instructor suggested they stand like that. Jang Yu's felt that this wasn't combat training after hearing that command. Jang Yu's wondered what the purpose of standing like soldiers was. Suddenly, his body felt a great pressure. His head became dizzy, and he saw a powerful aura surrounding him, making it impossible to move. Jang Yu's began to wonder if it was due to a forbidden item or a special ability. But after thinking again, he wasn't sure. After observing for a while, Jang Yu's realized that it was the instructor's killing intent that was being released. At that moment, one of the students couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed. Jang Yu's gradually realized that this military standing posture was actually part of a test for special abilities. Simply put, the person who could patiently stand the longest would be considered the strongest. After 15 minutes, only Jang Yu's was still standing firm before the teacher. But his attitude made everyone feel unusual because he seemed to have lost his senses. The teacher noticed this and decided to withdraw his power to remind Jang Yu's to rest. At that moment, Jang Yu's fell to the ground, his face pale. But he was finally breathing steadily. At that moment, Chingan's voice rang out, saying that Jang Yu's still had his old style of liking to show off. As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Jang Yu's to invite him to come along. Walking from behind, Jang Yu's showed his excitement, thinking he would be training with Nan Hai. But it turned out not to be the case. When the special training phase began, he had organized a separate training program for Jang Yu's. After some time, he finally brought him to a new training ground. Looking around, Jang Yu's noticed nothing special. But Chingan thought, having me is enough. Meanwhile, the other students were all watching the two of them, envious that Jang Yu's was being personally instructed by Chingan. They thought Jang Yu's was too lucky to be mentored by a genius and the top student of the first year. However, Jang Yu's felt embarrassed by the gossip behind him and asked Chingan if they could change the training location. Many people thought this wasn't very good. Hearing this, Chingan asked back, "Are you afraid of being embarrassed in front of many people?" Jang Yu's admitted he was a little shy. It turned out that before coming here, Chingan had received an order from Uncle Li to arrange separate training to control Jang Yu's ambition. Afterward, Chingan stated that the content of this special training was decided by Uncle Li, and if Jang Yu's had any objections, he could go see him. After hearing this, Jang Yu's couldn't remain calm and exclaimed, "That despicable person is too much." But before he could finish his words, Chingan was already ready to fight and suggested starting the training phase. However, Jang Yu's attitude was not very enthusiastic, thinking his strength was not enough to compare. "Keep your faith, because the teacher will use all his skills first, and you won't be able to counterattack." Chingan asked again but seemed to already have the result in his head, not believing it. While preparing a punch for Jang Yu's, the unexpected happened when he immediately jumped up from his position, simultaneously creating a sound and a kick with the force of wind, striking the middle of Chingan's arm, where energy was surging. This made the teachers behind them unable to hide their excitement. They continuously praised Jang Yu's for using a beautiful and effective move that could suppress his opponent. Both were high-level students, but the difference in their strength was too great. If not careful, Jiang Yu would easily win. But suddenly, a teacher from behind spoke up. And the teacher in Jiang Yu's class also felt displeased seeing him use his legs, almost jumping up and leaving no chance for his opponent. This will make it easy to counterattack. And that is a mistake not to be learned from. At the same time, on Chingan's side, there was also a reminder for Jiang Yu's, so that he would not lose focus. His strength is not bad, but his method of attack is too simple, easily countered by the opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, he had firmly grabbed one of Jiang Yu's legs. It seems he launched a powerful attack, as if Jiang Yu's was thrown dozens of meters away, making people think it was a life-threatening move. However, the unexpected happened. Afterward, he was still able to stand firmly on the ground naturally. And not stopping there, Jiang Yu's was determined to regain the initiative. Rushing forward, still holding his position, still focused on the opponent, he attacked relentlessly without rest, focusing on all of Chingan's weak points, making him realize that in the previous match, his opponent was much stronger. Although not called a grandmaster, his skills were revealed. Then, Chingan fell into a state of confusion again, wondering if his senses were wrong. Every time Jiang Yu's threw a punch, it became stronger and more precise, making one wonder if his growth rate was exponential. While Chingan was distracted by his deep thoughts, a fist from Jiang Yu's appeared right in front of him. An unexpected event occurred. It seemed Chingan couldn't predict it and was directly hit hard in the face. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's was very excited for having knocked down his opponent. However, it turned out that Chingan had used an unexpected defensive move and asked Jiang Yu's back with a confident attitude. Soon after, he launched a surprise counterattack, leaving Jiang Yu's confused and unable to predict his opponent's next move. As a result, he was attacked once more, losing control and his form. Chingan did not stop and followed the direction of the attack, seemingly wanting to bring Jiang Yu's to the ground. In the end, he was defeated and lay flat on the ground. This shocked and surprised all the other instructors because Chingan had dealt with his opponent so quickly and effectively. At Jiang Yu's place, the atmosphere became heavy with awkward movements due to this unexpected incident. The people who had just been commenting on the fight still believed that Jiang Yu's had won, but the result was quickly reversed. One of the teachers standing behind also felt that those two were too confident. Chingan had just intentionally created an opening, and as a result, he really defeated his opponent. Fighting is not just about physical strength and skill, but also about using your intellect. At this moment, Jiang Yu's tried to sit up, his back aching as if it would break. He asked Chingan seriously if he had used too much force, but he thought, it's not just about abilities, even physical attributes need to be controlled within the range of a level 2 person. I beat you thanks to my rich combat experience, strong body, proficient technique, and smart tactics. These factors all become the basic qualities needed in a match and are also the decisive factors in winning or losing. Furthermore, just studying is not enough. On the battlefield, things are constantly changing, and there is simply no time to think. At that moment, Jiang Yu's had quickly identified his opponent's weakness and launched an attack. However, the result was still not what he wanted, so he had to invest more time in training to turn his acquired knowledge into natural combat reflexes. Then, Chingan suddenly asked Jiang Yu's if he had a problem with his long-term memory, but he didn't expect that Jiang Yu's had already grabbed his wrist. Jiang Yu's action seemed to leave Chingan very bewildered and surprised. In that, oh way, Jiang Yu's quickly turned the tables, using a counterattack strategy and continuously attacking, applying the method his teacher had taught him to fight back. In the end, Chingan was also knocked down, his hand touching the ground. This result was also a signal to the teacher on the stands that the rest period was over. The entire team gathered, and the other students were also very excited about this hand-to-hand combat. When all the students had assembled, the teacher began to talk about how the first 2 days were to help them get acquainted. Starting from the third day, the class placement process would officially begin. Those who couldn't hold a military stance for an hour would be removed from the basic class and reorganized into combat classes in chronological order, regardless of gender. At the same time, in class tree, the students were also under the strict supervision of their head teacher. Xiao Xiao reminded herself to stand firm against all difficulties and not to give up. She remembered Jiang Yu's teasing smile, who always looked down on her for still being in class 3. If she didn't stand firm, he would definitely laugh at her. Therefore, Xiao Xiao was determined to achieve her goal and not let Jiang Yu's laugh at her. But while trying to achieve her goal, she was worried about Jiang Yu's, who was facing a difficult challenge on the other side. Although Chingan was his personal trainer, there would surely be times when he showed leniency. While Jiang Yu's was facing difficulties, he continued to try. Even though his whole body was exhausted, Xiao Xiao glanced over and saw Jiang Yu's facing a difficult scene, which made her feel worried and wonder if this was a form of overly harsh training. When Chingan arrived, he also looked tired and admitted that Jiang Yu's was a resilient person. He had thought he could easily defeat Jiang Yu's, but it turned out he had to use his true skills to counter Jiang Yu's resilience. This fear was indeed accurate. Jiang Yu's suddenly stood up and declared that things were not over, then rushed forward with a punch. But Chingan put out his hand to stop it, advising that today was enough and they should stop. Chingan also noticed that the speed of Jiang Yu's punch had slowed down a lot, as if he had reached his absolute limit. However, what was unexpected was that fear rose at this moment and spread throughout Jiang Yu's arm. Fear suddenly flooded Chingan's face, leaving him utterly bewildered. That's right. For the first time, Chingan was hit and felt stunned. Just like that, Chingan was knocked into midair, thousands of meters away. However, in the end, with his abilities, Chingan managed not to fall and used his own strength to recover. At that moment, Chingan looked down at the mark of the punch on his chest and felt a bit hesitant. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's breathed a sigh of relief because he had finally achieved his goal. Immediately after, he lay down on the ground and lamented that he had finally succeeded, almost dying from patiently waiting. On the opposite side, Chingan also silently realized that Jiang Yu's was about to run out of strength, so he deployed all the remaining energy in his body to display maximum power. There was no doubt left, because Jiang Yu's special skill suddenly called out Chingan's name, startling him and causing the power activated on his body to dissipate. It turned out Jiang Yu's had proposed a condition if this arena was destroyed like this. There would be no way to catch the other person. If you want to get the money back, find that person's manager. After hearing this, Zhen An suggested using a forbidden item to restore everything to its original state. In the infirmary, everyone was surprised to see Jiang Yu's, which made the nurse curious. When asked, he began to talk about the previous times he had come here for treatment, and each time there was a sister with some name serving him. Immediately, the nurse walked over and leaned an arm on the bed. Not only that, she also moved closer and introduced herself in a strong tone. First, she said she was a hospital apprentice and had come here for an internship. Second, this was the second time he had asked for her name, but it seemed Jiang Yu's couldn't remember it because his eyes were still drawn to those two orbs. Suddenly, he remembered a WeChat account and was startled to realize that the sister was the one with the nickname 36D. After getting angry, after arguing with Jiang Yu's, the nurse left without a word, only telling him to rest well, to the surprise of Chingan, who had just arrived. Jiang Yu's immediately called the nurse back, expressing his fear of being alone and wanting her to stay, which made Chingan curious about Jiang Yu's mood. Chingan asked Jiang Yu's why he was acting like that, while taking the bottle of medicine Chingan brought and asking if he would continue training. Chingan revealed he was the head instructor of this program and said that being absent for a while was fine. Then, he told Jiang Yu's to drink the medicine to replenish his stamina, and Jiang Yu's immediately thanked him and drank the whole bottle. Instantly, Jiang Yu's eyes became brighter, as if he had been infused with immense power. Jiang Yu's started waving his arms and legs and declared that he was back and could continue fighting. However, Chingan saw Jiang Yu's unstable state and reminded him to rest. When Jiang Yu's had recovered, Chingan mentioned that they would continue training, but there would be some adjustments. Jiang Yu's remembered the last move they had fought with and felt uncomfortable. Chingan explained that he had come to explain this and said that private training would continue, but with new adjustments. This adjustment was that Jiang Yu's would practice with the second-year students to expand his training. Jiang Yu's wondered why he had to go to the factory when he hadn't graduated, but Chingan only revealed that it was the higher-up's idea and reminded Jiang Yu's to follow the arrangements. Before leaving, Chingan told Jiang Yu's about the micro-entry technique and said he would email the relevant documents to him, while also reminding him not to leak it. Just as Chingan left, Jiang Yu's received a message from his superhuman skill. A mysterious man with an incredibly vivid voice introduced himself as Feng Xiangyang. In this lesson, we will focus on exploring basic superhuman skills. I will present superhuman skills from various aspects and their structure. I invite everyone to look at the content on the board first. First, we will answer the question, what is a superhuman skill? It includes Level 1, Spirit Awakening, Level 2, Mutation, and only Level 3 is the true superhuman level. These are two completely different levels from the first two. Contamination in the body can cause great damage if not controlled, and using energy inefficiently will cause a waste of power. If you can use 100 parts of contamination to create 200 parts of energy, then that is a superhuman skill. The principle of a superhuman skill is not complicated and is related to three important factors. how much energy the body's organization uses, the level of willpower concentration, and the combination of these three factors will create the terrifying power of a superhuman skill. The instructor raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly, causing the space around him to seem to transform. And he felt as if he was suddenly teleported in front of the instructor, which surprised him. At this moment, there were training dummies lined up in front of him. The instructor held a wooden sword in his hand. Immediately, he slashed straight at one of the dummies, then drew a lesson from target number 7, which was made of a strong alloy. Normally, this target can withstand the physical damage of a level 2 superhuman, similar to the slash just now. Currently, the instructor is using a huge amount of energy, equivalent to level tres, and concentrating it in his palm. Then, he launches the mysterious energy at the nearby people, creating a big explosion. But Jang Yu's doesn't feel anything special, because even if half the targets are knocked down, there is no actual loss. Next, the instructor again introduced the use of 500 units of energy, but this time in the form of a superhuman skill. Jang Yu began to feel scared when he saw a huge source of energy in front of him, and he felt as if he was facing something completely new. The instructor had created a glowing energy sphere, which made Jang Yu feel the terrifying level of that energy. This sphere seemed to contain an immense amount of energy, and it made Jang Yu feel scared. A superhuman skill is a combination of three main factors: physical strength, superhuman ability, and willpower. When these factors are combined, they will create a huge power and be exerted in a subtle way. That glowing sphere seemed to contain a huge amount of energy, and it was waiting for the opportunity to exert its power. The road ahead seemed to be obscured by that energy, and Jang Yu felt as if he was standing before a new threshold. A strange event took place, where things that were previously straight suddenly branched out and sought out the enemy ahead. All other obstacles were immediately overcome. The light has the power to break through all obstacles. After a while, those strange shapes completely disappeared, leaving only deep holes left by the extraordinary energy. And the sky was covered with hazy gray smoke at dusk. The instructor stood before this result with a declaration about the unparalleled power of the extraordinary skill. Even Jiang Yu's had to exclaim about the strength of the extraordinary skill. And the instructor explained that it was a common extraordinary skill that could create a great effect even when using new energy, and most people could learn and use it, while encouraging Jiang Yu's to practice to become stronger. As expected, the Night Watch organization and the best have proven their worth. At that moment, his phone received a warning about a superhuman skill. This skill is usually only available to level 3 superhumans, but each use consumes a lot of physical strength, energy, and spirit. Then, it began to analyze Jiang Yu's skill, showing complete control over the body, meticulous micro-entry, and performing micro-entry level operations beyond comprehension. In addition, it also has the effect of mobilizing muscle strength and superhuman ability in the body, forcing the body to exert strength beyond its endurance range. This skill may be related to strong willpower, helping to break the body's constraints. Performing superfrequency, mental focus, and having a calm heart like water are important factors. The surge in the heart is dominated by absolute willpower, like a rising wave. However, it is necessary to pay attention to the body's quality and the superhuman energy in the body, especially in the early stages of cultivation. There is no need to rush to achieve quality. It is necessary to remember not to rush. Otherwise, it will be more difficult to achieve the goal. Jiang Yu has also learned this lesson. And when he checked the system, he saw that his lifespan was 5 months, with an assessment of living until the end of the year. Then, he mumbled to himself, having comprehended a superhuman skill before the age of 18. A strange thing. Jiang Yu wanted to study ahead to university, but he heard some strange information. The next day, he met Chingan and asked if it was legal for him to enter the factory. Chingan only revealed that it was enough to practice running with the second-year students. Jiang Yu didn't understand why, but still wanted to know more about this situation. After that, Chingan took Jiang Yu to the Jiaolong Zone, a modern and huge building. Before entering, Chingan reminded him that he just needed to try his best to run, and the watch would check his body status. Only when he reached the requirement would the training end. And during that time, apart from fatal injuries, the instructor would not help. Jiang Yu felt it was another strange training method, and the magnificent sights that appeared before his eyes could not hide his surprise and admiration. At that moment, Chingan asked Jiang Yu directly if he had the courage to enter. Because his confidence was undeniable, he proudly said that his uncle was a retired war general. At the same time, his father-in-law is the Yunhai inspector, and with the support of these two people, he is confident that he will become a strong man. Extremely confident. And no one would dare to let him get into trouble. After that, Chingan led Jiang Yu's in and warned that if he was not careful, he would be injured and have to ask for special medicine to heal. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's walked in with a skeptical mood. A moment later, they went to another room that was completely empty. Jiang Yu's looked around and wondered if something unusual was happening here. And he asked Chingan about the name of this place. Because last night, he thought he would be taken to an electronics factory. Chingan replied that this was the Jiao Long Zone. But the students usually called it the Fleeing Zone. When he heard this, Jiang Yu's wanted to give up and said that he would have to reconsider training here. However, he was immediately kicked straight in the butt by Chingan and warned not to say such things. And so, Jiang Yu's was imprisoned in a gloomy room with desperate cries for help from within. Meanwhile, Chingan called a report to Captain Li, informing him that Jiang Yu's had been locked up and everything was stable, while also promising to maintain a strict regimen. It was unclear what Captain Li said on the other end of the line, but Chingan seemed dissatisfied with the response. At the same time, from inside the room, Jiang Yu's desperate cries for help rang out. Jiang Yu's lamented the presence of grotesque creatures in the room, and Chingan quickly grasped the situation, reporting in detail to Captain Li. Meanwhile, the roaring and screaming continued unabated inside the room. Jiang Yu's was continuously attacked by the grotesque creatures, and the sound of relentless beatings began to ring out, attracting Chingan's attention. After a while, Chingan decided to report to Captain Li, feeling uneasy about the situation. In the dark room filled with grotesque creatures, Jiang Yu's was crying, his voice hoarse because those creatures didn't give him a moment of peace. Jiang Yu's immediately begged for the torment of the frogs to end. His nightmare was interrupted by the sound of a door opening right in front of him, startling him awake. The two streams of tears that were welling up also stopped immediately because of his curiosity about the automatically opening door that was occupying his mind. He felt that even though he didn't know what danger awaited behind the door, compared to being imprisoned and wasting time with the annoying frogs, there might be a chance to change the situation. Next, Jiang Yu's immediately ran away from the fear, causing those toxic frogs to fly in all directions. But in front, blocking the door, another swarm appeared, more frogs, spinning webs and extending their hands to block the way. At this moment, Jiang Yu's began to use his power to sweep them away. And finally, he jumped out of the door safely. After that, Jiang Yu's walked forward, dazedly observing everything. He found this road very strange. All water pipes. Suddenly, another person ran out from the room in front, constantly shouting and warning not to touch someone. They were also like Jiang Yu's, with toad-like creatures stuck to them. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's chased after that person and caught up. The stranger asked him why he wasn't running, and Jiang Yu's explained that he was a student of class, one of the special training camp. The stranger suddenly stopped, asking Jiang Yu's how he got to this place. Jiang Yu's thought it might be because he had offended someone, while the stranger suspected that Jiang Yu's might have done something to an official's daughter. After running for a while, Jiang Yu's asked the stranger why they had to run non-stop. The person explained that this was the fleeing zone, and they had to use all their strength to resist the surrounding pressure to escape. The stranger sped up and urged Jiang Yu's to try harder. After a few minutes, Jiang Yu's caught up and asked the stranger if they could escape from this place. This incident confused the other student, who wondered how a freshman could run so fast. After thinking for a moment, they decided to explain one more time, because talking while running could make them lose their breath. They said that as long as they ran to a certain standard, the exit would automatically appear. But usually, people had to run for about 2 months to achieve that. Just at that moment, from behind, 3 more people appeared, screaming in terror and running away from the frogs. At the same time, another animal appeared behind Jiang Yu's, as if it was preparing to cling to his back. Jiang Yu's suddenly turned around and directly grabbed its hand. Not stopping there, Jiang Yu's threw the animal straight into the wall, to the astonishment and panicked questions of everyone. Why did you kill the blood-patterned frog? When Jiang Yu's seemed confused because he couldn't kill it, the student revealed that their purpose here was to train, and what they needed to do was to face the ever-increasing evil intent. Killing them would cause their thinking to stagnate. Do you want to be eliminated early? Another student from behind advised. Another student offered advice, saying that talking a lot was useless, so everyone should hurry up and run. But suddenly, under their feet, a new hole opened up, forcing everyone to brake hard. Not only that, but large debris began to appear in the sky, falling as countless large rocks, and on the ground. It was no longer frogs, but something else instead. And there was another thing to mention. A strange event occurred when all the male students had crossed the dangerous deep pit, but the girl in the pink dress was still struggling to get to the other side. The pink-haired girl almost fell into the pit when she slipped, and at that moment, the pit began to close mysteriously. But no one could help her in time, except for Jiang Yu's. After a quick pull, the other girl escaped the dangerous situation. And Jiang Yu's asked her how she was, with a cool expression. But the girl blushed and wondered why he saved her. And Jiang Yu's replied that it was just a natural action. The other girl thought that in this battle, any extra action would have to be paid for. And Jiang Yu's just realized that this place had too many complicated rules. And at the same time, he had to face the sharp weapons rushing towards him. Jiang Yu's commented that this weapon was too sharp and could easily pierce through walls. And right in front of him, two giant white-boned aberrations had appeared, exuding strong and dense dark auras, making the girl in the pink dress unable to hide her fear when she realized it was a level 2 aberration. Thanks to his natural reaction, Jiang Yu's immediately jumped forward and at the same time activated his psychic power with a declaration, causing the monster bears to panic. One of the bone bears in front of him lost a few of its bones due to Jiang Yu's psychic power, causing them to lose balance and fall into a passive state. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's quickly grabbed the pink-dressed girl's hand and fled. While running and thinking about how to take advantage of this situation to create an escape opportunity, not only avoiding these bone spikes but also using them to create an escape route. However, one of the other bears immediately jumped up and wanted to block Jiang Yu's path, forcing him to face it. Jiang Yu's seemed to have controlled that bear, so he quickly pushed the pink-dressed girl ahead and stayed behind to deal with it. When Jiang Yu's had defeated that bear, another bear appeared before him with a move using focused psychic power, then poured all its skills and strength into one side to confront Jiang Yu's. Jiang Yu's target was the aberration's leg, and the point between its head. He was ready to take a hit from the opponent. And at that moment, the dry skeleton was crushed under his foot. However, he didn't notice a sharp blade curling towards him. Jiang Yu's quickly reacted and dodged another sharp object flying towards him with incredible speed, forcing him to retreat. He tried to use sound to stop it, but couldn't control it. Jiang Yu's tried to destroy that strange object, but couldn't suppress it. And he had to jump up from his standing position so that the object could move in its natural direction. No matter where Jiang Yu's ran, that sharp object followed, making him wonder if it could locate his position. He decided to use a new technique and hid in a corner to use his hidden potential. But at that moment, the large steel rod plunged straight into the ground, creating an extremely loud noise. Jiang Yu's used his hidden potential to hide himself and approached to observe the strange object. He didn't understand why the training camp had become so crazy, because they had said they would intervene if there was a fatal attack. If not for his quick reflexes, he was afraid he would have been stabbed through the heart. Was this attack not enough to be considered a serious threat? But then Jiang Yu's suddenly heard a cry for help, and he also recognized it as the voice of the girl who had run nearby. He saw she was being held tightly by a strange, grotesque creature, unable to see any features on its face. But before Jiang Yu's could react, the girl was thrown back against the wall behind her by that invisible force. The resilient and brave girl gradually lost her breath, and then she left this world quickly. And that seemed to make Jiang Yu's feel regret for not being able to rescue her in time, having to utter the two words, "What a pity." Seeing the fate of the poor girl, he realized that this survival battle had only just begun less than 10 minutes ago, and someone had already been eliminated. It seemed that this adventure was not easy at all, and he needed to focus his mind again. Pity. Seeing the fate of the poor girl, he realized that this survival battle had only just begun less than 10 minutes ago, and someone had already been eliminated. It seemed that this adventure was not easy at all, and he needed to focus his mind again. A loud noise suddenly rang out, as if something was emerging from the wall. A giant, man-eating tree suddenly appeared from nowhere. The appearance of the man-eating tree made Jiang Yu's tremble with fear, and the situation became even worse when these trees were also holding sharp weapons. After observing these trees for a while, Jiang Yu's began to suspect that their rank was no lower than the previous white-boned aberration. Fortunately, they only had 20% of their health left. Otherwise, the situation would have become very complicated. Jiang Yu's began to use his shadow ability to fight against the attacking trees. After a while of fighting, the last of the stick trees were defeated, leaving only the first tree. But the distance between them was still far. But Jiang Yu's suddenly discovered that this tree also had the ability to be invisible. Jiang Yu's didn't understand why the training camp could find such strange aberrations. However, those weapons continued to turn and attack him, making Jiang Yu's feel that he couldn't keep hiding forever. If he didn't stop, its blood might not run out. But his stamina was almost depleted. Therefore, he decided to find a way to solve this problem by carefully observing its movement trajectory and using the motion capture function quickly. Finally, Jiang Yu's could see his opponent clearly, and he declared, "Now, I'll see how arrogant you can be. Do you think a little invisibility trick is enough to be so proud?" With lightning speed, Jiang Yu's rushed straight towards the opponent. "Warning, if you mess with me, you won't live long." At the same time, He also held a steel bar as a weapon in his hand, and as expected, this aberration suffered a heavy attack from Jang Yu's, causing it to scream in pain and its health to drop to only 10%. This aberration began to kneel and scream. But Jang Yu's showed no mercy, directly pulling it out of the way. After that, he left and thought to himself, surely the people from the special training camp will come to deal with these dead aberrations. He couldn't delay any longer. He had to run forward to continue his journey. After moving for a while, Jang Yu's suddenly stopped and felt the mental pressure from the surrounding contamination. This pressure was so strong that it could be felt in the air, making him feel dizzy and disoriented. As if he were drunk, a mysterious object suddenly appeared and pierced straight into Jang Yu's left shoulder. Even so, he showed no fear or worry. Just glanced around to observe. Jang Yu's then tried to pull the iron rod out of his shoulder and cried out in pain. At the same time, he discovered a crimson energy source surging from the opposite direction. After a few seconds, a monster with that energy source appeared in a ghostly and demonic form. When he saw it, Jang Yu's couldn't help but be stunned. This monster was a level 2 aberration and still had 70% of its health. But, as soon as it touched the ground, continuous tremors from behind it rang out, forcing it to face a new situation. When Jang Yu's opened his eyes again, he saw not just one, but a whole pack surrounding him, causing his face to turn pale. A pale green color spread across Jang Yu's face. But he quickly regained his composure, analyzed the situation, and decided to release a large number of level 2 aberrations with 70% health to deal with them. However, Jang Yu's attention was distracted by something else. A glowing door suddenly appeared behind the group of aberrations. Unlike the other doors in the hallway, this door was on the left, making Jang Yu's suspect it might be the exit. At the same time, the aberrations began to become aggressive, using any object that could cause harm to attack. Jang Yu's quickly regained his focus and told himself, although he wasn't sure if that door was the exit, Jang Yu's decided he had to try, before his stamina ran out. No sooner said than done. He immediately ran towards the door, but stopped when he got close because the distance was too short. Jang Yu's, by using his 2 arms to block the approaching obstacles, he began to think and just needed to try to run through it to end everything. Just like before, he always tried to weave through and get close to the first aberration. But it seemed it still hadn't reacted. A rock was thrown straight at its body. But unfortunately, it dodged it perfectly. Moreover, in the palm of this aberration, a powerful ball of light was already prepared. It threw it straight at the opponent as a declaration of destruction. As the light gradually disappeared and only the dust and smoke remained, it revealed Jang Yu's body with fresh blood on his face and his arm. He looked out and admitted that it was not wrong to say that was the attack of a nearby aberration. Just one move was enough to defeat him. If this continued, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to reach that door before being beaten to exhaustion. After that, Jang Yu's quickly jumped from his standing position and regained his composure by taking a deep breath. But at the same time, he was calculating in his head that he could only use his ultimate move while he still had stamina. At that moment, he didn't know that behind that aberration had appeared from. When he was ready for a surprise attack, he quickly turned his head to one side to confirm that this one had actively approached. So this time he couldn't let it escape again. A powerful hand came, but Jang Yu's quickly and accurately caught it. Not only that, he also used all his strength to slam it to the ground. In just a moment, this one's health dropped to only 27%. A significant decrease from the beginning. But it seemed to be self-aware and retreated to the back for the others to attack in unison. Therefore, Jang Yu's quickly used his combat experience to determine. In front, on the right, there was a pair of eyes watching, locking onto the left shoulder and retreating to avoid the attack. The sound of wind from behind. The attack came. He could step forward half a step. Within 6 meters. His heart was clear. He saw everything clearly. A feeling of mastery and experience. Jang Yu's thought that this was the micro-entry level. Like a magician, he appeared and disappeared unpredictably, causing the monsters to be confused and search everywhere. But once he had escaped their pursuit, Jang Yu quickly took the opportunity and ran straight towards the glowing door in front of him. In a short time, Jang Yu felt panicked again because he didn't understand why the white-boned monster with the man-eating flower could revive and continue to attack him as if it had never been defeated. Jang Yu was completely taken by surprise when the white-boned monster with the man-eating flower, which he had defeated, I was able to revive and continue to rush towards him, surrounding him as before. In a short moment, Jang Yu had to change his strategy and take the opportunity to attack the special training camp without following the rules of martial virtue, in order to create a diversion and escape the pursuit. After avoiding the monsters, Jang Yu used his invisibility superpower and declared that he would not participate in this battle anymore, and he ran straight towards the glowing door in front of him. leaving the monsters behind. Just a moment after starting the journey, it seemed there was an obstacle blocking the way. It turned out that the aberrations at Jang Yu's had identified his weakness, that his current stamina was only enough to use microentry one more time. Therefore, this time he was not allowed to fail. He had to win. When facing the bone spike from the back left attacking his abdomen, he could use a defensive skill. Although he had to pay the price of injuring his palm, he could use the advantage to pull the opponent forward. When the bone spike behind him bent its back 40 degrees, the goat climb would attack that bone spike, aberration. After that, Jang Yu closed his eyes and recalled the move of microentry, which was to observe in detail and control himself. Not only did his observation and control abilities increase, but a solution to the problem also appeared in his mind, which made Jang Yu feel it was unreasonable. However, he decided to trust his luck and follow it. Jang Yu quickly jumped up and reached the same level as the head of the man-eating tree aberration. He took this opportunity and slashed straight at the chest of the purple aberration that was with the other one. This man-eating tree also couldn't avoid being injured, which made Jang Yu even more confident, and he taunted them. After completing the mission, he quickly ran towards the door because he felt his stamina was about to run out. But luckily he was almost there. At that very moment, a mysterious force launched from behind, directly attacking Jang Yu's back, causing him pain and loss of balance, falling forward, almost crashing into the secret realm's door. However, this incident stunned the plant-like aberration, because it didn't expect that it had unintentionally helped Jang Yu achieve his goal more quickly. Jang Yu immediately turned back, laughed loudly and taunted the creature with a compliment, and thus he successfully left the crazy room. The door in front of him also slowly disappeared. And at that moment, Jang Yu realized that this was not the exit because that door also didn't exist. After that, he continuously screamed and called for help, hoping to receive help from others and find a way out. Suddenly, another aberration appeared, startling Jang Yu. He turned around and exclaimed in astonishment. Another level 2. Is this special training facility for assassins? He didn't say anything and just walked straight towards Jang Yu as if it had been planned from the beginning. Seeing this, Jang Yu continuously retreated and reminded him to give people some space, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately beaten mercilessly by that monster. Not only that, but Jang Yu's entire body was also thrown several feet away. The dust and smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a body full of wounds and exhaustion. But Jang Yu still lamented and cursed the special training facility, feeling that he was not suitable for these people. Sometime later, as Jang Yu gradually opened his eyes and regained consciousness, he asked where this place was. He remembered being knocked unconscious by a monster that looked like a strange creature, but then he felt a strange sensation, as if someone was looking at him. It turned out to be a nurse, but her hand had performed an inappropriate action. Seeing that situation, Jang Yu became panicked. For 3 consecutive days, his girlfriend pulled down his pants and asked for the reason. At that moment, the nurse stood up and said that if he was awake, he should take care of himself. Immediately, he curled up and shouted loudly, saying that he already had someone in his heart. Seeing this, the nurse had to take out some medicine and inform him that Jang Yu's butt was injured and needed to be treated with medicine. In the end, he had to comply with the nurse's request and receive treatment. At that moment, Jang Yu seemed to want to ask something, but the nurse cut him off by introducing herself. My name is Yang Zi. Don't ask again. And we've already added each other on WeChat. No white stockings. And when I'm working, I can't wear this. The nurse said that if he wasn't afraid of others knowing, he could come to her room to get one. At that moment, Jang Yu had a strange feeling in his heart, and he asked about the condition of his butt, whether it was serious, and whether it would affect him later. After all, it was related to a man's confidence. Suddenly, the nurse used a strong move and made Jang Yu feel pain. That pain made him use all his strength. At that moment, the nurse turned her back and said that if he could still feel pain, it proved that his basic functions were still normal. Applying the medicine for a few days will heal it, and it won't affect a man's confidence. But before leaving, the nurse reminded him that he still had to follow the old rule after finishing 1 bottle of infusion. Press the button at the head of the bed to call her. At that moment, Jang Yu looked at the nurse's back and thought about the situation of being beaten painfully. But now he felt stimulated. In fact, the final attack of that creature pushed me to my limit, so I was able to leave the safe zone. Otherwise, with the difficulty of the training ground, no one could have passed so easily. But this is strange. Why design a challenge that no one can pass? Or is there some secret I haven't understood yet? Looking back at the process of gathering combat experience in the safe zone, after a while, Jang Yu looked at his watch and saw that it was 7 p.m. He had digested quite a lot of experience. And it was almost dark now. At this moment, Fatty's voice sounded from the side, announcing that he had just received news that Jang Yu's had been carried out. After that, Fatty wondered if he had really fought with Nanhai as everyone had speculated. Fatty revealed that instructor Chingan was still at the main training ground, and Xiao Xiao had come here with Fatty for a trip. But seeing that Jang Yu's was not yet awake, she had returned to train first. After hearing this, Jang Yu's realized that there was still training there, and Fatty thought that Du had been so reckless as to get injured. So how could Xiao Xiao sit still? I really admire the elite students. The instructor doesn't force them to train because their future is very bright. At this moment, Jiang Yu's stood up from the hospital bed, making Fatty worried, reminding him that he was still injured. But Jiang Yu's thought it was unnecessary for him to lie here. It would be better to go back and rest comfortably. Then, looking in the mirror, he found that his health was at 66%. Still quite good. But he might feel as if he had been drained. It seems I need a good night's sleep. At that moment, leaving the hospital room, 2 nurses also came there and were surprised to see their patient running out of the room. After that, she turned back and asked loudly, "Why are you out here hearing this?" Jiang Yu's felt embarrassed and said that the wound was not serious. So he decided to go back to the dormitory to rest. Seeing this, the nurse warned that if anything happened to Jiang Yu's, they would not be responsible. But he was still confident that he would be responsible for her. As for the nurse, she had some hesitation in her heart and thought to herself, "Who wants you to be responsible for me?" A moment later, the 2 left the infirmary. Fatty wondered and asked Jiang Yu's just now that he said he would be responsible for that nurse. So how should he communicate? After hearing this, he immediately reminded him not to talk nonsense. After this sentence, from his mouth, it sounded so strange. Instead, Fatty had to reluctantly say that he had thought wrong. After that, he reminded Jiang Yu's to go see Xiao Xiao because she was very worried about him. Fatty was not a student of Zone 1, so he couldn't enter. So he would wait outside. Before leaving, he announced that he would go in and say 2 to 3 sentences and then come out right away. A few minutes later, he finally entered the training area and met instructor Chingan. Seeing Jiang Yu's, he immediately asked about his situation, why he didn't rest for a few more days when his wound hadn't recovered yet. But Jiang Yu's only gave a perfunctory answer, saying that a small wound was not a big deal. After that, the 2 of them sat and talked about the dangerous situation of level 2 micro-entry. Even if Jiang Yu's talent was better, it would still consume all his essence, energy, and spirit. He should still rest more to avoid affecting his foundation. After hearing this, he just wanted to know when he could go to the Jiaolong zone again. According to Chingan, it would be next week. For the next few days, he should just train with them. Jiang Yu's felt that period of time was quite long, which made Chingan also unable to believe it, and he immediately wondered, what's the hurry? After all, you can't pass the trial in a short period of time. After hearing this, Jiang Yu's thought, isn't this because the difficulty is too high? But Chingan revealed that this was the final exam for the second-year students. He began to think silently. Although the final exam would decide the score, the other students didn't seem to have the ability to destroy the aberrations. Was it a bit unreasonable to rely solely on running away to calculate the score? But right after that, Jiang Yu's remembered the passage, the traps, the students, and wondered if it was cooperation. The thing that doesn't run away wants to test is actually the student's ability to cooperate. And the difficulty of the fleeing zone is very high. And at the same time, a lot of students are released into it. The only way to pass this trial is to cooperate. And it may even require choosing to assign tasks and make sacrifices. Is this the University of Superhumans I feel strongly stimulated again? At this time, Jiang Yu's asked Chingan about his history teacher, Mr. Jianyang. He felt that the first class when he entered the camp, everyone almost collapsed. Chingan also shared about Mr. Jianyang. It can be understood that it was the first time they were exposed to the real world. Feelings of surprise, fear, despair, or anger are all very normal. The first class showed us bloody documentary videos without any censorship. Needless to say, it was a huge shock. At that time, after finishing class, I had nightmares for 3 days straight. Before leaving, Chingan wondered why Jiang Yu's asked this question. He only felt the gentleness in Teacher Su's appearance. But the content of the lecture made the listeners feel breathless. Chingan expressed his thoughts that Teacher Su's class was really useful and was the foundation to help students break through to level 2. Since he had reached level 2, far ahead of his peers, Chingan didn't want to be left behind. He had to be firm every step of the way if he didn't want to be forced to level up. In the short term, everything seems fine. But in the long run, a big problem will arise. When looking down at the other students, Jiang Yu's wondered how they could have reached level 3 superhuman so easily. Chingan admitted that he himself had had a hard time reaching level 3 because he hadn't mastered the basics at level 2. And that had cost him. Jang Yu listened and sighed, imagining his own abilities. The path to becoming a superhuman is truly much more difficult and arduous than imagined. From the very beginning, I felt as weak as in mythological stories. Everything starts with absorbing spiritual energy and breaking through. But Chingan advises that that's just in novels and cartoons. If there really was such a quick way to become strong, then our great Zhou wouldn't have fallen into this situation. Jang Yu advised Chingan not to be pessimistic, and that everything would be fine. However, Chingan retorted that he was not being pessimistic, just simply telling the truth. The first principle of a superhuman is not to be pessimistic and desperate. When Jiang Yu asked about the second principle, Chingan frankly admitted that he had forgotten it all. Suddenly, a friend returned and called his name, then waved and asked if Jiang Yu wanted to go with him. Seeing this, he immediately replied that he would be right there. At this moment, a flag began to fly up to the sky. On the side, a flag was hung high. Jiang Yu couldn't help but look at it. Remembering what was written in the book about the special meaning of the 5 stars on the national flag, in the center position, the Great Zhou is represented by a star, and the 4 surrounding stars symbolize 4 important events and people with special talents from the time of the disaster until now. The dedication of countless people has been crystallized in those 5 stars. But reality is not as easy as in novels. As long as the superhumans of the Great Zhou are here, the road ahead can be overcome. Just at that moment, Chingan patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder again, wondering why he was staring at the national flag. Next week, he would be assigned the task of raising the national flag. But Jiang Yu refused, saying that he was just thinking about the meaning of the stars on the national flag. Chingan also shared about what was written in the book about the 4th star, representing the Night Watch organization. Initially, this organization had no name. Then it was successively named the Superhuman Bureau, the Superhuman Organization, the Bureau of Superhuman Affairs Management, and the 5 Flowers and 8 Gates. It was not until next week that this organization was renamed the Night Watch Organization. Jang Yu guessed that perhaps this name was chosen because there are many demons at night, or because aberrations appear more often. But Chingan did not want to answer, and just said that it was better not to know. Jang Yu also didn't want to delve into this issue, feeling that if he knew in advance, it would make his soul unstable and give rise to inner demons. Hearing these words, Chingan felt as if he had been kicked and wanted to grab Jiang Yu, suggesting a fight in the afternoon. But Jiang Yu was lucky to escape, reminding Chingan that bullying a sick person was not in accordance with martial virtue, and said goodbye. At that moment, Jiang Yu asked Xiao Xiao about Fatty's absence, and she said that Fatty had gone to the cafeteria to save a spot for them. After that, Xiao Xiao joked with Jiang Yu, causing him to start crying loudly and lamenting his luck. Jiang Yu asked Xiao Xiao again if he was still safe and had no problems. But she was trying to hold back her emotions after hearing that Jiang Yu had been carried out. She started to cry and hide, not wanting Jiang Yu to see her cry. Jiang Yu sensed his own anxiety and began to comfort Xiao Xiao. However, Jiang Yu's next action made everything more complicated when he put his hand to wipe away the tears and brought it to his mouth. After that, he felt that the tears tasted bitter and acrid, which made Xiao Xiao lose her composure and shout loudly, wondering why Jiang Yu did that. She felt offended and didn't understand why he threw her tears. Jiang Yu explained that he wanted to remember Xiao Xiao's taste. And after that, he directly hugged her, making the situation more complicated. You can rest assured that no matter what the future holds, just remembering the pain and the taste of my tears today, I will always protect myself well for you. After hearing this, Xiao Xiao also gently advised Jiang Yu to do what he said. Otherwise, she would have to ask her father and Uncle Li to intervene. Suddenly, Jiang Yu noticed the red wound on Xiao Xiao's knee and asked if she had gone to the infirmary to check it. But at this moment, Xiao Xiao remembered that when she was about to go up to the dormitory, she met some people who were talking about Jiang Yu being beaten by a group of second-year students, causing serious injuries and having to be carried out. As soon as she heard the story, she ran to find Jiang Yu in a hurry and worried. While running, Xiao Xiao was not careful and fell, injuring her knee. Because she felt embarrassed to tell the story, Xiao Xiao blushed and repeatedly pushed Jiang Yu, saying that he didn't need to worry. It was just a small wound. Jiang Yu was still worried and reminded Xiao Xiao to be careful, afraid that she might be injured. At this moment, Xiao Xiao's face was flushed. She pulled Jiang Yu's hand and asked why he was talking so much like a woman. If they didn't hurry down to the cafeteria, they would only have to wash dishes. The two of them pulled each other across the school grounds to the cafeteria, talking about what they would eat. And it was all on Jiang Yu's. A long time passed and Jiang Yu's continued to come to this place to train non-stop. until the situation took an unexpected turn. Jang Yu was the one chasing an aberration in this area. And he was running and shouting. "Where are you running to? Weren't you the one who was pushing me around before?" Jang Yu had warned before that he shouldn't be arrogant when he went out. But he stopped as if he was calculating something. "Do you think you can escape right after that?" Jang Yu marked the aberration's shoulder again, causing it to lose its ability to fight back. At that moment, Jang Yu took advantage of this opportunity to jump forward and attack the previously marked spot. Meanwhile, the aberration couldn't fight back and could only endure Jang Yu's attack. At the same time, the instructors in the area had also gathered in the monitoring room to watch the students. At that moment, Chingan was very worried because Jang Yu intended to kill the aberration. So he ordered his colleague to take the aberration away immediately, ending the training session. After a while, Chingan came to Jang Yu's room. And when he saw him, he couldn't help but sigh. This boy is progressing quickly. After only half a month of training, he can easily defeat the level 2 aberrations in the area. Chingan began to doubt Jang Yu's true abilities. "Did you awaken a special ability, or are your combat skills just that strong?" Jang Yu felt uncomfortable and said he was just lucky. But Chingan immediately reminded him not to be too confident. "Do you want to join the organization's mission? We don't just teach. We also have to carry out other missions. And there are also interesting challenges." When Jang Yu heard this part, he reminded himself not to reveal the secret. If he joined the group, he could only destroy the aberration and couldn't enjoy the spoils. Therefore, he didn't care about revenge. With this thought, he thought it was a waste of time and didn't want to participate. At this moment, Chingan revealed that if Jang Yu performed well in the mission, he could apply for a certificate so that he wouldn't have to stay in the special training camp anymore. When he heard this, Jang Yu immediately became enthusiastic and put the water bottle on the table as a strong sign of agreement. After that, he turned around and made a gesture of commitment. After agreeing, Chingan took Jang Yu to a train station near the school. Here, Jang Yu saw many other students and began to feel curious. Chingan revealed that these students would also participate in the mission with Jang Yu. Suddenly, Jang Yu saw a red-haired girl wearing a tight hat and felt familiar. When the girl took off her hat, Jang Yu recognized her and she introduced herself as Yang Zi. And this was her 5th time participating in the mission. She asked Jang Yu if her name was hard to remember. Jang Yu scratched his head and looked embarrassed, saying that he didn't recognize Yang Zi because she was wearing a different outfit. After that, he praised Yang Zi, saying that she looked very beautiful in her regular uniform. Meanwhile, Chingan reminded everyone not to talk much and to quickly get to their seats. When everyone was settled, Chingan began to introduce the mission, talking about an area near West Yunhai where traces of aberrations had been found. The mission was to destroy an enemy with bloodline ability and level 2 early stage, along with some level 1 subordinates. As soon as Chingan finished speaking, everyone on the train shouted loudly and clearly. After half an hour of waiting, the train finally arrived at a stop. At that time, on the train, someone seemed very embarrassed and thought to themselves. She wondered how this guy could sleep so soundly after the previous night and not know what he was doing. Moreover, he was very tactless when he let his saliva flow onto Yang Zi. At that moment, Chingan shouted to inform everyone that the train had arrived at the station and they needed to get off quickly. Jang Yu woke up and sat up immediately, his eyes still dazed. He let out a sound and pushed his hand back. At that moment, he looked over and was startled to see that his saliva had flowed onto someone else. After that, he quickly took out a towel to wipe it and explained that he was too tired from the previous day's training and had not fully recovered. So he had fallen asleep on the train. However, it seemed that Yang Zi was very angry and hid that emotion with a cold smile. Not only that, she also loudly warned Du not to touch her. Otherwise, she would immediately send a message to Jiao Jiao. When looking at Yang Zi's phone, Choan felt confused and wondered why she had Jiao Jiao's phone number. Soon after, the girl cleaned the cloth and gave it to Yang Zi, who was flying above. Meanwhile, Chingan noticed that 2 students were missing and immediately returned to the train, asking them to get off. After that, he led the way and reminded everyone about the blood type detector in this area, while also warning them not to fall behind. Aberrations are very fierce, if not intervened in time. But just before I could finish my sentence, Yang Zi objected and said that the aberration profession is also challenging these days. When they catch their prey, they won't suck it all at once but will play with it and suck it slowly. Therefore, this is the time for us to test our knowledge and learning skills. Yang Zi agreed to wear a camera to record everyone's performance. Suddenly, Jiang Yu walked forward, startling Chingan. He thought to himself about this area, not knowing which room or floor the aberration would be in. This action made Chingan feel that Jiang Yu was very excited. Maybe because his hands had been stained with blood before. This special kind of breath is unmistakable. And it usually takes a year to advance from level 1 to 2. This also means that when Jang Yu's was 16, General Li arranged for him to enter the shadow dimension to hunt aberrations. It was truly a cruel thing to do. Not afraid that his body could not resist the pollution. Although reaching level 2 at the age of 17 is very rare, it is not impossible. General Fang reached level 2 with unparalleled strategy and was stronger than his predecessors. I wonder if Jiang Yu's can reach that level. At this very moment, Jiang Yu's discovered something noteworthy. A strange creature suddenly appeared on the street across from them, and Chingan quickly identified it as a level 1 blood fiend, which also meant that a level 2 might be nearby. At the same time, Jiang Yu dashed forward from his position, targeting an unidentified aberrant. He declared that he would catch it, and the distance between them seemed quite close. But in that perilous split second, another aberrant suddenly appeared from behind and closed in on Jiang Yu, forcing him to dodge to the side, much to the panic of the green aberrant lying on the ground. After that, the purple aberrant and Jiang Yu engaged in a fierce brawl that dragged on for quite a distance. At this moment, Chingan finally stepped in, suggesting that he and Jiang Yu handle the level 2, while the remaining 3 students deal with the level 1. He then advised Yang Zi, a medical student, that fighting wasn't suited for her and that she should find a safe place to hide. However, right after that, a green aberrant suddenly appeared from behind. Seemingly locking onto its target, Yang Zi immediately spun around and grabbed it forcefully by the face with one hand, displaying her bold and fearless nature. Not only that, a surge of power transformed her arm into a tentacle-like appendage filled with sharp teeth, nearly swallowing the aberrant whole. The enemy was trapped in Yang Zi's blood-drenched arm, and her cold gaze made the aberrant look even more terrified. She continued to crush the creature, her strength seemingly increasing without end. After a few seconds, Yang Zi let go, and her opponent was completely defeated. She then began to collect some liquid from her hand into a vial, seemingly wanting to study it. However, right at that moment, Jiang Yu suddenly made a sound, his face full of shock and disbelief. "What the hell is going on? Where did my gentle nurse go?" Jiang Yu asked. Yang Zi looked back at him with a curious expression. Jiang Yu then asked if she was hungry, and Yang Zi bluntly replied that she wanted to eat another one. Having witnessed how easily she defeated the aberrant, Jiang Yu began to wonder about Yang Zi's abilities. She immediately revealed information about the Devourer branch, and Jiang Yu instantly deduced that any part of her could turn into tentacles, which took him by surprise. After saying that, Jiang Yu thought about how Deepening had caught them. He realized this girl's ability was highly unusual but fascinating. He then asked Yang Zi to let him test it out, but she flatly refused. Jiang Yu wouldn't drop it, prompting Yang Zi to scold him for being a pervert. Jiang Yu tried to use his background to intimidate her, but the moment he mentioned the word uncle, Yang Zi cut him off. She stated that his uncle was a retired general and his father-in-law was an active patrol envoy. This left Jiang Yu feeling awkward, wondering how she knew so much about him. Right then, Yang Zi's arm began to turn red, emitting a thick, bloody aura just like before, as if she were challenging Jiang Yu. She told him he could look all he wanted, but after seeing it, he probably wouldn't even remember her name anymore, seemingly daring him to prove her wrong. Yang Zi's hand had transformed into terrifying tentacles lined with countless sharp teeth. She didn't just question her mutated arm, she genuinely felt it was hideous and scary. However, Jiang Yu thought it was great because of its flexibility and agility. When she heard the word cute, Yang Zi was completely caught off guard. Ever since her mutation, everyone had been terrified and kept their distance. But he was the first person to call her cute. Jiang Yu couldn't hold back his excitement and started expressing his fascination. The tentacle girl also reacted upon seeing Yang Zi. When Jiang Yu reached out to touch her mutated arm, Yang Zi pulled back and warned him not to cross the line. It seemed Yang Zi used to think Jiang Yu was a good guy, but now she just saw him as a total pervert. Noticing her attitude, Jiang Yu asked what she was thinking. He recalled his shadow concealer class and wondered what was going on. As it was giving him an indescribable urge, Yang Zi wanted to dispel her shadow state and smash the aberrant to death. Perhaps there was also a conflict between shadow species and flesh species. She needed to figure out the hidden details and the tangled connections between the different types. Just then, Chingan grabbed 2 aberrants and reminded Yang Zi to clean up a bit. After completing the mission, KK walked over to Jiang Yu and asked why he was still keeping one alive. Jiang Yu asked if they should leave one alive to hand over. He figured it only had 5% of its health left and could hold out for another half hour. And being alive was better than dead. Hearing Jiang Yu's description, Chingan couldn't help but laugh, as he sounded like a hardcore gamer. However, the reality that the blood fiends faced was truly terrifying. They encountered numerous problems, from being harassed by scavengers when opening a restaurant, to having their shops vandalized and receiving threats. The shop owner couldn't find a solution and eventually had to report it to the authorities. But this led to severe consequences for many innocent people. Right at that moment, Jang Yu sensed someone watching from above, making him wonder if it was an aberrant or a normal person. Looking out about 100 meters away, a silhouette could be seen watching from a distance. Or had they been observing all along? Chingan spoke up, noting that normally, ordinary people would be terrified when faced with the supernatural. But if true power was placed right in front of them, many wouldn't be able to resist and might take a step forward, even if it was just a small one. Meanwhile, behind them, the purple aberrant had started to recover. It slowly stood up, feeling helpless as it stared at its companion, letting out mournful cries. It then reached out and dripped a drop of blood onto its kin, causing the other one to slowly open its eyes and begin to move. In a sudden turn of events, Jiang Yu appeared and grabbed the purple aberrant directly, pulling it up and stating that there was still one problem left to solve. This action infuriated the creature. Desperate to survive, it struggled fiercely as Jiang Yu gripped its arm tightly. It let out a roar and channeled all its remaining power into its free hand. This made Jiang Yu realize that this aberrant had lost a massive amount of blood. It was obvious these two were a married couple who had both lost control and mutated. As the purple aberrant lunged at his face, Jiang Yu narrowly dodged it, glancing down at the other one on the ground, deep in thought. No matter what they had been through, they couldn't be let go to harm ordinary people, and their current state meant they couldn't be allowed to roam free. Jiang Yu then stepped back and used a fraction of his strength to hurl the purple aberrant into a building across the street. The aberrant lay motionless on the ground. Jiang Yu determined that it still had 10% of its health bar left, so he decided one more strike was needed to finish it off. Jiang Yu approached the building and got close to the purple aberrant. Before delivering the final blow, he said, "Don't worry. It's just a quick stab. It won't hurt." At that moment, the purple aberrant started mumbling, seemingly begging for mercy, which made Jiang Yu second-guess what he was doing. If he killed it, would he be losing his humanity? But if he didn't, would he be ignoring the true nature of aberrants? Jiang Yu began to doubt his decision. Just then, Chingan appeared and advised him that it was an aberrant, and whether it was born that way or mutated from a human, mutation didn't change its nature. Chingan's words helped Jiang Yu find the answer to his own question. Chingan then directly finished off the other aberrant, stating that they couldn't show mercy to these creatures. Otherwise, humanity would be in danger. Jiang Yu started to worry about the future. What would he do if his own loved ones turned into aberrants? Meanwhile, the aberrant at Jiang Yu's feet was completely eradicated. After a while, the two of them returned to Chingan's school and revealed the plan to apply for an official staff certificate for Jiang Yu. This would allow him to use his identity as a scavenger to access the organization's internal network and take on night missions. Jiang Yu was confused about becoming an external contractor and asked if Uncle Lee knew about this decision. Chingan explained that Uncle Lee was the one who decided this, despite everyone's objections. After watching Jiang Yu's combat video and wanting to find him some work, Jiang Yu realized his job would be traveling around to exterminate aberrants. He wondered if Uncle Lee was worried he might fail miserably, but then figured this was also a chance to train himself and grow stronger. Afterward, Chingan led Jiang Yu into a modern equipment room and asked him to log his information into the system. Uncle Lee informed him that if he wanted free access to the special training camp, he had to complete at least 3 missions a week. However, Jiang Yu felt that was way too many. Instead of offering advice, Chingan only made Jiang Yu feel more exhausted, prompting a heavy sigh. After logging in, Chingan led him outside and reminded him that in the near future, he'd be running back and forth between the camp and Yunhai to take missions and study. Plus, he might encounter unlisted entities in the shadow layer, and killing them could also count as a mission. Before leaving, Chingan told Jiang Yu that he thought highly of him and urged him to do his best. However, Jiang Yu felt this certificate came a bit too easily and wondered if Uncle Lee was just tricking him into doing free labor. Suddenly, someone ran past, talking on the phone with a doctor about his medical condition, which made Jiang Yu anxious. Jiang Yu recognized the man as Deng, someone he had met before but hadn't seen in over a month. Deng was telling the doctor that he had just left the Night Watch organization and used his points to exchange for medicine. Jiang Yu noticed that Deng looked incredibly anxious and haggard, and was heading to the hospital. Hearing the distress in his voice, Jiang Yu remembered their past brotherhood and decided to follow him to see what was going on. After a while, Deng finally arrived at the city hospital. Inside the ward, medical equipment was monitoring the patient's condition, with wires and machines connected directly to their body. A little girl, about 5 years old, lay on the bed, hooked up to numerous machines and medical devices. At that moment, Deng pulled out a briefcase in the hospital room. It turned out that inside the briefcase was the vial of medicine he had exchanged his points for. Seeing the vial, the doctor was astonished and asked Deng where he got it. But Deng just wanted the doctor to check if there was anything wrong with the medicine. The doctor confirmed it was indeed the newest type. But there was something he needed to address. So he asked to speak with Deng outside. The doctor's assessment revealed that Deng's daughter's health had suddenly deteriorated due to severe contamination in her body. If they had gotten the source medicine 3 days ago, there might have been hope. But now the outlook was grim. With a quiet voice and a sorrowful expression, Deng asked the doctor how much longer his daughter could hold on. After a moment of calculation, the doctor said she only had about a month left. Deng breathed a sigh of relief hearing that there was still time. He asked the doctor to prepare for the surgery. At the same time, inside the ward, Jang Yu used a special method to view the information of Deng's daughter, a 5-year-old girl named He, who was suffering from bloodification syndrome. However, Jang Yu didn't know what bloodification syndrome was, so he decided to look into it. He went online to search for information about the disease. The online information stated that bloodification syndrome was a severe blood disease, although the incidence rate was very low, if not treated in time. The blood would become contaminated and corrode the body like acid, eventually turning the victim into a puddle of sludge. Early detection and treatment using blood source vials could yield positive results. But most diagnosed cases were already in the terminal stage. This made people wonder how a 5-year-old girl, who had always lived in the real world, could be connected to the recent incidents of blood fiends sneaking into reality. Later, in the hospital's ground floor garden, someone was frantically on the phone, asking about the available stock of blood source vials. But the person on the other end was cold, stating that each vial cost 1 million and the materials were extremely rare. To produce high-quality blood source vials, the cost had to increase. The caller grew furious, but the person on the line advised him to know his limits and directed him to a supplier of the vials. Deng clung to all his hopes, keeping his daughter in his heart, absolutely determined to find a way to save her, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Right then, Jiang Yu seemed to have overheard the entire conversation and felt Deng's resolve to find a new blood source vial. However, Jiang Yu himself had a bad feeling about this. He quickly remembered and called Uncle Li, sharing the case of his friend's daughter suffering from bloodification syndrome and asking if using a blood source vial could cure her. Upon hearing this, Uncle Li sounded uncertain and asked for the patient's age. After finding out, he stated that the chances of recovery were almost zero, as children have very weak immune systems. If caught early, there might be treatment options. But in the terminal stage, it was practically incurable. Just then, the voice of the blue-haired girl named Xiao Xiao rang out, saying it had been a long time since she last saw Jiang Yu. "Weren't you at the special training camp? Why are you back so soon, Jiang?" Yu revealed that he was let out early for good performance and asked if she didn't have school today. Xiao Xiao explained that she was kidnapped by an aberrant a few days ago and saved by a night watchman. Now that person was severely injured, so she came to visit. Xiao Xiao felt that in just a month of not seeing him, Jiang Yu had changed so much. He wasn't like before. Hearing this, Jiang Yu looked a bit shy and said he felt Xiao Xiao had changed quite a bit too. Asking how she had been lately, Xiao Xiao looked sad and said she was still the same. But seeing that they all got to go to the training camp while she didn't made her feel left out. When facing danger, I can only rely on others to handle it. Thankfully, the night watchman saved me. The more I think about it, the more I admire you guys. If only I could become an extraordinary too. Seeing this, Jang Yu revealed that being an extraordinary wasn't as great as she thought. They constantly face danger and life-threatening trials at any moment. Most people live ordinary lives. But to become a superhuman, very few can escape injury and disability. However, Xiao Xiao felt that Jiang Yu had a special ability and wasn't like ordinary people. He couldn't possibly understand the despair of facing those strange creatures. Seeing Xiao Xiao's slightly gloomy demeanor, Jiang Yu stepped closer and patted her shoulder to comfort her. But suddenly, they heard a strange noise from behind. When they turned around, they saw people panicking and screaming, wondering what was happening. And then, they saw a horrifying scene, a horde of high HP aberrants slaughtering people, throwing everyone into a state of absolute panic. Seeing this, Jiang Yu readied himself for battle, stepping in front to protect Xiao Xiao. He then told her to stay behind him and not move, waiting until the aberrant attacked. Jiang Yu delivered a decisive thrust, causing it to spew blood and collapse. It turned out he had pierced its neck with one hand, a brutal and definitive move, lifting it right off the ground. Next, he showed his disdain, declaring that a creature as insignificant as an ant dared to show off in front of him. Realizing the aberrant was no longer capable of fighting, Jiang Yu began to retract his power. He then told the little girl to stay put, saying he'd be right back. Meanwhile, several other creatures had started to run rampant, spreading terror among the crowd. These creatures began chasing and attacking ordinary people, causing everyone to flee in terror. A man was in tears, crying for help as an aberrant stood right behind him. However, Jang Yu suddenly appeared and delivered a swift kick to deal with the enemy, his expression ice cold. At that moment, the bald man still couldn't believe his eyes as he watched the aberrant drop dead on the spot. Next, Jang Yu tracked down the other creatures that were relentlessly causing chaos. After taking care of them, he landed safely and looked toward the other strange beings, suspecting that these 3 blood fiends might have also mutated from humans. This whole situation was highly abnormal. 1 or 2 people turning into aberrants was normal, but so many appearing back to back definitely wasn't a coincidence. He stared at those aberrants, fearing that these 3 blood fiends were also transformed humans. Deep in thought, he was suddenly startled by Xiao Xiao's appearance. With a worried look, she asked if Jang Yu had seen how fragile ordinary people were when facing aberrants. Suddenly, continuous screams erupted from the crowd behind them. People clutched their heads, feeling dizzy and panicked as they watched their hands turn red, feeling an intense, boiling heat in their blood. Seeing this, Jang Yu immediately warned the others not to get close to them and to scatter. He suspected these people had been contaminated by the blood fiends. He was great at killing aberrants, but he knew absolutely nothing about treating contamination, so he could only notify the Night Watch to send backup. Before leaving, Xiao Xiao thanked Jang Yu for saving her and didn't forget to praise his current strength. Feeling shy, Jiang Yu told his old classmate not to mention it. Hurry home and stock up on supplies. Don't wander around. I have other things to do. So I'll see you later. And with that, they parted. As the 2 friends went their separate ways, the little girl turned back to look at Jang Yu's retreating figure, thanking him for helping her realize his extraordinary strength. Even though he was currently just an ordinary person, Jang Yu remained determined to help others. He was on his way to the Night Watch when he received a call from Uncle Lee, asking if he was still alive and expressing worry about who would take care of him in his old age. Jiang Yu revealed that he had screenshotted the chat and planned to report Uncle Lee. But right after, Uncle Lee unsent the message and informed him about the Blood Fiend riot near his location, telling him to return to the camp if he had nothing else to do. After taking down the 3 Blood Fiends, Jiang Yu felt he had completed his mission and decided to head to the Shadow Layer to recover, where the situation for the aberrants had grown dire. Their health dropping to just 20%, Jang Yu had orchestrated this deadly situation. Another one was killed by a vicious claw strike that split its face in half, all by Jiang Yu's hand. As the battle ended, he felt a rush of excitement from easily defeating a level 2 blood fiend. The feeling was absolutely incredible. However, he suddenly felt something was off after absorbing it. When he looked at the weapon in his hand, he was completely stunned. It was his first time seeing this weapon, and he wondered what the hell it was. The weapon then shrank and attached itself to his arm. No matter how hard he tried to remove it, it wouldn't budge. This made him anxious, afraid he had absorbed something bad. So, he decided to open the system panel to check his shadow form, which included reducing shadow point consumption, drawing shadows, replenishing shadow points, increasing healing speed, as well as enhancing his aura and ability to strike fear into enemies. After reading it, Jiang Yu was confused as to why the system would pose such an open-ended question. Was it because he had just absorbed a level 2 aberrant for the first time? His growing curiosity urged Jiang Yu to find another aberrant to test it out on immediately. A while later, in a corner of the ruined city, only shimmering golden embers remained. Somewhere, a mutant chicken stood alone. Jiang Yu was there too, observing the overly fat chicken right when he was craving chicken soup. But suddenly, the ground beneath him began to shake inexplicably. Jiang Yu remembered he was in the Shadow Layer and wondered how an earthquake could happen here. But the chicken in front of him seemed to sense something and stood frozen for a moment. Then, the creature turned and fled from Jiang Yu's pursuit, using its superpower to accelerate while letting out a loud screech. Jiang Yu yelled at it to stop, but suddenly felt a wave of dread watching what it was doing. The fat chicken seemed to be self-destructing, its body beginning to explode. The explosion created a blinding flash of light, illuminating a massive area. On the opposite side, Jiang Yu quickly curled up to protect himself from the blast. After the smoke and dust cleared, he finally dared to look up, only to see right in front of him strange and bizarre phenomena appearing. Not only that, the legs of an aberrant emerged. And it wasn't alone, it had brought a whole group with it. A large squad of soldiers, numbering in the dozens, had arrived. Jiang Yu started to feel uneasy and anxious about the impending battle, almost guessing that this would be a grueling trial. Behind him, another abnormal creature materialized from mid-air, forcing Jiang Yu to turn and look. The newcomer didn't say a word, lunging straight at its opponent like a starving beast. In this desperate situation, Jiang Yu was forced to cover his head with his arms to minimize the damage. However, the enemy was too strong and attacked him relentlessly, leaving Jiang Yu with no chance to dodge. Finally, He was beaten into a corner next to a car. But the enemy still didn't stop, charging at him with a massive spear in hand. In that perilous moment, Jang Yu's eyes sharpened like daggers, as if using a feint to distract his opponent. Simultaneously, a flash of light erupted behind the variant, causing it to lose focus and turn around. Seizing the opportunity, Jang Yu launched an attack that made his opponent howl in agony. Yet its face betrayed no fear. The opponent's condition worried Jang Yu. His previous attack had only depleted 7% of its strength, even though he had clearly hit its weak spot. It seemed this bone type was a level 3 with extremely high defense. Therefore, Jang Yu decided to initiate a plan of continuous slaughter. Declaring, "I'm going to kill you," Jang Yu attacked relentlessly, rushing forward and clawing at his opponent without stopping. At the same time, he built up nearly enough killing intent to begin his slaughter. He stood before his opponent, taunting it and calling it a little toy. Jang Yu asked his opponent, "You think a punk like you can ambush me, big brother Jiang?" But as soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot from the opponent, piercing straight through Jang Yu's shoulder and stunning him. When the strange sound stopped, he quickly retreated behind a large nearby wall and waited a moment before slowly peeking out to observe. However, he never expected to encounter a variant with countless large eyes. This was clearly outside of Jang Yu's battle plan and left him bewildered. Before the many-eyed variant could react, a red, flying variant appeared. And not long after, 3 more variants emerged from out of nowhere. Jang Yu, hiding behind the wall, realized that many variants had arrived at once, making the situation extremely disadvantageous for him. Moreover, the shadow plane was being disturbed by the variant's presence, making it incredibly dangerous for her to escape. Jang Yu didn't know what to do next. Was he supposed to solo all the variants in the area? But then, he heard a commotion and saw a strange light from behind him. It turned out to be the Night Watchers, carrying eternal torches. When used, the torch emits a light that dispels the shadows, a beacon of hope. However, it should be noted that this light has a strong attraction for variants. The user must expend energy and stamina to maintain this light source. Just then, human reinforcements appeared, and it seemed a major operation was launched as soon as they arrived. On the side of the reinforcements, everyone wore a grim expression as they faced their enemy, the terrifying variants. Meanwhile, the variants were no less ferocious, their eyes wide, seemingly ready to battle the humans. These variants let out a roar like a warning, and Jang Yu noticed that this sound could weaken the combat strength of the variants, giving our side the advantage. Therefore, Jang Yu quickly leaped out from his hiding spot and immediately called for everyone to seize this opportunity to attack. A powerful opponent was before him, with 3 variants charging at him simultaneously. But suddenly, a volley of large rockets appeared, flying around him, leaving Jang Yu bewildered by this unexpected development. Just then, the rockets suddenly shot straight into the group of variants and exploded. Amidst the brilliant flames, only the agonizing cries of the variants remained. A few variants escaped the flames but were immediately struck by Jang Yu's horizontal slash. Afterward, Jang Yu stood on the ground and used his shadow guard to absorb the shadow points from these variants. This variant was an armored skeleton, a high-tier level 2 bone type. Upon its death, it granted a boost of malignant bone essence, to which Jang Yu was immune. The shadow guard's harvest increased his shadow points and bone hardness. Absorbing the variant's power, he gained 195 shadow points, which only fueled his excitement. But just then, other variants rushed in from behind like a major threat, causing Jang Yu to panic. But before they could get too far, rockets and immense power from the reinforcements continuously bombarded them. Jang Yu looked over at them and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The terrain was heavily damaged due to the immense power of the ranged weapons. Some of the strange creatures were bombarded by rockets until they were completely annihilated, leaving only the sound of their roars. But suddenly, from within the smoke, another creature appeared. It seemed the support forces were ready to face it. All the members of the support force seemed to have completely transformed, turning into savage men, roaring with fury. And so, on one side were the humans, and on the other were the strange flying creatures, the lucky ones that escaped the rockets. They resumed their attack on each other as if there had been no interruption. 2 of the surviving support members executed the original plan, grabbing the flying creature's legs to impede its movement. Struggling fiercely, another reinforcement unit seized the opportunity and charged straight for the abnormal creature's head. On the opposite side, the remaining members had already prepared the remote rocket launcher. And just then, the rocket's flames began to engulf the forest, ready to fire. Upon seeing the device, the group of abnormal creatures showed some fear, letting out only small roars. And immediately, the ground where they stood exploded unexpectedly, giving them no time to react. But as for the Night Watch, They were all too familiar with their opponents. So they immediately lit the eternal torches and urged the others to give chase. Just like that. Everyone holding a torch ran forward, cornering the few abnormal creatures that were trying to escape. Meanwhile, Jang Yu saw these abnormal creatures with low health and felt it was a great pity that they were about to be wiped out before he even had a chance to act. He quickly assumed a fighting stance, thinking it would be a waste not to take advantage of the situation. Then, Jang Yu charged in like a god of war, targeting only those with low health and slaughtering them relentlessly. At that moment, the Night Watchers noticed his presence and turned to ask each other about his identity. One of them seemed worried, wondering if he was afraid of paying the price. Jang Yu's tenacious spirit made them feel they couldn't afford to fail, and they quickly resumed their fighting positions. The other man also declared he would eliminate all the remaining variants, no matter the cost. After a while, the last variant in Jang Yu's sight was completely destroyed. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that they had dealt with quite a few in such a short time. The combat strength of the Night Watch organization was truly formidable. However, Jang Yu suddenly sensed something strange. The system abruptly displayed information about a blood-type variant, possessing blood essence, mid-tier level 2, which had been used. At the same time, the thread-like bloodline that he hadn't had time to investigate the other day reappeared on his arm. While he was thinking, Jang Yu heard the Night Watchers behind him shouting at each other to pull themselves together. It turned out 2 of them were in a dangerous situation. And according to the accompanying medic, it was blood system contamination. The leader of the Night Watch team grasped the situation and ordered all personnel to retreat immediately. Witnessing the scene, 2 of them quickly pulled Jang Yu back, telling him not to be so naive. The boss had given the order, so they had to retreat quickly. As Jang Yu was dragged away, unable to speak, he could only scream internally because there were still so many variants left to absorb. There were still hundreds of monsters in front of them, but he couldn't open his mouth to warn everyone. After a while, the 2 victims were finally taken to the hospital. One of them seemed to have been consumed by the blood infection. Screaming incessantly, his face was gradually deforming, no longer resembling his former self. The doctor immediately told the nurse to quickly get a respirator and restrain the patient's limbs. The doctor ordered them to prepare an intravenous anti-contamination injection, which was fortunately available. Only endless screams could be heard as the doctor and nurse held the patient down, too busy to notice Jang Yu's arrival. He had peeked in for a moment to observe the current situation, then turned to find another, safer way to reveal himself. As he appeared in the hallway, Jang Yu thought that this blood source contamination was stronger than he had imagined. Even battle-hardened Night Watchers couldn't withstand it. After a while, Jang Yu left the hospital. Standing on the street, he sighed and surmised that the thing on his body was related to the blood source contamination, wondering if it was caused by absorbing all those variants. As Jang Yu looked at the bloodline on his hand, he believed the system had notified him of his immunity to the price, but he still wondered about the nature of this blood thread. Just then, his phone rang, interrupting his train of thought. He received a series of messages notifying him of variant activity in District 2 of Lunan. In the east, this incident made Jang Yu anxious. He didn't understand why so many blood types had suddenly appeared. At this moment, the system sent a notification to all superhumans about the large number of blood types and the blood system contamination phenomenon in the Eastern District 2, warning of a high risk of the contamination spreading. The notice also stated that the area would be sealed off after an emergency meeting. Jang Yu was startled by the notification. He hadn't expected a lockdown. Normally, they would send people to investigate before making such a decision. At the same time, thunder rumbled continuously in the sky, making Jang Yu even more confused. What on earth happened in the Eastern District 2? Jang Yu stared intently towards the Eastern District 2, trying to guess what had happened. Just then, in District 2, a red alert was broadcast with a warning. Attention! Residents of the Wenhai Central District. Traces of variant activity have been detected in the Eastern District 2. Please go indoors and do not remain outside for extended periods. All recreational areas were closed immediately. While in the Eastern District, a major event was unfolding. Deng was using his special power to confront a strange creature. It turned out to be the chicken Jang Yu had encountered before. And it wasn't alone. It had brought another green-colored chicken with it, making Deng worry about his chances of overcoming this challenge. But then, the 2 chickens, with their opposing fire and water colors, were taken down by a slash to the neck. Jang Yu suddenly appeared, continuing the attack and completely subduing them before turning to check on him. Jang Yu asked about Deng's condition. The boy couldn't hide his excitement at seeing Jang Yu. But at the same time, he noticed that Jang Yu was injured. After hearing how Jang Yu got there, Deng said he came to earn money. And this time, he wanted to earn a lot. A smile on his face. Seeing this, Jiang Yu directly asked Deng Ke if he was doing this for a girl. Hearing these words, Deng Ke couldn't help but be startled. He never expected Jiang Yu to know his secret. Jiang Yu didn't stop there and went on to ask if Deng Ke's daughter was having blood-related issues. Deng Ke was shocked that Jiang Yu knew everything about him. Jiang Yu didn't explain how he knew, simply asking about the girl's current condition. Deng Ke replied that his daughter was fine now. She'd had surgery to remove the contamination, but he had to suffer a great loss to afford the treatment. At this point, Jiang Yu realized that Deng Ke had risked coming here just to earn money. Deng Ke sighed, feeling like he had no way out. After all, he had to support his family, and his base salary wasn't enough. Jiang Yu advised Deng Ke to go back early, which left Deng Ke feeling both puzzled and helpless. The reason was that Jiang Yu didn't want Deng Ke's daughter to worry, and he promised to share today's hunting earnings with him. This moved Deng Ke so much he was at a loss for words. In the end, he decided to bid farewell to Jiang Yu and head back first, reminding him to be careful. Watching Deng Ke's retreating figure, Jiang Yu felt confident. His strength was universe class, so there was no need to worry. As Deng Ke disappeared into the distance, Jiang Yu began to think deeply. Just then, he revealed a state of terrible agony as his wound flared up, making it impossible for him to return to the shadow plane. It was a real headache. After that, Jiang Yu looked at his hand again, wondering why the system hadn't reacted after he absorbed so many blood types. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed in Jiang Yu's ears with two words: provisions. This issue raised more questions for Jiang Yu. Then, looking at the orange chicken he had just defeated, he seemed to guess that provisions referred to this creature. Jiang Yu immediately rushed over and tore into its body. But things took a different turn. One of his teeth suddenly deformed in the process. Not only that, but Jiang Yu's health also dropped to 66%. This foolish attempt made him realize the chicken's feathers were as hard as steel, and he had no idea what to do with it. Out of sheer frustration, Jiang Yu decided to get up and smash it to vent his anger. A powerful and decisive slash went straight through the orange chicken's body. And then, at that moment, Jiang Yu began to harness his power to absorb the blood qi from the body, making himself stronger. In just a short time, Jiang Yu had gathered a significant amount of blood qi, restoring his body to 100% efficiency. While enjoying this wonderful feeling, Jiang Yu also realized that his abilities could be restored by absorbing the blood qi of blood types. Therefore, he decided to seek out more of these creatures to maximize his potential and find a way to compensate for the shortcomings of his shadow form. Just then, Jiang Yu's phone rang. Surprising him, it turned out to be Uncle Lee calling. Jiang Yu quickly answered and tried to gauge the situation. However, as soon as he picked up, Uncle Lee immediately yelled, telling Jiang Yu that if he didn't answer his calls, he'd have to send people to look for his corpse. Uncle Lee suspected that Jiang Yu was in the Eastern District too and demanded he return immediately. However, Jiang Yu lied, saying he was somewhere else. Uncle Lee didn't believe him at all and warned that this contamination was extremely serious and not something Jiang Yu could handle. Uncle Lee seriously urged Jiang Yu to be careful and listen to his advice. The blood source contamination has caused an extremely severe situation, to the point that even level 3 superhumans can't withstand it. Those heavily affected will develop blood-colored veins on their bodies and risk losing control, turning into a variant at any moment. Hearing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but agree and wondered why the entire district had fallen. Mr. Lee immediately confirmed that, based on the number of people affected, this blood source contamination has been present for over half a month. Jiang Yu felt that a long time had passed. Yet the blood source contamination was concentrated only in the Eastern District. This was strange. And, Mr. Lee also couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. He reminded Jiang Yu not to worry about it, as it wasn't his problem. Before ending the call, Jiang Yu wanted to ask one last question. Is there someone named Deng on the list of infected people, Mr. Crime? Lee checked his records and said there was no one by that name. But that person's daughter was on the list and was one of the most severely affected. Mr. Lee asked Jiang Yu why he was asking about this. Just then, strange sounds came from Mr. Lee's speaker, startling him. He repeatedly called Jiang Yu's name but got no response. At the same time, Jiang Yu was in a critical situation, as if someone had just attacked him. Just a visor of Argating, Jiang Yu's shadow began to dissipate. Behind him, 3 terrifying, worm-like blood types appeared instantly. A terrifying image appeared in his mind. The group stood right in front of him, displaying their ferocity and immense power. As if challenging Jiang Yu to a confrontation, Jiang Yu felt just like when he was attacked in the insect nest. This time, he felt he was being targeted by the blood types, making him wonder if shadow and blood were mortal enemies. At the same time, Jiang Yu began to analyze the information in his head related to the blood contamination. The blood veins. The severed fragments. The provisions. And a few other things. His mood then plunged into deep anxiety and confusion. But it was precisely because of these thoughts that Jiang Yu began to suspect that the blood veins and provisions might be food for the shadow deep within him. While he was still thinking, the group of blood types suddenly charged straight at him without a word, vying to tear him apart. But in a flash, Jiang Yu quickly leaped from his spot, perfectly dodging an attack from a red one. He didn't expect that these creatures would try to rebel. And it didn't stop there. A purple one with arms like octopus tentacles began to launch a reckless attack. As it drew near, its presence surprised Jiang Yu. However, its arm unfortunately only hit empty air. Jiang Yu had quickly retreated to a safe zone and had already formulated a plan to deal with them. He intended to lure them forward and then attack them one by one. Jiang Yu continuously appeared and disappeared before them, leaving the three creatures both confused and forced to chase after him. Once he reached a certain distance, Jiang Yu flew up and easily passed over the blood types. Just as he landed safely, he heard the footsteps of strangers approaching. It turned out to be two night watchers who had been dispatched here. They pointed their guns directly at Jiang Yu to demand information. Jiang Yu immediately spoke up, identifying himself as a friendly and asking them not to shoot. However, the two night watchers on the other side didn't believe him and fired 2 shots with decisive resolve. Suddenly, it turned out that behind Jiang Yu, several noble blood monsters were rushing in to attack. So the two night watchers quickly intercepted them. They intercepted the attack. At this point, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief as one of the two asked about his current situation. However, he didn't expect that behind those two were 3 huge and numerous battalions. Seeing that group, Jiang Yu guessed they were high-ranking night watchers. He hadn't expected the regular army to show up. But that very fact made him feel dejected, thinking there was nothing left for him to do but go home, take a shower, and sleep. At the same time, tanks also appeared and began bombarding the monsters with rockets. Both the monsters and the blood types were annihilated and scattered in chaos. From that position, they continued to directly attack the buildings where the hidden creatures were taking shelter. After some time, as dusk began to fall on Donghai City, the army officially secured the area and restored stability, advising residents to rest assured. The variant problem has been resolved. The Eastern District 2 of Wenhai is now safe again. Everyone, please remain calm and do not panic. Early the next morning, as the sun began to rise, Jiang Yu went to the Wenhai University Library to search for a book titled Overview of the Abyss Races. Finally, after finding it, he sat down seriously and declared that this time, he would clarify the relationships between the variants in the Abyss and see just how many enemies he had. The book described the Abyss as a world different from our Blue Star, where the social structure and races were unique existences. The author had read many documents and combined them with his own experiences entering the Abyss to write this book, which simply described the structure of the creatures within. Reading to the end of the section, Jiang Yu discovered that the book stated the Abyss was not without a sun. On the contrary, it had 3 suns in its sky. In the Abyss, contamination was rampant. Superhumans below level 3 or with a sanity level below 4 who entered were courting death. The variants living there would gradually form relationships and evolve into species based on their bloodline hierarchy. Each race's nature was part of a larger collective where various relationships existed, such as dependency, alliance, and rivalry. Reading this, Jiang Yu learned that allied relationships existed among the variant races. A high-tier race of colossal beings often had no special abilities but could wreak havoc on the world with their bodies alone. Their young could often reach the height of a 3 to 5 story building. Their numbers were extremely low, and due to their size, it was difficult for them to pass through the watery passage to Blue Star. If one of these things truly came to this world, perhaps only Ultraman could deal with it. Then, Jiang Yu continued to the next pages but stopped at one, seemingly in shock, frozen for what felt like half a decade. On the page was a picture of a sensually dressed woman. This made Jiang Yu a bit puzzled, thinking Uncle Lee had made a mistake in a book about variants. Why would there be such beautiful women in it, it turned out? Below the picture, there was information about these women. They belonged to the succubus race, a mid-tier race that relied on their abilities or luck to survive. Their combat ability is quite weak. In terms of fighting prowess, they might not even match some low-tier races. They have a near-human appearance, high intelligence, and can use various schemes to infiltrate human society and get close to people. Reading this far, Jiang Yu was a bit surprised, not expecting this to be a variant race too. A variant that could disguise itself to infiltrate the upper echelons was truly dangerous. But contrary to his surprise, Jiang Yu stared at the women for half an hour, to the point where his nose started bleeding from fascination. He declared that if he ever encountered this succubus race, he would definitely take them down by any means necessary. After reading for a bit, Jiang Yu's had more questions about the bone type, a mid-tier race of the Abyss that uses bones as its source of power. Its combat ability is very weak. If there's a shadow type, does that mean there are also sword types and butcher types then? Jiang Yu's turned to the next page and was slightly startled. It turned out the page was about the shadow type, also known as the shadow demon race. This race is considered the highest tier in the Abyss and has the potential to become one of the 3 strongest races, along with the ancient demon lord and the soul demon race, with the ability to develop more subordinate races than others. When Jiang Yu first learned about this race, he discovered they were like demon kings in the Abyss and could recruit other races as subordinates, forming a class-divided society similar to humans. Initially, he thought this race excelled at sneak attacks. But after reading the book, he realized that no one could explain why this race collapsed overnight. Based on his understanding, he surmised that this race treated its subordinates as objects of exploitation and oppression. Upon reading this passage, Jiang Yu couldn't remain calm and dropped the book. His face turned pale as if in shock, and he realized that this race had no allies in the Abyss. Instead, everything was an enemy. This made Jiang Yu feel even more helpless, as if this race had accumulated bad karma, and now he had to bear the consequences, a feeling as dark as a moonless night. But the fact that they're targeting me proves they're still wary of my potential. They're terrified of the day I fully mature. Who knows, maybe one day I'll be just like the Shadow Lord of the past, making a king's triumphant return the moment I step onto the battlefield. As he spoke, Jiang Yu imagined his future self looking absolutely badass and majestic. Lost in thought, he boldly declared that when that day came, he would sweep through the Abyss and bring back a whole harem of succubi to be his maids. Just thinking about it gets me fired up. He burst into a loud laugh, drawing weird and wary looks from the other students in the library. Suddenly, a heavy hand clamped down on his shoulder, reminding him to keep his voice down. He turned around. It was Mr. Su. Looking at Jiang Yu's goofy demeanor, the teacher sighed and remarked that he was exactly like Uncle Lee. You both have a habit of randomly laughing like idiots out of nowhere. Jiang Yu was genuinely surprised to hear that Mr. Su knew his Uncle Lee. It turned out that Uncle Lee was actually one of his former students. Taking a mile when given an inch, Jiang Yu immediately decided that made Mr. Fide Su one of his own people. Since we're basically family now, what about that true history you mentioned last time? But before he could even pry further, Mr. Su cut him off, telling him not to rush. You'll understand once you reach Tier 3. Impatient, Jiang Yu immediately pressed Mr. Su on how to break through to Tier 3 and if there were any shortcuts. Hearing this, the teacher simply reminded him of what he had said before. Fear isn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, the more of it you have, the better. It's a process of accumulating extraordinary energy, which is also the basic requirement to reach level 3. If after reaching level 3, one still feels fear and lacks willpower, the accumulated energy will dissipate. After that, taking another step forward will become even more difficult. Hearing this, Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. The fear in his heart would bring everything to an end. Humans are born fearing neither heaven nor earth, and having thoughts of harmony with other races doesn't mean it's forever impossible to reach level 3. At this moment, Teacher Su left and turned back to remind Jiang Yu not to overthink it. If he had any problems, he could find him anytime. But before leaving, Teacher Su remembered something. Teacher Su turned his head again and reminded Jiang Yu that there would be a special test at the training camp at the end of the month, so he needed to prepare carefully. Hearing about the test, Jiang Yu felt a bit confused. He sighed. Didn't they just talk about this the day before yesterday? Finally, the test day arrived, and all the students were present in their exam rooms. In the exam room, there were 2 invigilators, and the students sat 2 desks apart. At this moment, Jiang Yu held his head and told himself not to panic. Although he studied many subjects like math, literature, and foreign languages, his knowledge of transcendence was second to none. After a few minutes, the bell rang, and the teachers handed out the test papers. Jiang Yu received his paper, still looking quite calm. When he saw the questions, he was immediately shocked. The first question asked for the full name of the basic transcendent class, with multiple choice options like Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu, and Zhao Lu. This left Jiang Yu baffled, and he blurted out, "What the hell is this?" He tried to think but couldn't remember the teachers' names. So he decided to skip it and move on to the next question about the level 1 transcendent called Spirit Awakening. The question about level 2 transcendence asked to name the 3 stages, but Jiang Yu had no idea how to answer. The next question about the laws and regulations transcendence must follow made his face contort. He skipped it again and moved to the 4th question about emergency treatments after killing a soul seed. Jiang Yu's brain felt completely flatlined, and his face turned as red as a jujube. The next question about the common weapons used by transcendents made his mood sink even further. He slapped his head with both hands. But not a single word would come out. Feeling desperate, Jiang Yu's had to seek help. With 2 streams of tears streaming down his face, he resigned himself to fate. Suddenly, he noticed there were essay questions too. Question 1. You are at home when suddenly there is a violent pounding on your door. You observe a mid-rank Tier 1 bone fiend outside. But you are unsure if it has detected you. Based on your own abilities, what is the best course of action? Entering the supernatural world at Tier 1 is merely a process of adapting to your powers. And everyone's abilities are completely different. Furthermore, many people possess no abilities at all. Based on your own situation, what is the most suitable way to train your powers? What does ability training entail? Question 3. An unavoidable reality of being a transcendent is coming into contact with aberrations and their corruption. How can one avoid this corruption or minimize its physical damage? By the time he finished reading the first 4 questions, Jiang Yu's face had completely lit up. A confident gleam flashed in his eyes. These were all based on real-life combat experience. He could definitely ace this. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu put pen to paper and started writing. He even noticed a final essay question at the very end. Man, this exam was practically tailor-made for me. Time flew by. And the crisp sound of the bell signaled the end of the test. Jiang Yu strutted out of the exam room, oozing absolute confidence. Jiao Jiao, walking right behind him, caught sight of his smug expression and figured the test must have gone pretty well for him. Taking the chance to brag, he declared that while he might not get a perfect score, he was definitely going to pass this time. Seeing this, Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes. If dreaming was free, you'd be a billionaire. Every time you finish an exam, you act like you aced it. But your actual grades are always a disaster. Jiang Yu immediately spun around to defend himself. Hey, when it comes to killing aberrations, I actually know what I'm talking about. There's absolutely no way I messed this one up, seeing how adamant he was. Jiao Jiao just sighed and played along, admitting that maybe she really had underestimated him this time. Changing the subject, she asked. So, did you run into Xiao Xiao back in Yunhaijiang? You nodded. Realizing Xiao Xiao must have already told her, Jiao Jiao then mentioned that Xiao Xiao thought he had changed so much recently that she almost didn't recognize him. Despite asking such a question, another thought popped into Jiao Jiao's mind, wondering what the big change was, or if it was simply that Jiang Yu's looked very attractive. At this time, he left, thinking that there might be a change. But his best friend had changed even more than himself. Soon after, Jiao Jiao seemed to be in a hurry and wondered what exactly had changed. As he walked, he expressed that something was unusual. However, when Jiao Jiao asked about the anomaly, Jiang Yu told her to find out for herself. A while later, in the teacher's office, the teachers were busy grading the students' papers. On the desk were Jiang Yu's and Lian Qiuxi's test papers. With a few minor mistakes, for the first essay question, he suggested opening the door and directly eliminating the mutants. The second question advised honing one's abilities by killing mutants to become stronger and hunting them down. As for the third question, when asked how to avoid pollution or minimize damage, he answered that the best way was not to become a transcendent. Not only that, but he also chose to give comprehensive answers. And his essay was highly creative. Finally, the essay topic assigned by the teacher was to write about transcendence in the eyes of the students. Jiang Yu wrote about his transcendent uncle, stating that being transcendent meant doing things ordinary people couldn't. He also believed that being transcendent wasn't just about power, but about an ordinary person having a transcendent heart. He wrote about his uncle, a warlord of the great continent and currently a high-ranking member of the Night Watch. Right after reading the essay, Chingan became extremely tense and stressed, gritting his teeth and calling out Jiang Yu's name. After a moment, he called Jiang Yu's into a private room with a furious attitude, seemingly wanting to vent his immense anger. After a few minutes of trying to regain his composure, Chingan finally asked Jiang Yu's why he was called here. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's thought his paper was the best in the class, so he was proudly called here to receive praise. Chingan angrily slammed the notebook on the desk, saying that Jiang Yu's essay was meaningless. If someone else saw that essay, what would the consequences be? He had no theoretical knowledge, and his essay made no sense. Jiang Yu confidently replied that since he had reached level 2, he could write like that. Seeing the mutants, Chingan grew even angrier. Jiang Yu argued that since he was already level 2, he didn't need to study theoretical knowledge anymore. Could he deal with mutants using only brute strength? Chingan asked Jiang Yu this question. Jiang Yu still believed that theoretical knowledge was important, but only when applied in practice. Therefore, the most important thing was actual combat. Chingan explained and tried to suppress his anger, but still suggested Jiang Yu participate in a practical combat test. Hearing this, Jiang Yu turned pale. realizing that Chingan intended to punish him. However, Chingan said he wouldn't do that, seeing Jang Yu's confusion. Chingan just turned around, gave him a playful wink, and said, "You'll find out when we get there." And just like that, a short while later, the two of them arrived at a mysterious room Jang Yu had never seen before. The moment he stepped inside, an overwhelming heaviness crashed down on his body. Noticing his reaction, Chingan explained, "It's supposed to be heavy. This is a restricted zone, specifically designed for the physical conditioning of upper-class transcendence. There's a special forbidden artifact here that constantly emits a high-intensity pressure field. A lot of second-year students actually die at this stage, and the dropout rate is twice as high." Hearing that the failure rate was only double, Jang Yu couldn't help but think that the graduation rate was actually pretty generous. Chingan then led Jang Yu deeper into the restricted zone. Standing in the center of the arena was a massive, imposing figure radiating an overwhelming aura. Chingan turned to Jang Yu and casually told him to get in the ring and take down his opponent for the day. Without a word, Jang Yu grabbed the ropes, vaulted over them with ease, and stepped onto the mat. He started off polite, raising a hand to respectfully greet the instructor while standing at perfect attention. The instructor slowly turned his head. His eyes were completely devoid of pupils, and his body radiated a suffocating, deathly aura. That dark energy slowly crept outward, completely engulfing Jang Yu and dragging him into a bizarre, trance-like state. What the hell? It was just a single glance. So why has my mind gone completely blank? I've completely lost control of my own body. Am I being suppressed by his power? But as he stared, Jang Yu suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. He had definitely seen this guy somewhere before. It was in that video. The one where this exact instructor shattered the entire training ground, with a single palm strike, flashing back to that moment. Jang Yu finally remembered the details from the video. This was the guy who had broken Uncle Lee's record. He was only 29 years old, the youngest warlord in history, and currently the 5th warlord of the region. Jang Yu stared at his opponent in disbelief. To think he was actually facing an active warlord of Dazhou, just meeting his gaze made the energy inside Jang Yu's body run wild. Like a wild horse slipping its reins. Completely out of his control. If they actually fought, he couldn't even imagine how badly he'd get beaten into a pulp. Suddenly, his razor-sharp combat intuition flared to life, sending a violent shudder down his spine. In the blink of an eye, the instructor vanished from his spot and reappeared right in front of him, unleashing a vicious, decisive kick packed with terrifying, explosive power. With just that single strike, Jiang Yu's face drained of color. His features contorted in agony as a mouthful of blood sprayed violently into the air. The sheer force of the devastating blow sent him hurtling backward through the air. But just as he was about to hit the ground, a massive fist materialized mere inches from his face. Hanging by a thread, he desperately twisted his body to the side. He knew the landing was going to hurt like hell, but he barely managed to throw himself out of the way. Holy shit, his mind was racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. He didn't even say hello before swinging. If I hadn't dodged that, I'd be eating through a straw in the hospital for the next month. Still, that was an insane rush. Getting to trade blows with a warlord of Dazhou, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity you couldn't buy with money. Instantly shifting gears, Jang Yu fully activated his combat state, his eyes locking onto the enemy to analyze his attack patterns. But before Jang Yu could even think about taking the initiative, his opponent was already on him again, throwing a blindingly fast and ruthless punch. In a split second, Jang Yu managed to backpedal just enough to evade the brunt of it. Seizing the opening, he instantly launched himself off the ground, aiming a vicious strike dead center at the warlord's spine. But a warlord was no pushover. With just a sideways glance, he tracked Jang Yu's exact position and countered, unleashing a torrential barrage of punches that landed mere fractions of a second apart. Despite the onslaught, Jang Yu's mind remained sharp. He's incredibly fast and hits like a truck, but his actual techniques are surprisingly basic. Suddenly, the skin around the warlord's eyes began to warp and wrinkle. His sclera turned pitch black, while his irises flared with a terrifying, blood-red glow, radiating an absolutely horrifying surge of energy. That oppressive power washed over Jiang Yu's entire body, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with shock. In an instant, the warlord unleashed a downward slash, creating immense pressure that caused Jiang Yu to unexpectedly spew blood across the arena. This made Chingan unable to hide his worry as he called out Jiang Yu's name. The next slash seemed poised to finish Jiang Yu's off, but fortunately, he used his arm to block the blow, then declared that he wouldn't die. However, the warlord stated that his level 1 strength wasn't enough to defeat Jiang Yu's. Hearing that the previous attacks were only level 1 strength, Jiang Yu's couldn't hide his surprise, fear, and anxiety. The warlord announced he would let him taste level 2 strength, making Jang Yu's even more terrified. The dark aura around the warlord shifted from purple to a fiery red, affecting Jang Yu's. This indicated that the warlord's power had risen to a new level. Blazing red flames erupted around Jang Yu's, causing him intense pain and discomfort. The warlord followed up with a powerful strike, making Jang Yu's body feel heavy and immobilizing him. At this moment, Jang Yu's finally realized that the warlord wasn't bluffing about his strength. He really was just using tier 1 strength earlier, but now, without warning, the warlord unleashed a devastating kick that sent Jang Yu hurtling hundreds of feet through the air, catching him completely off guard. He crashed violently into the reinforced wall behind him, the impact so immense that the solid structure shattered into a spiderweb of debris. As the thick cloud of dust slowly settled, it revealed his battered, bruised body, covered head to toe in deep lacerations. A steady stream of blood trickled visibly from the corner of his mouth. Watching from the sidelines, Chingan couldn't help but comment, "You really don't know the meaning of holding back. Do you? What if you actually killed him?" But the warlord simply scoffed, stating that he had held back Jiang Yu was just too weak. "I heard Yunhai produced some little prodigy who grasped the microdomain before turning 18. I wanted to test the waters, tripling. But it seems my expectations were far too high." Chingan frowned, arguing that the warlord couldn't possibly judge Jiang Yu using his own monstrous standards. Jiang Yu's aptitude is incredible. He just needs time to be polished. The warlord merely shrugged, telling Chingan to take his time polishing the kid. As he was leaving, surprised, Chingan asked with a hint of disappointment, "You're heading back already, so soon?" The warlord nodded, mentioning that once he finished visiting an old acquaintance, he'd be heading back to Beidou by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Before turning away, he threw one last piece of advice over his shoulder. "As for your little prodigy, I wouldn't hold my breath if I were you." But suddenly, an incredibly eerie, chilling voice echoed through the room. It was Jiang Yu, acting all tough and then just walking away. "You think you can just run?" Hearing that voice, the warlord paused in his tracks, his eyes narrowing. Behind him, Jiang Yu was rising from the rubble, his body seemingly regenerating from within a swirling mass of dark shadows. Chingan stared in absolute shock at Jiang Yu's current state. Unable to suppress a gasp, Jiang Yu glared at the warlord. "You can leave, but not before you take one of my punches." With that, Jiang Yu exploded forward, his entire body wreathed in pitch-black shadows, aiming straight for the warlord. But the older man didn't even flinch. A suffocating, thick crimson aura erupted from his body once again, his expression completely devoid of fear or hesitation. But suddenly, the shadows shifted. The warlord's eyes widened slightly, a bizarre, unexpected sensation washed over him. Forced to react, he immediately unleashed a technique, bringing a brutal chop, crashing down dead center onto Jiang Yu's back. Without missing a beat, the warlord casually sat down right on top of him, pinning him to the floor so heavily he couldn't even twitch. Face planted in the dirt, Jiang Yu howled in frustration. Once again, he couldn't believe he couldn't defeat the boy. Suddenly, the warlord highly praised Jiang Yu's abilities and offered to take him to Beidou. This seemed to make him feel surprised. Then, the warlord helped him up, displaying a highly authoritative demeanor, while Jiang Yu's was still taken aback by this vague offer. Seeing this, the warlord thought that Jiang Yu's was about to enter university, and schools like Beidou, Lindong, and Chengyang were all good choices. Plus, since he held a position in Beidou, it would be convenient to look after him. However, Jiang Yu's only considered himself and the warlord as strangers who didn't know each other, so this offer seemed too casual. The warlord suddenly revealed that he was Uncle Li's student, and 7 years ago, he almost fell into the abyss due to being infected by an anomaly, losing all his abilities. Fortunately, Uncle Li saved him. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's felt the weight of this luck and exclaimed, "Uncle Li. My Uncle Li." Jiang Yu's thought that although he couldn't inherit his past legacy, this time Uncle Li had let him experience this feeling. 7 years ago, coinciding with the riot at the Changming concentration camp, Uncle Li lost an arm upon returning. Previously, Uncle Song also mentioned that Uncle Li had made a huge mistake, which might be related to this. The unfamiliar warlord suggested Jiang Yu's didn't need to give an answer right away, as the content of the special training camp wasn't suitable for him yet. Going to Beidou suddenly would easily draw criticism, and General Li's old enemies were still waiting for a chance to catch his mistakes. At this moment, he also remembered that Uncle Li's personality easily offended others. A thought crossed his mind, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Hey, General, if I go to Beidou, am I going to get dragged into an alley and beaten so badly my own parents won't recognize me?" The warlord just patted him on the shoulder. You actually have a lot of talent in this area. Make sure you train hard. I'll be back in 2 months to personally test your progress. With that, Jang Yu bid General Fang farewell and limped away. But the warlord remained standing there, watching the kids retreating back with deep thought. Just a month ago, he grasped the microdomain. Now, he's already formed his own unique aura. If he's polished properly, his future might not be any less terrifying than my own. General Fang then immediately pulled up his system interface. Displayed on the main screen was Jang Yu's profile. Rank: Yellow Tier Willpower, Suspected Tier 8. Background: Rescued from the battlefield and raised by Li Shengguang. Biological parents unknown. Performance: Displayed Tier 2 capabilities upon entering the special training camp. Mastered the microdomain and manifested his own unique aura within half a month. Potential: Warlord candidate. General Fang mused that Jang Yu's file needed an immediate update. He had to add the fact that during his very first clash with Yang Yi, he managed to unlock 3 core skills: Bind, Suppress, and Surge. His rate of progression was absolutely terrifying. Being evaluated as a warlord candidate this early was unprecedented in history. It meant the kid was destined to break all the rules. I wonder how many years it'll take for him to reach the absolute peak. Meanwhile, as Jang Yu hobbled out the door, he couldn't help but reflect on General Fang. He's actually a pretty decent guy. Polite. Well-spoken. It's just that when he fights, he's an absolute savage. Still, clinging to the coattails of a young, rising warlord like him will definitely save me a lot of trouble in the future. Now, if I could just find a hot, older sister-type warlord to back me up too, my life would be perfect. Right on cue. His phone buzzed with a text from Yang Zi. She told him that the materials they harvested from the blood fiend last time had successfully been synthesized into a blood-boiling serum. Once injected, it would ignite the blood in his veins, guiding his energy and helping him better comprehend his aura. She asked if he wanted to be the test subject. To sweeten the deal, she attached a selfie of herself holding the vial though. Knowing Jang Yu, his eyes definitely weren't focused on the serum. At that time, Jang Yu's couldn't hide his excitement, his face clearly showing his thrill. Could he use this product without spending money? After a while, at a Ministry of Health facility, Jang Yu's arrived in high spirits, asking to try a certain product. However, Yang Zi suddenly blocked his path, making him look bewildered. At this moment, Yang Zi held a red temperature measuring device and asked Jang Yu's to calm down. He covered his sensitive areas and agreed. Then, Yang Zi used the scanner to scan Jang Yu's entire body and gave the results. All his health indicators were normal, but Jang Yu's felt disappointed. It turned out it was all just to check his body metrics, and Jang Yu's joy was extinguished. After a moment, Yang Zi took out a sturdy bracelet and asked Jang Yu's to wear it. He didn't feel as excited as before, but the thought of this testing method thrilled him. He breathed heavily, his face flushed, thinking it wasn't wrong to call Yang Zi his only sister. With such an appealing testing method, a short while later, he obediently let her lock the heavy metal shackles around his ankles. He looked up at Yang Zi. All right. What's next? At that moment, she pointed to a sturdy chair bolted to the wall and told him to go sit down and stay put. Once he was strapped into the chair, he couldn't help but ask, "Are we going for the full package here? Even my hands are locked down," Yang Zi smirked, explaining that she was just worried he wouldn't be able to handle the pain and might try to make a run for it halfway through. Jang Yu immediately puffed out his chest, boldly declaring that sacrificing himself for the sake of medical science was his absolute honor. Amused, Yang Zi leaned in close, gently trailing a finger down his cheek. "I see your level of enlightenment is quite high," she purred, sending his heart rate through the roof. Without warning, she shoved the vial of serum straight into his mouth. "My mentor actually refined this formula," she revealed casually. "We've already tested it on a bunch of Tier 1 students. We were just missing a Tier 2 guinea pig. Don't worry. The side effects aren't that bad. You'll just be hyperactive and won't be able to sleep for a few days." She then gave him a serious look, instructing him to tell her immediately if he felt anything going wrong. Jang Yu's face instantly drained of color. He was slowly starting to realize that the sweet smile on this older sister's face was actually terrifying. A moment later, Yang Zi initiated the final phase, pressing a large button on the console connected to his restraints. Instantly, the machine roared to life, sending massive, surging currents of electricity straight into Jang Yu's body, causing him to thrash and convulse violently against the straps. After a few agonizing minutes of shaking like a leaf in a hurricane, the machine finally powered down. He slumped forward, completely out of it, his brain fried. Holy mother of... That was definitely stimulating, but not the kind of stimulation I had in mind. Meanwhile, Yang Zi casually observed her twitching lab rat, tapping her chin in thought. I think I was going up. Is the serum's effect still not kicking in, proving she was an absolute demon? She immediately suggested they run the voltage again, unable to take it anymore. Jang Yu screamed at the top of his lungs, begging her to stop. But in his panicked, fried state, his brain short-circuited, and he accidentally yelled, "Don't stop hearing that." Yang Zi's eyes lit up with a wicked gleam. "Oh, still got some fight in you, all right then. I'll gladly grant your wish." But right at that moment, a strange, brilliant azure energy began radiating from Jang Yu's entire body. Watching the ethereal mist swirling around his arms, Yang Zi quickly deduced that the serum's effects were finally kicking in. Without hesitation, she cranked the voltage even higher. Amidst the surging electricity, Jang Yu stared at his own hands in disbelief. Is this my aura? Ever since his awakening, this was the very first time he could feel the existence of his aura so vividly. Not only that, but the energy had materialized into a visible, gaseous state that he could actually control. With this, I can do whatever I want in a real fight, lost in thought. Jang Yu raised his hand, marveling as he manipulated the dark, wispy energy flowing from his skin. Yang Zi asked how he was holding up, and Jang Yu grinned, admitting he felt absolutely incredible. He could clearly feel his aura and physical attributes skyrocketing. Yang Zi nodded in satisfaction, noting that the serum was indeed perfectly suited for Tier 2 transcendence. Hearing this, Jang Yu's eyes lit up. Then if I just drink this every day, won't I max out my aura in no time? Yang Zi immediately shot the idea down. The energy you get from this isn't the same as the aura forged through actual life and death combat. Plus, if you take too much, your body won't be able to process it, and you'll literally explode and die. Hearing the word die, Jang Yu frowned. If it drained his lifespan, it definitely wasn't a viable shortcut. But then, a crazy thought crossed his mind. Wait. What if someone isn't afraid of dying early? You just said that as long as the body can digest it, the resulting aura is identical to the one forged in battle. The only price is a reduced lifespan. Right? Catching the dangerous glint in his eyes, Yang Zi sternly warned him to drop whatever crazy idea he was brewing, declaring she would never give him another drop of the blood-boiling serum. Jiang Yu stayed silent, but the gears in his head were already spinning with devious, boundless schemes. If Yang Zi wouldn't give it to him willingly, he'd just have to find another way to get his hands on it. Meanwhile, at a local diner, the patrons were buzzing with gossip about the massive explosions heard on the outskirts of the city last night. Some swore it was an earthquake. The blasts were so loud that people were convinced two top-tier powerhouses were duking it out. Sitting quietly in the corner of that very same diner were Uncle Li and General Fang. Even the owner seemed to be an old acquaintance of Uncle Li, walking over with a warm, friendly smile. "It's been a while since you last came around. What happened to your face?" Uncle Li chuckled, half joking as he replied that the stray cats in the neighborhood had gotten awfully vicious lately. So getting scratched up was just part of the job. The owner laughed, advising Uncle Li to stop provoking the strays, before telling the two of them to take their time eating and to holler if they needed anything. As the owner walked away, Uncle Li poured a cup of liquor for General Fang. He couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Ever since this brat became a warlord, his wings have really hardened. To think he actually has the nerve to sit there and let his old teacher pour his drinks. Next, the argument continued, questioning why they couldn't fight and drink. General Fang insisted that Uncle Li had gone easy on him, while Uncle Li denied it, claiming General Fang was hallucinating. "You feel I didn't use my full strength fighting you. But the truth is, I'm just old." General Fang still asserted he wasn't stupid, believing that both weakening and holding back were true. Hearing this, Uncle Li felt it might be true, but it didn't matter anymore. Then, Uncle Li asked General Fang about Jiang Yu's joining the special training camp and whether he was interested in taking him as a disciple. General Fang didn't hide anything, revealing that Jiang Yu's had extraordinary potential, having comprehended 4 transcendent skills right upon entering the camp. Uncle Li felt he was old and couldn't compare to the young folks. Uncle Li still thought General Fang was the most suitable person and wanted to entrust Jiang Yu's to him. General Fang seemed annoyed and asked if Uncle Li wanted to pass the buck to someone else. Uncle Li felt that others didn't want to work with him, so he wanted to hand the task over. Uncle Li seemed tense and didn't want to talk more about it, but then revealed that someone in Beidou was looking for something and asked if General Fang was affected. General Fang said he wasn't affected but felt a storm was brewing. The path to level 6 finally had hope, but who knew how many years it would take? And he feared they couldn't wait that long. Right then, Jiang Yu's appeared unexpectedly and blamed the two for not waiting for him to eat. Uncle Li explained they had waited for half a day and expressed his hunger. Jiang Yu's was invited to sit down and eat. Taking his first bite, he glanced at the two and wondered, did a fight just happen? Their faces were full of bruises. Looking at Uncle Li's face, he didn't say a word. Looking at General Fang, he was as silent as a rock. At this moment, Uncle Lee asked the restaurant owner to help take a picture, and the owner quickly took out a 15 Pro Max Titanium 1T to snap a photo. Meanwhile, under the table, both Uncle Lee and General Fang were looking at the camera, and Jiang Yu didn't want to miss the chance. Trying his best to grab the spotlight, Uncle Lee looked at the photo, thought it was pretty good, and offered to send the original to the other two. At that moment, Jiang Yu looked at his old uncle and felt something was slightly off. An ordinary person who hated taking pictures the most actually asked for one today and even smiled so brightly. Then, he stood up, told Uncle Lee and General Fang to keep eating, while he went to do his weekly mission. As soon as he stepped out of the restaurant, Jiang Yu stretched his arms and started thinking, preparing for the upcoming work. Meanwhile, from inside the restaurant, Uncle Lee and General Fang also watched him leave. Jiang Yu then went straight to the mission location and noticed that this minor, level 2 blood mutant hunting mission had attracted the attention of many scavengers and the Night Watch. Although this blood mutant was discovered last night, Jiang Yu was still surprised to see so many people coming to catch it. He then hid in a corner and observed the suspicious people. Wondering if the Night Watch's locator was faulty, he decided to go to the Shadow Realm to see what he could find. There might be new clues there. A few seconds later, Jiang Yu arrived in the Shadow Realm and looked around, thinking about how his strength had increased to level 2. Although his ability to see health bars hadn't changed, his vision range had expanded significantly. Right then, Jiang Yu was startled to see something bad, a suspicious aura of a mutant coming from the opposite building. Jiang Yu realized that despite many people searching, this blood mutant still hadn't been found. He figured it might be hiding in the adjacent residential area and was very good at hiding. At this moment, Jiang Yu spotted the level 2 blood mutant with its health bar at 70%, and he thought he could defeat it. Immediately after, he unexpectedly appeared right behind the green humanoid blood mutant. When a stranger appeared, it turned its head in surprise. But before it could attack, Jiang Yu quickly finished it off with a straight slash to the head. Its scream made Jiang Yu feel even more excited. He witnessed the collapse of this level 2 mutant right before his eyes, and only then did he sheath his sword. Afterward, Jiang Yu took out a syringe and approached his target with joy. He wanted to extract some of its blood to bring back to Yang Zi, so he could use the drifting potion. Just as he poked the needle into the mutant, it let out a mournful shriek. This action also attracted the attention of the scavengers gathered there. They seemed to have heard the scream from the adjacent area. On Jiang Yu's side, he told the little mutant to shut up. Its scream almost deafened him, but immediately, a group of people from behind introduced themselves as the Night Watch and proposed a trade with Jiang Yu. He raised his hand and explained that he was a scavenger for the Night Watch. They had accidentally found this blood mutant already cleanly dealt with, and they were taking the body back. After a while, Jiang Yu and the Night Watchers carried the body downstairs. But suddenly, he saw someone standing in front of them, looking suspicious, as if something unusual was happening. Was there another mutant over there? A girl seemed to be held hostage by a mutant. It turned out to be Xiao Xiao, tightly locked in the grip of a lion-like mutant, terrified and begging. Right at that moment, the Night Watchers immediately approached, drew their guns, and Jiang Yu demanded the mutant to stop. Fortunately, this mutant seemed to have human-like thoughts, as it made a specific gesture, carefully placing its hand on Xiao Xiao's chest. She shed 2 streams of tears, seemingly on the verge of breaking down, while Jiang Yu felt like he was standing on hot coals, afraid that if he acted, it would endanger Xiao Xiao. In the end, Jiang Yu made the only decision possible when there were no other options. After speaking, he immediately vanished into the ground and reappeared with the force of a storm, surrounding the enemy. This left the other Night Watchers astonished, as it clearly wasn't the ability of an ordinary person. Suddenly, at a very close distance, the mutant let out fierce and savage noise. But before it could finish a sentence, Jiang Yu dashed past and attacked, severing its head. After finishing it, he landed safely and absorbed all the energy into his body. At this time, the girl was still in a panic, unable to speak, just sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Jiang Yu walked over, waved his hand, and asked if she was in shock. She startled and replied with stutters and tears. At this moment, the blue-haired Night Watcher thanked Jiang Yu, stating that the situation just now was truly dangerous, and it was lucky he was there. They would take this girl to the hospital for treatment. But the little girl shook her head earnestly, mentioning that she had anti-pollution medicine at home, while the Night Watcher looked worried, fearing danger on the way. Seeing this, the little girl ran over and hugged Jiang Yu, revealing that he was her classmate and would take her home. Then, she looked up and asked Jiang Yu with an incredibly cute expression, making his heart flutter. However, Her actions made him suspicious of her true intentions. This little girl didn't actually like him. Did she? The night watcher sighed and agreed, saying that with this friend around, there definitely wouldn't be any problems. But the two still had to be careful, because there had been many blood mutant attacks in this area recently. Then, the little girl quickly grabbed Jang Yu's hand, waved goodbye to the night watcher, and left. At this time, another night watcher reported to the captain that they had identified this blood mutant as the one who killed 3 restaurant owners earlier. All 3 victims were in the same industry. Fortunately, it was caught. Otherwise, there would be more victims. But at this moment, the blue-haired captain only stared deeply at the face of Mr. Feng Xin, who was wearing a brown vest and a tie. On the information board, after a while of waiting, Jiang Yu's finally arrived at Xiao Xiao's place. She invited him inside, but it made him feel a bit weird not seeing her parents at home. Xiao Xiao explained that her parents often went on business trips, so they were rarely home. When Jiang Yu saw a rabbit in the corner, he walked over and started playing with it, then asked her about the rabbit's origin. He reached out to the rabbit and couldn't help but exclaim at its cuteness. But right after, Jiang Yu started thinking about making spicy braised rabbit, which startled the rabbit in the cage out of fear. Xiao Xiao immediately came over and advised Jiang Yu not to get too close to the rabbit. Xiao Xiao seemed to be trying to avoid Jiang Yu's gaze, and her actions made him feel even more suspicious. She kept acting cute and shy. Jiang Yu felt he needed to be careful and not let his emotions control him. He thought he needed to leave before anything unexpected happened. Jiang Yu stood up and informed Xiao Xiao that he had to go. As it was time to leave, Jiang Yu was about to leave, but Xiao Xiao unexpectedly invited him to stay for tea and chat with his classmate. She even used a provocative tone, asking if Jiang Yu was scared. Taking out a large amount of food and drinks from the fridge, they placed everything on the table and started enjoying it while watching TV. Both sitting comfortably on the sofa, Xiao Xiao didn't hesitate to rest her long, slender legs on the edge of the table, making Jiang Yu unable to take his eyes off and his cheeks flush red. Strange thoughts popped into his head from their first meeting. He felt something was off. Xiao Xiao had changed a lot, not only in appearance but also in style. Was this the magical transformation of growing up? Xiao Xiao suddenly spoke up, noting that this was the second time Jiang Yu had saved her. Jiang Yu felt embarrassed, looked away, and admitted it was indeed a coincidence, suggesting she should probably buy some self-defense items to carry around. Xiao Xiao shook her head, denying she was an ordinary person and saying she wouldn't be lucky forever. Then, Xiao Xiao moved closer to Jiang Yu and asked about Jiao Jiao's recent situation. Jiang Yu leaned back a bit and replied that everything was the same, after training every day. She rested, and when she had free time, she talked to him. However, Xiao Xiao asked, was it just talking? Or something more? Jiang Yu felt confused and asked what she meant. Jiang Yu replied that there was nothing else besides talking. Xiao Xiao said that was good, and if she had the aptitude, she might have been placed with the other students. Jiang Yu remarked that it wasn't impossible to meet since they were still old classmates. Xiao Xiao advised him not to overthink it, and after the exams, everything would be clear. At that time, they walked, ate, and chatted together. When Jiang Yu stood up, Xiao Xiao immediately ran over and hugged him, making Jiang Yu lose control. With them almost pressed against each other, Jiang Yu could clearly feel every strong heartbeat in both their chests. Not only that, Xiao Xiao intentionally used her leg to touch Jiang Yu's leg as a form of provocation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu stood as still as a statue, not reacting to any of her actions or attitudes. Right after, Jiang Yu seemed to regain his composure and directly pushed Xiao Xiao away, asking her what she knew about the relationship between him and Jiao Jiao, and why she was acting like this. However, Xiao Xiao completely ignored the question and instead wore a cold expression. Then, she started crying and looked at Jiang Yu with sadness, saying she couldn't accept it and expressing that Jiao Jiao was her best friend, a beautiful, talented girl with high aptitude, making everyone like her. Xiao Xiao admitted she admired Jiao Jiao but was also jealous of her. Even though she knew this feeling wasn't good, she couldn't control it. When Jiao Jiao told Xiao Xiao that she wanted to study music and didn't want to become a transcendent, she was overjoyed, thinking she could finally prove herself. So she tried her best. However, fate seemed to be playing a joke on me, and my efforts became meaningless. Xiao Xiao and I belong to 2 different worlds. After just saying a few words, her tears started flowing like a gushing stream. She wanted to cry. But right then, the sound of the door latch clicking echoed, signaling someone had returned. It turned out Xiao Xiao's parents had come back from their business trip. As soon as they walked in, they started talking about a sad event, the story of 3 people who met a disaster at the hands of a bad guy. Xiao Xiao's mother also reacted, even though she and that person had been rivals for years. Their sudden passing still made her feel sorrowful. At this moment, upon entering the house, Xiao Xiao's father noticed the presence of a man and looked quite surprised. He saw the two men were friendly and greeted them back. But immediately after, Xiao Xiao's father's attitude and words made them suspicious, as if asking if they were home alone, but Jang Yu's immediately dismissed those thoughts. Feeling he was about to fall into an awkward situation, he quickly made an excuse to leave first. However, Xiao Xiao's mother wanted Jang Yu's to stay for dinner before leaving. He was in a rush, wanting to escape the situation, claiming that Bo Fei had finished cooking and was calling him back to eat. But before Jang Yu's left, Xiao Xiao's father remembered something, having just received a phone call informing him that the area around their house had been locked down. Hearing this news, Jang Yu's felt very indignant. At the same time, downstairs in the residential area, night watchers had appeared with an imposing presence, fully gathered. Notably, the leader of this group was none other than Uncle Lu, who was completely focused on observing everything around him. At the same time, Jang Yu's hid in a corner to watch them. Noticing that they weren't just simply locking down the area, their actions and attitudes suggested they were searching for something. At this moment, a subordinate brought an information tablet to report that the pollution index here was higher than in other areas, confirming that the target was in the residential complex. After hearing the report, Uncle Lu ordered all teams to take immediate action. Jang Yu's was standing in a small corner, and hearing that report, he was surprised to realize the target was in this building. Not only that, but the person with special abilities was also here. Suddenly, his inner sharpness was triggered as Jang Yu sensed something. It turned out that in the opposite building, a mutant had appeared. And alarmingly, it was the building where Xiao Xiao lived. Seeing this, Jang Yu quickly used his shadow abilities to prepare for battle at any moment. He recalled the previous 2 times when blood mutants had attacked Xiao Xiao, and he began to suspect they were always targeting her. This blood mutant slowly floated down to the ground and split into 3 more, creating a truly terrifying scene. While facing Jang Yu's, they deployed sophisticated strategies, making the confrontation complex and requiring a cautious approach to ensure safety. However, the appearance of the Night Watch team with laser weapons disrupted their actions, but its clones quickly adapted and found ways to escape. Jang Yu observed the situation and realized that what was happening wasn't real, and the true main body wasn't present, so he found an appropriate way to respond. Suddenly, Jang Yu discovered a crucial detail, noticing that the blood mutant was creating a secret realm circle to escape. Seizing the right moment, Jang Yu quickly approached the secret realm circle and blocked its escape, successfully infiltrating the circle before it disappeared. When he set foot on the ground, the surrounding space revealed terrifying, haunting images. A sudden attack made Jang Yu lose control and stand still like a statue. Next, a massive gas explosion occurred in front of him, creating a powerful tremor on the ground. From that explosion, a woman with a burning hot body emerged and asked, "Are you looking for me?" Jang Yu felt suspicious of her, thinking she might be the one possessing the special bloodline system. She seemed to have a form similar to what he had feared. But strangely, he couldn't see her health bar. Suddenly, she lunged at Jang Yu without a word, as if they had been enemies all along. This made Jang Yu feel bewildered, and he quickly jumped out of his position, letting her charge straight into the empty space in front of him. In a split second, he dodged her attack. He took advantage of this opportunity to attack her from behind, but he didn't expect his arm to pass through her body so easily. But it didn't stop there, as the aura from her body continued to attack him, and she slashed at him with terrifying power. Jang Yu realized that his opponent was much weaker than he imagined, posing almost no threat to him. But his recent attack didn't seem to have any effect on her either. Jang Yu decided to use his special skill. After a moment of thought, he threw a powerful punch at her, and this time, it worked, pushing her back a few meters. When she landed safely, Jang Yu's voice echoed again, stopping her in her tracks. Jang Yu ran over and asked her directly if she was the one behind the pollution of Yunhai's blood source. But she stood still, knowing Jang Yu couldn't touch her, and she wanted him to guess without directly admitting it. At this moment, Jang Yu stopped, realizing he was in a situation where he couldn't touch his opponent. Moreover, she mocked his speed for being too slow compared to what was seen in the mutant hunting videos. Hearing this, Jang Yu turned back and asked her, "Why do you want to harm small business owners like them, when they have nothing to lose?" But on the contrary, the opposition argued that they were clearly saved. This made Jang Yu furious, and he refuted their words, calling them nonsense. If turning them into mutants was called saving them, that was absurd. She only knew how to mutate them. But did she know what their jobs were like? The landlord's sister was harassed by a hooligan, leading to a conflict. The hooligan called a man claiming to be a transcendent, destroying years of business. Mutants never harmed them. But transcendence pushed them into despair. This information came from the opposition's own mouth. And it seemed they had thoroughly investigated that couple. But Jang Yu suddenly shouted, demanding the opposition to shut up. She was just exploiting their hatred, wanting them to become her subordinates. And she was the mastermind behind everything. So Jiang Yu's would never forgive her. After speaking, Jiang Yu's charged, aiming straight for the middle of the opposition's face. But the opposition remained very calm, asking back, so, who is the mutant and who is the transcendent? She asked again if Jiang Yu's could clearly distinguish them. Then, she called Jiang Yu's name. And a familiar face appeared, leaving Jiang Yu stunned, unable to take the initiative for the next move. The opposition slowly revealed her body, transforming into a strange shape. Using a special gaze to look at Jiang Yu's, she frowned and asked, you know my identity, but you don't dare to strike. Huh. Form doesn't matter. Mortal or transcendent. It's all fine. The important thing is me. Right, saying a few words while placing her hand on Jiang Yu's chest. She made him freeze, not knowing how to react. At the same time, she toyed with Jiang Yu's, making him feel uneasy. Jiang Yu still didn't show a clear attitude, just staring at the opponent. Suddenly, she moved closer, as if wanting to use a kiss to control Jiang Yu's psychology. However, this didn't seem to be part of her plan, as Jiang Yu used his hand to cover her mouth. Not only that, Jiang Yu recognized the opponent as Xiao Xiao and told her to stop. But she still didn't admit it and continued to act pitiful. What are you talking about? Why are you calling me Xiao Xiao at this moment? Jiang Yu revealed that Zhao Zhao didn't know her true identity in the dark. And only Xiao Xiao knew. When I saved you earlier, you were terrified when you saw me. And of course, you saw me. Moreover, no one besides Xiao Xiao could become someone exactly like Zhao Zhao. Right then, she revealed her true form, using her two blood mutant arms to attack Jiang Yu's. As if wanting to end everything. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yu's used a decisive move to block Xiao Xiao's two profusely bleeding arms. She held her arms in pain and expressed surprise at the stark difference in personality between the two, despite their similar appearances. Am I the one who caused the chaos in Yunhai, making this place no longer peaceful? Are you going to kill me? At this moment, Jiang Yu didn't say a word, just stepping closer to the opponent, forcing her to step back. However, Xiao Xiao grabbed Jiang Yu's arm and admitted she had made many mistakes. Kill me. Use a little force. It's very simple. Just a little bit, and you can end it all. The more she spoke, the closer she pulled Jiang Yu's hand to her neck. Suddenly, Jiang Yu threw a straight punch at Xiao Xiao's face, catching her completely off guard. Not only that, his next move was to reach down and grab one of Xiao Xiao's ankles. Immediately after, Jiang Yu used a powerful strike to knock Xiao Xiao to the ground, slamming her from one spot to another, leaving her dizzy from the continuous attacks. Finally, Jiang Yu let go and sent Xiao Xiao crashing through the wall in front of them in a tragic and brutal manner. She seemed to have lost all her strength and will to fight back. Surprisingly, in that place, thick red puddles of water suddenly appeared and constantly moved. From those puddles, the girl's form began to emerge with a hesitant voice. You're not a good person if you treat your classmate so roughly. But Jiang Yu argued that the girl was just a clone made of flesh. Even killing you is meaningless. Hearing this, the girl looked surprised and asked Jiang Yu how he knew this was a clone. Is this a special ability of yours? But Jiang Yu just reminded the girl not to care about these things. In my eyes, you and the current Xiao Xiao are completely two different people. Then, Jiang Yu asked the girl why she had become like this. The girl admitted it and said Jiang Yu still didn't understand because she had never changed. My father works in the restaurant business. So, over the years, he always had to face competition from 3 people in the same industry and was bullied by them. They contacted local criminal organizations and constantly threatened and harassed my father. They didn't just target my father, but also me and my mother. Hearing this, Jiang Yu interrupted and said that was exactly why Xiao Xiao sent those blood mutants to kill those 3. To escape suspicion. You deliberately let that blood mutant attack you. And she didn't hide it. Admitting frankly, when I saw those 3 bastards die in front of me, I didn't feel scared at all. On the contrary, I felt very satisfied because I could finally control the power I had longed for. At this moment, Jiang Yu only wanted to know how she gained that power. But she calmly asked back if Jiang Yu would believe her if she said the sun god was on his way. Jiang Yu immediately warned her not to joke with him, and she sighed. Assuming Jiang Yu no longer trusted her, she said it didn't matter. And it was up to Jiang Yu how he viewed her. As she began to emit the aura of a blood mutant before leaving, she asked mockingly. Jiang Yu immediately rushed toward her, telling her to wait and calling her name. However, Jang Yu's speed couldn't catch up with her, as she had turned into waves of condensed aura. Jang Yu's arm only touched the sparks of the blood mutant in despair. And then, Jang Yu held out his hand to catch the remnants of the blood aura. At this moment, there was a bit of hesitation in Jang Yu's heart. His eyes clearly showed sadness and helplessness as he held out his hand to catch the remnants of the blood aura. Like a constant reminder, Jang Yu looked up at the sky, where Xiao Xiao's silhouette was fading away, and he called her name with a faint hope. But suddenly, he focused on his palm, constantly thinking about Xiao Xiao, and he realized that throughout this battle, there was no sign of a health bar above her head, proving she might just be one of the people they were looking for. It seemed he needed more training to improve his strength, otherwise, he would just become easy prey for others. Right then, Jang Yu's phone rang, and he received a call from Uncle Lee, who had been looking for him everywhere. Uncle Lee scolded him for not replying to messages, demanded a report on the mission status, and asked about the source of the bloodline pollution. Jang Yu reported back and informed him he would return to the camp after eating. Then, he realized he hadn't caught Xiao Xiao when he went to the night watch, and he guessed that she and the forces behind her were hiding very deeply. A while later, he arrived at a restaurant, thinking that for the next few days, he wouldn't be able to leave the camp to enjoy good meals. Right then, a woman carrying a teddy bear smiled and spoke kindly, saying she saw him alone, so she prepared a bear for him. As soon as he saw the girl, Jang Yu felt this little girl's facial features resembled Zhao Zhao's. Then, he immediately texted Zhao Zhao to ask how she was doing, and he also sent a picture of the girl to say she looked like Zhao Zhao. But she replied coldly, and Jang Yu reminded her that she should speak more politely. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao sent Jang Yu an extremely awkward picture of himself. It was a photo of him staring intently at Xiao Xiao's thighs. Along with a message, Xiao Xiao sent me this picture and then blocked me. So you better explain. Just seeing that picture, Jang Yu was shocked, his mind constantly racing about this matter. Or are you playing tricks on me? I forgave you once, and you're still doing bad things behind my back. Then, he continuously explained that the picture wasn't real. Wait for me to come back and I'll explain it to you in person. Right then, a child's voice echoed from the woods, seemingly noticing the bear placed opposite Jang Yu's. Hearing that voice, he felt it was very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. The little girl's mother and the panda next to her remarked that the other doll was also very cute. But the little girl liked the bear placed in front of Jang Yu's. It turned out the little girl's father was Deng. Wasn't his daughter severely infected before? How did she recover and get discharged from the hospital so quickly? Did he really get the blood source potion from that mysterious person? Seeing his daughter constantly asking for the bear at the next table, Deng encouraged her. Eat your food like a good girl. And after you finish, Daddy will let you go get the bear. And you can take as many as you want. Seeing this, Jang Yu brought the bear from his table over to the little girl. When Deng stood up to thank his brother, Jang Yu approached and affectionately patted his daughter. Secretly, Jang Yu thought about the incident at the Chuyang group earlier and realized that no potions were sold publicly. Currently, the circulation of blood source potions of unknown origin was happening secretly, and Jang Yu felt this couldn't be unrelated to a small incident. Deng suddenly stared intently at Jang Yu and asked, "Have we met somewhere before?" Hearing this question, Jang Yu felt stunned inside but maintained his composure, thinking it might just be a chance encounter. Thus, Jang Yu knew his next plan would focus on finding the origin of the blood source potion. Jang Yu decided to find a chance to probe Deng. But today he shouldn't bother the family. After speaking, Jang Yu left. But Deng kept staring at Jang Yu's back, making his wife wonder too. Deng shook his head and said, "Maybe I mistook him for someone else." Later, at the Night Watch organization's Point Verification Center, Jang Yu arrived and was spotted wearing an incredibly bizarre Pikachu mask. The examiner announced he had been waiting a long time and stated that Jang Yu's current points were 40. This result made Jang Yu feel he needed to work harder, because he had previously seen a transcendent skill manual in the Night Watch's store that required 100 points to exchange. The examiner reminded Jang Yu before he left, if Jang Yu continued hunting mutants at such a high frequency, he could get severely infected. After finishing up, Jang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to go home, but suddenly felt startled seeing two people on the train. It turned out to be Zhao Zhao and Yang Zi, each holding a phone and sitting next to each other, throwing Jang Yu's mind into a panic. He felt embarrassed seeing the two of them sitting next to each other on the train. As soon as they saw Jang Yu, both called his name in an annoyed tone. Immediately after, the two girls exchanged glances as if there was an unspoken understanding, seemingly just realizing they were sitting next to each other. Yang Zi asked Zhao Zhao if she came to pick up Jang Yu, and Zhao Zhao agreed. He saw the situation getting tense, So he turned to run, muttering, "Damn, I should avoid this." He thought it would be better to avoid it. But Xiao Xiao grabbed his collar and pulled him back. She had predicted Jang Yu's would run away. So she came there and asked directly. She asked about the relationship between Jang Yu's and the other person. While Jang Yu's acted shy and suggested Xiao Xiao should give her man some face. Xiao Xiao felt she was being too much. So she let go of Jang Yu's collar and said, "Don't say that. You're not my man." But then Yang Zi spoke up, saying, "I'm so sorry. I'm afraid I have to borrow her man for a bit." Yang Zi stood in front of Jang Yu's and said, "This kid is pretty good. Killed 12 minor level 2 mutants in 3 days, but refuses pollution treatment. Our organization kept calling to tell him to come in for treatment immediately." The Jang Yu's exclaim, "Holy crap," he felt the point verification place was too fast. At this moment, he called Xiao Xiao's name as if wanting to do something. But she was annoyed and looked away. As soon as I saw him, my heart immediately felt uneasy. After a while, I was finally taken to the medical room. And before being put into the machine, he pleaded, "Next time, could you please not dress like that? It's a bad influence." Yang Zi acted very calm, crossed her arms, and said she didn't dress like that for others to see. She said that in the future, she would only dress like that in front of Xiao Xiao and let him watch. Jang Yu immediately begged her not to do that, as it would cost a life. Hearing this, Yang Zi covered her mouth and laughed. Realizing Jiang Yu's finally knew fear, Jiang Yu's reminded her that he had bad intentions but no guts. After a while, he was informed that the checkup was done and the results would be out immediately. However, the results showed the pollution was very bad. Jiang Yu's immediately retorted that he wasn't slightly polluted, but not polluted at all. Yang Zi wondered and turned to ask Jiang Yu's, while Jiang Yu's also jumped off the equipment table and left. Reminding Yang Zi she could write the report, Jiang Yu said his talent level was high. Mere level 2 mutants couldn't pollute him. Hearing the information about high talent, Yang Zi suddenly remembered. Last time, she heard that among this year's students, there was one with an unknown level status. Very heaven-defying. Could that person be him? Right then, someone walked in, and Jiang Yu's recognized him as the doctor who examined his eyes last time. But why was he here? The person walked straight in, didn't recognize Jiang Yu's, and just asked Yang Zi if she was busy. Yang Zi reported she was done and wondered if the teacher just came out of the lab. His biggest question was how this man could be a teacher at the medical department of a special training camp. And right then, this teacher revealed a new idea that was preparing to be implemented. Right after speaking, he left and said goodbye to Yang Zi. She felt Jiang Yu's attitude seemed arrogant, so she decided to reveal that this man was her teacher, a person with special talents called Qi, and he had created a potion called Boiling Blood, which Jiang Yu's also had to admit was a masterpiece. Yang Zi wondered why someone with such talent became a doctor, but she thought maybe the teacher was trying to observe and research the mutation and pollution status of patients, though the specific reason remained unclear. Right then, Yang Zi received a report, and Jiang Yu's asked her to continue working. Jiang Yu's wanted to ask Yang Zi for another vial of Boiling Blood potion, even though she reminded him that he had just taken one 4 days ago. But Jiang Yu's insisted his physique had recovered and he needed another vial, which made Yang Zi worried and reminded him of the potential risks. Finally, Yang Zi had to get another vial for Jiang Yu's and warned him to only take this one. After drinking it, Jiang Yu suddenly jerked as if an electric current ran through his body. His entire body began to emit smoke, and mystical auras were released. This result seemed to make Yang Zi looked quite flustered, feeling like something unfavorable was happening. But right after, Jiang Yu's directly spewed red blood, making his skin look weak and dizzy beyond description. Right then, he directly fell into the river, making Yang Zi feel increasingly worried. A while later, Jiang Yu finally woke up on an empty patch of land in the Amazon forest. Seeing this, Yang Zi silently thanked the heavens, because if Jiang Yu hadn't woken up, she would have had to report to the camp. Immediately, he sat up and told her not to report it, saying he had absorbed all the potion's effects so there was no problem. But Yang Zi argued that even though the effects were absorbed, Jiang Yu was still weak, not even able to stand firm. Hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately stood up with strong force, expressing that he was extremely healthy, and a real man must be tough. At dusk, he finally returned to his temporary residence. As soon as he walked in the door, he remembered he still hadn't received a reply to the message he sent. Perhaps the waiting had made the recipient angry due to the delay. At this moment, he heard the sound of the door opening and closing, and her voice from inside the room, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Seeing this, Jiang Yu gently walked over and placed his hand on her head, while she thought she had done something to wake her up. and she admitted she had been waiting for Jang Yu's for a long time. Then, Jang Yu's asked her about her health after being polluted, and she replied that the treatment went very smoothly. However, he suddenly saw a mark on her leg that looked like a mutant pollution mark. This made Jang Yu's worried, and he blamed her for not telling him about this issue earlier. At this time, Jang Yu's deliberately pulled her leg out and had prepared a special treatment method. However, she thought there was no need to worry too much, and that taking medicine on time was enough, as the issue had been dealt with. However, after Jang Yu's used his special method, the mark still remained on her leg. Seeing this, Jang Yu's felt there was nothing else he could do, and apologized to her for not being able to remove those marks. Then, Xiao Xiao quickly took out a bottle of medicine and let everyone know she had been using it for the past few days. However, since it couldn't be extracted, she could only use this medicine in the form of liquor. At this time, Jang Yu's also took the medicine bottle from Xiao Xiao's hand and poured an appropriate amount. Then, Jang Yu's gently massaged Xiao Xiao's leg and told her to say so immediately if she felt pain. However, the more he massaged, the more pain Xiao Xiao felt, to the point her face and lips turned red. Meanwhile, Jang Yu's continuously comforted Xiao Xiao, saying it would be done in just a bit. Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. But suddenly Jang Yu's asked her why she rushed to the train station to pick him up when her injury wasn't too serious. Xiao Xiao admitted she wanted to know everything about Xiao Xiao's life and also wanted to see Jang Yu's sooner. However, speaking up to there, Xiao Xiao fell silent, thinking in her head. At this time, Jang Yu's revealed some bad news if nothing unexpected happened. They wouldn't be able to see Xiao Xiao again. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao couldn't stay calm and kept asking about Xiao Xiao's situation. After chatting for a while, Jang Yu's finally told Xiao Xiao the whole story. He felt Xiao Xiao had too heavy an obsession and had gone down the wrong path. Now, even if Xiao Xiao wanted to turn back, she couldn't. Xiao Xiao thought it was all her fault, because after entering the camp, she had rarely contacted Xiao Xiao. If she had cared and talked to Xiao Xiao regularly, Xiao Xiao wouldn't have become like this. At this time, Jang Yu's helped Xiao Xiao lie down and pulled up the blanket, saying it was useless anyway because Xiao Xiao was too stubborn and wouldn't listen to anyone's advice. Walking over to Jang Yu's, she smiled gently and reminded Xiao Xiao to lie down and rest, while she would go read a book to relax. But unexpectedly, Xiao Xiao grabbed Jang Yu's wrist and asked if he would stay by her side forever, with a worried look on her face, making Jang Yu's also show concern. Later, Jang Yu's went to the school cafeteria and overheard a conversation between classmates. They asked about the situation of Xiao Feng, someone suffering from hemophilia, and the person opposite confirmed they bought a blood source potion from the Night Watch organization, hoping to save that person. This further caught Jiang Yu's attention. The man in the white shirt said that after the Chuyang group collapsed, an underground company in the East 1 district sold blood source potions at a cheap price. But the information about its origin and reliability was unclear, making everyone confused about whether to trust it or not, but still hoping it could save the patient. After the conversation ended, the two left. The man in black went to the hospital to take care of his relative, and Jiang Yu's followed them from behind until they parted ways. Now, the focus shifted to the man in the white shirt. Right at that moment, he made a call to someone named Shadow Tiger and asked about their situation, whether it was getting too big. Currently, the Night Watch organization was monitoring very closely. Just as the man in black picked up his phone to update the information, the screen suddenly went white. In front of him were incredibly thick auras, seemingly blocking his path. At that moment, the expression of the man in black changed. He glanced toward the strange object to identify what it was. His face paled, as if trying to recognize something. From that blood aura, Jang Yu's gradually emerged and spoke up, wanting to know where they were going and inviting him to come along. After a while, they arrived at an abandoned house located among high-rise buildings. Inside that abandoned house, there were countless large and small mutants going in and out like normal people, their whole bodies emitting an incredibly heavy aura. Among them, there was a mutant named Shadow Tiger, seemingly the alpha, looking extremely angry, gritting his teeth and asking who chose this portion of food. Why bring someone trained from the special forces here? Are you trying to get us killed? Just as he finished speaking, the mutant behind him ran up to confess, admitting it caught that person for food, but didn't know she would escape and try to play hero to save people. The girl's alluring scent attracted us, but fearing unnecessary attention, we brought her back too. Right after, Shadow Tiger attacked the man with a punch and then went to the food storage area, where an iron cage was holding many innocent people, including men and women, all showing expressions of fear and anxiety. However, Shadow Tiger noticed the white-haired girl and asked if she was Li Xiaodi, a student from the special training school. This girl was part of a group of people who voluntarily became blood mutants. Traitors to humanity. Right then, a short red-haired female mutant appeared and asked Shadow Tiger what to do next. Since they couldn't kill or release them, the short red-haired female mutant asked Shadow Tiger what to do. Since they couldn't kill or release them. And Shadow Tiger didn't know what to do either. Shadow Tiger could only suggest calling the leader. After making the call, Shadow Tiger recounted everything to the leader and received orders from above. The leader decided to personally turn the girl into one of his own. And the Night Watch team would handle this job. Afterward, all the mutants present in this apartment congratulated Shadow Tiger and bowed their heads to show respect. Shadow Tiger then took out a bottle of champagne and popped the cork, making the wine spray straight onto the chest of a short, red-haired female mutant. As part of a grand party, the hot liquid suddenly poured down, making her look even more alluring. Meanwhile, inside the iron cage, there seemed to be no one left. Only agonizing cries for help echoing as each mutant grabbed a person. At this time, a short-haired mutant caught a man and called another small mutant to join. The winner would get a condition from him, while the loser would have to sacrifice a piece of their flesh. In another corner, the tiger brought wine to the white-haired girl, offering her a drink, but forgot her hands were still tied. He didn't even bother to untie her, but directly squeezed her mouth and poured the wine in, making her choke and cough violently. Witnessing that scene, he became even more excited and declared that he truly loved watching people trample on each other. And night patrols weren't an important responsibility. It wasn't just that her natural talent was a bit better than theirs, but she also had to avoid being defeated by them. As he spoke, he got closer and closer to the white-haired girl, making her terrified and shed tears. He admitted that after turning into a blood mutant, he had never eaten human flesh, and thought it would be a delicious meal. While speaking, he used his sharp fingernail to touch the white-haired girl's neck, drawing blood. She couldn't do anything but endure and silently cry for help. Suddenly, someone appeared like a superhero, turning off the lights and making an entrance. This startled and infuriated him, thinking it was a prank by his accomplices, and he started roaring and cursing. But right after, all the stage lights were turned on and pointed at the stage. There, Jang Yu had caught the white shirt guy and forced him to confess the mutant's hideout. He was forced to reveal the mutant's territory, and Jang Yu successfully captured and interrogated him. At this moment, he said good evening, and noticed his food ration was violated by the white shirt guy, so he advised Shadow Tiger to leave quickly. Seeing Jang Yu's, the white-haired girl identified her companion's location and believed she and the others would be rescued. Meanwhile, Shadow Tiger still acted arrogant, turning his head and asking, "Where did this stinking brat come from, daring to ruin our plans?" He ordered his brothers to come out and chop the guy into snacks. At the same time, the mutants at his feet received the order and lunged at Jang Yu's like a tasty piece of meat, forming a crowded mob and emitting many weak dark auras. Seeing this, Shadow Tiger felt confident of victory, so he expressed his contempt for the crazy people and worried for the white-haired girl, hoping her companion wouldn't have any problems. At the same time, on the mutants' side, they didn't seem to realize the green auras invading their bodies. Jang Yu then executed a decisive move, releasing electric waves like massive tornadoes. His current position was engulfed in damp electric waves and foggy dust. At this time, the white-shirted girl ran over and hugged Jang Yu. Expressing her excitement, "I knew with Brother Yu's strength, we definitely wouldn't have any problems." Jiang Yu saw her and asked, "Why are you here? Were you caught by them?" The white-haired girl acted coquettishly and revealed she just happened to meet them on the street. Unexpectedly, their plan failed, and luckily Jiang Yu's appeared. Otherwise, the white-haired girl wouldn't have survived to go home. This made Shadow Tiger furious because the enemy had injured his brothers and wanted to steal his snack. Right then, Shadow Tiger charged with the speed of wind, wanting to knock the opponent down with a powerful attack. When the time was right, Jang Yu immediately used his special skill and declared that whoever was seeking death should step up. Right at that moment, he lunged forward, and Jang Yu quickly reached out, grabbed the opponent's wrist, and twisted it back, making him scream in agony. After a while, Shadow Tiger finally had to surrender and beg for his life. Jang Yu forced him to reveal the leader's identity, but this guy only knew who the boss was, and when asked about the higher-ups, he still didn't know whether there was someone else behind that guy or not. He didn't know. When Jang Yu said keeping him alive was useless, Shadow Tiger panicked and continuously begged for his life, asserting he truly knew nothing about the important matters. Right then, strange noises came from the door next to where Jang Yu stood. Just a few minutes later, that door suddenly exploded. It turned out the Night Watch patrol had arrived, and Shadow Tiger quickly ran over to hug the Night Watcher's leg and cried loudly, begging for his life and saying they were threatened by a shadow figure and almost lost their lives. Fortunately, everyone quickly caught him. But when the Night Watcher looked in the direction of the stranger, there was no trace of him. Seeing this, the white-haired girl spoke up to accuse the officer. "Don't believe the words of this stranger. Clearly, These mutants captured us for food. If it weren't for someone else's intervention, we would have been devoured. When the officer heard this person's name, he remembered the famous wanderer on the internet. Right then, he received orders from his superiors about the current situation, and the officer reported that there was a slight incident. But luckily, no personnel were injured. The leader of the mutants and his subordinates had also been captured. At the higher level, they had also identified the mastermind's location and prepared to arrest him. At the same time, Jang Yu was observing from behind the wall, thinking to himself that if the patrol team had already caught that guy, he didn't need to run anymore. But was that Lu guy really the mastermind finally? Jang Yu decided not to care anymore, because there would definitely be other clues behind this. Today, Jang Yu had gathered some useful information, and his stamina was almost depleted, so he had to go back to replenish his energy. At the same time, the white-haired girl sensed that the other person's aura had disappeared, probably having left. After just 1 month of not seeing him, Jang Yu had become incredibly strong. Moreover, his arrogant behavior was very similar to the Great Demon King in the special training program. Unless, thinking up to here, the white-haired girl seemed to have doubts in her heart. By early the next morning, Jang Yu quickly went to Yang Zi's medical facility, and she informed him that he had drank all 10 bottles of boiling blood potion. Theoretically, it should have cost him 3 years of lifespan, but his vital signs showed no damage at all. Now, she was becoming increasingly suspicious of Jang Yu's body structure. At the same time, Jang Yu kept waving his arms around, showing off his big and small muscles, then called Yang Zi to test his body. Seeing this, she also approached, pointing her finger at Jang Yu's chest, but still thought, if the equipment couldn't detect anything abnormal, how could she see it with her naked eye? Right after, Yang Zi proactively stepped closer and revealed the information. I believe that one day, I will discover the secret you are hiding. After a while, Yang Zi reminded Jang Yu that he could take the medicine himself in the future. As Jang Yu put on his shirt, he wondered why the testing equipment was no longer needed. Yang Zi explained that the equipment was only used to check vital signs and prevent accidents. Currently, taking the medicine was very stable, so there was no need to use the equipment anymore. But Jang Yu felt more comfortable using it. At this time, Yang Zi joked that seeing white silk might be more comfortable, and she suggested calling Jang Yu every day to look at white silk. However, this made Jang Yu feel embarrassed and worried that Xiao Xiao would find out. But that's not right, because my heart has no time. And her words made me wonder if she was recording. At this time, Yang Zi took out her phone and admitted she had recorded the conversation. She threatened that if Jang Yu didn't bring her 20 vials of blood mutant heart blood, she would give this recording to Xiao Xiao. But right then, a notification for a new article popped up on Yang Zi's phone. A person named Lu was identified as the mastermind of the riot and was arrested. Jang Yu told Yang Zi to keep the phone still so he could read all the current news. According to this person's testimony, they found an entrance in basement B and wanted to report it upwards, but saw a red crystal core fall from the doorway. This person touched that crystal core and unexpectedly, it was a special blood mutant that, after dying, turned into a human. Encouraged by this person, others started developing their clan and spreading the infection. This special blood mutant caused everyone's blood source to be polluted, accelerated recovery speed, and had the ability to disguise itself. As Jiang Yu read the news, his thoughts exploded. Previously, he had turned Yunhai upside down, and even Feng Xiao Xiao was implicated. Now, catching the mastermind so easily felt a bit embarrassing. Jiang Yu decided he had to personally take a trip to the pharmaceutical factory to check it out, then said goodbye to Yang Zi and informed her he had business to attend to. So he left first. At the same time, at the abandoned facility where all the abnormal creatures were previously captured, the police were present to handle the situation. They had arrested these creatures and currently had 2 containers full of evidence, carefully inventoried by police officers. The blood vials collected from these abnormal creatures were very diverse, and each vial represented a distinct species. Meanwhile, Jang Yu also arrived at the scene and immediately took a blood vial for analysis. Then, he went to a nearby area and began observing carefully. He stared intently at the medicine vial and couldn't believe there was actually a facility producing blood potions. Initially, Jiang Yu thought this might be a scam, but what puzzled him was how people without expertise in hematology could create these potions, and whether it was necessary for them to build such a production facility. Although a production facility could help increase packaging efficiency, it was also easily detectable. This type of medicine wouldn't show any signs of fraud. And right after, Jiang Yu didn't want to spend more time thinking about this issue. Moreover, directly consuming the entire blood vial, the initial feeling was a bit uncomfortable, so he slowly savored its aftertaste. Right after, He unexpectedly realized this potion also tasted like soda and had a special flavor, although it was said to have some effect. In reality, it could only help sustain life, not cure the root cause. Jang Yu then walked away and replied that maybe the person behind this was really the Lu guy, who created all this trouble just to sell medicine and make a profit. But at this moment, he was startled, seemingly realizing something, staring at the empty vial on the ground. In his mind, Jang Yu thought, if this blood source potion was a fake, with added chemicals for flavor, then how was Deng Qi's daughter cured? Could there be only one type of fake blood source potion on the market? The arrested person was just a pawn pushed out. What other roles were involved in this? Right after, Jiang Yu wanted to find Deng Qi to ask first, but after calling nearly a dozen times, the phone on the other end remained off, making him increasingly worried. At this time, looking at the bus, Jiang Yu felt a bit suspicious about what happened over there. He quickly got on the bus and was quite surprised to see someone. In a flash, he carefully observed the people on the train and discovered that none of them had fingerprints. Therefore, he began to suspect they might be someone's clones. And this thought appeared right as the bus started moving. While Jiang Yu continued to observe everyone on the trip, however, his attention focused on a bald old man. This person had no fingerprints, and he started doubting this. Then that man got off the bus. This old man casually walked into a small alley. But then he suddenly stopped and shouted loudly, asking if anyone was there. Seemingly startled by something, the old man's body gradually dissolved, just like how another person disappeared earlier, and he wondered if he was hallucinating. Then that man turned into a young man with pink hair and a lifeless expression. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, observing from downstairs, I understood why the secret organizations couldn't find any leads on this person. A moment later, the pink-haired young man returned to his room. The instant he entered, he flew into a rage and began smashing everything in sight, including the furniture. He even started punching whatever was in front of him, venting his frustration and rage. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu stood outside the door, watching the pink-haired man's every move and wondering what he was up to. He then saw the scene inside the bathroom, where someone was soaking in a tub of warm water, their body covered in wounds, completely naked. Then, the pink-haired man flashed a strange, mysterious smile. He's dead, he thought, and immediately opened his mouth, letting a strange fluid pour out. The purple-haired person in the tub also opened their mouth, allowing the liquid to flow in. Just then, the man in the tub snapped his eyes open and stared straight ahead. The pink-haired man had launched an attack into the air, revealing countless streams of energy, similar to that of the Blood Clan. He expanded these streams to envelop his entire body, as if putting on a display. These energy streams coalesced into a flexible, invisible entity that zipped through the air, repeatedly bouncing off the window like a pinball. The purple-haired man then reached out to touch the invisible entity, absorbing it back into his body. He then used the same hand to drip energy-infused blood into a vial and began chanting an incantation. Success at last. Early the next morning, in a high-rise apartment building in the city center, the purple-haired man found a specific unit and knocked repeatedly on the door. Deng Qi's wife immediately opened it, greeting him as if they were old acquaintances. She asked how he was, and the purple-haired man gave a gentle nod. Just then, Hua ran out, her face beaming with excitement. She proudly showed off her new home, saying how beautiful and spacious it was. The purple-haired man smiled politely, thinking she seemed to love her new place. It's a shame her father is still away on business, leaving her and her mother to rely on others for help. He then handed Hua 2 vials, telling her he'd also brought lots of tasty soda for her. With her mother watching, Hua innocently accepted the gifts. Her mother then asked the purple-haired man if his work was finished, and he nodded gently. The purple-haired man nodded, saying he could wrap things up quickly. He then left, heading into a small alley. There, he let out a long sigh. As if sensing something, he sighed again and closed his eyes, as if sensing something profound. Suddenly, he heard a voice from behind. Did you think you'd gotten away with it? Feeling relieved, the man spun around instantly, trying to see who had spoken. In the distance, Jiang Yu's silhouette emerged as he walked and spoke. I read the news. A local punk who liked to bully a college student ends up dead from blood source contamination and mutation, killed by that same student. And then the student dies because he couldn't handle the contamination. But no one would ever guess that both of them were already dead long before that. It was all just a show you orchestrated. Your goal was simply to obtain their blood and create those blood source vials. Right. Deng Q Jiang Yu called out his name, and the man's expression grew grim. The purple-haired man slowly began to transform, revealing his true Blood Clan form. He couldn't help but speak. To think a plan so long in the making would be uncovered by you. As expected of Brother Yu. As sharp as ever. As he spoke, the purple-haired man's features shifted to reveal his true identity, Deng Ke. When did you start suspecting me, he asked. Jiang Yu's revealed his suspicions began when Huohuo was contaminated. Back then. In East District 2. You were the first one on the scene. Deng Ke remained calm. I even let the Blood Clan surround and attack me back then. But it seems I still couldn't fool you. Jiang Yu's looked helpless. I had my suspicions. But I never thought it was really you. Dinka. You're not supposed to be this kind of person. What happened to you? Deng Ke admitted it. You're right. I'm not. But for my family. What's there to regret? Even if I become a monster. The moment Deng Ke finished speaking, his body underwent a shocking transformation, radiating the distinct, metallic scent of the Blood Clan. He then lunged at Jiang Yu's, intending to kill him on the spot. Jiang Yu's blocked Deng Ke with a single hand, defending himself without taking any damage. Not only that, he urged Deng Ke to surrender to the Night Watch. There's still a chance for you to repent, he said. However, at the mention of the Night Watch, Deng Ke lost control, gritting his teeth in fury. The Night Watch can't be trusted, he roared, unleashing a series of dangerous attacks that forced Jiang Yu's onto the defensive. He then spoke of the suffering of his family. His wife and daughter were enduring the agony of bloodline contamination, and the only way to prolong their lives was to use the fresh blood of others to make medicine. Therefore, Deng Ke argued he had no choice but to take the fresh blood of others to save his wife and child. His words made Jiang Yu see him in a new light. As Deng Ke spoke, tears began to fall. It seemed like a breakthrough. But unfortunately, this was only the beginning. Their bodies were constantly mutating, and the need for fresh blood was endless. Deng Ke felt he had no other choice. He couldn't just stand by and watch his family suffer. He continued to attack Jiang Yu's as he spoke. But Jiang Yu's didn't fight back. Seeing this, Deng Ke lunged forward, shouting that no one could stop him. His punch landed with a massive explosion, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured his vision. When the dust settled, Jiang Yu's had blocked the punch, though he'd been knocked back, denting the wall behind him. But Jiang Yu's just asked, "So, what about the new house?" Deng Ke didn't understand the question, his mind still reeling. Jiang Yu's pressed on. "That apartment is expensive. A man like you, with your power and access to blood sources, must have made a lot of money." "Right," Jiang Yu's continued. "Power and privilege are what matter most. Money is what you really wanted. You craved power and influence, and your greed knows no bounds." As he spoke, Jiang Yu's seized the opening, unleashing his power to strike Deng Ke before he could react. A torrent of power from Jiang Yu's slammed into Deng Ke, knocking him back and toppling a utility pole. But he quickly regained his footing and asked, "Are you finally using your real strength?" Jiang Yu's replied, "I won't hold back anymore." He then charged forward, vowing a fight to the death and unleashing powerful attacks that struck like steel whips. Just as Deng Ke launched a wide-area attack at Jiang Yu's leaped into the air to strike from above. But at the same moment, another attack came at him from behind, aimed at the back of his neck. A tendril of blood energy shot towards Jiang Yu's, striking him in the neck. The blow broke his concentration, allowing Deng Ke to slip out of his grasp. Jiang Yu's focus was broken, allowing Deng Ke to escape his pursuit. He immediately leaped up to give chase. Deng Ke's eyes, however, seemed to have lost their focus. At the end of his rope, he unleashed a complex barrage of intersecting attacks. They were so precisely calculated that Jiang Yu's had to be on high alert, even making him wonder if he had the strength to counter them all. After weathering the initial assault, Deng Ke leaped up again, launching more wide-area attacks. Jiang Yu still couldn't seize the initiative and could only stand his ground, using his sword to slash through Deng Ke's attacks. But then, Deng Ke's blood energy wrapped around Jiang Yu's blade, and he used the tendril to yank Jiang Yu's around like a kite. He channeled the blood energy in his body to create a massive explosion at the end of the tendril. But when the dust settled, he looked around in confusion, searching for his opponent. It turned out, he had no idea when Jiang Yu's had vanished. Jiang Yu's then appeared behind him, striking like a phantom before Deng Ke even knew he was there. But how could Jiang Yu's have been caught by his blood tendril so easily? Deng Ke's expression turned to a sneer, as if he had seen through everything. "I know how you fight. Your methods. Your habits. I have them all figured out. Right now, killing you would be as easy as flipping my hand." But Jiang Yu's just smiled, as if everything was going according to plan, making Deng Ke feel like he was the one being played. "You should look down at your feet," Jiang Yu said, his voice confident. It turned out Jiang Yu's had used a shadow strike on the ground, leaving Deng standing on a fractured, unstable patch of earth. The ground began to tremble violently, shaking Deng's entire body. He started to scream as the street, shattered by the shadow power, gave way beneath him. Finally, he was plunged straight into the shadow dimension, completely unharmed. Deng immediately challenged Jang Yu's. You think you can beat me in here, that I can't find you just because you're hiding in the shadows? I have special senses. Even if I can't see you, I can still smell the fresh blood in your veins. At this, Jiang Yu's had to admit that his opponent truly did understand his fighting style. However, Jiang Yu's revealed, that was the old me. After training with Yun Hai, I've completely changed. To deal with you, I don't need to rely on sneak attacks. Deng was skeptical of Jiang Yu's confidence, wondering how he could possibly face his bloodline head-on. But before he could even get close, Jiang Yu's vanished and reappeared right in front of him. Moving like a ghost, Deng launched a powerful attack, forcing Jiang Yu's to block with his bare hands. However, Jiang Yu's was sent staggering backward. Stunned, he couldn't understand why his power was being so completely suppressed. But then, he saw something in Deng eyes that left him astonished. It turned out Jiang Yu's power had transformed from shadow-based to blood-based. Deng roared, focusing his energy and raising his sword. Preparing to strike, a slash swept across Deng, who was unable to dodge it. Jiang Yu's attack forced his opponent to retreat, allowing him to press his advantage. In an instant, one of Deng's arms was severed, leaving him stunned. But Jiang Yu's didn't stop there. His sword struck again, and Deng lost another vital part of his body. Deng was dismembered. In an instant, a part of his body was severed, completely losing its connection to him. On the verge of death, Deng had to admit, Brother Yu, you are truly worthy of respect. After I gained this power, I knew this might happen. It's not so bad. At least I'll die by your hand. Do it, Brother Yu. But Jiang Yu's only looked on with a helpless and compassionate expression. More than a minute passed, and Jiang Yu still couldn't bring himself to act. He just stood there, watching his opponent. Deng asked Jiang Yu's why he hesitated. The truth is, I was the one who caused the blood source contamination for Huo and her mother. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's was stunned. Deng sighed and explained, I was the one who brought the bloodline plane fragment home. From that day on, the contamination slowly spread and affected my family. You were right. My family was just an excuse. I was the one who wanted power. As he spoke, Deng limbs regenerated completely, back to how they were. But even with this power, I never felt safe. The blood debts I incurred gave me countless sleepless nights. But by the time I realized the truth, it was too late. There was no turning back. I'm not afraid to die. But I am filled with regret. I regret that my greed dragged my family into this nightmare. Now, all I want is for them to be safe. But Jiang Yu's countered. And the price for that is the lives of others. If your family knew the truth, would they even want to go on living? Deng watched Jiang Yu's reaction closely. Jiang Yu's took out his phone to make a call. I won't kill you, he said. But your crimes will be judged by the Night Watch. I just hope that in the end, you can give me one honest answer. Where did the plane fragment really come from? Deng suddenly asked a question similar to one Xiao Xiao had asked before. If I told you I just picked it up off the street, would you believe me? Jiang Yu's heard this and grew suspicious. Could they both be telling the same story, or did he really just find it on the street? But then he suddenly realized something was wrong. How could a plane fragment be found so casually? It seems someone had deliberately set this up to deceive them. Suddenly, a massive amount of blood energy erupted from Deng body, lifting him into the air. Jiang Yu's grew alarmed and asked what was happening to him. But Deng couldn't answer. Instead, his body dissolved into a mysterious cloud of blood-red mist. From the mist, a monstrous figure emerged, its life force at only 18%. It was then that Jiang Yu's realized another mysterious entity was present. Streams of blood energy began to invade Deng's body, making him scream in agony. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's rushed forward and used his sword to sever the tendrils of blood energy. Finally, Deng was freed and collapsed to the ground, the other aberrant being reverted to a human form and warned Jiang Yu's, Don't get in my way. The figure unleashed countless powerful waves of energy, imbued with a divine bloodline, all aimed at Jiang Yu's, who skillfully dodged the invisible attacks. In an instant, he closed the distance to his foe, a masked, aberrant creature, and prepared to end the fight with his sharp sword. Unexpectedly, however, the enemy summoned two other massive, terrifying monsters. Jiang Yu's was suddenly surrounded by these grotesque creatures, with no way out. At that moment, The mysterious masked figure raised a hand toward Deng and used some kind of bloodline magic. A brilliant red gem was forcibly pulled from Deng's chest. And he let out a blood-curdling scream. Blood pouring from the wound. Jang Yu watched in horror, shouting Deng's name. But it was too late. After seizing the red spirit stone, the enemy absorbed it. Their power surged, their life force jumping from 18% to 37% in an instant. They then ordered their two minions to attack together. A clear warning and challenge to Jang Yu. Jang Yu swiftly attacked the enemy, wounding them and using his threads to ensnare them. Aiming to knock off their mask, the plan succeeded. The enemy's mask fell to the ground. But what shocked Jang Yu was the identity of the person underneath, someone he never would have suspected. It was Dr. Xiao. His expression cold and detached. The two stood facing each other, talking instead of immediately resuming their fight. Dr. Xiao was surprised that Jang Yu knew who he was. But hearing the aberrant creatures stirring to attack, Jang Yu tightened his grip on his sword, readying himself for battle. As expected, the monstrous horde grew restless and was about to attack. But Dr. Xiao intervened, warning them to stand down. I was just reminiscing with Deng, he said to Jang Yu. I've given you two some time. You should leave now to avoid further trouble. But hearing the suggestion to retreat infuriated Jang Yu. And you expect me to just walk away and let the mastermind behind all this go, he demanded. Dr. Xiao remained calm. All the killing and poisoning were Deng's doing. I had nothing to do with it. This explanation only enraged Jang Yu further. Nothing to do with it, he roared. Who gave the plane fragments to Xiao Xiao and Deng? They were both just pawns in your game. You used them to cause multiple bloodline contamination incidents, dragging countless innocent people into this and turning them into members of the Blood Clan. Also, you could get more blood samples for your research on that medicine. Dr. Zhao sighed. I didn't want any more trouble. But you know too much. I can't hide it any longer. Just then, a tentacled aberrant creature was unleashed on Jang Yu. He stood his ground, observing his opponent, seemingly formulating a plan. As the creature lunged at close range, he met it with a single, clean slash that cut it down powerfully. Jang Yu then vanished and reappeared behind the doctor. But just as he was about to land the finishing blow on Dr. Zhao, another aberrant creature intercepted him. Your speed is impressive. Dr. Zhao noted. It seems you were holding back against Deng. But against me, you're just asking to die. He stood still, waving a hand to command his creatures while taunting Jang Yu relentlessly. Finally, in a complete surprise attack, two aberrant creatures struck Jang Yu square in the chest. He, was grievously wounded, falling backward as he lost control of his body. However, there was no sign of him hitting the ground, only a cloud of dust and some minor scratches. It turned out, a man shot towards Dr. Zhao with a powerful declaration. The man, Jiang Yu, should have been dead. But dark red, wing-like appendages had sprouted from his body. He now faced Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao unfurled his own wings, and the two landed safely. But Jiang Yu had no intention of letting him escape and continued his pursuit. He used a flurry of intersecting slashes to parry his opponent's attacks. Jiang Yu formed a black orb and declared, Here's a special shadow gift for you. The orb then shot out a strange object. The object was a giant spider web, lined with sharp barbs, which shot forward to ensnare Dr. Zhao. The web began to envelop him, binding his limbs and restricting his movements. Seeing this, Jiang Yu declared, This time, even if you had wings, you couldn't escape. He then prepared to activate his killing domain, aiming it straight at his opponent. But unexpectedly, one of Dr. Zhao's wings sliced through all the threads Jiang Yu had created. Not only that, he used his fist to shield his chest, where the red spirit stone was hidden. Suddenly, Jiang Yu slammed a powerful punch into his own palm, creating a shockwave that struck Dr. Zhao's chest and made him cough up blood. But Dr. Zhao's eyes turned utterly ferocious. He acted like a cornered beast, swinging both arms and sending Jiang Yu flying in an instant. Jiang Yu's entire body slammed into a wall, the impact seemingly causing serious injury. Dr. Zhao admitted, I underestimated you. But then he added, Unfortunately, you're still no match for me. In response, Jiang Yu simply asked, Is that so? It seemed he had already seized the advantage. He asked a question that made Dr. Zhao's heart skip a beat. What about without this gemstone? Panic and fear flashed across Dr. Zhao's face. Jiang Yu held the gemstone firmly and declared he was keeping it. This drove Dr. Zhao into a frenzy, and he commanded the creatures crawling on his body to attack Jiang Yu and retrieve the stone. The moment the creatures got near Jiang Yu, they were repelled by strange energy currents. In the next instant, Jiang Yu was standing right in front of Dr. Zhao. Jiang Yu was like an unstoppable force. He attacked Dr. Zhao again, enraging him. But even in his fury, Xiao had to acknowledge Jang Yu's true power. Dr. Xiao thought to himself that he should have taken the fragment before Jang Yu found out. He had poured so much time and effort into researching the anti-abyss drug. But just when he was one step away from success, his superiors suddenly ordered him to stop. 10 years of dedication could be destroyed by a single sentence, which made me feel desperate and full of hatred. I couldn't accept failure so easily. And at this moment, a voice from deep within my heart echoed, "Who is calling me right at this time?" Dr. Xiao revealed his encounter with the abyss that day. When she gave him a fragment of the bloodline authority, Dr. Xiao believed that the person who abandoned him did so to hide the fact that he had divided the authority fragment into many pieces and distributed them to those who needed it. And that was why he surrendered to the abyss. Through these people, Dr. Xiao collected a large amount of blood mutant samples and continued his research. Those fragments, when absorbed by the host's blood energy, became stronger. Finally, Dr. Xiao was able to recover all the bloodline authority fragments and stand at the highest position in this world. He, with a combination of power and anger, wondered how he could achieve this so easily. Could it be ignored? Immediately, he took out the medicine vials from his pocket and declared that if everyone looked down on his research, he would show them its true power. Thus, Dr. Xiao retrieved all the medicine vials he had researched and developed. Then, large and small auras began to emit from his body, becoming increasingly terrifying and dreadful, with his arms transforming in an astonishing way. Dr. Xiao's arms at this moment seemed to have become an inseparable part of the blood mutant species, with a ghostly red color and massive size, covering the entire space. On Jiang Yu's side, he also looked worried, seeing the opponent uninjured yet possessing such immense power. So he decided to take a step back and speak. However, as he gradually retreated into the shadows to disappear, in reality, a dense crowd of small blood mutants appeared. When Jiang Yu unexpectedly realized this, it was also the moment Dr. Xiao directly used his giant arm to pull him out of the shadows. This caught Jiang Yu completely off guard, and he couldn't believe Dr. Xiao could pierce through the shadows and affect him. At that time, Dr. Xiao spoke up. And clearly, "I feel very surprised. The ingredients in my medicine were researched to deal with the abyss, and it also contains components that antagonize human systems. When taking my medicine, it is clearly very effective. But those in power didn't value it. They said my medicine would cause pollution to the human body. But that is completely untrue. Are pollution and transcendence a similar issue, but taking my medicine can activate power greater than a transcendent?" Then, Dr. Xiao declared this was the proof and used his blood mutants to throw straight at him. Immediately after, he was thrown straight back to the real world and received massive damage to his body. At this time, his entire body was injured, and he gradually realized he had fought too many battles, and his combat strength was almost depleted. Meanwhile, the opponent's combat power kept increasing, and he felt he had no chance left. In front of him, Dr. Xiao still held the blood mutant sphere in his hand and advanced towards Jiang Yu. Meanwhile, various questions popped into his head. Was this the end of his extraordinary journey? Dr. Zhao's face remained unchanged, from the beginning of the battle until now. He maintained his composure. Approaching, he reached out to take back the gemstone Jiang Yu was holding. But Jiang Yu hesitated, not knowing what to do, and prepared to take something out from his shirt. When the gemstone was taken out of Jiang Yu's shirt, he had to decide on his next plan. Dr. Xiao saw his gemstone and reached out to take it. But when it was only a few centimeters away, Jiang Yu pulled his hand back, leaving him a bit bewildered. Jiang Yu angrily declared he would rather die than give it to him, and even swallowed the gemstone into his stomach. Just seconds later, Jiang Yu's body was covered in a strange red color, and this seemed to surprise the doctor greatly, as his facial expression completely changed. A sudden rage hit. The young man seemed to have lost all reason. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was losing control of his body and coughing continuously, his body gradually changing color. The doctor couldn't help but mock Jiang Yu, claiming that fusing with such a large authority fragment was a dangerous act that could lead to death. However, with the responsibility of a doctor, he wanted to help Jiang Yu escape this state with great compassion magic. The doctor seemed prepared to end Jiang Yu's life, but the boy felt like he was floating in midair, unable to stand up. But gradually, those blazing red blood auras began to disappear. This made the doctor unable to believe his eyes, and he felt very surprised. He looked at Jiang Yu in astonishment and wondered, how could this happen? He couldn't sense the existence of the fragment anymore. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu seemed to feel better and smiled calmly, stating he had swallowed something down and felt much better. The taste wasn't bad, like dragon fruit. This made Dr. Xiao even more confused, and he reminded Jiang Yu not to be too confident. "Do you think the authority fragment is a delicious meal?" the doctor said as he reached out as if to strike Jiang Yu. But the boy remained calm. Jang Yu's became more confident because he had integrated the power from the precious shadow fragments into his arm after absorbing the spirit stone. As a result, the entire surrounding area was destroyed in a terrifying explosion. From the dust and smoke, Jiang Yu's declared that Dr. Zhao's precious bloodline connection had been completely absorbed by him, saying that Jiang Yu stepped out with heavy and brutal footsteps. Cracking the pavement, he appeared with a terrifyingly deformed body. This terrified Dr. Zhao to the point his face turned pale. Sweat poured down, and his eyes bulged. He couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes. Dr. Zhao's voice began to tremble with fear. But he still continued to say unbelievable words. Impossible, absolutely impossible, I did all these things. But in the end, I was defeated by you. Then, he took all the medicine vials and stuffed them into his mouth. As the medicine bottles broke and fell, Dr. Zhao's body underwent another mutation process. He turned into a person with a bright red body, with zigzagging veins and terrifying roars. The murderous action displayed fury and arrogance, along with hatred, as a warning to the opponent. The scene now was just blazing fire on the blood mutant's body, seeping into the shadow mutant's position. Blending together, the shadow mutant always surrounded the outside, waiting for the right moment to attack the blood mutant. At this time, Jiang Yu's also couldn't maintain his composure, charging at the opponent with his transformed body. As he charged, he also realized that after absorbing the authority fragment, his speed and reflexes had been greatly enhanced. Moreover, he could feel the opponent's flowing blood and predict their movements. While Dr. Zhao was still frantically searching for Jiang Yu's full of anger, he spoke up, declaring and asking to try using his blades. As he spoke, he drew out two swords as powerful as two solid pillars. Jiang Yu's movement speed became faster and faster, to the point that, in just a blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of the opponent. A light sword strike on Dr. Zhao's body caused the blood mutant's blood to flow out. Not only that, Jiang Yu's directly licked that blood and felt incredibly excited. This blade not only had the ability to suck blood, but could also seal the opponent's healing process. Currently, Dr. Zhao's body was enduring sudden and unpredictable aches and pains from all directions. Contrary to Dr. Zhao's anxious state, Jiang Yu's was displaying a confident and certain attitude about victory. Meanwhile, Dr. Zhao was looking for a way to launch a surprise attack on the opponent. However, no one expected Jiang Yu's to choose to jump down from above to attack the opponent. He descended like a storm and executed a vertical slash from top to bottom, leaving Dr. Zhao unable to react. Currently, Jiang Yu's had stopped and began to think about the situation. Initially, he planned to use his abilities to approach the opponent silently, but it seemed this plan failed due to the limitations of the Shadow System abilities. While Dr. Zhao was calculating and analyzing the situation, Jiang Yu's discovered that the opponent was bleeding too much. It seemed Dr. Zhao had used too much force and accidentally ruptured his own blood vessels. Or maybe it was part of some plan. But Jiang Yu suddenly startled and jumped up, then stared intently at Dr. Zhao. The bloodstains spreading on the ground seemed to be corroding everything, making Jiang Yu worried and jump away from his standing position to avoid getting hurt. Dr. Zhao finally spoke up, but it was too late, and he declared that everything would be destroyed in hell. As Dr. Zhao spoke, blood flowed out from the soles of his feet and spread. Then he swung his arms and legs to increase the corrosion range of the blood. Jiang Yu continuously dodged at this time, running left and right, non-stop until he was exhausted. Dr. Zhao saw this and mocked him. Dr. Zhao asked Jiang Yu if he thought jumping up would help him avoid the attacks. And right after, he shot blood towards Jiang Yu, leaving him no way to retreat. Jiang Yu thought the blood was strong, but it seemed to depend on the amount of blood Dr. Zhao consumed, and he thought about counterattacking when his blood ran out. But Dr. Zhao seemed to have guessed Jiang Yu's plan. Was he waiting for his blood to run out? This made him even more furious, and he directly summoned two more blood mutants. They also performed the exact same actions as their master, and he still had no intention of stopping. On Jiang Yu's side, no one expected Dr. Zhao to use blood mutants to increase his blood volume. Below, he seemed to be drowning in his pile of blood and blood mutants, but still roared, declaring that he couldn't escape. His hellish blood would endlessly swallow and spread. Meanwhile, the Night Watch organization was still using all their strength to deal with the mob of monsters he released. By the time they realized, everything was too late. At the same time, the Night Watchers were also blocked by vicious mutants. Dr. Zhao had calculated this beforehand, first targeting the street, then the whole area, then all of Yunhai. Everything would be submerged by his blood, water. Even if he killed him, it would be useless, because the blood water would still swallow everything, and he could only stand and watch. He spoke while laughing maniacally, seemingly certain of his victory. This also made Jiang Yu feel a bit suspicious. Looking back at the opponent, suddenly, he jumped up from his standing position, as if had started executing his strategy. But no one could understand why Jiang Yu suddenly jumped into Dr. Zhao's blood water. This action made him unable to explain why Jiang Yu did that. Dr. Zhao felt his body stop as if sensing abnormal changes. He observed that his blood water was boiling violently over a large area, at the same time, below the ground, where it was flooded with blood water. Jiang Yu's had used up all the energy source inside his body. Dr. Zhao couldn't expect him to use his own blood to boil the water. An unimaginable action. Dr. Zhao couldn't expect to encounter a situation like this. While Jiang Yu's felt it was enough and rushed up from the sea of blood water, declaring it was time to end this. Then, he transformed back into human form and exclaimed that unleashing his bloodline fragment to this extent was truly a surprise. He said Jiang Yu's blood couldn't burn forever, but his blood water was endless, and the ultimate winner would be him. However, Jiang Yu's argued that his words were just useless challenges, and they could only know who was stronger by testing it. The situation became tense as Dr. Zhao startled for a moment, while Jiang Yu's focused on observing the opponent to wait for a chance to attack. And patience couldn't last forever. Dr. Zhao suddenly lunged forward like a wild beast, wanting to attack Jiang Yu's with all his ferocity. Jiang Yu's also couldn't stand still and counterattacked in a state full of anger. Just like two opposing sides. One red and one blue. Both clashing with a determination where neither would yield. The two auras began to collide and then separate, repeating for several minutes. The remaining health in Jiang Yu's body had dropped to 27% and he started feeling dizzy. Dr. Zhao blew a powerful blood aura onto Jiang Yu's body, shattering the shadow aura he was using. As everything gradually dissipated, only Dr. Zhao was left floating in midair. He looked down at his achievement and laughed loudly, thinking he had won. This was his power and no one could stop it. But suddenly, a sword pierced through his chest unexpectedly. Dr. Zhao felt extremely bewildered when Jiang Yu suddenly appeared, to the point he even spat out the saliva in his mouth. At this moment, he finally realized Jiang Yu's presence. Jiang Yu continued to provoke, making Dr. Zhao feel dissatisfied. He asked back, "If we don't play like that, then how do we play?" At this time, the divine aura on Jiang Yu's blade shone again and pierced deep into Dr. Zhao's body. It had terrifying destructive power, able to corrode every cell and destroy everything inside Dr. Zhao's body. However, deep down, he still didn't want to die, because there were still many unfinished things. Dr. Zhao felt he still had a lot of potential, but no one recognized or appreciated it. Despite always trying, no one paid attention to his efforts. Therefore, he felt the need to prove himself, to become better than anyone else. He wanted those who looked down on him to pay the price, and wanted everyone to see and acknowledge him. In his mind, an intense desire was ignited, which was to become the center of power and dominate the world. These thoughts made him lose control and gradually fall. Tears began to flow, wetting one side of his face. His red, lifeless eyes fell into a motionless state. In a few hours of fierce battle, he was defeated by Jiang Yu's. After a while, Deng finally woke up, opened his eyes, and looked at the people around him. Uncle Lu was present and asked about his situation. Then, he ordered the guards to take Deng away. Finally, Deng was arrested and taken away. With a look of despair and absolute helplessness, he just stood there, watching the people take Deng away without any reaction. Before Deng was taken away, he said goodbye to his wife. Jiang Yu felt quite surprised to be entrusted with his family. But before he could make a decision, Deng was taken away, and Jiang Yu could only watch his guilty silhouette. Early the next morning, at a food stall, the aroma of steamed buns spread outside, attracting everyone's attention. The stall owner, with a kind face and a gentle smile, brought out a basket of steamed buns, and right upon taking the first bite, Jiang Yu couldn't hide his delight, praising the freshly baked early morning buns as amazing. The old man also added that their steamed buns were very famous in this area. Suddenly, Jiang Yu heard nearby residents talking about a few scavengers causing trouble over the past few days. The old man also complained about them, saying they should have some skills and not harass his daughter. Jiang Yu then asked if the old man had reported it to the management organization. But the old man thought reporting wouldn't solve the problem because they would just cause trouble again after being released. Jiang Yu wondered again. Had the old man taught them a lesson yet? After hearing this, the old man's attitude was clearly affected by negative thoughts. Next, the old man seemed hesitant, half wanting to tell the story, half wanting to stay silent in front of a stranger. Awareness. Then he sat down on the chair and expressed his surprise. "It seems you still found me. I thought no one knew." The boss took out a crystal stone and asked, "Did you come here to get this back? From the moment you stepped through this door, I sensed a little bit." As for Jiang Yu, he wondered why the boss gave it to him like that. Wasn't he afraid his daughter would be bullied again in the future? He coughed a few times while speaking, saying that of course he would be afraid. But I can't protect her forever either. Compared to relying on something of unknown origin, it's better to rely on oneself to become stronger. Before leaving, Jang Yu left the boss a few vials of medicine and told him to keep them because they could eliminate the pollution in his body. But the boss wondered and asked if Jang Yu didn't come to arrest him. Aren't you from the Night Watch organization? But he turned to leave and revealed that it was no longer necessary. Uncle, you are the last person and also the only one to pass the test. Hearing these words made the stall owner unable to hide the relief on his face. 2 streams of tears also fell because of it. But suddenly, 2 streams of tears welled up in Jang Yu's eyes, making him unable to understand. His mind constantly wondered why it was like this, and he felt as if his entire body was falling into an unstable state. In front of his eyes were Uncle Li, Uncle Lu, and Xiao Xiao. He saw them all almost bleeding out, with a lot of blood flowing down their faces. He didn't know an unexpected event was happening, creating complete chaos. Jang Yu finally landed safely on the ground, but caught strange sounds. In the sky, an object suddenly fell, but remained in a deep coma. Jang Yu reached out and called Xiao Xiao's name, but received no response. Finally, he managed to catch Xiao Xiao and held her in his arms, but then felt a burning fever. Looking at the person in front of him, Jiang Yu felt confused because that person wasn't Xiao Xiao. He stood there, motionless for a few seconds, not clearly understanding the situation unfolding, but seeing Xiao Xiao slowly walking away. Jiang Yu panicked and reached out forward to pull her back, while shouting to keep her. Everything seemed to be just a dream when Jiang Yu woke up and found his hand resting on Xiao Xiao's shoulder. In this awkward situation, a confident smile could help resolve everything. However, Xiao Xiao reacted oppositely, slapping Jiang Yu's hand off her body and even pulling his hair. You still keep your hard-to-change personality. But it seemed it was too late for him to explain and convince her now. His tragic scream echoed everywhere, making the entire dormitory hear only that sound. A period of time had passed, and now it was the last day at the Yunhai Special Training Camp. Jiang Yu and Zhao Zhao had completed the course with excellent results and were invited to the podium to give a speech. He didn't like such situations, so he went to eat with Fatty. Afterward, he said goodbye to Uncle Li and Uncle Lu, and together with Zhao Zhao, took a plane to Beidou. On the plane, he didn't say anything. I just looked out the window and gazed at the deep blue sky. Zhao Zhao saw this and asked Jiang Yu why he had been so quiet and seemed distracted all day today. It turned out he revealed he was thinking about a place called the Abyss, and wondering what it really was. Zhao Zhao listened and guessed Jiang Yu was talking about the Abyss fragments, and recalled that in class they said it was present everywhere in the world. However, Jiang Yu wanted to talk about something else, that he still thought the Abyss was a part of the universe, very far away from us. It wasn't until some time later that they realized the Abyss was actually very close. Hearing those arguments, Zhao Zhao felt even more confused, and Jiang Yu revealed that it lay right within everyone's heart. However, she felt embarrassed and didn't understand why he suddenly spoke like a philosopher, making her wonder if he had a problem with his head. Seeing Zhao Zhao like that, Jiang Yu just smiled and said it was just a feeling, telling her to treat it as a joke. At this time, Zhao Zhao looked worried and asked Jiang Yu if he was right, and one day she was swallowed by the Abyss. What would he do? Suddenly, Jiang Yu grabbed Zhao Zhao's hand, making her feel surprised and blush. Not only that, Jiang Yu also declared with a confident face that he would bravely charge into the Abyss to save Zhao Zhao, even if he had to face himself. Zhao Zhao blushed, but deep down she felt moved. As they grew closer, the road ahead seemed full of light, but Jiang Yu still had to be vigilant because the Abyss could appear anywhere.